Ding. Ding. Hero has logged out. Jack raised his head, his eyes flashing open as the world faded in from the darkness of his unconsciousness. He had just been sleeping in game following already being online for the past 24 hours. San was online. I'm surprised Momonga-san didn't wake me up. His eyes tracked the throne room of the great tomb of Nazarick. His eyes then traced his friends list. It appeared only Momonga was online. He chuckled quietly to himself. I guess we're the only two left. His chest felt a bit heavy at the idea that no one really came back, not even to say goodbye. His sight reached the ground at his feet. Jack was slouched over on the ground beside the king's throne. An item which belonged to Momonga, which decorated the massive great hall that was within the home of Ainz Ooal Gown's Nazarick. Taking in a slow breath, he exhaled sharply. It wouldn't be long for him to show up. Forcing himself to smile, Jack would remain sitting as he opened his item box, taking out a holographic image of his sister. His electric violet blue eyes shined in the dimly lit room. His wings tucked behind his back. Why'd this have to end? His eyes shifted to the two gigantic doors of the throne room. There was only silence. Jack could just imagine the guild members congregating. Coming together and talking. They'd poke fun, talk about their day. New ideas for NPCs, be it a minor change or a new addition. Locking his sights on the ring upon his finger, he smiled genuinely now, caressing it with his thumb even though he wouldn't feel it at all. Using the ring to teleport, Jack arrived at the round table room on the 9th floor, just in time to hear a fist crash down on the table itself. Startled, he raised a brow and turned his head to see the disturbance was Momonga himself. No one else came. Letting out a sigh, he scratched the back of his neck as if it would be of some comfort to himself. He kinda missed Bukabukagama. He was expecting her to show up. Yet as he looked at the clock, it didn't really appear that she would be surfacing. Trying so hard not to let out another sigh, his eyes rested on Momonga, who was silent for a few moments. Cipher-san, I see you're awake. It's good to see you're still here. Hearing the man's voice, the voice that had invited him to the guild, Jack couldn't help but smile brightly. His eyes seemed to shine even in this ambiently bright room with white walls. It's good to see you as well, Momonga-san. I plan on staying until the end. In his right hand was his sister's holographic photograph. Momonga's eyes rested on the item for a few seconds, wanting to himself though it wouldn't be all that visible due to his race as Overlord. Good to know I won't be here alone. I just saw San logged off. He say anything? He hopes to see us sometime, somewhere else. Oh boy, well, the world is small. His fingers caressed at the sharp edge of the photo. Especially if you consume all of it, it'll only get smaller, Momonga joked, both of them sharing in a laugh, shaking their heads. Smiling faces appearing in their little speech bubbles. I needed that. The Overlord would slowly raise from his chair, lightly nudging it out of the way as he settled his gaze on the staff of Ainz Ooal Gown. A weapon that only he could use, something that all the members had contributed in creating. It was truly magnificent. Momonga, who had been feeling betrayed just seconds ago, finally concluded no one had done so. Jack watched as the fellow supreme being appeared to be floating across the floor thanks to his long luxurious divine-class robes. He placed his left hand over his sternum as he finally closed his other around the photo in his grasp. The reckless sacrifices and reality that had been done to get that staff as it was. Both of the men were remembering, especially as they'd go directly home from work and play. And even take vacations on the same days. It made a lot of people at their place of business raise brows, but it wasn't that unusual. Both of them were single, they went to bars together with the people they worked with, they were friends. Best friends. It was hard to believe that 37 out of the 41 who were within the guild, quit. It left only a mere 4 or so people left. It was depressing, heart-wrenching as all this hard work and money poured into this game was about to disappear. Jack never saw this coming. As Momonga reached up and grasped the staff by its neck, it would give off a shadowy, dark smoke as he brought it down to his level, from the display. Behold, this is the testament of our guild. Jack grinned at Momonga's proclamation. Turning towards Jack, Momonga tapped the butt of the staff against the ground before he began to walk with the Golden Guild weapon in his hand. "Let's go," he gestured with one of his skeleton hands for the door to the room. Bowing his head in affirmation, he turned towards the door. His wings spreading out and his own armor materializing over his casual blue hemp top and black rope-held slacks. Jack played as a member of the Seraphim, an angel, and of the highest order in the game. He was capable of accessing 10th tier magic, and super tier, much like Momonga himself. As the doors opened for the duo, his eyes turned to the dark ceiling lit by orange lighting from the chandlers that lined the corridors of the great tomb of Nazarick. As they descended the staircase, both of them came to a stop. Momonga coming out of thought, as movement up ahead took their attention straight from their minds. Sebastian and the maids of the 9th floor, were all bowing their torsos as they stood by the right side of the corridor closest to the wall. It was a welcome sight, though one that wasn't necessarily expected. As Momonga began to open an interface to look at the information of the NPCs, Jack casually walked up to CZ, nudging a hair back into place with his index finger before following after his friend. His helmet vanishing into black smoke, allowing his face to remain visible as he kept with the guild master. Soon enough he could hear the shallow footsteps of the maids and butlers behind them under Momonga's command, a deep-felt smirk forming over his lips as they entered the throne room he was once seated in. Whilst Momonga stood there, admiring the banners, Jack moved forward towards the throne. His eyes tracing over the various columns and floors which made up the walls, overseeing the room showered in a blue hue from the chandelier from above. As the group approached the throne, Jack's gaze rested on Albedo for a second before moving to stand on the opposite side of the throne. His wings spread out wide behind him, causing dark, bluish-green feathers to come raining from the nothingness above him. Momonga turned to the NPCs, the command was, "Stand by, right," he declared with a questioning tone as if he had forgotten how to order them to obey. They would move to the left of the massive dark crimson carpet which lined the polished black floors, all while Momonga took his place on the throne. After a few seconds, Jack watched as his friend turned his attention to Albedo. He raised a brow, silently watching as he started scrolling through her settings. Her personality description. When Momonga suddenly looked up at the succubus however, Jack lightly knocked on the throne. "What's wrong, man?" he'd ask casually while leaning over before pausing, seeing what was written on the interface which was showing. "A bitch." Momonga looked over at Jack, before turning his head to look back at it. It was clear he was in deep thought over this one character. Jack generally disliked the taste in tabula sans character designs. Generally with the whole idea that one's appearance was a contradiction to their personality. Albedo was a modern beauty, if you were into the busty woman. Though Jack preferred the shorter slender types, he still couldn't ignore this magnificent creature's appearance. "There's nothing written in there about me, is there?" Jack suddenly asked as he dipped his neck down, craning it, as he looked over the text. "Doesn't look like it," Momonga stated as Jack would nod and take a step back, confirming. As Jack stepped down from the throne however, he narrowed his sights on CZ, the automaton. He was ignorant of what Momonga was planning on doing until he heard the administration sound activate and he turned his head to see a pair of red interfaces in front of Momonga. He didn't react however and just shook his head silently before turning to walk along the carpet. His hands folded behind his back militarily, one hand grasping at his wrist. Looking at the time however, there was no way he could ask him to look at the other NPCs. There was no time left. He closed his eyes as he summoned his favored adamantite intelligence staff known as Seraph. It was named this due to it being one of the second most powerful magic staff in his possession. "Kneel." Momonga ordered the NPCs, who without any hesitation, obeyed without a sound. Both of them closed their eyes as there was only 20 seconds until it struck 12 o'clock midnight. 4 hours until they had to wake up and go to work. Jack definitely wasn't looking forward to it. Especially since this game would no longer be here for him to blow off steam at the end of the day. So as he placed both hands on the crystal head of the sleek black staff with gold inlay, and sharp mace, like blades surrounding it, he waited for them to be kicked off of the server. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. Jack opened his eyes as he heard the clock restart. He blinked several times and glanced around the room, before turning his head to look at Momonga. Both of them wore a surprised expression, though it was mostly seen in Momonga's eyes than the rest of his expressionless face. The first thing Jack noticed however was the lack of the visual interface. There was no logout button, no map, nothing. On top of that, the hot bar was gone, yet he felt the magic spells in his mind. What in the... Seeing his friend try to access the console and fail, he raised a brow. Momonga-san. Momonga shot up in a panic. It's you too, Jack frowned as the idea of not being able to log out didn't sit well with him. Even if he didn't want to go to work, he didn't want to not go either. Money was money and there were always other games in which he could play with his friend. What's wrong, Momonga-sama, Ciphersyntax-sama. That's when Albedo spoke in this saintly angelic tone which caught both the supreme beings off guard. What? Jack stared at Albedo, then his eyes drifted over towards the maids and butlers of the 9th floor, then back towards the head guardian. Momonga-sama. Momonga-sama. Are you alright? The kneeling Albedo seemed to be frantically asking for his well-being. If Jack wasn't overwhelmed by the whole problem of not being able to log out or access the other functions, he would have started laughing. Is there a problem? She asked as she had her hands clasped together and held close to her chest as if she were to be praying. Her eyes looked up at him with great worry. Jack stared at the woman standing before Momonga. Reality was beginning to sink in. The NPCs have gained sentience. Placing a hand on the side of his head, his eyes averted toward the ground as if he was getting a headache. Oi! Oni-sama, a voice chimed as it erupted from the throne room doors that were creeping open slowly. Oh! Raising his head with a low groan leaving his throat, he'd turn his head. Entering the room was a small girl with super short curly brown hair and blue eyes. She was dressed in a plain white button-down shirt with a black sweater vest and khaki shorts and high socks with loafers. No, the voice that he heard was his sister's. The face, the way she took each step with a spring in it, everything was based on his little sister. He had written everything he had remembered of his sister in that console when he put together that homunculi that was trotting towards him. Please. The lifelike energetic smile and giggling felt like it was going to rip out his heart and lungs. She wasn't built for combat, she had all maximized production professions other than the job as gunner. Though of course that wasn't the reason why he felt like he was breaking down, but she sounded just like her, too much like her. Jack wasn't paying attention to Momonga as he was occupied with Albedo, and trying to contact the GM. The homunculi that appeared to be Eve Graham, jumped into Jack's central mass and wrapped her arms around him. As a Seraphim, he was almost 7 foot. So her 5-foot frame made her so tiny to him. I found you. He just stared down at her, lowering the hand from his forehead to touch the side of her face. Her chin pressed into his abdomen as her feet dangled as she hung suspended from his torso. His hand absently moved into her short hair, toying with the little curls. She looked about the same apparent age of Mare and Aura, the 6th floor guardians. Big brother, she blinked up at him as she stared at that absent face of his before letting go of him. Landing flat on her feet, standing up, she tilted her head to the side as she grasped his wrist. Jack snapped out of it, feeling her hand on his wrist. Not only had her hair felt warm, but he could pick at the individual strands. Now, he could feel her hand on his wrist. This girl, she wasn't just an NPC anymore. She was real. That's when he noticed something that had never happened before in-game. He heard the sound of a tear hitting the carpet. A small, barely audible, plop. He reached up and touched his cheek and then looked at his gloved hand. Momonga, he turned his head to see Albedo apologizing for being ignorant of the GM call. Momonga's red fiery eyes shifted from Albedo's face to the angelic form standing there before his jaw dropped open slightly. Tears were running down Jack's face. Jack's face was based on a masterfully crafted statue with the likeness of Alexander the Great, as was the rest of his figure beneath his armor. Which made him look like a crying, life-like, statue of the ancient hero. It was magnificent. If you allow me to correct this grave mistake, I will be forever grateful, Albedo said as she didn't seem to be paying much attention to Jack. even though Momonga's eyes were rested on him. Now's not the time, albedo. Momonga was confused with the fact that he was conversing with an NPC, at the same time he was in awe at the prospect of the activity. As the skeleton rose from the throne, he stepped down and in stride made his way over to his friend. Their tears, the two were used to the appearance of emojis and not necessarily actual tears. Jack licked his cheek curiously, having his back to the homunculi based on his dead sister. Salty. He squinted slightly as his eyes burned a bit, his vision clouded. Turning to his sister, he smiled falsely, "Go to my room, okay? You always wanted to look at my things, right?" The homunculi's blissfully ignorant smile reached an extravagant scale before she nodded, starry-eyed, as she rushed out of the room and disappearing behind the closing door. Letting out a shaky breath, he went to wipe his face with his gloved fingers, before narrowing his eyes on a cute embroidered handkerchief that was being held to his face. Before him, standing there on her tippy toes, was CZ trying to wipe his face. Leaning down a few inches, he felt the soft cloth touching his face. She had this emotionless look on her face and in her one visible eye. "Thank you." CZ nodded before tucking the handkerchief into her sleeve before sticking a 1 yen sticker on the neck plate of his armor and stepping back into line with the others lined up along the carpet. Momonga watched this as it happened before turning toward Sebastian. "Sebastian," he called upon the head butler. "Yes," he'd bow with his hand over his chest and shoulder. After a few seconds of hesitation, Momonga relayed his order, "Step outside of the tomb and confirm the surroundings around Nazarick." With a hand over his mouth, he would walk back over to the throne, with Jack close behind. "Understood, Momonga-sama." The butler stood up straight the moment he was given the order and spoke with a strong tone that advertised his powerful exterior. As he was to excuse himself, Jack's eyes watched the dragonoid as it left. Momonga as he sat down, then rested his sights on the Pleiades. "Go to the 9th floor and guard it against possible intruders." "As you wish, Momonga-sama." Yuri Alpha, the Dullahan and head maid responded with a casual and almost monotonal voice. "This is refreshing," Jack stated in a quiet tone as both of them noticed that the NPCs were following unspecified commands. It showed their intelligence, their capacity to obey and even converse. That's when his eyes turned to Albedo, who was now staring at the two of them with this angelic smile across her demonic lips. Momonga was deep in his own thoughts, wondering how he was supposed to be able to use magic, if that was even possible anymore. "What shall I do?" Albedo suddenly asked abruptly as the others had already been given orders. Momonga glanced up at the woman and ordered, "Let's see." Then, "Come here." Jack watched as she closed in on Momonga, lovingly at that, her large breasts flowing side to side as she moved. In that moment, he was wondering if she was without a bra. There was way too much physics here to say she was. Momonga's mouth was wide open in surprise. Jack was already aware that all of his senses were active. On top of that, he wasn't too surprised when he took in Albedo's scent. It was good, alluring even. So he continued to watch as Momonga experimented, feeling the woman. "Albedo, may I touch your chest?" A small snicker emitting from Jack's throat when Momonga asked to and proceeded grope her. "Oh geez," he muttered and shook his head, almost face-palming. "Albedo," Jack's voice immediately caused her to step back, her face a deep red. "Yes, Ciphersyntax, sama. Make sure everyone knows to call me Cipher, instead." "Yes, Cipher, sama, as you wish." Albedo, Momonga brought her attention back to him after he was done feeling shame for what he had just done to Tabula's creation. "Yes, Momonga, sama. I will do anything you wish. Except for the guardians on the 4th and 8th floor, gather everyone to the fighting arena on the 6th floor, Momonga would order, staring at her with his darkened eye sockets. "Have them gather there an hour from now. So the rings work." Momonga and Jack exclaimed the moment they appeared on the 6th floor, the amphitheater, where the twin dark elves known as Aura and Mare were known to dwell. "Jinx," Jack snickered slightly as he was feeling a bit better after leaving the throne room. Momonga rolled his eyes and gave a light laugh of his own as the two of them made their way towards the barred entrance to the center of the arena fighting area. As they closed in on the entrance, it would slowly rise to allow them in, and as they made their way in, it was clear they weren't alone. The moment Jack stood in the center of the arena, he heard a sudden shout. "Ha!" Launching into the sky above, flipping in the air, it Aura dressed in her white suit vest and pants with a red scaled shirt. However, it didn't seem like she was planning on landing on the ground. Oh no! Jack's helmet reappeared on his head the moment he felt alarmed, just in time for Aura's feet to make contact with his breastplate and send him sliding on the ground like a fleshy surfboard. Aura rode along with him a few feet before blinking a few times, gazing down at him as she kept her attention on him for a few moments. Her face was energetically smiling as always. With a hand behind her head, she'd giggle a bit awkwardly as she said his name, wondering why he was here. "Welcome, Ciphersyntax, Sama." She blinked several more times before looking over at Momonga. "Welcome Momonga, Sama," she'd call out to the man who was known as the guild master. Stepping off of Jack, she would reach out with her hand to help him up, pulling Jack just enough so that he could use the momentum to toss himself back onto his feet. "Thanks kiddo." Jack placed a hand on the top of her head, ruffling her hair slightly before rearranging his own feathers. "Welcome to the floor we guard," she smiled up at him, a hand crossing over her chest and resting on her shoulder, all whilst her other arm was folded behind her back. Her two different colored eyes were definitely holding Jack's sight captive until the moment she turned away. Jack immediately shook his head as if she had held him in a daze for a moment. "Thank you, Aura," Jack replied as he tipped his head to the side in acknowledgement. "I will intrude for a short while," Momonga would inform, holding that golden staff with him still. "What are you saying?" Aura seemed to keep a smile across her lips, excited for their company. "You are the lord of the great tomb of Nazarick, the both of you are." Jack couldn't help but beam at this. It reminded him of her creator, considering her personality algorithms and design were heavily based off of her. "And you're its absolute ruler, Momonga, Sama," Aura continued to speak praise, and it got a small chuckle out of Jack again. He wasn't much of a people person most of the time, at least when it came to people who talked a lot. "There is no one who would ever consider you intruding." "You heard her, you can go into any domain without intruding," Jack said as he crossed his arms now, rotating one of his wings in its socket. He wasn't used to being able to feel any damage, let alone his extra limbs. Thankfully, since he was wearing divine armor, he wasn't damaged all that badly. Only a couple hit points, but that quickly regenerated itself within a few seconds. Momonga shook his head and looked over towards Jack. Jack, who was still looking at him, could only imagine the grin that Momonga could have been possibly wearing. He was curious, would Momonga remain an overlord if he actually took responsibility for what he had done to Albedo's programming? Or would he change his race to something more fleshy? By the way, Momonga glanced around the arena, looking for Mare. "Mare," Aura called out as she flailed her arms at the small form gazing at them from above at an elevated position. "You're being rude to the supreme beings. Hurry up and get down here." I can't, sis." "Mare." Fine." Rolling his eyes slightly, Jack flapped his wings and began to hover. "I got it." He would glide along the arena floor elegantly before giving himself some lift in altitude only to go straight up and land on the edge of the elevated platform. Jack reached out a hand to Mare, "Care to take a ride?" Mare stood there, staring at him for a few moments in admiration before taking his hand while holding his stick in the opposite. Jack smiled under his helmet and with a nod, he fell backward off of the elevated platform's edge. He then wrapped his arms around the small elf as he would glide right on back to the boy's sister and their guild master. Landing on his feet, he placed Mare down, feet first. Mare stumbled unsteadily for a moment before steadying himself with his staff. "Oh, thank you Cipher, Sama." "No problem, Mare," Jack said as he glanced over towards Aura, raising a brow as she was just staring at him. She was a beast master and she had yet to fly on any of her beasts. Those eyes of hers, they were filled with jealousy. "Oh fuck me," Jack thought to himself before looking over to Momonga. Mare would then courtesy before them, "Welcome to the 6th floor." I am sorry for making you wait, supreme beings." Mare hesitantly looked up at Jack who had brought him down, even though he could jump down himself, then towards the floor nervously. Of course, however, Mare didn't fail to keep a smile on his lips. Is there anything we can do for you? Yes, I came here today to have you two help me with something. Momonga took charge of the conversation, as he would lightly move the guild weapon in his hand, gesturing towards it with the turn of his head. Is that the legendary item that only Momonga-sama can wield? Mare asked as Aura was gasping in joy. She had a wide-open smile on her face, she even seemed to be on her tippy toes with her arms out at an acute angled position from her torso. On the other hand, Mare was just grasping his staff with both hands. His smile no longer prevalent. Instead it was filled with bewilderment. Right. This is the strongest guild weapon that we have ever created. Watching as Momonga raised the weapon, Jack just shifted from leaning on one leg onto the other. The staff of Ainz Ooal Gown. Each stone in the mouths of the 7 crowning snakes is a god artifact. Momonga seemed content with the intent of describing the weapon. He even made himself sound much deeper than usual. On top of that, the power in the staff itself transcends god level. It is on par with any world item. As he continued to explain its auto-attack system, Jack could see that Mare was back to smiling and there was a shining in both of the child-like elves' eyes. As Momonga stopped himself, putting a closed fist covered in red and blue rings, well, anyways, that is how it is. Jack shook his head and laughed heartily. Come on. It's worth bragging about. It took us how long to collect all that material and items to build that thing? Momonga looked to Jack and nodded, very true. For a moment there, he was filled with the sentiment of fighting, exploring, grinding and scavenging beside his friends in the world of Yggdrasil. That's amazing, Momonga-sama. That's so amazing, Momonga-sama. The elves were calling out. It was cute hearing them, as they did indeed have the voices of children. Jack smirked a bit at this, as not too long ago he had bought a house in the real world he remembered as an investment for a future family. A pang of pain shot through the nerves in his chest, he finally sighed. Family. His eyes rested on the 2 elves which were looking admirably up at the 2 of them. I would like to run some tests with the staff of Ainz Ooal Gown, Momonga announced to the 2 twins as he held the item firmly in his hand. Yes. We'll prepare right away. Jack would raise the corner of his lip before turning away from them and beginning to walk towards the stands. I'm going to take a nap, wake me up when they get here. Aura turned her head to look at Jack as he was waving over his shoulder. Momonga cleared his throat. Oh right. Aura, I have called all the guardians here. They will be gathering here within an hour. Aura frowned, pitching her head down a bit as she looked up at him with her 2 different colored eyes. Is Shaltir coming as well? Hearing this, Jack glanced over his shoulder, just hide behind Big. He almost referred to himself as her big brother. Then paused slightly, his hands falling to his sides. He had sent his copy of his sister to his room. Maybe he could call her down, only to tense up and shake his head. Cipher-sama, Aura raised a brow as she looked over Jack for a moment. Everyone's eyes were on him, they were eyes for concern even though they couldn't see under his helmet. The NPCs hadn't been deaf as they remembered how it was in the game world. At least part of it. Just take advantage when you need me, Jack continued as he kept on his route, jumping over the arena wall and landing on the stands beside the elevated platform. Momonga watched Jack, sure he would check on him during or after the tests, but definitely before the others show up. Let's begin. Just now sprawled out on the stand, had his helmet vanish into a poof of smoke, revealing his electric violet blue eyes. He reached up and ran a hand through his own wavy brown hair. Resting his gloved hand on his face, he closed his eyes and slowly drifted off to sleep the moment he could hear the massive lizards entering the arena with some straw targets. As the light over his perch was disturbed, his eyes opened slightly in time to see Momonga make his appearance. Standing over Jack as he was laying down on the stands. The Seraphim could only smile up at him despite there being no expression really on the face of a skeleton other than that permanent smile made by the bare jaw. Part of him kind of missed the fleshy face behind the skeleton already, as he wasn't quite sure if they were ever going to get out of this game. If this was still a game. He was already highly doubting it was. As everything had become too real. His eyes shifted over towards Aura and Mare who were standing on either side of the Overlord. He nodded to them slightly before sitting up and crossing his legs. The wings on his back fluttered slightly before folding and being at rest. "Are you doing all right, Jack-san?" Momonga asked, which caused the two elves to look up at him when he called Jack by his true name. Jack shrugged. He didn't know how he was feeling, but it wasn't good, whilst it also wasn't really that bad either. It felt like he was floating on an incorporeal hill. He closed his eyes part way before reaching into his item box and taking out a glass jar of Asgard apricot preserves. He stared at it for a few seconds before popping it open. Aura, Mare, Momonga and Jack all tensed up at the smell. Its scent was so much more potent than the stuff from the real world. Jack and Momonga just stared at the gelatinous orange goo in the jar. "That wasn't expected," Jack uttered quietly before digging a finger into the jam and putting it to his lips. Flavors that he never thought he'd taste in a game, shot through his taste buds. His heart began to race. I can taste the food," Jack muttered under his breath before holding it out for the two elves to try. Momonga's gaze remained on the jar however, envious of Jack as he could taste the food. He didn't even have a tongue or an actual throat. Not even a stomach to digest it. Momonga was truly just a skeleton with magical powers. Aura took the jar as it was offered for her to take and the twins went to town. There was tons of sugar in there, but also tons of apricot chunks. Jack smiled seeing the two of them enjoying the sweet treat before suddenly a gate opened on the other side of the arena. Both Momonga and Jack glanced over towards the gate, seeing Shaltir Bloodfallen come walking out into the open. At first glance, one may say she was cute. Yet her personality was incredibly skewed. She was sadist and a masochist rolled into one. At the same time her high number of kinks was by far more disturbing. He watched as the gothic Lolita started her way towards them. And as she was grinning and taking each step closer, other gates would appear, allowing the other guardians to enter the amphitheater. Even though he couldn't see all their faces. He could clearly see that they were both excited and delighted to be there. They were happy to see that there was not just one supreme being, but two, who had stayed behind to be with them. Jack would let out a soft chuckle, his eyes turning towards Mare and Aura again. They were licking their fingers, each other's fingers. "While we wait for Sebastian to come back, I'm going to go up to the surface and see for myself what is outside," Jack informed as he would push himself to his feet and look up towards the skybox which surrounded the area. He could only imagine how it would be like for someone to come down here into the dungeon and think they were outside. It was rather depressing to think about, especially when they'd finally realized that they were still underground. That they had nowhere to go, that they were trapped, and they were going to die. The despair they'd be feeling. Shaking his head at the thought, he snapped his fingers fashionably as the guardians were assembling around him and Momonga. "Off I go." "Wait, Cipher-san," Momonga raised a hand as he stopped Jack from leaving. "We'll go out together, once we're done here." Jack blinked a few times when he had gone back to calling him by his alias. "Sure," he said reluctantly before sitting back down and resting back where he was once perched on his back. The guardians all stood there before them, introducing themselves. "Now everyone, to our supreme beings, the ritual of fidelity," Albedo proclaimed for all to hear. Stepping forward was Shaltir, the guardian of the first, second and third floors, Shaltir Bloodfallen. Like Albedo she fell to one knee and held a hand over her heart while closing her eyes as she spoke. An open-fanged smile across her lips. "I bow before the Supreme Ones," she'd say before looking up at the two men, her piercing red eyes searing through them. The guardian of the fifth floor, Cositus, was a massive insect being whose staff was probably much bigger than Jack alone. Just being near him gave just about anyone the chills. "I bow before the Supreme Ones," he'd recite as he bent to one knee. Stepping forward in front of her brother, Aura spoke. The guardian of the sixth floor, Aura Bella Fiora, she announced her full name to the duo, a cheeky smile across her face. She was clearly filled with pride in herself and Nazarick itself. Joining his sister nervously, also the guardian of the sixth floor, Mare Bello Fiori, spoke Mare with his staff in hand. "We bow before the Supreme Ones," both of them bowed before the two men. It was definitely a sight to see, even though to Jack this was a meaningless ceremony. It was Jack's understanding that they'd obey them as they were the members of the supreme beings. Demiurge the Arch-Devil, dressed in a red suit and tie, stepped forward. His face decorated with round bifocals and small gold earrings on his pointed ears. The guardian of the 7th floor, Demiurge, he'd announce his identity. He held this smug look on his face, he seemed to believe he was important, essential. That was the way he carried himself as he went to one knee with a hand over his chest like the others. I bow to the Supreme Ones. Jack's eyes rested on the devil, then he turned his eyes to Momonga as Albedo spoke. The leader of the Guardians, Albedo. She then fell to one knee, a hand over her heart. There was a faint blush on her face as she kept her sights on her beloved Momonga. I bow before the Supreme Ones. That was when suddenly, the guardian of Big Brother, Eve, the homunculi who had run off to his bedroom, was now kneeling directly between the twins. The two of them both staring at her as if she had appeared out of nowhere. I bow before the Supreme Ones. Both Momonga and Jack both face palm, laughing under the breath. Oh God, you have got to be kidding me. Jack shook his head and lowered his hand to his side. You're not even a guardian. Eve just shrugged at this and stood up, folding her arms behind her head, blatantly turning on her heel and wandering off towards the exit. None of the guardians could even hear a single footstep she made. Demiurge watched her as she left. Both him and Albedo wanted to speak out, but due to the knowledge of what Eve was to the supreme being standing beside Momonga was, they didn't dare. Other than the guardian of the 4th floor, Gargantua, Albedo began to speak once more as if nothing had happened. She kept her eyes to the ground and her lips without much emotion. She spoke in a flat tone, sharing objectivity. The guardian of the 8th floor, victim, all the guardians have gathered to bow before you, the supreme beings. Raising her head to look upon her masters, Albedo continued, please bestow your orders upon us, Supreme Ones. She spoke in absolute, any order would seem to do. We offer our complete loyalty to you both. Jack kept a patient smile across his lips. While he liked the idea of roleplay, this was getting a bit awkward. Even when he did roleplay with the other members of the guild, it didn't go this far. Just like this, however, Momonga got pulled into it, taking on the role quickly. So hours had gone by and Jack went on his own to the top of the great tomb. His eyes scoured their surroundings. It was beautiful. The world around the ruins were so green, not rotting and dead. He licked his lips slightly and clasped his hands behind his back. He started down the flight of stairs, casually looking up to the sky as he did so. It was rise, approximately the same time it would set on Earth according to the clock. Spreading his wings to their true colossal full length, a single movement sent him towards the sky. And many more brought him above the clouds. He could see villages off in the distance. Trees, mountains. Even a city with a fortress overseeing it. There was so much around them, yet so little. Everything was spaced out. He wanted so much to visit each and every one of these settlements. Discover its people, their defenses, their cultures, their lore. His breath shook his ribcage with excitement. That was when he paused, narrowed his eyes on smoke several miles away. The smoldering remains of villages could be seen. Was this territory at war with someone? His eyes gazed as far as they could see and he just raised a brow. There were no battlefields, no evidence of mass warfare. Yet there was plenty of evidence of someone pillaging and attacking villages. There were at least 2 destroyed villages in this region. Using the guild ring, he teleported back inside the great tomb of Nazarick. This time he was in his room, staring at the dresser by the door as he was standing by the bed on the other side of the compartment. Momonga knocked on the door, before walking in. Jack looked over at him, his violet blue eyes tracing over that milky white skull of his, before locking on those red orbs that seemed to float in his pitch-black eye sockets. I'm sorry, I took too long. It's fine, Jack smiled and waved it off as if it was nothing. We all get caught up in things, but we have to talk. There are smoldering villages in this region. We have to hide the tomb, and quickly. Momonga's jaw parted slightly before nodding. I'll get Mare to use magic to hide the tomb and terraform the area around us. That way we won't be spotted, not without someone actually looking. Jack nodded in return as he scratched his chin. In a couple days, I'd like to scout out some of the villages. Maybe go into the nearest city. Momonga nodded lightly, then I shall accompany you once we find out more information about our situation. Please, be patient with me this time, the Overlord let out a steady chuckle. We'll see, Jack grinned at his friend before walking over to the mirror on the dresser and leaning onto the smooth dark-stained wood. I guess all those working hours, starving and buying a house, wasn't worth it. Momonga placed a hand on his friend's shoulder. At least you don't have to sit at a desk all day anymore, his hand would pat softly before falling to his side. The two of them gazed at themselves in the mirror. And now, you may just have a chance at making a family here. Perhaps. Whack. Jack's eyes opened slowly, a frown printed across his lips as a dainty set of digits rested on his face. Glancing to the side, his sights rested on the small homunculi that was nestled into his right wing. Eve, his eyes rested on the short hair of her head, his hand reaching up to grasp her wrist and remove her hand from his face. Her eyes stickily opened up halfway, her blue hues staring up through him through her natural lashes as she rubbed one of her eyes with a fist of her own. Rolling his eyes as he sat up on the bed. His eyes gazing about the room, it was trashed and not in a good way. Books were thrown everywhere, scrolls and other materials too. Seriously, he turned his focus back to the girl who was pressing against his wing, trying to keep it down as a body pillow. What? A tornado came through. I swear, it wasn't me, her tone was unbelievably sarcastic, a subtle grin across her lips. Jack shook his head. He knew that none of this stuff was in his room prior. It was clear she had just thrown everything out from her item box and into the room around him while he slept. Put it all away, he placed a hand on her head and shoved her off his wing so he could slip off the side of the bed and stretch. Rolling his shoulder, he glanced over towards her as she rolled on the comforter making a strange whining sound in an attempt at getting out of doing the chore itself. Stop being a brat. Brat, who me? Never, she wore this innocent-looking face relative to that of an old lady who acts out. Yet here she was, a smug little homunculi. I'll never stop. Guess you're not going outside with me in Momonga, San today, he teased as he fixed his tunic, ridding it of wrinkles, as she pouted in return. That's when a knock emanated from the door of the bedroom. Shifting his eyes over to the door, come in. The moment the door opened, Sebastian took a step into the room and took a bow. Momonga, Sama has ordered me to retrieve you, he wishes for you to join him. Oh. Jack would nod before turning to his sister's homunculus clone. Stay, she sat up on the bed and huffed with one cheek inflated, her arms crossed over her chest. Rolling his eyes, I'll see you tonight, he would walk out the door while following Sebastian to where Momonga currently was. There his friend was, sitting in front of the mirror of remote viewing which was a scrying tool used to gaze upon the outside world. The mirror was surrounded by a copper frame and was at least 1 meter in length with an ovular shape to it. Though as both of them knew, the item could be avoided with a light anti-search spell. Not that they knew if the people in this world were all that sophisticated and aware. His eyes rested on the mirror for a moment as he walked past Sebas and stood beside the guild master. Ichem. Jack's eyes watched as Momonga was scrolling about the land surrounding Nazarick. It was definitely easier to see things close up with this rather than flying well enough above these locations. When the mirror beeped a few times, Sebas gave a brief applauding set of claps. Well done, Momonga, Sama, Sebas commented on the skill that the leader of Ainz Ooal Gown was showing with the remote reviewing mirror. Seeing as he could now use it with ease. Momonga looked over toward Sebas, thank you, Sebas. Sorry for making you do this with me, and sending you off after Cipher, all the same. Staying by my master's sides and following their orders, that is the butler which Lord Touch Me created and my reason for existence, Sebas spoke in a matter-of-factly tone, with a very serious and almost deadpan expression on his face. Whilst Momonga was being distracted, Jack reached over and began searching the nearby villages. They had been getting attacked recently, so he wanted to see how far off an enemy quite could be. And they'd be able to test the strength of the opponents while protecting the disadvantaged party. What is that? Jack asked as he pointed towards the village which appeared to be under attack. He could see smoke, he could see the blood, even before Momonga took a once-over. Sebastian's eyes moved to the mirror from the master of the guild. Momonga at first sight didn't seem to notice what Jack had seen. It looks like a village. Could it be a festi? Momonga-san, that's definitely not a festival. His eyes narrowed on the knights as they beat a man down to the ground who was shouting and yelling. Only to sink a sword into his back, killing him near instantly while he was already out for the count. Jack would turn his head away from this, the corner angle of his lip twitching. He was somewhat expecting this after seeing the outside a few days ago. I'm going. Sebas, we're heading out, Momonga agreed due to his friend wanting to act as he immediately stood up from the seat he had been occupying in front of the mirror as the two men would make their way out of the room. They'd make their way to the throne room and when they got there, Albedo was standing there awaiting orders. Armor up, Jack ordered, his armor appearing over his body in a poof of black smoke and dispersed slowly. His eyes was covered by the bright blue-eyed visor of his helmet. Albedo bowed her head, as you wish, Cipher, Sama. The moment Albedo went off to adorn her set of dark black armor, Momonga opened up a gate with silent magic, revealing a portal to the outskirts of the village in the forest, where two of the villagers had been cornered. Jack would be the first to step through. With a blade raised upon his head, a knight was about to cut down two young sisters. The oldest one was holding on to the other. There was already a sizable gash on her back from an earlier swing. When the knight chuckled and went to bring the weapon down on the woman, he stopped the moment he saw the angel standing there. An angel, the massive killing intent which radiated off of the winged being caused him to shake lightly. The man was beginning to remind Jack of a chihuahua, a dog that would shiver even in 80-degree weather as if it were freezing to death. His companion knight was also almost motionless. If the gods they worshipped saw them now, what would they think? Did they have gods? Jack just glanced down towards the two girls. The two girls both looked at him, a man in armor with large wings sprouting from his back. He spread them open and wide like a predatory bird. Stepping out from the portal behind him was Momonga, of course, accompanied by Albedo. Both of the girls appeared to become instantly afraid of his undeath appearance and even more intimidated by the horned lady beside him. Jack inhaled and could smell the blood which was oozing from one of the girls' backs. He glanced over her for a few moments before walking towards the group. The knight went to put the weapon down in a diagonal swiping motion, only for Jack to catch the weapon between his index and middle fingers. He took it as if he was going to kill the girls. Why? How about no? The Seraphim frowned as he drew Seraph from his item box. Devour was the spell he would cast almost immediately. The sword, the armor and the entire being of the knight would begin to contort as if being crushed and twisted about by an invisible force. This knight screamed in agony as his bones cracked and shattered. It didn't end until finally his neck snapped and his entire body began to compact in on itself to the point that all that was left was a small cube of jello. Jack stared at it for a few seconds before squishing it in his hand. The jello-like substance would vanish, being absorbed into his very being. Language skills and all of the knight's knowledge, skills and jobs flooded his mind. Jack turned to Momonga and nodded. You can take it from here, my friend. He'd then kneel down in front of the girls and spread his wings around them. Heal, Jack would cast, a warm green glow surrounding the girls, near instantly curing everything from pre-existing conditions to the wound on the oldest girl's back. Thank you. They said quietly. Just as the other knight went to turn away and run, finally getting the balls to do so, found himself stopping in his tracks as a pang of pain rippled through his chest cavity. Slowly he turned his head, his eyes widening as he saw a visage of his own heart in the Overlord's hands, only for the undead to crush it. Dead, the man was dead instantly, unable to resist the darkness that came for him, as he fell to the ground. Jack peered out from behind his wings, watching as Momonga summoned an undead, a member of the Death Knights. A small chuckle arose from his throat as he watched the dead body transform. Didn't know it took dead bodies to make those things. Neither did I. Momonga was used to the game where they would just come out of a black shadowy goop on the ground. It was nothing like this when it was still Yggdrasil. Death Knight, Momonga began to give orders to the monstrous creature which stood before those present in the forest. Kill the knights attacking the village. The monster was supposedly a defensive summon, yet the moment it was given an order, it charged off to fulfill it. Jack just looked over at Momonga, who seemed shocked at the action. You ordered it to kill the knights, don't be so surprised. He chuckled a bit before turning his head to look towards the girls who were looking terrified at the appearance of Momonga. Momonga hadn't been ignorant of this and made a mental note. Clearly the people of this realm didn't like the undead, much like in the game world where they were considered outright evil. Just as he did so, both of them wrapped their arms around his head. The side of the smallest one's face pressing against his helmet while the other's chest pressed against it. He just remained kneeling there for a few moments before raising a brow. Within the interior of the helmet, he had a full 360-degree view around as if it was a virtual suite. To him the helmet was practically just a windshield from the inside. So, what are your names? He asked as he remained there, not moving as Momonga and Albedo moved forward, flying off into the distance. With the absence of the Overlord, the girls seemed much more capable with producing their voices. Nemu, the smallest one, cheered as she released his head, her eyes wandering in the direction the dead man had gone. She swallowed slightly. Jack tilted his head to look at Nemu as she had taken a step back, to keep watch. He's a good person, no need to be afraid of him. Boo, but he seeks justice for your village, and those you may have lost, Jack said as he began to stand, causing the older one to let go. My name is Henry Amat. It's a pleasure to meet you. Cipher, call me Cipher, Jack said before taking out an object from his item box, the flute of the Kenku Master. Essentially it was an item which allowed the user who blew into it to summon humanoid birds incapable of flight. They made perfect spies, assassins and thieves. However, he also gave her a horn of the Goblin General. These items will call forth beings to defend you should you use them, but use them sparingly. Henry stared down at the flute and then over towards the horn. She held them in parallel hands. Wah, she could hear the screaming from the knights being slaughtered in the distance. Pointing to the flute, Jack would inform her that, this one summons a murder of Kenku, think flightless crow people. Where I come from, they're known to bring prosperity wherever they settlement. Of course he was talking about the guild bases in the game of Yggdrasil, not Earth or Dungeons and Dragons. Then he'd tap the horn of the Goblin General. It'll summon a certain amount of goblins to defend you. Crows and goblins, Henry raised a brow, she was somewhat skeptical, but she didn't let that stop her from gazing over the two items. If he was telling the truth, they were worth a large amount of gold. In one form or another, these would protect her village or make it a target. Jack nodded before looking to the little sister before lightly patting her on the head. I'll be joining my colleague now, would you like to come along? Turning away from the two of them, he began to casually walk in the direction of the village. Blinking a few times, the two quickly followed after him as they looked at their surroundings. They didn't know if there were any knights out here waiting to ambush them. So as he made his way back to the village with the two of them in tow, he folded his hands behind his back. His wingspan was spread out at full capacity and held high above his head so he could launch himself into the sky at any given moment. As they were making their way down, they could see the events going down at the village. Slain theocracy soldiers dressed as imperial knights were sown across the grassy plains that made up their home. A few of them were running away, obviously going back to their superiors. It took them about 15 minutes until they arrived at the edge of the village and began walking towards Momonga and Albedo. So when they arrived, the first thing Jack noticed was the fact that Momonga was now wearing armored gauntlets over his hands and a mask over his face. Jack and the two girls awkwardly stared at him, Jack being confused and the girls just the same. Don't you have another mask? Jack chuckled a bit, as he asked, which immediately took Momonga's attention away from the villagers. Though his wings stole their attention from Momonga, pretty quickly. A holy radiance seemed to be shining from behind his head, a mesmerizing halo. Momonga turned his body to face his friend and rolled his eyes beneath the mask. You're really asking that now? It's Ainz Sama, Albedo called Momonga's new name that Jack was currently ignorant of, quickly diverting his attention briefly from his friend. The Overlord would raise his hand for silence. Jack raised a brow slightly when he heard Momonga being called by the guild name. Why was he using the guild name as his name? Thinking about it, the guild was incomplete. Two people didn't make a guild and the Guardians weren't true members in the sense that they weren't players. Could it be that Momonga wanted to use the guild as an alias in order to spread its name? It would be quite a bit more impressive to spread a name of a single person of impossible feats, rather than a group of people. Plus, the name Momonga didn't sound at all that imposing compared to their name. Jack shrugged slightly, his eyes following Albedo for a moment. Enri, Nemu, Jack turned his attention to the two girls, joined the other villagers. The two of them nodded and rushed over to the kneeling villagers. Momonga seemed to eye the two as they had rushed over to the other villagers. They appeared to be smiling even after what had just happened. Though he was quick to think of wanting to silence them so they didn't speak of the face they had once seen. Jack shook his head slightly, before launching himself into the skies above. He knew where the enemy was, or at least the gist of their plans. Annihilation of the village and the death of the kingdom's head warrior. So as he gained more and more altitude, he would begin to encircle the perimeter of the village like that of a vulture. As Jack vanished from the sight of commoners, Momonga's eyes rested on the two items which were now at Enri's waist. A flute and a horn, both items which Jack had prior to their transfer to the world. Momonga placed a hand on his chin. Jack was a Seraphim from Yggdrasil, but in the real world they were celestial beings known for spreading the good works of God in Abrahamic religions such as Judaism, Christianity and Islam. He, despite being primarily a PvPer in the past, was one of the few neutral, good-natured members. So his insistence on coming to help, even on his own, without thinking of the pros and cons wasn't beyond him. Though Momonga himself knew that the man was no hero, being good didn't always make you a hero or beloved by those around you. Perhaps he could use Jack and his angelic appearance in some way to set their standing in this world. As he thought to himself, he had the village chief gather the people around his residence, as he wanted to discuss payment for saving their home and their lives. The sun was setting and the villagers have since dispersed from around the village chief's residence. They were rebuilding, paying respect to the recently deceased, but the atmosphere has yet to loose its tensions as their potential death was just beyond the horizon. Jack was still in the air, tracing over the parameter. His eyes caught a glimpse of Momonga, and the item which he was cradling in his robes. A resurrection wand? A small smile curved over his lips, though it melted away as he noticed another group of knight-like people encroaching on the location of Karn village. He also noted some villagers which were rushing over after Momonga and Albedo, whom were conversing with the chief moments later. It appears to be a different group, Jack uttered under his breath, altering course and heading directly to the airspace above the incoming warrior troop. He had to admit, he wanted to know more about this world and there were only 50 of those troops down there. From what he could tell, they were either the same level if not lower than the ones which were attacking the village. In a way, he found that rather depressing. Hearing the crack of someone's reins, his eyes rested on that of the royal head warrior Gazef, whom was the target of the theocracy. Oh, he cocked his head slightly, similar to an ever so curious pigeon, before lowering his altitude. However, he didn't dive directly towards them. His descent was cautiously subtle. As he was closing in, he could see the head warrior waving him down, flailing his arms above his head as if to catch his attention. Maybe he thought he was just a winged human. From the memories of the night he had consumed, he had briefly thought Jack to be one. Teleportation. He vanished from sight for a split second, using a 5th-tier transportation spell. So as he resurfaced in front of the men on horses, many of the riders clung to the necks of their mounts as they became startled and raised their front hooves in panic. Whoa there, Gazef was calming his horse down, before his brown eyes rested on the armored individual with dark turquoise wings. His mouth opened slightly, that's when he felt, holy radiance, the mesmerization kick in. You're not a winged human, are you? All of the men in the warrior troop formed around the angelic being in a semi-circle as not to trap him. A person who could teleport was someone who likely had power behind them. Perhaps not, Jack stared through his visor towards the human mortal, before taking in the faces of the others around him. They appeared to be on serious business, but if they were coming to fight the theocracy, they were too little in number. It was clear they'd be wiped out by the sunlit scripture. Gazef's lids closed partially, narrowing his eyes and furrowing his brows. You came from the direction of the village up ahead. Is it under attack? The first wave was fought off hours ago, but there are hostiles still in the area. Gazef, Dono, Jack used the man's name on purpose as he hadn't even introduced himself yet. The royal head warrior's furrowed brows, furrowed even more. Identify yourself, friend, the honorable man spoke, grateful for the news, but curious of how the man knew him by name as he had never seen or met him before. My name is Cipher, TSK, glancing over his shoulder towards the direction of the village. His eyes were resting on Momonga, Albedo and the chief of the village standing in the square. Your reception awaits. His eyes moved towards Gazef before vanishing once again on his own before the man could respond with a teleportation. That was interesting. Gazef ran a hand through his brown hair, then looked towards his adjunct. A younger blonde man who was looking dumbfounded at the boot prints on the path ahead of them where the angel once stood. Not something you see every day, even on the frontier. The vice-captain concurred with Gazef on their uncanny experience from the situation and what had just happened. They would begin to resume their route towards the village, cautiously watching their surroundings. They took the warning of enemies still being in the area very seriously. There was nothing to gain from warning someone of a probable ambush, so they trusted Jack's vague information. As they entered the village, Gazef raised a brow as he rode up towards the three strangers, including Momonga, Albedo and the chief. His eyes wandered about until he noticed the angel standing on the roof of a house where all of the current villagers were positioned. His eyes then shifted down towards Momonga. I am chief royal warrior of the Re-Estai's kingdom, Gazef Stranov. He was curious of the sorcerer, who was standing there in the mask. I have received orders from the king to hunt down the knights of the empire that are wreaking havoc in the area by visiting all the villages. Royal head warrior. The chief spoke. He was surprised, but his eyes were filled with admiration. You must be the chief of this village. Who is the one standing beside you? Gazef asked with a more than ever serious tone. Caution was greatly on his side, though he was doubting this man was a hostile. The angel didn't seem bothered by the presence of the robed man. Do not worry, it is nice to meet you, royal head warrior. Momonga decided to introduce himself with a polite tone. He couldn't be dismissed as a mere third party. My name is Ainz Ooal Gown. I am the magic caster that came to help this town while it was being attacked. Gazef hopped off the side of his horse on the opposite side in which Momonga stood, letting the tame mount walk off, leaving an empty space between them. Thank you for saving this village, Gazef said as he walked towards the masked magic caster. His eyes flickering over towards the angel once more. He could feel those blue hues from his armor resting on him like that of an eagle guarding its nest from predators. Or was his eyes guarding the head warrior himself? He couldn't quite tell. As he came to a stop, his eyes centered on Momonga once more. Mere words cannot fully express my gratitude. He was sincere about the man helping the people of this village. He himself was once a commoner, and living in a village on the frontier was like living with a chance to die at any minute. Head warrior, a voice interrupted their conversation. The head warrior glanced over his shoulder towards one of his men who was approaching them. Gazef's mouth was partially open, revealing his upper teeth as his brow was cocked. Unknown figures have been spotted in the area. Cipher's intelligence was correct. Momonga turned to the side, looking towards Jack who was standing on top of the building, who gave him a slight wave. He swore he could see Jack smirking under that helmet of his. Oh. It seems they've surrounded this village and are approaching as I speak. The man finished his report. It was beginning to feel like a trap, an ambush. The head warrior then looked towards the winged man on the roof of the house. Then toward the magic caster who was looking towards Jack. I see you know him. Yes. He's an old friend. Gazef went to look to Jack only to watch him as he vanished again, teleporting from the spot he was perched upon and disappeared from sight. Where had he just gone? A man with blonde hair and black eyes stood there in his signature black and white silvery robes. He had a scar over his face, something that distinguished him from amongst those who stood below his elevated position. Attention all units, he shouted to gain their attention, as they were all facing him. His name was Nigan Gridluin, leader of the Sunlight Scripture, a special operations group within the slain theocracy's military forces. Our prey has. He slowly turned his head to the side, the flapping of wings could be heard above and behind him. Before he knew it, all of his men were looking through him and to the towering armored figure with wings standing behind him silently. Become the predator, Jack's voice echoed from his helmet, a halo becoming brighter behind his head. He curled in his lips slightly looking at the religious zealots before him. An angel. They had all the same thoughts as the previous night he had consumed. Their first thoughts were that of a winged human, but the moment they became aware of his radiance, they knew he was an angel. Tempted to use his assimilation magic, Jack paused and looked up towards the sky. They were being watched. No, this man in front of him was being watched. Interesting. Anti-information magic wall. Suddenly the magic being used to watch the man known as Nigan shattered up above. The cardinals who were watching in, were now blinded by the magic he used to halt their sight. I'll only take you. Jack uttered as the Devour spell's cooldown was already up. He didn't want to wait 30 days in order to use his assimilation magic again should he really need it. What? Nigan turned around to face the blue-eyed angel. It was as if he was staring into the eyes of a messenger to his god. His god was granting death. But why? Devour. Nigan erupted into screams of agony. His arms and shoulders, legs and shins, were all becoming compact and misplaced. The cracking of his bones and rupturing of his fleshy interior filled the air. They could hear the screaming from the village which caught everyone's attention. So within a few seconds, he who was once a human being ready to assassinate the head warrior of the Re-Estai's kingdom, turned into a cube of gelatin which Jack would squish in his hand. Closing his eyes as he absorbed the data, it was like receiving a high dose of dopamine, at least to him. The other warriors could hardly move, their leader who was supposed to be strong, had been crushed without as little as a fight. Do they continue their mission without him? Or do they retreat? It was too late anyways for them to make up their minds. Jack wasn't going to just let them go after attacking a village full of people. The last thing the cardinals would ever see of their sunlight scripture, was the approach of an armored being with angelic wings and what appeared to be a holy radiance. So as the group regained their composure just enough to yelp and try to run, in order to escape from Jack, the angel couldn't help but laugh. Maximize magic, gate. The moment he recited this spell, a massive portal opened up beneath the feet of the fleeing soldiers of the scripture. They were too slow, and while it was a pity they wouldn't be going down before they could summon their mighty angels to combat him, Jack didn't seem at all fazed by his own actions. Turning his head towards sky above the village, a portal appeared somewhere between where he was and the village edge. Soldiers of the theocracy began to rain from just below the clouds above, coming crashing into the grassy plains. They were falling to their deaths, none of them being able to think or speak fast enough to cast a flight spell. Gazef, Albedo and Momonga watched as the soldiers fell from the sky. Even the warrior troop were amazed. Watching as those who had defiled so many lives in the course of days, were being dropped from on high. Jack would look to the ground at his feet, noticing the sealed crystal just laying there and various other items which Nigan had on his person. Kneeling down, he would pick up the items and place them in his inventory before stepping off the elevated position and walking back towards the village. When he returned, the sky had become darker with beautiful pink hues and a purple blanket with stars poking through directly above. Gazef and the others were there to meet him, as he had sure taken his time on his way back. Mostly because he went around taking the armor and personal effects off of the slain theocracy folks. To him at the moment, it was just loot. Plus, at the same time he didn't really care that they died either. They were evil. They killed villagers for a selfish cause, to kill one other person. Probably the only warrior in the kingdom that could be considered a hero. Cipher, Dono, did you? Hearing the honorifics come off of Gazef's tongue, Jack looked over towards the head warrior and raised a brow as he stood there. There wasn't a scratch on him. There wasn't even any blood on the staff known as Seraph. Drop them from the heavens, Jack finished Gazef's question for him, to him. Yes, I did, he chuckled to himself a bit, tapping the side of his helmet. Your men are welcome to take what's left of their items. Gazef blinked a few times hearing him say this so casually. As if taking a life was an easy thing to do. He then smiled awkwardly however at the offer that his men could take what they wanted from the dead. You have my thanks, Cipher, Dono, if there is any way I can repay you. Let me know. Jack's eyes flickered to Momonga who nodded. I would like a letter of introduction, Jack said with a polite tone, though didn't address him by name. Gazef could hardly believe his ears. Most people would ask for gold, or something of more material worth. Yet, this man asked for a letter of introduction from a mere commoner such as he. However, he was famous amongst those whom weren't necessarily nobility, and trusted by the king. This angel, he could use this letter to walk right in through the front doors of the Valencia Palace and gain an audience with the king. Within the hours that followed, and the full blanket of the starry sky over the world as they knew it, tents began to prop up around Karn village. The warrior troop was staying the night and it seemed so was Jack, in an effort to relieve the village people and the troops. Standing beneath a massive white and blue striped canopy, Jack had set up a makeshift cafeteria with portable benches and plastic trays. It was fully equipped with a self-sufficient kitchen. And here I thought you were going to leave me at home, Eve snapped as she was standing on a small step stool in front of the stove-topped counter. Was definitely thinking about it, Jack snickered as he glanced over at his sister from behind the serving table. His eyes then focused in front of him as he noticed the troops and villagers gathering around the tent. Grab a tray and line up for some fresh grub, he'd shout, motioning them over with his hands above his head. His wings folded behind his back as he grinned slightly. Gazef, the chief of the village along with Henry cautiously walked into the canopy, looking over all the items. Then their eyes laid on the trays. What are these made out of, Cipher, Dono? Gazef asked as he looked over at the armored angel with a brow raised slightly as he stood at the end of the metal tray track. Cipher just crossed his arm, hardened plant polymers. Gazef blinked and nodded slightly, bending it ever so slightly in his hands before placing it down on the track. Henry watched, listening along with the chief. She would pick up a tray herself and smell it. The item didn't smell like a plant, it didn't really have all that much of a distinctive smell either. Her eyes moved to her savior with curiosity. Then towards the girl who was at the stove top and blinked a few times. Who's that? Jack chuckled a little, my little sister. Though his voice faded out slightly when he had called her his sister. Realistically, she was just an imitation made from his memories. My name's Eve, she'd announce, flinging a metal spoon into the air, before catching it and continuing to stir whatever was in the pot on the stove. Nice to meet you, Eve, Henry smiled seeing those warm blue eyes. She was getting a general idea of what Jack might look like beneath that helmet of his. It felt strange that he hadn't taken it off yet, but he must have his reasons, right? Seeing the three people who were generally in charge, the vice-captain lead the rest of the warriors and the villagers to the canopy. Women and children lining up behind the chief of the village. Nemu immediately running up behind her sister and snatching a tray, then when she turned her head, she saw a young girl in the kitchen near Jack. Oh, who's that? She'd ask with a blatant and adorable squeal. Jack shook his head and placed a hand on Eve's head. My little sister, his voice didn't really fade out this time. He was getting used to it by the second time around. Her name's Eve, his sister would bounce on the stool with a giggle, waving the spoon in the air before looking over towards Nemu. Hi. So as Gazef came up to the serving table, his eyes traced over the foreign gourmet foods. Salisbury steak with gravy, succulent mashed purple potatoes, French fries, fried chicken strips, broccoli and garlic. There were tons of things to choose from, it was almost as if it was a king's feast. Even the head warrior's mouth was filling with saliva from all the smells. Who made all of this? Gazef asked, before his eyes moved to the only other person in the kitchen. You are correct, Jack pointed to his little sister with his thumb, the majority of her production skills are honed to a high regard. Production skills. Gazef nodded slowly as if he entirely understood what he meant by the term. He was rather curious of what other things she could create. Each food has its own serving utensil. Be sure not to cross-contaminate. Jack smiled casually before gesturing for the people to begin gathering the foods they wanted to taste or eat. No eating in line, Jack warned as he watched one of the kids bringing a chicken tender to their mouths. Wait until you sit down, he'd advise, not wanting them to drop their trays and waste food. The hours of the day were gone, and as everyone had their food, joyful chatter could be heard among those sitting down and others who stood by the poles holding up the canopy. That's when Henry and Nemu walked behind the serving table and up to Jack while Eve was sitting down and eating. Jack glanced over at the two sisters. Can I help you? Henry cleared her throat. Is Ainz Sama really a? Do you want me to say no? Jack asked with a dull look on his face, though of course the expression couldn't be seen by them. That's not what I meant. I know, Jack sighed quietly and tugged his lips into a smile. It's best not to tell anyone. From what I can tell, most people don't trust members of the undead, even if their intentions aren't harmful. What are his intentions? Henry asked curiously, taking a step forward with her fingers held in front of her chest, her hands clasped together. To make a name for himself, and those who follow him. Henry blinked hearing the angel defend the undead. A holy being and an unholy being side by side. It was a strange sight indeed. Why do you follow him? Because he's my best friend. When I had no one, he was there. Jack smiled faintly, though his eyes softened, his eyelids relaxing. When you had no one, Henry's eyes moved over towards his supposed little sister who was chowing down on the fried chicken strips and didn't seem to be slowing down at all. That's a homunculi. Jack knew what she meant by that inquisitive question. Hearing those words though, he watched as her eyes widened as she appeared knowledgeable about magic. Eve died a long time ago. Nemu's eyes were just locked on Eve as she was hearing this. Dead? But she looked so alive. Nemu didn't seem to understand what a homunculi was. So you made an imitation of your little sister. Henry had a sympathetic smile across her lips. This man must be skilled with magic if he had made such an artificial life form. That or this Ainz character had made it for him. Jack nodded, confirming that he had made Eve. Eve glanced over towards the two and waved casually, a strip of fried chicken sticking out of her mouth. Nemu giggled a bit, tilting her head a bit. For a fake person, she was rather like a living person. Henry's eyes moved between Jack and Eve, before having a curved smile to one side of her lips. Do you live nearby or something? Jack stared through her for a few moments when she had asked the question. She was probably becoming curious of where his sister had suddenly come from and doubted that she had come here on her own if they were from a distant place. Should our relations grow, you will eventually know more about us. He'd dismiss her question with the statement. Jack wasn't going to give them the location of the great tomb of Nazarick. Henry rolled her eyes and looked to the people enjoying themselves. Bonding and even meeting with the warriors from the capital. She had these people to thank for that. Either way. Thank you Cipher, Dono, and thank Ainz Ooal Gown for us, Henry said with a small smile across her lips. We might not have survived without your assistance. My sister and I. We definitely are in your debt. Jack shrugged, pretty sure you wouldn't have. He definitely wasn't going to be modest. The angel wanted it to be clear that, if they hadn't been around, the entire village would have perished along with the head warrior. Henry shivered at his confidence. He was sure they would have been wiped out. Would he have come if you weren't around? It was almost compulsory for her to ask this question. Would Ainz have come if this angel hadn't charged through that portal first? He would have, without a doubt, Jack assured with a chuckle. The girl was cute, she seemed kind, but at the same time he didn't see her as anything more than a village girl. Other than having lost her parents, she didn't seem to be going through a tragedy or have all that much of a definition to her other than people of the village looking up to her. On top of that, she had no visible power to him. Jack would let his arms rest at his sides before turning to look at his little sister. She was stuffing the sum of the food into her item box. The main reason she was doing this was because homunculi eat and drink more nutrients than any normal human being in order to maintain themselves due to their artificial nature. Once everyone has been served, we'll be heading out. You're welcome to keep the setup as a gesture of goodwill. The Kenka flute, Henry took a step forward as she pulled it out. Would it be a yes? Would they be able to build walls around the village? Air. They'd have weak bones and typically use ranged and magic attacks. If you're looking for a labor force, I'd choose the horn. Jack had quite a few of those horns, including higher-ranked versions such as the Trumpet of the Gnoll King, which summons higher-tiered gnolls rather than just a troop of goblins. I see. Henry tucked the flute away and took out the horn, looking it over. Then her eyes moved up to him, blinking a few times with that small smile across her lips still. It's been bothering me for a while now. What does your face look like under that helmet? Jack could only snicker at this curiosity she was showing him. Perhaps, when you see it, you'll know. He would have winked, but she wouldn't have seen. So he didn't wink, and she didn't see. Walking over to Eve as he noted everyone had gotten their food, he turned his head to look back at Henry. Good luck, kiddo, the moment he rested his hand on his sister's shoulder. The two-figure vanished into a flash of golden light. Ever since he had gained his senses in this world, all he wanted to do was fly. Jack's eyes stared at the grounds below as the morning sun consumed the landscape. The grassy plains waved at him as the wind brushed over it. His wings remained spread as he would hover like a seagull before a storm. He enjoyed the sight of the warrior troop moving about the Karn village in the distance. He also liked how the villagers themselves had begun to follow their daily chores. Jack watched as children ran off to fetch water from the underground well, playing along the way. His eyes continued to take in the village life as the women hung clothes out to dry. His nostrils flared as he could smell the bread rise as smoke rose from the chimneys. It was a good day to hang around. Glancing to the side, his eyes rested on Aura and Mare as they were flying on up towards him, whilst holding hands with one another. He chuckled as they flew up behind his left wing, using it as cover. Cipher, Sama, Aura said his name with a small smile across his lips. Your sister is looking for you. She'd place a hand on his wing. Feeling his feathers. She is always looking for me, Jack said as he turned his head back down to watch the warrior troop as they were leaving the village. They seemed to be in a pleasant mood, with filled stomachs and their stamina fully charged. Aura nodded with a big childishly happy smile across her lips, giggling a bit. You're not wrong. Ever since you've left this morning, she has been asking every single floor guardian about you. Aren't you happy she can't follow you up here? Jack asked jokingly as he would turn his attention back to the village. Nothing seemed to be happening. The sunlit scripture didn't seem to have any reinforcements and none even seemed to be on the way either. What are you looking for? Aura asked, as it seemed Mare was remaining quiet, just observing the world around him. Her brother seemed amazed by the world he had done to hide the ruins so well. The slain theocracy attacked the Karn village in order to get to one person. His eyes traced over the field of dead soldiers who had been picked clean of valuables. It was an act of terrorism to cover up an assassination plot, to kill the head warrior of the country we're currently in the territory of. Terrorism. Mare's attention immediately shot back to Jack as he spoke of this. An unlawful act of violence and intimidation against civilians and/or citizenry. Wouldn't war be considered terrorism? Aura asked as she rested her eyes on the human village. Everything seemed so calm now that there were no soldiers about trying to wipe out the place. Jack shrugged. If war was about killing civilians that will work the farms after you take over the territory, before you acquire the land. Probably. However, he'd say as he let out a light huff. This was needless killing, murder. Even though I'm capable of killing without remorse here, I do not just needlessly massacre men, women and children. Aura and Mare frowned. While he wasn't wrong, he was talking about humans with such care. Even if they're lesser life forms. Are your beasts lesser life forms? What if someone killed all of them, just to get to you? Jack asked with a calm voice, though he didn't make eye contact as he stared off into the distance ahead of him. Aura's head perked up slightly, but not in a happy fashion. Her nose scrunched up, the idea of all her friends dying just for someone to get to her, it didn't sit right with her at all. Was this how he was thinking? Her eyes stared at the back of his helmet. Mare glanced back towards the great tomb of Nazarick. Sis, we should get back to Nazarick. Ainz Sama might be in need of us. Jack turned his head to look over at Mare and gave a light nod, then glanced to Aura who was still holding onto his wing with her hand. "I'll fly you around the amphitheater around sometime, so you can let go of my wing." Aura snorted, "If you say so, Cipher, Sama." She'd release his wing with a wide excited grin across her face. "Promise." She held out a pinky, her head turned to the side so that her left eye seemed bigger than the right. "Do I look like someone who could break a promise?" Jack asked as he'd reach back and locked his pinky with her petite little digit, shaking it lightly. "It's a pinky promise. Now go," he'd say before looking forward once more. Aura nodded, "Let's go, Mare." Without another second on the clock, the two of them disappeared as Mare used the ring given to him by Momonga to teleport back to their rightful place in the dungeon known as the Great Tomb of Nazarick. "Now, let's see where this head warrior is heading off to." With a surge of movement from his wings, Jack rocketed through the air at high speeds. Soon enough he was already catching up with the warrior troop as they were on the path back to Rantel. A small grin formed over his lips as a portion of the group looked up at him. Without hesitation, he dove and pulled up, quickly doing several barrel rolls and then a completed loop. Watching from his peripheral vision, as his head was turned to the side, Gazef chuckled. "Sending us off, are you?" Shaking his head slightly, he turned his eyes forward. After speeding ahead of the warrior troop to the point that he was out of their sight, he dropped down to the ground, landing on his feet. His armor would dematerialize, being replaced by sturdy priestly hooded blue robes. Glancing over his shoulder at his wings, he watched as they faded out of view, using silent magic to make them invisible to those around him without reciting the glamour spell, making it as if they weren't ever there. With that done, he waved a hand over his face, the abnormally colored electric violet blue eye became an ice blue. Jack took out what appeared to be an amulet made of silver from his item box, with a sizable tear-shaped blue sapphire embedded into it, and dressed it around his neck. Bringing up the hood over his head, he would continue his trek towards the western gates of the fortress city. He was curious about this town. It was massive from a distance away. So while the others were busy with whatever they were doing in Nazarick, he was going to have a look at the city. Soon enough he was at the front gates. A few merchants were lined up in front of the customs officials which were taking them in one by one and inspecting their goods. With a slight frown across his lips, Jack glanced up to the tall wall which stood overhead. Before anyone noticed his presence, he vanished with the single use of the teleportation spell. Resurfacing on the other side of the wall, in an alleyway, he stepped out into the busy market square. His eyes tracing over the items which were for sale. There wasn't really any fish, but there was plenty of other landlocked culinary delights that could be purchased, or stolen. "Stop right there." A young child went running past him. Jack instinctively reached out and grabbed them by the nape of their neck and lifted them off the ground. A ragged boot finding its place against his robed chest. Yet, he didn't let go. He was completely unfazed and unharmed by the child's futile attempts to continue to flee. In the child's arms was a loaf of freshly baked bread, yellow in color and sweet to taste. Glancing over his shoulder, his eyes were on a man who had sweet flour on his apron. He was pleasantly plump and bent over, panting. Thank you." The apparent baker huffed as he walked over once he caught his breath, then paused seeing the man dressed like a priest. His eyes resting on the water amulet. While the robes weren't official, it definitely looked like the man fashioned himself a priest of the water god. Oh, a priest. The baker's eyes then stared at the footprint on the robe, though the robes were relatively undamaged. When he looked to the child, he took the bread from their hand. "Next time, pay for a loaf of bread." As the stranger went to raise a hand though to the child, Jack took a step back, moving the child out of harm's way. "No need for physical violence," Jack said in a somewhat sagely voice. The child had stopped squirming, their arms crossed over their chest as their legs dangled. They didn't look very happy, though they were definitely content with not being beaten by the man they stole from. However, they were a bit wary of the one holding them by the neck with one hand. The baker reluctantly lowered his hand. "You are surely a man of great virtue." While he would have had no problem hitting the child, the baker had no choice but to admire the person who could stop him with such few words. Watching as the baker wandered off, Jack turned his eyes to the child as he dropped them to their feet, but before they could run off like a mouse in the crowd of thousands, he pinned them, placing a hand on their head until he pulled a small bento box of fried chicken strips and mashed potatoes and handed it to the child. When they looked up at him and their eyes locked, they slowly took the box, before darting away the moment Jack had lifted his hand. There was no words that needed to be said. As he turned to walk towards a nearby shop a bit away from the market square, he paused, seeing a young woman with short brown hair and blue eyes. She looked almost exactly like an older version of his little sister. She had a silver tag around her neck and she was with 3 other blonde men. Shaking his head slightly, he raised a brow. "This is weird," he'd mutter to himself before narrowing his eyes on the back of her head as they were heading off towards the Adventurers Guild building. Interesting nonetheless though, he'd bring his thumb up beneath his chin in thought. Jack made his way towards the inn nearest to the guild and walked inside. His eyes scanned over the people present. There were more adventurers in there. Most of them resembled scoundrels in the way they held their postures whilst standing or even sitting. His eyes moved over towards a group of people around a table. They had iron tags around their necks. He could only assume they were adventurers, thanks to the knowledge he had gained from those he had already consumed. Walking over to the group at the table, he glanced over each of their faces before they noticed he was there. "Can we help, you Mr. Priest?" Brita raised a brow looking over the hooded man. Her hand was on her stomach. It was rather evident she hadn't been eating to those were observing others closely. Jack couldn't help but let out a soft laugh, a friendly and genuine one. "I'm new to Rantel, I was wondering if I could find some adventurers who'd be willing to show me around." For a price, of course, he smiled at them. He had one of the NPCs melt down some of his coins and mint them into the currency of the land for him to use when he returned the day before. Raising their brows, the Iron Adventurers weren't expecting to be asked to be tour guides. "Is there anything in particular you'd be looking for?" Brita laughed a bit, dipping her head to the side while looking up at him. She had this smile across her lips. It seemed since she was out for coin, she was willing to humor him. Magic Guild, Jack was curious about the world, mostly about its magic. The main thing was wanting to know if he could use Devour to learn spells it the way he could in the other world. He already knew that there were spells that didn't exist in Yggdrasil that existed here. So it was clear, they were capable of making their own. Taking out 2 minted gold coins from his sleeve, Jack held them out between his fingers. "Show me around," he asked with his head tilted to the head slightly. The woman's and her companion's eyes all opened wide when they saw him offering 2 gold coins. Was he seriously a priest? What was with the insane amount of money he was throwing at them? With just 2 of those coins, they could buy at least 1 healing potion and almost a month's worth of food for a normal-sized family. So, Jack asked as he pulled a parlor trick, which he used on his little sister several times over when they were younger, making the coins disappear from his palm. Brita shot up from the table, planting her hands flat on the wooden surface with a loud clap sound. Yes, her eyes flashed brightly, as if all her prayers had been suddenly answered. Perhaps the god of water had been listening to her plight. "Also, I'm not a priest," Jack said as he pulled back the robe's hood, revealing his heroic face stolen from Alexander the Great, a mythological-level hero and king. "Oh," Brita stared at his face, it was beyond attractive and it wasn't something natural for her to do. Once she noticed what she was doing, she wiped her hand down the front of her face, before looking away and giving the table a once-over before giving him another glance. "And you'd be a what then?" "My name is Jack Graham. It's a pleasure to meet you." He'd hold out a hand as he waited for her name. "Brita, my name is Brita," the red-haired woman with tan skin smiled in contentment, taking hold of his hand with her calloused ones and shook his hand firmly. "A swordsman?" he'd asked curiously, he could feel her calluses, before he let go. Brita nodded, seemingly proud of herself, even more proud to have been recognized. "In that case, since that's settled, shall we go?" Jack smirked a bit as he gestured towards the door. Brita nodded and turned to her friends, fellow guild members, since only she was needed, and gave them an assuring nod. "I'll be heading out to show him around. I'll be back when I'm done." The arcane magic caster, cleric, ranger and 3 other warriors which were part of her team nodded. "Good luck," they said as she didn't really need it. It was an easy job which gave outrageous pay. It was also a personal request and not necessarily through the guild itself. Brita and Jack were walking down the stone streets of Rantel, the fortress city closest to the western border between the Empire and the Resurrecting kingdom. It was always the targeted city to be claimed by the Empire during the annual war. Of course, they haven't even gotten close to obtaining the city itself, let alone its fortress. With his hands folded into his sleeves, he glanced over at Brita who was walking with him. Her arms were dangling from her sides, loosely moving forward and back with each step she made. "So, is adventuring fun?" he'd ask curiously, eyeing her red hair and other features that generally set her apart from most of the people in the region. She was the first person he had seen with red hair, whilst most were either blonde and the second most common being brunette. Brita shrugged. "It puts money and food on the table, it's a lifestyle." Jack slowly nodded at this before turning to watch forward, taking in the sights around him. "You curious about the guild?" she asked as she looked to him. He looked like a priest, though the longer she took a gander at his face, she could just sense how strong he was. It was as if he had this aura about him that she couldn't quite take her eyes off of. Yes and no," Jack said as he'd then looked to the blue sky above. "What do you mean, yes and no?" Brita laughed a little, airily folding her arms behind her back as she moved in front of him, walking backwards, dragging her heels along the stone surface of the street. "When I hear the name adventurer, it makes me think of explorers or treasure hunters. People who seek out the unknown, not exactly mercenaries or bodyguards who do freelance jobs." Jack didn't sound like he was putting adventurers down a hole because of the way he spoke. However, it was clear that he was disappointed in the fact that the guild wasn't what he imagined it to be. "Ah, well, we adventurers do sometimes take on those kind of jobs, but they can be dangerous and most of the time it's done by the higher ranked." Brita's eyes traced over his before she spun on her heel and went back to walking beside him, this time on the opposite side of him. "Huh," Jack scoffed slightly with a small smile across his lips. "What's so funny, Jack-san?" Looking over at her, he raised a brow slightly. "Nothing." He kept this smile across his face up until they made it to the front doors of the Rantel Magic Guild. The two of them would stroll on inside. There were plenty of people here, though it was smaller than the royal city of Resurrecting's Magic Guild. It was likely they also had a smaller supply of spells. "So what are you looking to do here anyways? I gather you're a magic caster." Brita looked over at him, her head tilted just enough to point her ear at him as she stood beside him casually. Jack's eyes turned to her for a few moments, then he looked over to the counter. Unlike pretty much everyone in the Great Tomb of Nazarick right now, he was currently the only one who could read or write in the native human languages and those which the others he had consumed knew. Learn some unique magic spells from the scrolls, he'd acknowledge her question before scratching the back of his head. Running his hand through his wavy, curly brown hair. "Oh," Brita looked over him for a moment before shrugging. Taking out the letter which had been given to him by the head warrior, he walked up to the front counter with Brita following behind him. She was curious about that piece of parchment. Just as Jack stopped in front of the counter, he placed the paper down on the countertop and the receptionist turned around to look at him. "How can I help you?" the woman would ask before looking down at the letter. She raised a brow and reached over, unfolding it. After a few seconds of looking it over, she glanced up towards Jack. "I'd like to register with the guild," he'd respond with a mildly excited tone. While he doubted the magic here would be as powerful as anything he already had. Lifestyle magic was something he generally lacked since the game didn't really call for it. "Oh," looking over the parchment once more, she placed it back onto the counter and then placed a few forms on the table. "Your entry fee has been waived. Fill out the forms as best you can." Nodding lightly, he would retrieve the letter of introduction, slipping it into his sleeve. Jack then took out what looked like a ball-point pen with blue ink and steadily wrote down the information that he could provide. Of course, a large number of things given were false. The woman behind the counter, and Brita, both eyed the pen in his hand. He wasn't using a quill, but some other device that had ink inside of it. It looked much easier to use, compared to a quill or a brush. May I inquire what instrument you are using there?" the receptionist asked as he finished writing on the parchment. Glancing up at her as the area behind the counter was slightly elevated. Jack would nod slightly and hold it out to her. It's called a ball-point pen. Since you waived the entry fee, I'll treat it as a gift. If you'll accept. Slowly the receptionist took the item, turning away as if she was holding a precious ring of power and appraising it with her back to the man. It had been made by him. It was worth plenty of money based on the vast market it would be able to take over if someone were to put it out there. Her eyes shifted over towards him curiously, but maintained her professionalism as she took the completed forms and filed them away before handing him his guild identification. I'd like to sell an item to the guild, Jack would state with a mundane tone which caused her to raise a brow at him again. He had shown her a letter of introduction from the head warrior to show his connections, he had even given her a gift in return for waiving the fee, and now he wanted to sell an item. Hearing Jack from a few feet away behind the counter, the guild master approached from behind the receptionist and looked down at the man with a brow raised. Itchem. Jack locked eyes with the man known as Theo Rakeshire. He was thin and neurotic looking, not something he was really appealing to look at, whilst wearing a robe. Under the man's gaze, Jack would take a sealing crystal which had a 7th-tier angel summoning spell sealed inside of it. It was Nigan's artifact which he had been given by the cardinals of the slain theocracy. On top of that, it was apparent that magic casters in this new world thought these things were highly prized possessions that were worth much debate and study. Theo almost exploded the moment he saw the relic and locked his eyes on it. It was taking him so much will power just to refrain from snatching it off the countertop and holding it close to himself. Jack could see this in the man's eyes. A small opened grin formed over his lips. I see someone's interested, who may you be? He'd raise a brow looking at the man. Theo laughed as his eyes rested on the magic caster who was asking him who he was. I am Theo Rakeshire, Guild Master of the Rantel Magicians Guild, the man proclaimed rather excitedly, almost drooling at the idea of getting his hands on the item. However, there was still that calm and wise demeanor which was apparent on the outside, hiding his lust for knowledge. And you are? My name is Jack Graham, I just registered with the guild. The receptionist leaned over and whispered into his ear. Theo looked over at her for a few moments, mouthing a few words to her, before she rushed off. Stepping in front of the item, he would recite a praise magic item, to learn what type of magic spell was sealed within. He blinked several times to find that it was a 7th-tier magic spell for summoning a high-ranked angel. Looking up towards the man, he could only stare. Where did you get this? His hands warped around the item as he pressed it against his chest, cradling it like it was his firstborn child. Does it really matter where it came from? Jack retorted as he was asked this. Theo nodded slowly, getting what he was saying. I'll prepare payment immediately. Jack watched as the guild master rushed off with the item, vanishing around a corner. He shook his head slightly and chuckled before glancing over towards Brita, who was standing there with her arms crossed, looking him over. What? You're a treasure hunter, aren't you? Brita's lips warped into a wide grin, trying to piece together what he was saying earlier about adventurers. How they weren't doing what they were defined to. Perhaps, or I'm just a powerful magic caster with all the time in the world. His tone was entirely sarcastic, but in a way he was telling the truth. Angels were heteromorphic, and as far as he knew, he wasn't going to age, not like a human being and definitely not like an elf. Functional immortality seemed like the best bet. Ooh, Brita was getting a bit more interested. Perhaps she could make more money off of him by doing jobs serving his interests. Doing so would allow her to get potions for each one of her party members, rather than just getting this one and done deal. Once he gets back, think you can show me to a pharmacist or botanist? I'd like to learn more about some herbs used for healing properties. Brita nodded lightly. I heard of a famous one that's residential. I could take you to see her afterward. Apparently her grandson has a magical talent. Talent? Jack asked as he knew people in this world had talents. He was curious of what this person could possibly do that makes the person oh so interesting to bring up. He's capable of using any magical item. Jack's mouth opened slightly at this. Any magical item? That sounded interesting, very interesting. He was beginning to wonder if using Devour would allow him to take the talents of other people. For a minute there, he was imagining himself using the staff of Ainz Ooal Gown. He chuckled slightly and shook his head. Would he really devour or assimilate someone just to get their talent? This caused him to drop back into thought pretty quickly. Frowning at himself, he was pretty sure he would. The temptation was great even though he wasn't thinking of betraying his best friend. The capacity to just be able to use the staff was amazing, and since they were the only two left, it would only be fair, right? Pinching the bridge of his nose slightly, he set his gaze back on Brida's face, who looked a bit concerned. "Are you okay?" she asked, leaning towards the tall man for a moment. "Yeah, I'm fine." Jack was personally conflicted with himself. Morality, a sense of righteousness, right and wrong, that had been drilled into his head since he was a child. Yet the temptation to be dishonorable, dishonest and even to cause needless violence even though he looked down on it, was always there. When Theo returned to the front counter, he had 3 large sacks filled with gold and silver coins. Looking them over, it looked like it could literally keep anyone fed for years. Even if it was a handful of families. There was more than enough coinage there to start some sort of investments in the world. "Thank you for your business," Theo said as he clapped his hands frantically. He couldn't wait to study the treasure which had founded itself in his lap. "Would you need a cart or anything?" Looking over the sacks, Jack just shook his head before plucking one of them and stuffing them into his item box. Followed by the next 2 sacks. The 2 people watching him had their jaws dropping at this. What kind of magic is that?" "It's the talent I was born with." He looked over them with a serious expression. Extra-dimensional storage, in a way, he wasn't wrong. Players could access the item box even if they weren't magic casters. So he just made up the excuse rather than continuing to hide it. Theo tasted his lips before looking to Brida, then back to Jack. "I see." Brida had brought a hand up to her jaw, checking him out even more. It was rather odd that he was pulling things out of his sleeve. It didn't really look like he had much physical storage on him to begin with. "You're getting more interesting by the second." "I know, right?" Jack laughed, trying not to be too obnoxious though, as he stood there. "Anyways, after we see the pharmacist, I was wondering if you'd also help me find a place of residence." "You want to buy or rent a house here?" Theo interjected, taking both of their attentions. Renting is annoying. Plus, I want to be able to build onto it, though truthfully he wanted to build beneath it. Having a house in the city would make it easier for him to leave to and from Nazarick without being seen using portals or teleporting. Plus, it would probably help with Momonga when he finally decides to come to the city. "I see." Theo scratched his chin slightly before taking out a piece of parchment, jotting something down before folding it and sealing it with wax. Reaching out, he held the piece of paper to Jack. "The head warrior's name will only get you so far, Jack-san. This can help you get residence in the merchant and noble districts." Blinking a few times as he looked at the parchment, Jack nodded and took it before slipping it into his item box. "Thank you, Theo-san." Theo nodded, believing the man to be his friend after letting him buy the item off of him like he did. "I'll stop by sometime after I get settled, maybe we can enjoy tea," Jack offered curiously as he raised a brow. He then looked to Brida, "You and your team too, if you'd like. After we get this tour done with." Brida nodded with her lips pursed slightly in continued interest. "Sure thing, boss man." She folded her arms over her chest. Jack's arms swayed loosely at his sides as he walked along the stone streets of the fortress city of Rantel. His eyes were on all of those around him. Being without the helmet felt a bit weird, especially since he had worn it ever since he had first walked outside. Now, he could feel the wind in his hair, brush against his nose and his cheeks. His eyes were partially closed as he felt the sun trickling through his lashes. Brida, whom was walking beside him as his escort and guide, led Jack to the Merchant Guild building. When they came inside, it was clear that this place was even more extravagant than the Mage Guild and the Adventurers Guild combined. They were the bankers of the kingdom, the people who minted and issued the latest coins. Of course they'd have the funding of the government, that was clear from the start. Merchants make the money go round. So as he made his way in through the front doors with Brida continuing to walk a pace or two in front of him now. He watched as her red hair bobbed up and down with each step she took. For a moment he was distracted, until he heard the sound of someone clearing their throat. His eyes darted over towards a guard who was looking over him, curious. Jack simply shrugged this off however and moved a bit faster to walk beside Brita. So this place is the Merchant's Guild. It's pretty big, he chuckled a little as he scratched his chin with the back of his index finger. It was awkward, but he was definitely trying to make conversation. You're not wrong, Brita said as she tucked her thumbs into her pockets as she continued to walk. This place was safe, guarded. It was a place of money after all. Jack and Brita came up to the front desk. A person who was writing with a quill on a piece of parchment, glanced up towards them as they arrived since they were blocking some of their light. How can I help you? The person was a young man, dressed in a lavish attire with purple and gold. It was clear they were wealthy, probably one of the merchant's sons or a genius in economics. This is Jack Graham, she gestured towards the man standing beside her. Jack bowed his head slightly without moving the rest of his body, acknowledging the introduction. He'd take out the letter which Theo had prepared for him and placed it on the desktop. I'm here in search of possible residents in the noble quarter, he'd say with a light smile across his lips. The young man just looked over the man with the heroic facial features, noting the blue eyes and wavy brown hair. Of course. He said before taking the parchment, unsealing it and looking it over. A grin formed over his lips. Now, let's see what we can do for you. The duo would watch as the man took out a leather-bound book and dropped it onto the desk, before standing up. Jack's eyes traced over the cover of the leather-bound book. It was a book that contained both vacant and occupied homes. As the man picked the book back up and tucked it against his chest with one arm, he waved to another man who would come over to the desk to take his place. Let's head out and check some of the homes that are good for you. Yes, the young man said, not bothering to introduce himself by name. Before he'd leave the desk, he collected a few blank forms. Jack didn't really care to know his name, not that it really meant anything. He wasn't going to make it a habit of visiting the Merchant's Guild, let alone buying houses. He only wanted one and he was sure he could purchase just about any one of them he wanted. So as they followed the man out of the building, they would go back to walking along the stone streets. Jack's eyes resting forward, tracking the movement around him simply on reflex. People, he could see them, giving him a glance. Children who were walking with their parents. Noble women, peasants who've come to trade their crops, common city folk. Was it just because of his angelic nature? Even if he was trying to hide it, his radiance kept attracting attention the more he was noticing them. He could only smile at this. It seems I'm getting popular, Jack said as he tugged his hood over his head, chuckling to himself as he did so. Brita looked over at him and shook her head side to side. You're wearing vibrant blue robes and wearing an amulet with a water droplet. It's pretty eye-catching. Her eyes shifted over the sapphire jewel which was embedded in the silver. Jack looked through her for a moment before narrowing his sights on the back of the man's head again. After about 30 minutes, they found themselves in the noble quarter, or the noble district. Here the nobles as well as the wealthy landowners lived or stayed while they were in Rantel. The first manor they came up to was gated in with brick and metal bars. The property had a sizable yard, though the bushes were overgrown and some of the windows were broken. It had 2 levels above ground and a single basement which acted as a wine cellar. It wasn't really all that bad at first glance. Looking over the front gate door, it seemed to have a rounded top. Someone could easily scale it if they tried. That also didn't really matter either. His eyes rested on the dark and light gray stones which made up the first floor of the large home and up toward the dark wood siding which made up the second level. That's when his eyes rested on the roof which had a sizable crack in it. Water damage perhaps. It was time to go see the inside, maybe. Looking over towards the merchant, he raised a brow. We taking a look inside, he'd ask and the young man nodded. Walking up to the front gate, he unlocked it and opened the door. Gesturing for the two to follow him onto the property. They waltzed on up to the front door. As you can see, since no one lives here. Some things haven't been maintained, but I'm sure you'll have no problems getting those fixed up. Jack shrugged as they approached the front door. He pressed his hand against the stone structure. He'd proceed to look over at the young man who took out a nice old iron key and unlocked the door. The duo followed him once more into the house. They immediately found themselves in the foyer. It was rather sizable. Continuing through towards the living room, which was slightly elevated. He glanced over the simple furniture which was covered by white cloth that appeared to have been eaten by insects. Ha! So how long has this place been left like this? The young man opened the book to take a peek, for a few years it seems. The last owners just up and disappeared. I see. Jack uttered as he walked towards the furniture and started to pull the sheets off the furniture. Faded colors, stuffing missing or sticking out of the fabrics. The wooden furniture was clearly plagued by termites. This place was in disrepair. A frown was printed over his lips, and when he glanced towards Brita, she was shaking her head slightly with her arms crossed over her chest. Looking up to the ceiling, he could see there were plenty of spider webs and cobwebs alone here. Sniffing the air, the place tasted subtly like death. Itchem. Jack walked over towards the steps to go upstairs and paused as he heard something that sounded like a gentle whisper. Someone else was inside the house. That was interesting. A small grin formed over his lips. He looked over to the young man who was standing in the middle of the common room. Is there S? The young man blinked, seeing Jack put his finger to his lips. Lowering his voice, he wadded on over to the robed stranger. What's going on? There's someone else in the house, Jack whispered as he pointed upstairs. When he said that, everyone became dead quiet and a dainty sound of footsteps could be heard. It was likely there were squatters here since the house had been left alone for such a long time. With no residents, it was only destined to happen, especially since no patrol officers checked the place. Jack slowly made his way up the steps, making little to no sound at all. When he reached the top, he rested his booted feet on the dark wood floors. His eyes would then rest on the back of a young woman in a white dress, facing away from him. Raising a brow, his eyes moved down to her hands which were dangling from her sides. Then back up to the back of her head which was covered in brown hair. He sniffed the air again, and his lips formed into a frown, disappointed. Squatters was what he expected. Turning his head to the side as Brita stepped up behind him, he raised his hand slightly to tell her to stop. Yet as her foot rested on the wooden floorboard, the aged wood would squeak. And just as that happened, the woman in the white dress swayed side to side as they began to turn around. Who is? Brita's mouth opened slightly as a half-torn face with one eye turned to meet them. Oh. She tensed slightly, standing erect now. Darkness took over the dress, and soon enough there was an ogre-sized undead floating there with tendrils of dark grey and black cloth. It was a dread wraith floating there. It was a much higher tier than the typical low-tier wraith. A dark and evil ghostly being which preyed on the living. It was likely the form it had just been portraying before, was its original form it had in life. Jack let out a light sigh as it was readying to charge in an attempt to tear their souls from their bodies. Turn undead. The moment he had recited this spell out loud, the wraith would explode into what appeared to be dust and ectoplasm. He had completely decimated the monstrous existence, even though he very much could have taken dominion over it. The undead, however, didn't necessarily interest him, but the reason why the young man didn't follow did. Both Jack and Brita turned to look down the steps. The young man was peering around the corner to see if the two of them were still standing. Did you kill it? The young man shouted up at them, seeing them looking down at him. It was clear that he had known the wraith was there. You've got to be kidding me. Jack and Brita frowned heavily. It appears that Theo had used him for a favor, to exorcise the house of an undead that had taken a liking to the place. Just moments after realizing this, two more dread wraiths raised from the dark shadows that lined the corridor of the upstairs. Jack would let out a light sigh and glance over at them. There's more of them, probably the previous inhabitants. More. The young man said, taking several steps back. You're lucky I don't feed you to them. Jack said inaudibly, only Brita hearing him, which caused her to shake her head and laugh nervously. You can take care of these two, right? I don't have anything for ghosts. Yup, Jack rolled his eyes at the panic in her throat. Double magic. Turn undead. Suddenly the two that had appeared and went to charge for them, much like the last one, would explode into ectoplasm and dust. Sniffing the air as he had done before, he chuckled quietly to himself as the scent of death had already lifted. Let's find the bodies, he'd utter before walking down the steps, brushing past the young merchant and heading towards the basement cellar. Brita followed after him, giving the young man the stink eye before going to the door as Jack opened it. As they were going down the stone steps, it smelled quite stuffy down here. It was damp, the smell of spoiled wine fermenting burned the nose. Jack looked over the various barrels and broken bottles of wine. As his eyes moved to the back of the room, his eyes rested on two skeletons huddled together. Disappeared my ass. Brita covered her mouth slightly. You're not getting this house, right? Jack raised a brow, looking over at her. The condition's not bad, and I already exorcised the corrupted spirits. It'll take a short time to repair everything. Brita blinked several times and shrugged to herself. I suppose, she was rather confused as to why he wanted this place after what had just happened. They're going to be giving me the house, Jack uttered as he walked to the steps, springing himself up to the door as he skipped some of the steps. As he returned to the living room, the young man was standing there, tapping his fingers against the leather book. So it's all taken care of. Yes. Yes it is, Jack retorted sharply as he walked up to the man, glaring into his eyes. I expect compensation. His eyes were cross, angry. He was used without being asked and he clearly didn't like the idea of being manipulated into doing someone else's job. All they had to do was ask. Right, the young man for some odd reason couldn't stop his knees from shaking in this person's presence after what had just happened. The priests of the local temples wouldn't even touch this place. Jack held out a hand, the deed. The man's head shook in a collection of several short nods. He would go through the forms he had brought with him before taking the one out particularly for this house, stamped it with his personal stamp, and then held it out to him. Thank you, Jack smiled now before patting his shoulder with his other hand as he took the parchment, stuffing it into his item box. He then watched as the man went rushing out of the house, slamming the door shut before rushing back to the guild. Turning to look at Brita, who was standing behind him, snickered. I guess you're really not a priest, but you did pretty good with exorcising those undead. Are you sure you don't want to be an adventurer? I'm sure, I'd rather be a worker or an independent magic user. Taking out 4 gold pieces, he held them out for her to take, dropping them into her palm as she held out her hand to receive. I have a question, Jack said as he watched her try to hold her composure as not to explode into joy by having these coins in her hands. She could buy more than 2 healing potions with these. Brita looked up at him, curling her lips into a beaming smile. There were some adventurers with silver tags, one of them has short brown hair and blue eyes. Childish face, do you know who they are? Brita pursed her lips slightly before nodding. Silver tags, short brown hair and blue eyes, sounds like Ninja from the Swords of Darkness. He's pretty famous around here. He has magic talent. Jack's head cocked to the side, this Ninja clearly isn't male though. Brita stared at him for a few seconds before placing her gloved hand on her chin in thought. Really? But either way, think you can contact them for me? I'd like to hire them to clean up this place. Brita almost laughed. He was going to hire adventurers of silver rank to clean and fix up the place. 10 gold pieces per head, Jack stated his offer that he was willing to pay each person who were to come and help. This caused Brita's jaw to drop as 10 gold pieces were equal to one of the rare platinum coins used for large transactions. That would feed someone for months, or get them even better gear. 10 gold per person, she would be able to get 70 gold coins for her group if she had gotten this offer. Why the sudden interest in that group? Brita wanted coin, she was sure her group would be more than happy to work for this extravagant amount of money. Jack shrugged, Ninja looks a bit like my little sister. So I thought I'd have them meet. You have a little sister? Brita asked with a soft smile, before looking over at his hand as he was depicting her height compared to himself. Where is she now? She's on her way over to the city actually. Is she as talented as you are? According to Yggdrasil, his sister was level 80, but she wasn't really built for combat except for ranged attacks and high defensive capabilities. And so from what he could see, no one here in the city would be a threat to her. She's good with her hands, he'd gesture towards his amulet, she had been the one who made it. Brita stared at the item around his neck, before nodding slowly. She had to admit, she couldn't make something like that. Eve was seated on her knees upon the bed of her brothers, staring up at the large suit of armor waving a finger at her. It was Shirley speaking, but like another episode of Charlie Brown, all she heard was, wah 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 wah. It was the one and only Momonga, dressed in his full plate armor as he had been planning on leaving Nazarick to prepare to infiltrate Eve Rantel. He was telling her to stop pestering the floor guardians about her brother's location. Especially that of the dark elf twins Mare and Nora. She was starting to get on just about everyone's nerves due to her almost clingy nature. However, just as he was about to get done lecturing her, a portal gate opened up directly beneath her. Momonga watched as the child form vanished into the purple swirling energy that was now where she once was. What just, Jack? He would have blinked several times if he had eyelids, watching as the portal vanished before his eyes. Eve's knees came crashing down onto the wooden panel floors, like a rock, causing many of the wooden shoot-up form the ground. It was like she had been a meteor and she was now surrounded by a small creator just about her size. Hello, Eve bounced up onto her feet, as if nothing happened at all. A wide-open smile on her face as she sprung her hands into the air and jumped at her brother, wrapping her arms around his shoulders and burying her face in his chest. Ainz Sama was being so mean. Oh. He was yelling at me, because I was worried. Jack stared down at her, she was clearly twisting the truth. That was what she always did in his past life, and since he had written her like she was without his own ideals on how a sister should be, he let out a light sigh and patted her on the head. Stop troubling Momonga, Jack watched as she slowly slid down his tall form and took a step back from him the moment she was back on her feet. She had that inflated cheek and frown on her face as her arms were crossed over her chest. And stop it with the face, Jack ordered as he reached over, flicking her nose playfully. Squealing and covering her nose, she tightened her lower lip before blinking a few times as she just noticed the surroundings. Her eyes took in the scenery. This place, it was horrible, abandoned and dirty. What in the heck is this place? This place, he rested a hand on the top of her head, is our forward operating base. It'll make it easier to work in this city if we own property here. Eve stared at the ruined sofa, then towards the armchair. Her eyes then glanced down at the rotten rug which was in front of a really dirty fireplace. There's no way in heck, you're making me clean this place up, she immediately snapped, ducking out from beneath his hand and lunging towards the fold-out dining table behind her. Jack simply chuckled lightly, even if I give you 10 gold pieces. Where in the heck am I going to spend it? Why are you suddenly using heck in every sentence? Jack frowned slightly as she seemed a bit hyped. Did she eat a shit ton of sugar or something? And in the market, he'd point toward the window that overlooked the defunct front yard. That was when Momonga's voice erupted in the back of Jack's head, having used message to speak to him from the great tomb of Nazarick. Jack, where did Eve just go? Oh right, you were in the middle of lecturing her, so she said, Jack snickered lightly. She has been bothering the floor guardians day in and day out about where you are. Where are you by the way? Momonga was curious to what his friend and guild mate had been up to. I'm currently in Eve Rantel. Just bought a manor we could use as a forward operating base. We'll make it easy to portal in and out without being seen. Nodding at this, that's not a bad idea actually. I might need some resources to fix it though. It's in disrepair. Oh. This gives us an opportunity. I'll send Seabass and Solution over. You wouldn't mind pretending Solution is also your younger sister. That doesn't sound like a bad idea, why send them? I'd like to gather intelligence. Having them assume the role of a wealthy noble and their elderly butler may fit rather well with the situation you created. Jack slowly nodded at this. Being nobility would definitely make it interesting, considering he had moved into the noble quarter in the first place. Well, the manor is in the noble quarter of the city. So it would make sense to be a noble, wouldn't it? Momonga chuckled lightly as their thoughts were aligned, I'll be sending them over soon. Jack nodded, all right. I'll be having some company over in a little bit however, so be sure to check my location with a sensory organ before sending them. Company. I'm hiring some adventurers to fix the house, apparently one of them has a magic talent. Talent. In this world there are people who are born with talents, abilities. There's also one that has the power to use any magical item. I was thinking about absorbing him. Jack was still conflicted about the idea of killing someone just to get their abilities. He could be considered a threat. So whatever you choose to do, it's up to you. I know, but eliminating him would mean we would have to eliminate anyone like him. True, and that wouldn't look good at all for those whom perceive or grow to know about us. Jack looked over at his sister as she was watching the world outside the large window in the common room. Her eyes watched the people walk at the end of the property outside the gates. I was also thinking, why don't we start introducing some modern commodities? For a moment there, Momonga was silent when his friend made the suggestion. Was he suggesting that they manufacture things such as tampons, automated transportation, elastics and so on? It sure sounded like it. Do we want to be remembered for making tampons? I mean, wouldn't a nobleman be happy if his wife is happy? Jack snorted in sarcasm. Too much. Momonga sighed, trying not to die of suppressed laughter. Going to assume the items are going to be cheaply distributed, so that even the commons could afford them. We could also make money making exclusive magical items and spreading our influence. Think of it as a monopoly. No one has our knowledge, Jack said with an assuring tone as he walked up behind his sister. His index and middle fingers on his temple. His other hand began to lightly ruffle the top of his little sister's head, and she didn't seem to mind, as she actually leaned up into it. Taking over the kingdom's economy will be quick once we have enough influence. Remember, whoever controls the money flow, controls the kingdom in some aspect or another. Momonga raised a brow bone at this, remembering how Demiurge had mistaken his intentions of conquering the world. Taking over the world itself, could be done in many different ways. Either through war, or covert operations, even economic and political espionage. Though it might not be that easy, at least not from Rantel, we're pretty far from the nation's capital, he wasn't wrong. If this country was centralized, then it would be pretty hard to take it over, in the sense that it controlled itself, all from one place. So their conversation went on. Analyzing the pros and cons of a large-scale hypothetical plan, should they actually want to take over the world like Momonga had joked before with Demiurge. Even if it was easy to take over the economy, that plan alone wouldn't be enough. To assert one's control, there had to be months of planning and execution of those plans. And if a plan didn't work, they needed more plans to cover for the failure. The topic alone made Jack think of the real-time strategy and tycoon games he used to play as a kid. A nostalgic expression captured his face, until about an hour or so had gone by and his eyes centered on the swords of darkness making their appearance at the front gates. Brita was standing in front of the group, gesturing with her open hand towards the house. The blonde men which accompanied her were looking over the house then back towards her. A brow raised slightly, before looking at the window which Jack and his little sister were standing in. Ninya blinked a few times seeing the miniature person who looked like a younger version of herself. Brita, who had told her about that snippet of information Jack had given her, wasn't kidding. It was like looking at a doppelganger. As the crew was coming through the front gates, Seabass and Solution appeared in a common room out of view from the window. Seabass was wearing his typical attire, whilst Solution was wearing a mustard yellow dress fit for the daughter of a noble. The predator slime looked around the room with a frown. This place looked like trash and the scrunching of her nose was sure to say that. Sebastian however didn't seem all that fazed by the status of the house. Both of them had been informed by Ainz. Cipher, Sama, the two of them bowed before the supreme being who had turned to face them. Please, while we are undercover here, I'd like you to call me Jack. I've introduced myself as Jack Graham, his eyes moved towards Solution. Sol Graham will be your name, you are my younger sister, and Eve's older sister. He gestured towards the homunculi who was now walking towards the front door with a cheeky grin on her face. She wanted to meet her older look alike and she was clearly excited about it. Jack glanced over towards Sebastian. I'd like you to assume a father figure role as the family butler. Our parents are dead, you are the one who raised us. It is my understanding San had designed you perfectly. One of the things that Jack saw in Seabass was the hero that his creator was. It was the duty of the strong to protect the weak. However, he also knew that was because Touchme had left Seabastian as a blank slate, allowing his creator's actions and past influence to dictate his personality. Understood Jack, Sama, the butler bowed his head in respect. Jack's eyes then moved towards Solution, alternatively now known as Soul, who was bowing her own head in respect and obedience. No eating humans whilst inside the city, unless they are attacking. So, try to respect the guests. Solution looked up at him. Yes, Jack, Sama, her eyes were so empty, and her frown so apparent, she definitely wasn't pleased. Jack was a supreme being, an entity of worship, someone they all looked up to, someone they needed. Even should she be ordered to follow him, she would have done it anyways. Even if she didn't like the idea of not being able to eat humans, she'd go with it. So as she had the tendency to go against her superior should an act not be beneficial to the great tomb of Nazarick, she had no choice but to obey. Jack's nose crinkled up when Solution had called him Jack, Sama. It's big brother to you. Solution shivered slightly even though she was immune to physical normalities. The Supreme Being wanted her to call him brother. She'd stare at him for a few moments before nodding, yes, big brother. The taste of the word was foreign. She only had sisters, yet now she apparently had a brother despite it just being a role to play. Let's begin. Jack clapped once with his hands at stomach level. He'd then reach into his item box and pull out a stained black wooden container decorated with gold-painted branches. I'm sure you can scrounge up hot water. Yes, Jack, Sama, Seabass took the box in both hands, carefully handling it as he walked in the direction he could only assume lead to the kitchen. In the container was a fine powder recognized as matcha tea due to its high quality, rather expensive. It was one of Jack's favorite teas, especially after moving to Japan, even though he was horrible at preparing it himself. However, either way, he had a habit of adding whole milk to stretch it out in order to continue consuming it. As Jack walked up to the door, Solution joined in behind him, as Eve was now at his side. Reaching forward, he would turn the knob and pull the door open the moment Brita was about to knock, causing her to stumble in. Oh, I brought them as you asked, Brita said with a small smile across her lips, before looking down to see the little look-alike that he was talking about. Oh. Hello there, she tilted her head looking over the small homunculi. Hello, Eve nearly exploded, her arms thrown into the air, turning her into a humanoid letter Y. She even hopped as she had greeted them. The adventurers chuckled at the young miss, before one of them rested their sights on Solution. Who is this BEA? Luckrut, who was the group's ladies' man, didn't even finish his line when he felt a shiver go up his back. He was a ranger and had an excellent sense of danger. It was as if he was being sized up to be eaten by this blonde woman. Clearing his throat, he glanced away from her. Peter and Dine both raised their brows at this and looked over at the woman, then over to their friend. Ninya, however, just gazing down at the little clone. Hi, my name is Ninya, what's your name? She'd ask as she rested her hands on her knees as she bent down to her level. The homunculi blinked a few times as the woman introduced herself as Ninya. For some reason, she felt like the girl was lying to her. Eve frowned a bit, her head lolling to the side. Eve, my name is Eve, glancing over towards her big brother, her cheeks were both inflated with air, until she released them in the sound of a disappointed fart from her lips. Jack raised a brow at this. Despite her childish and blatant personality, his sister could detect the lies of others. Especially when they are in close proximity. The fact that she had introduced herself and Eve thought she was lying about her name, it was clear that Ninya was hiding something. Interesting. Ninya looked up from Eve and to the girl's older brother. Her lips parted slightly. He was handsome and wealthy. Something she didn't notice right away, and he had this almost natural radiance permeating from his skin. What was that? Nothing, my sister just thought you had a different name. A bead of sweat formed on Ninya's forehead as the boys all looked at her, curious. These four trusted each other with their lives. Even lived with one another for the most part. Really?" Ninya laughed nervously, standing up with her hands outward and her arms close to her chest, trying to dismiss it. Jack's eyes rested on her for a few moments before he shrugged. "My butler is preparing some tea, I hope you don't mind," he gestured towards the common room which was visible from the front door. The moment they had gone to look over, the five of them didn't seem to like the look of the place. "For the most part, I just need." Brita was staring at the small crater in the ground in the middle of the common room. "When did that get there?" she asked curiously, before looking over at Jack. Solution, who was trying to scold the feeble human for interrupting Jack, felt Sebastian's gaze from the corridor on her and immediately she went silent. Eve raised her hand, "I jumped." Brita looked to the small girl and then towards the crater before just shaking her head. "Why did you want this house again?" she asked as she looked over at Jack. "Why not want the house?" The adventurer party just stared at him for a few seconds before following suit and entering the common room per Jack's gesture for them to come in. As they gazed around the room, they turned their attention back to Jack himself. "As I was saying, I'd like you to move all the furniture in the house into this room in an organized manner. If you find anything of value, you will be further compensated on top of the promised payment for your services." Ninya and the group blinked at one another, then over to him. 10 gold coins was more than what they'd make doing simple low-ranked jobs. It'd already allow them to buy plenty of equipment and spell scrolls, now he was offering more money if they found anything of value in the house. Solution and Eve looked up at Jack curiously, wondering what exactly he was planning. It was mostly the fact that he didn't feel like dealing with all this furniture. So once everything was in one place, he could essentially get rid of them, having it be converted into coins through the use of the exchange box. If the exchange box itself still functioned as it did in the game. After they had their tea, the adventurers on to do the work they were going to be paid for. Brita went to look at the rest of the property, and it seemed Eve chose to become their support. Cheering for them as they carried the furniture down or up the steps, and over the elevated floor of the common room. So after some hours of work, Jack just stood there, staring out the large window as people walked by his property. His eyes traced over every face, dedicating it to memory should he ever see it again. Not that it mattered. While he could use a spell to learn everything about the said person, what use was that? It was an impersonal way of learning about someone. So as he glanced over his shoulder, his eyes traced over the face of Ninya who was helping Dine carry a scarred wooden desk down the steps. He watched as they put it down in the corner of the room. They were lining one wall with furniture, even stacking some. It was looking very organized in the sense that it wasn't just dropped any and everywhere. He then watched as Ninya walked over to him with a book in her hands. His eyes rested on the cover. The title engraved on the thick cover was The First Man, which from the knowledge he gained from the slain theocracy captain, seemed to be about an island to the south of the continent. He reached out and took the book, glancing over it and smiled lightly. "Thanks." His eyes rested on the curious blue orbs which were looking over him. "Something on your mind?" Ninya made a thoughtful duck-like face, before reaching her arm back and scratching her lower neck. You asked for us after you saw us in the market, right?" It was clear she recognized him, as she had seen him looking at them. Or at least she recognized seeing his robes in the marketplace. That didn't really bother him though, he wasn't trying to not be seen in that retrospect. If he wanted to be hidden, he would have been truly invisible. Perceptive, Jack rubbed the tip of his nose with the knuckle of his index finger. However, his expression had become almost entirely stoic. As if his much more expressive persona which he was wearing earlier was gone. Ninya nodded lightly, smiling as he seemed to have complimented her. "Just because I looked like your little sister," Brita had told her that bit, so it was all too surprising. "That and I didn't feel like paying 7 people 10 gold coins a head, when 4 can do the same amount of work," Jack said with a light shrug. Tucking the book under his arm, he looked her over for a moment before glancing back out the window. Ninya frowned slightly as he went back to looking out into the world. She could see his eyes jumping from face to face, body to body, carriage to carriage. He seemed rather preoccupied. "Is something wrong?" Jack opened his mouth, but stopped himself from talking. He was, if he hadn't stopped himself, going to say something incredibly foolish like, I am not used to this world. He was still very much used to the modern world. Flushing toilets, music recordings, cars and other things of the like. I have a song in my head, Jack said quietly as he closed his eyes partially, to the point that he saw a bokeh effect through his lashes. So he was seeing the blurry bubbles of colored light moving about outside. A song. Ninya was curious about this song he spoke of, though she could only assume it wasn't a happy one. Music was something a bard often used as entertainment or even a magical weapon. How does it go? Jack's eyes opened a bit more as he looked to Ninya as she was now standing beside him. While she did look concerned for him, it would only make him smile. Did you know, if an angel uses a false name, they disappear from this world? Ninya could only blink at the words which left his mouth. They felt like little knives being driven into her as if this was an attack directed right at her. Yet it was subtle and his voice was kind. Just the way he said it made her want to melt into the floor and not get back up again, due to the shame. So you know. You caught on quickly. Jack turned his attention back to the outside world once more. My little sister can detect lies. She doesn't like it when people lie to her, even though she has no problem lying to others herself. Or to herself. Ninya's eyes stared out the window, a frowning smile ambient on her lips. Her eyes were sad, but for an entirely different reason other than being found out. You're not going to tell them? I don't have a reason to. He stealthily prodded his index and middle finger against her temple lobe, causing her to turn her head to look at him again. A brow raised as she rubbed the side of her head. Ninya looked up at him. The song, she'd inquire before her eyes rested on his hand which he used to summon his item box. She watched as he pulled a small unknown rectangular device from what appeared to be a hole in reality. Her lips parted, her teeth visible between them. Jack glanced down at the device in his hand. It was a hand-held jukebox that had the appearance of an ancient MP4 player from the 21st century with a 3-inch screen on it with a little control ring on its sleek surface. When he turned it on, it had the Yggdrasil splash screen and startup sound. He pressed the center circular-shaped button which would engage a song which reverberated from its little speakers with crystal-clear quality. The song was Murder Song by Aurora. It wasn't a happy song and it was definitely an emotionally provocative piece. Ninya, who had heard nothing like it before, was completely and utterly astonished. Yet she couldn't bring herself to ask any questions about it. Her mind was tingling with pleasure from the sound alone, whilst her eyes were involuntarily welling up with tears. As the song continued to resonate throughout the house, everyone stopped what they were doing to listen to it. Eve, as she was running down the corridor, skidded to a stop and frowned listening to the song. She slowly turned her head as she shifted to look behind her towards one of the many entrances to the common room. The entire house seemed to be frozen in time until the duration of the song was up and everything started back up like clockwork. Without any warning, scrawny little arms appeared around Jack's waist, hugging onto him tightly from behind. His free hand slowly, hesitantly, lowered and lightly grasped one of the hand's wrists. Ninya jumped back slightly, seeing the sudden appearance of the tiny clone. She had her face buried into Jack's back. She just stood there, looking at the siblings for a moment before smiling to herself. This song was the one which Jack continuously listened to after his sister died in his arms. He had kept asking the original Eve, not to let go, to stay. While that was to be expected, cliché or not, it was something that was always repetitively going on in his mind if he wasn't doing something. So far the only people who knew the person who knew the true nature of Eve, was Nemu and Enri from Karn village, not counting the residents of the Great Tomb. Seabass entered the common room, watching the human, homunculi and a supreme being stand there. Jack, Sama, Seabass would clear his throat, whilst he bowed his torso forward, which immediately beaconed their attention. Jack looked over the head butler as he rose to his erect posture and smiled lightly, coating his lips. What is it, Seabass san? The head warrior had arrived in the city a little while ago. It appears he is coming this way after stopping at the Magician's Guild. Oh, Jack raised a brow at this. Apparently Gazef had caught wind of his name. Thank you for being reliable as always, Seabass. His eyes then shifted over to Ninya. Thank you for your concern. His eyes darted to the furniture then back to her. Ninya quickly nodded as she rushed off to help dine with the furniture again, considering she had come over to him over curiosity and neglected her friend a bit. Jack then looked back out the window again, in time to see Gazef riding up on his black horse. This should be interesting, his fingers wrapped around his sister's hand after moving up from her wrist. So she'd move beside him as they walked to the door and opened it just in time for Gazef to come walking onto the property after passing through the gate. Gazef, who was watching his step, glanced up towards the man who was dressed in blue robes and had brown hair. He squinted his eyes at the man, but it wasn't a look of anger. A smile was still across his lips. "So this is what you look like outside of your armor," he said before giving the little girl a glance then back at him. He was pretty sure this was Cipher, or from what he learned now, a person named Jack Graham. "Don't angels who use a false name disappear from this world, Jack Dono?" Gazef chuckled, the irony of which he used it. "Or perhaps, you have multiple names." His toned muscular arms would cross over his chest as he was definitely wanting to know. "They are both my name," Jack snickered lightly. He knew this was going to happen soon after he arrived. Especially since how he had used it to begin with. "Is that so?" Gazef looked over him, not seeing the wings on his back. "Hiding them. I don't want to be seen as any less than human." Jack was well aware of the thoughts pertaining to non-humans from the Re-Estai's kingdom, the Baharuth Empire and the slain theocracy. They weren't seen any better than demi-humans. Even then, he was an angel, but some might think he was just a winged human despite his holy radiance. It was likely not everyone is affected the same way by his presence. Gazef slowly nodded, almost sympathetic. "So you bought a manor?" He looked over the property. It looked like it was in horrible disrepair. "The Magicians Guild and Merchant Guild tried to use me to exorcise the place for free, so I asked for compensation," Jack said as he shrugged at this, as if it wasn't any big deal. "I wanted the house." Laughing to himself, of course staying respectful towards Jack, Gazef peered over towards the window as he saw the adventurers working inside. "I see you hired help." Jack nodded lightly. "I'm having them remove the damaged furniture from the other areas of the house so I can dispose of it." The man nodded slowly. "Couldn't you do that easily yourself?" Jack pursed his lips at this. Yes, he could indeed do this on his own without any help. However, the whole point of this was to get to know some natives. What fun would that be? Plus, glancing over his shoulder towards the house. Seeing the swords of darkness working, putting things around the area. Getting contacts in a new place is a good course of action, no? Gazef nodded slightly. "True, Jack Dono. I've come to thank you again for protecting my men and the village. Without us asking." Jack chuckled softly and shook his head. "You only had 50 men, they had you outnumbered and their capacity for violence was higher. And yet after wiping them out, all on your own. You were the one who brought food and shelter." Gazef praised Jack for what he had done. It showed that either he cared for the people, or at least wanted to connect with them. He was sure that it was the gods wanting to be closer to humanity. The homunculi smiled up at the man who was seeming to admire her older brother. He wasn't a supreme being, but he was still appreciating his presence all the same. "Gazef, Dono," Eve waved up at him as he smiled and lifted a hand to wave back to her. "You should be more careful, Jack Dono." Gazef narrowed his sights on him as he sighs. "There are some unsightly things in our kingdom that our nobles indulge in." "Oh." Jack let out a chuckle as if he had just been issued a challenge. "Sounds interesting." Gazef almost burst out laughing. "For an angel, you're not very angelic." "We angels are just monsters, Gazef, that humans revere as holy symbols." A very plain smile was across Jack's lips as he looked over that of the man before him. "Would you perhaps like to come in for tea?" His two lines were contrasting with one another. He had referred to his species are monsters and yet invited the man in for tea. Gazef chuckled at the offer, even at what the man had said about angels being monsters. He took it as a jest, the statement, as he didn't quite believe angels fit the term of monster very well. "Another time, maybe. Jack Dono, I must make preparations for my men to continue to the capital. Then perhaps the next time we meet. Maybe I'll come by the capital." Gazef nodded with a content smile across his face. "I look forward to it." Leaving the adventurers under the supervision of Sebastian, the head butler, Jack, his sister and Brita made their way off to see the pharmacist. He not only wanted to meet the young man with the extraordinary talent, but also his grandmother. Since their arrival to the new world, the one thing has been made clear. The gold that came from the game world, was just that. Gold. It was no longer magical or held other properties. He was curious if they could recreate the healing potions from Yggdrasil. He had plenty in his inventory, along with the Zolyu solution which Nazarick practically had an unlimited supply of. So as they wandered down the stone streets of Rantel, he could feel Eve's hand tugging on his, but he kept an iron grip. He wasn't letting her go, he wasn't letting the little girl leave his side. Every market stall they passed, there was an oh and an ah. From shiny items, to food and other things such as cute toys. The marketplace as they walked through it, was filled with delights that took to her likings. It was like keeping a small dog on a leash. His arm would move with her and she would hang on while reaching out. Some of the people who were spectating the crowd could be seen chuckling. Jack was unfazed. If anything, he wore a small smile across his lips as he watched the little one move about. Then his gaze turned towards Brita, who was watching them from the corner of her eye. She had this little smile on her lips. She doesn't get out much, does she? Jack shrugged slightly, not really. For the first few days, she had been cooped up with nothing to do except follow me around until I came here. Brita snorted and shook her head, parents not around. Not exactly, Jack replied as his small smile would fade at the mention of parents. He couldn't stand his parents after the death of his little sister. They had all been there, but they blamed it on his negligence, and in turn he blamed himself. In time he was even at the point that he had felt he killed her with his own hands because of this. Brita's own little smile seemed to vanish, seeing his mood change at the subject of his parents. It seemed she had hit a sour note. Clearing her throat, so what are we going to be doing at the pharmacy other than just looking at herbs? Jack's eyes shifted over to her as her short red hair moved with a gentle breeze which rushed through the people of Rantel. I want to see if they can replicate something I made. Oh, Brita raised a brow slightly, curious of what he had claimed to have made. Could it be this man was rich in wealth because of how skilled he was? She was going through some scenarios in her mind. I noticed all the health potions are blue. Jack yawned slightly as his eyes traveled back into the endless sea of people that moved around them like schools of fish. And, Brita blinked a few times with a confused parting of her lips. That's normal, all healing potions are blue. Where I come from, mana potions are blue, Jack said with a frown as he looked over at her as he lowered one brow and raised another. Mana potions. Brita's head lolled to the side slightly as she continued to lead them on. Her eyes to the sky as she stared toward the clouds which were forming off in the distance. Where are you from, exactly? An island off the eastern coast of the continent. He had no idea if there was one on the eastern coast. Apparently the further they went away from the main humans' kingdoms here, the more humans were used as a source of labor and food. Eve looked up at him for a moment, before looking over towards Brita. It's called the British Empire, Oniissima, as Jack had said before. She had no problem lying to other people even though she didn't like it when other people lied to her directly. There's an empire that far out, of humans, Brita asked curiously as she looked him over. She didn't quite understand how that was possible. Not anymore, Jack cleared his throat, rubbing it slightly with his free hand. Brita frowned. There was a bit of hope for humanity to go against the demi-humans if there was an empire out there. That would mean that one day, the other nations that saw humans as food, would one day be forced into submission. That didn't seem like it would be the case. So as they came up onto the front of the shop, the trio would look over the building. This be it, Brita said as she scratched the back of her head, before walking up to the front door. So this is where the famous pharmacist lives with her grandson. Jack said as he looked over the place. It didn't seem all that shabby as it was consistent with the very European-inspired architecture. Eve brushed her hand along the door frame as they walked into the building. Her eyes looking over all the drawers filled with herbs and medicines. Before resting her eyes on a boy with blonde hair and long bangs. She blinked a few times before looking at her brother. Jack's eyes were resting on the blonde boy. it was Nymphyria, the person with the talent to use any magical item even if it were to be designed to work for a singular individual. The temptation to devour him was pretty much growing inside. Maybe, he could wait until the kid was dead, or dying. Jack's internal debate was interrupted by Nymphyria's voice. "Welcome." His one blue eye was showing through his long bangs. His eyes shifted over the man in blue sturdy robes. Then down to the child who was staring up at him. "Mr. Nymphyria Balar," Brita asked as she looked over him. He seemed like the shy type, or at least unassertive. She smiled lightly as his eyes rested on her. "Yes, do you have business with me?" he'd asked curiously, looking over the trio which had come through the front door. Jack was tempted to grab some hairpins and change the man's hair so he could see his eyes. The bowl cut was a bit long and he didn't quite understand the reason for having such long bangs. Especially in this line of work. However, he did recognize his hairdo as a trend from the earth he lived in. Perhaps it was popular here. Stepping forward, Jack would raise his free hand slightly. "I have something I'd like your grandmother to look at." His eyes traced over the young man's physique. He was physically weak, but he was in some regard intelligent. The young man blinked a few times. "What is it?" Jack reached into the air and his hand would pluck an item out of a spatial rift of some kind, revealing a highly decorated vial of red liquid and another vial of a transparent blue liquid. It was a lesser healing potion and a vial of Zolu solution which had been manufactured through the great tomb of Nazarick. The young man stared at the healing potion before glancing to the solution. It looked like a reagent used for brewing potions. A lesser healing potion and a solution used for brewing it. The moment they were identified as a healing potion and a brewing solution, his eyes widened. He held out his hands for them to be handed to him. Delicately, he placed them in the boy's hand. "Come on, FFO, follow me," he said, clearly excited as he stuttered over his words and lead them into the back room. "Grandma," he shouted out after opening the door, leading the strangers in. An old shriveled woman, short in stature, turned around from her brewing to give attention to her dear grandson. However, when her eyes rested on the red potion in his hands, her eyes couldn't help but stare. "Take a look at these." Jack and the two others stood behind the young man as the woman took hold of the item and appraised it with magic after placing it down on the wooden table. Appraisal magic item, detect magical enchantment. This is impossible," she shouted, laughing as she did so. She held the healing potion above her head like the baboon from the Lion King, when Simba was held above the crowd of animals. "Where did you get this?" she asked before her eyes noted the three who were standing there. The one in the sturdy blue robes immediately taking her attention. "Who is this?" "My name is Jack Graham. This is my sister, Eve," he gestured towards the small brunette beside him. Then he looked to Nymphyria for a few seconds, only to rest his eyes back on old Lizzie. Brita just waved her hand slightly, before looking to the man she had brought here. "And I'm Brita," she said quietly as she was taking in the scenery around them now. "I made the potion you currently have in your hand," he laughed quietly, seeing how enthusiastic she was about the item. To him it was just a normal healing potion, an extremely common one at that. But this is the blood of the gods. No one has ever made a red potion like this before. They always turn blue during the refining process." Her grandson nodded as his grandmother Lizzie spoke the truth. Mostly because they were likely to be fundamentally different. Another idea was coming to his mind, Jack's mind. If he collected human talents and put them under the service of the great tomb of Nazarick, wouldn't that bring influence? Talents made the world go round. He could entice these alchemists to come to Karn village that Ainz publicly addressed his desire to protect from nations that meant it harm. "This is why I brought it to you, Miss Famous Pharmacist. I want to see if you can recreate the item in your hands," Jack pointed out as he would tilt his head to the side. "If you can create something similar, if not just outright duplicate it. I will sponsor further development at another location." Lizzie stared at the man as if he was God. He could create this item. And yet he was handing it to her in order to try and reverse engineer. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Where would this other location be? Her grandson stepped forward curiously, wanting to know about this in more depth. It was as if he wanted to stay here, to be in proximity to some place close to here. Jack could note his face flushing, the speeding up of his heart. The mortal was in a slight panic. Karn village were the only two words he used. Nfiria's jaw almost dropped. You've been there. His face was becoming more red than before as he stepped forward once more. His fingers were slightly curled, he was nervous. Yes. A friend and I protected it against an organized attack by the slain theocracy, for died. Nfiria's heart seemed to quake, and it was evident as he leaned forward a bit as if he had just been stabbed in the chest. There's a girl there I know. Is she alright? He was becoming frantic. His grandmother frowned seeing her dear grandson, lightly placing a sympathetic hand on his shoulder. Jack only became acquainted with Henry and Nemu, so he tilted his head to the side. Henry, he asked as if he knew what he was even talking about. She's fine. I gave her some summoning tools to protect the village with. Nfiria let out a sigh of great relief, his head hanging back with a massive smile across his lips. Eve made a raspberry sound akin to a horse as she looked away from the blond boy. Summoning tools. Nfiria lowered his head slightly to look over at him. You said summoning tools. He was curious as to what he had given the girl of his dreams, even though he wasn't truly with her as of yet. Yes. She'll be able to summon goblins and kenku. Kenku. Humanoid bird people, who can't fly. Oh. Seeing just the man's face beneath the hood, made him instinctively jealous. He was handsome, and even though he was fully covered by the robe, Jack was definitely strong. This man could definitely steal Henry from him before he could ever get her himself. Why can't they fly if they're birds? They don't have wings. I'm serious. The grandmother simply smiled at them now before walking up to Jack and taking his free hand into both of her small old and wrinkly ones. It is a pleasure doing business with you. Jack could only imagine how some of the floor guardians would have reacted should a mere human touch their supreme being without permission. He could only chuckle as he shook her hands with his own. I'll be back then to see your progress sometime, this or next week. However, before I leave, I would like to see the ingredients you use for your potions. Nodding to the man, she turned to her grandson, who would nod to her and go off to collect the herbs needed to brew a new world equivalent to a healing potion. After having the short discussion of the whole pulling the items out of thin air earlier, Brita was the one to tell the boy and his grandmother that it was his talent. So once they had the herbs, Jack gave them a few gold coins and made his way out of the pharmacy with Brita and his sister at his sides. They were making their way back to the house. Taking an alternate path. Jack's eyes trailed over towards the graveyard. The gates were closed and there was someone on the wall which surrounded it. He was curious, why was there so much security around the graveyard? Even in the world he came from, there wasn't that many people guarding such a place. Could it be that the undead naturally spawned there? His eyes stared at the gates as they were walking by before looking to Brita. She was hardly paying attention to it. Not even curious. He even noticed there were some adventurers going into the graveyard with their weapons. Raising a brow at this, he came to a stop and Brita turned her head to look at him and his sister. The two siblings stared at the scene. In the distance he could hear the moans and groans of the undead. How they would be shambling about unsteadily. Yet he couldn't see them through the stone walls. Hey Brita, how often do the dead rise in that cemetery? Oh, walking up beside him, she folded her hands behind her back casually. Those who have regrets rise often. The Adventurer Guild uses this as one of their promotional tests, by taking out the undead. I see. Pursing his lips slightly, there were plenty of things that could go wrong with this. Especially if a necromancer bent on spreading death were to use it as a cover to conscript an army of the undead. It would be what he would do if he were in this world and at the level of everyone else. Could that already be happening? Is something wrong, Jack? Couldn't a necromancer or higher-powered undead also be raising the dead? Under the pretense that all this is happening naturally, his eyes rested on Brita, who blinked a few times, only to nod, concurring with him. That would be a brilliant idea for an intelligent undead like a lich. Brita frowned at this. It was hard for her to understand why everyone was overlooking that probability. Jack would walk towards the gates, each step casual as can be. "You're going in, with Eve?" Brita raised a brow and followed slowly behind. Eve smiled smugly hearing the question that Brita asked her brother and turned to look at her. "They're no match for my firepower," her tongue moistened her lips with a gentle shine. Brita blinked slightly, she could see the excitement in the little girl's eyes. Excitement for the idea of slaughtering the undead and whomever might be behind it. "No dead will rise again from this cemetery," Jack said with a quiet tone before pressing a hand against the bars of the cemetery gate. The guard on the wall looked down at him and raised a brow. "You can't go in." He paused when the man looked up at him and lowered his hood. "Open the gate," Jack uttered under his breath, and without further argument, the guard complied. Brita sped on over beside them. She wasn't going to let a child go in there alone. Even if she was confident with her ability to destroy the undead. Or at least confident that her older brother could do so. So as they walked onto the rotten soil, surrounded by dead trees and cracked tombstones, their eyes watched their surroundings. The air in this place smelled of death and miasma. It was a horrible place to be. This place reminded Jack of how the exterior of the great tomb of Nazarick used to be prior to its transportation to the New World. "If I were a necromancer, where would I set up my base of operations?" Jack asked rhetorically as they walked along the path. Necromancers and liches typically had their own lairs or citadels, and it came to Dungeons and Dragons. Usually underground, or if in a cemetery, a mausoleum. As he thought, the closer they got to the grand mausoleum in the cemetery, the more undead were apparent. The source likely being the building itself. Brita looked around. She could see the hateful undead roaming about. Just then she could hear the shambling of an undead behind her. So as she reached for her sword, she spun on her heel. Yet the moment she turned around, there was a loud bang and the head of the zombie that was in front of her exploded into brain cheese. Chunks flying in all directions. Brita stood there in complete shock before glancing over her shoulder towards the small girl who was still holding her brother's hand. Yet in the little female's hand was a magic item that looked like a gun. As firearms weren't recognized in this world, she could only stare at the smoking end of the barrel. "What is that?" "Magic pistol," Eve grinned with an even smugger look on her face before blowing the smoke from the end of the barrel as she brought the weapon close to her lips. Of course, after she had fired such a thing, they had grabbed the attention of the zombies and other undead present in the area. "Now you've done it," Jack chuckled as he took in the scene of a horde forming around them. Zombies which weren't presently preoccupied with adventurers were now turning and coming in their direction due to the loud sound. Brita moved close to Jack, but before she made contact with his back, she felt something soft and glanced to the side to see nothing. "What did I just brush against?" Jack chuckled quietly, not saying anything. She had just brushed against his wings, which were currently invisible to the naked eye and most of those who used magic to see. As they were beginning to be surrounded, he could hear the adventurers in the area shouting. Apparently he and the two with him were helpless. This only made Jack let out a suppressed fit of laughter. Pulling the sentient staff known as Seraph out of his item box, he planted its butt into the ground. This item would allow the natural expansion of his magic range, which could encompass the entire cemetery. Falling to one knee for dramatic effect, he raised his head with a twisted smile on his face. "Maximize magic, mass destruct undead." In the moment that Jack recited this spell, divine energy was expelled in all directions like a wave of holy destruction, shaking the ground. The monstrous undead who were all shambling about, gathering around them in an effort to taste their flesh. The wave would wash over them effortless, glassing and pulverizing them into dust. Brita stood there, her jaw almost falling off if there was no skin holding there. The epic scene was like something from the book that described the power of gods alone. Divine energy could be seen seeping from the piles of dust and ash that now sown the ground of the cemetery. It was as if light was now shining upon the land, where it had never shone before. Jack would bring himself back to his feet, twirling the staff between his fingers before resting its shaft against his forearm. Licking his lips, he narrowed his eyes on the door of the mausoleum. "What did you just do?" Brita turned her head to look at the man in awe. The strength of this magic was far beyond anything she had ever seen. 8th tier magic spell, Mass Destruct Undead. It destroys all lower tier undead within a massive area of effect. His eyes narrowed on her for a few moments before he began to walk towards the building with his little sister in tow. 8th tier. Brita could hardly remain skeptical after witnessing it. He was speaking of a mythological level of magic here. You coming or not? Jack asked as he glanced over towards the woman as he stood in front of the door, pressing the bottom of his boot against it. Dazed slightly by this event, Brita nodded and almost mindless followed him up to the door, right before he kicked it open. As the light illuminated the interior and the path that lead further underground, Jack would lead the small party of his into the depths. As they continued their steps, they could hear someone raising the dead with a small spell of raise undead. Hm. As Jack and the two reached the bottom of the stairs, they rested their eyes on a man wearing a red robe with skulls on a golden chain around his neck. Standing from the corpse as it rose from the ground, the sickly evil-looking man turned and locked his gaze on the man standing there with the powerful staff with the moving golden inlay. There was an intelligent globe in his hand, the Orb of Death. Discern enemy. Jack chuckled as this spell showed him the approximate level of the necromancer which was standing before them. It was so pathetic, it made him lick his lips. However, he was quite interested in the Orb of Death as the sentient magic item alone was level 40. An angel you say, whispering, the necromancer's eyes moved to the globe as if it was talking to him. And it was, telepathically. What? Fear immediately was visible on his face as his eyes darted to the angel known as Jack. Oh. Jack tilted his head to the side slightly. Who are you? Dale shouted and pointed towards Jack, ignoring his companions. You are no match to stop me. Holding the item above his head, for 5 years I have been preparing for the moment to turn this city into a city of the dead. I shall call upon the... Bang! 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 Blood hardly visible, the necromancer stood there, blinking. Pain everywhere, pain was everything. His lower jaw moved slightly in confusion by the sudden sensation. His eyes resting on the child at the angel's side. The man's brows would droop down, furrowing. W.H. What? His eyes then moved on to the smoking barrel which was pointed at him. His fingers would peel back as the orb fell from fingers, plopping onto the ground and rolling aside, unable to move on its own. My name is Jack Graham, and you have failed. Pointing the staff at him, the shaft would lengthen at an extreme rate, moving about like a snake through the air before impaling the necromancer with its teeth, causing him to scream out in pain. Devour. Unlike when he used himself as a medium for this spell, the man's body didn't contort. Instead, as if drawn through a straw, Cagiat Dale Bedantle was sucked into oblivion, instantly to be devoured by Jack himself. His knowledge of this world's necromancy, the death cult in which he follows, and its members. His tongue cleansed his teeth as he beamed from the dopamine high. His eyes then traced the ground to the orb, which itself was fearful of him. A port. Suddenly the item found itself in his hand, clutched by the angel's grasp, as the staff was now floating beside him as if laughing at the Orb of Death. Aren't you cute? Release this one, you holy heathen. Death. Death, this one shall be spread across the world. Ha ha ha. It attempted to send a telepathic message, which Jack received without fear. Jack just rolled his eyes at it, shaking his head, before dropping it through a miniature portal gate and then reclaiming the staff with his hand shortly after. Suddenly in the great tomb of Nazarick, an item appeared falling from far above the king's throne. Yuri Alpha, who was standing before a seated Momonga giving a report, looked up as she pushed her glasses to her nose. She blinked a few times, seeing a light reflective object flash before becoming visible. It was falling right for her. Ainz, Sama, there's something here. What's this? Momonga glanced up to see what the head maid had taken an interest in. A gift from Jack. A disembodied chuckle left his person, watching as Yuri caught the object in her hands with great care as it had come from a supreme being. That, and the last thing she needed was it to shatter all over the floor and dirty the place up again. For a moment, she just stood there before looking up at the master of the great tomb. Ainz, Sama, this thing, orb. It's alive. Her eyes traveled down to it as she held the item out for him to take. I believe Cipher, Sama has wished to give it to you. Momonga looked over the black pearl which reflected light around it. In a way, it was an appealing piece of jewelry. Reaching a hand forward, Yuri rested the item in his hand and instantly he could hear its voice through its natural ability to use telepathy through physical contact. Oh. This one had always once believed that it had come into this world with a purpose to coat it in death, but after meeting this mighty king of death like yourself, this one has come to fathom that it had been truly born to serve you, you who has a great angel in his service. Momonga's eyes drifted to his head maid, then back to the orb for a moment or two before leaning back into the throne and holding the shiny stone up to the light. I thought Jack-san was in the city of Rantel, restoring a broken house. Where did he get this? This one was part of a large-scale plan involving the turning of the city, you yourself identified, into a city of the undead. The orb informed him as it had nothing to hide from this king it now wanted to serve. A ritual which would turn the now-deceased Casiat into a lich. Momonga just stared at the item again, resting his cheekbone against his skeletal fist. I can see why Jack didn't want you, the laughing skeleton would lightly toss and catch the item with one hand. The trio emerged victorious from the mausoleum. Walking side by side, Jack, Eve and Brita kept their eyes forward. Brita didn't know what to make of what had just happened, especially with that strange staff which seemed to be alive in Jack's hand. The necromancer had been absorbed, eaten, as if slurped up through a very very small straw. On top of that, Jack had claimed he had used 8th tier magic which was surely impossible for someone mortal to do. Even then, it was in the realm of mythology, something only the gods were capable of. She felt as if she was walking beside one of the gods. However, what was he the god of? He didn't seem to command water, earth, wind or fire. If anything he had the power over the divine, the holy, the arcane. Could he be the god of light worshipped by the slain theocracy? She didn't even know what that looked like. How could she compare? Brita looked over at him as they were heading for the exit of the cemetery. She wasn't panicking, but she was sure confused and bewildered by the man she found herself with. How powerful could he be? She remembered how brief she had touched something she couldn't see, how it felt. It reminded her of feathers from a bird. Yet no matter how she strained her eyes on his back, she saw nothing there. No distortion from the light. And when she looked at him in the face, in the eyes, she felt strangely compelled. Charmed. Safe. Her heart though didn't race. If anything he made her calm, but not the kind of calm that makes one brave, but the calm that makes one docile and careless. It wasn't a feeling she wanted to keep even despite how pleasant it made her feel. It was as if he could make her forget everything that made her motivated. All of her troubles, he could make them go away. It was like a bottle of liquor, without the hangover in the morning. Eve, for some reason she felt off about Eve. Her eyes moved down to the small human girl. She reminded her of a living doll. Not the emotionless kind, but the ones that sang and danced. An animated doll never before seen. When she looked forward, she could see some mithril adventurer standing the gate. The mayor on the other side, along with the master of the Rantel's Magician Guild. Then along with them were the lower-ranked adventurers who had been in the graveyard prior. With all of the undead wiped out, they could clearly see a group of men laying face down in the dirt. They were wearing black robes, necromantic scriptures and tools in their hands. According to the memories and knowledge of Casiat, they had been members of the death cult which were under his direct command. The ritual they were planning to start in a few days, had been foiled. So as Jack rested his eyes on the mithril adventurer groups known as Sky Wolf, Rainbow and Kraugra, he frowned slightly. They had these wary eyes, but they had a twinkle of jealousy and envy. You there, a man named Igvarj shouted. He had these small eyes and medium-length brown hair with a moderate tan tone of skin. He was dressed in blue and white attire. Clearly he didn't look very strong, but he had the confidence written on his face. Jack's eyes rested on the man for a moment. He appeared to be the most jealous in the group, he could even feel the intensity of envy from his gaze. From what he could see without really conversing with him, was that this man was a ranger. He had a strong body from constant working. He was all about appearances. Can I help you? Jack asked as he looked to the man, returning an annoyed gaze which clashed with the intense glare which was following his address. What kind of relic did you use to destroy all the undead like that? Jack just stared at him. Did you steal it from the Magician's Guild? Jack continued to just stare at him before looking past him to Theo, who was just shaking his head. He then returned his gaze to the man in front of him. However, just as he went to open his mouth, Brita moved in front of him. A mere iron-ranked adventurer shoving him back. It wasn't for Jack's safety or for Jack's sake. He did it with his own power, she shouted sharply as she pointed at him. Yet this pointing of her index finger seemed to annoy him slightly. Jack reached over and lightly with 2 fingers, lowered her hand back down to her side. Bellowed, who was a leading member of Sky Wolf, didn't seem all that skeptical the moment the little iron-ranked woman had vouched for him. So he didn't use dishonorable means. Would you like to see a demonstration? Jack asked as he looked over the man. He had orange rustic hair, short and dapper with coal-colored eyes. He was wearing a tan armor and black fabric underneath. He even had a red scarf around his neck and a mithril rank tag which contrasted with the armor alone. The man was clearly a capable warrior in the sense that he could fight things beneath his level. However, he'd have no chance against the residents of the great tomb of Nazarick. Bello gestured humbly with his hand for Jack to proceed. Jack nodded lightly and the men took a step back, whilst Eve took hold of Brita's arm and moved her out of the way, which was rather considerate. He'd then walk over towards the corpses of the death cult members who had already been identified by authorities and the Adventurers Guild. He held a hand out over the weakest-looking one. True resurrection. A gentle and warm light momentarily engulfed the body before fading out. The dead man would suddenly gasp for air, begin to profusely sweat before sitting up. He was panting, looking around half-blind. When he went to stand, however, Jack grinned. The men who had watched this were in awe, as was Brita. Jack had just brought someone back to life who had been verified to be dead. His state was in entire repair and not that many levels were shaved off of him. Yet he did seem a bit out of vitality. Implosion. Casting the spell on the man's head, caused it to immediately collapse in on itself. The body fell down to the ground once again, twitching disgustingly on the ground from the sudden revival followed by a swift death. Theo, who was standing there, was wide-eyed. He had just revived a man from the dead and killed him in an instant. The tier of the spells he used, they weren't something a regular human being could produce. If he was even human to begin with. Jack folded his hands behind his back, looking over towards the leaders of the adventurer parties. They were in awe. The man who had been trying to accuse him of stealing a magic relic from the Magician's Guild looked like he was going to die from shock. Which made Jack almost giggle childishly at the sight of it. He wanted to mess with him some more, show off his talents and his magic prowess. That didn't seem to be at all needed though. Having just arrived to see this occur, the male guildmaster of the Rantel Adventurers Guild just stared at him. He could hardly comprehend what she had just saw. A necromancer being resurrected and then having their head imploded, not exploded. Even then, the explode spell was 8th tier. Those present on this side of the gate, gave him a hesitant applause. He very much could have tested this spell out on the mithril adventurer which had insulted him. Yet he instead chose to intimidate him by using it on an already dead criminal. Though one had to admit, it was overkill. Brita just stood there watching him. Thinking about how he had killed those wraiths earlier without as little as a sweat forming on his skin. This man was powerful. More powerful than any adventurer in the entire city, no, the kingdom or even the continent. There came the mayor of the city. He reminded Jack of a pit bull because of the shape of his face, fat and chubby. However, despite how he looked and how one could look down on him, Jack could feel the air around him. He wasn't to be underestimated despite the facade he wore. "Hello, young sir," he spoke politely towards Jack, his hand caressing his double chin thoughtfully. "Hello." Jack tilted his head to the side as he lowered his hood to reveal his face entirely. The mayor's name was Panasolii Gruz de Rettenmayer. Compared to his own name, Jack Graham sounded rather mundane. Oddly enough, the name seemed to fit the noble who was standing before him. "What is your name?" the mayor asked. He cared for the people of Rantel. Jack had just done him a great service by eliminating a threat that no one else seemed to have noticed prior. Jack Graham, taking the letter of introduction from the head warrior, he held it out for the man to read. I recently took up residence in the noble quarter. The mayor looked him over for a moment before taking the letter of introduction into his hands, calmly without arrogance. When he opened the piece of folded parchment, his brows raised. According to the parchment, he was standing in front of a hero who had averted the assassination and second attack on the frontier village of Karn. He would then folded it back up neatly and hold it out for Jack to retrieve. Graham, Dono. It is a pleasure to have you in Rantel. Your mystical feats, this subject of the king, recognizes you as the hero of Rantel. Hero? Brita said quietly to herself as she could recall how he had said he saved the Karn village earlier at the pharmacy. So he had written proof. She watched as he slipped the parchment away into his item box, out of hand's reach and the mind's eye. Eve padded over to her big brother and lazily flopped into his side, clinging to him. Jack placed a hand on the top of her head and combed her hair with his fingers. Did you bring a kid with you? The leader of Kraugra spoke up again, pointing at the child form clinging to Jack's side. Don't underestimate the kid, Brita said with wide eyes as she recalled the use of the weapon earlier. Even though the pistol was nowhere to be seen on Eve's body, it was clear she had the same talent as her older brother to store things away in an extra-dimensional space which appeared nearly unlimited. Theo walked over to the group, his hands folded behind his back as he looked all smug. Someone who had just registered to his guild had just accomplished an amazing feat. One which hundreds of people had no choice but to recognize as witnesses. Theo, Jack spoke up as he looked over the man. How's studying the sealing crystal? It's going quite well, Theo chimed with a beaming smile across his lips, his hands moving in front of himself and clasping together. Do you perhaps have more relics? Jack just stared through him for a few moments before shaking his head. Not that I can hand over at the moment. But I do have this. He'd take out what seemed to be a red potion, another healing potion. He had plenty of these of various tiers since he hadn't really been fighting in games since the game was ending and people were quitting left and right. Most of his time was spent preparing for things that never really happened. Theo's eyes rested on the potion for a few moments before holding out a hand to take hold of it. The mayor raised his brow as did the other adventurers. Graham, Dono, what is this? A healing potion, lesser tier, Jack said as he pointed at it crudely before letting his arms fall to his sides rather bored. I'm looking to see if anyone can replicate it, or at least make something based on its conception. Talent. The man stared at the item for a few more moments before looking over at him. In a way, if Jack had multiple people study the same thing. People would work at different paces, but ultimately come up with different results due to the creativity of the individual. In turn, he could absorb them all if he saw it necessary and know everything they did. Or he could keep them all as individuals, have them become his underlings, form a monopoly on the potion-making market. He licked his lips slightly at the idea, despite the fact that his conscience was screaming at him for his dark thoughts. Jack was an angel, but he was no saint. Good was not always good, it was the same with evil. So, will you be able to devote your guild study to replicating this? Theo was confident his people could crack the potion, learn from it. Yet they weren't necessarily alchemists, they were magicians. Though he was sure if he could replicate it or improve upon it, the item would most definitely appeal to adventurers and rack in a lot of coinage. I'm sure we can take on this endeavor. Good, I'm looking forward to seeing the result. Jack's eyes traced on over toward the mayor, who seemed rather excited by this. The kingdom's economy was in decline, so if this man made a large business, got the money flowing, they'd be able to withstand a war. However, that was if he planned on even staying in the country. Whilst this was going on, the guild master of the adventurers guild known as Pluton Ainz was watching the two men converse with Jack. Having witnessed the power that could virtually put any adventurer out of business and even mess with the balance of power between countries or even political parties, he couldn't help but scheme in the back of his mind. He wanted Jack to stay in Rantel. He was powerful, seemed morally sound though somewhat disturbed, as he could revive and soon after kill someone he brought back to life without batting an eye. Yet he didn't really know how he could do that. Perhaps get him to impregnate a woman? A prostitute maybe? His eyes rested on the man and shook his head slightly. He doubted Jack would go for a prostitute. His eyes rested on the child whom was hugging the man's side. Did he already have a daughter? Or was that a younger sibling? Truth be told, he couldn't really tell how old Jack was, but he appeared in his early 20s. However, by the time he made up his mind, Jack the child at his side and Brita had vanished, and everyone was beginning to disperse. What, eh? Brita stood there, blinking erratically as the manor appeared in front of her. She felt the solid ground beneath her feet. She was no longer standing on dirt, but a stone walkway. Slowly cranking her head side to side, her eyes drifting with the sights around her. What? She poked her tongue out against her lips. What just? She spun around, stumbling as she did so before she vision rested on two friendly faces. When did we get here? She shouted as she placed her hands on the sides of her head. Teleportation, Jack said with a casual tone, as it was a high-ranked spell to this world's standards. Otherwise there would be people teleporting everywhere. Brita's mouth was hanging low, before she looked over towards the front door. Then up to the sky. The clouds had cleared away, it was bright and sunny. They had jumped from the cemetery all the way back to the noble quarter. Now, for your hazard pay. Jack would take out an empty sack and dropped 10 gold coins into it along with 7 red lesser healing potions. Then he tied the sack and held it out for her. Hazard pay, she asked as she looked over the sack for a moment before reluctantly taking it into her hands. What's hazard pay? You hired to show me around and get me connected. You were not hired, however, to join me in the middle of a conflict zone. Jack snickered at this as she didn't know what hazard pay was. It was probably because no one really knew what it was, or it didn't exist in this world. Insurance was a luxury, wasn't it? So. Brita weighed the bag in her hand. She could hear the potions moving about. The rare potions that apparently no one else could make. She licked her lips slightly. She had taken this job to get a quick buck and buy a single healing potion. Now, she had 4 healing potions and enough to buy food or standard equipment for months. If I have a job for you or am in need of your services, I will visit you again, wherever you may be, Jack informed before patting her shoulder, as if dismissing her with a friendly smile on his face as he and his little sister made way for the front door. Brita turned her head and watched as the powerful man began to walk away. Just why would he need her services? From what she had seen, he could have taken care of everything himself. Her eyes drifted down to the bag. Sure, she wanted money, coins and recognition. He had given that to her, just letting her follow him around. She then looked back up at him as he opened the door, and closed it behind him. Alone outside, she would smile faintly, hugging the sack to her chest as she made her way out of the property and heading back to the inn to meet up with her teammates. As Jack walked into the main foyer, his sister holding his right hand as they strolled inside. He slipped his staff into his item box before stepping into the common room. His eyes rested on all the furniture, which was organized in rows and some even stacked on top of one another. By the windowsill there was a stack of books and what looked like valuable personal effects or relics which belonged to the previous owners. Sebastian gracefully entered the room and bowed his torso to the Supreme Being. Welcome home, Jack Sama. Eve Sama, he wore this stoic face that he always had, full of strength and integrity. Thank you, Sebas, it's good to be home. Welcome home, Aniissima. Jack's eyes darted over towards the strange squeaky voice that shouted out to him from the top of the steps. His eyes rested on the slime, which he couldn't argue was good at acting at this very moment. He watched as she quickly descended the steps and rushed on up to him. Giving the Supreme Being a hug and nuzzling her face into his chest as if he had been gone for a long time. Jack's lower jaw was now the one which was falling off its hinges and hanging in shock. Eve herself was wide-eyed seeing the predator slime hugging her brother. She was somewhat afraid that she might end up absorbing him or something, but that wasn't happening. So, Onissima, Eve said as she reached out and tugged on the sleeve of her dress. There's guests in the house. She seemed to let out a little whine indicating that she didn't want her hugging her big brother. Solution Tgthegood before slowly retracting herself from the Supreme Being. her sizable supple breasts bouncing as she did so after being squished against his chest. Jack didn't have all that much of a reaction when they were pressing against him. Though it did feel weird, he never had something so substantial press against him. He had to admit, even if it was a weird sensation, it was relatively pleasant. It reminded him of a couple of massive marshmallows. When the blonde turned away from him, the tip of his tongue coated his lips slightly, quick enough to avoid detection from just about everyone in the room. Except for Eve, who was standing beside him, looking directly up at his face. Eve raised her leg slightly and shoved the tip of her shoe into his shin. The sound of metal armor resonating with the kick resonated throughout the room. Solution and Sebastian turned their eyes to look over towards the two, still holding hands as Eve was kicking Jack in the shin. Yet he was still not giving all that much of a response. It was like she was fruitlessly kicking his divine class armor without making so much of a dent. Even though outwardly it just looked like he was wearing sturdy blue priestly robes. Jack, Sama, Sebastian's eyes moved from Eve to Jack and back again. "It's fine," Jack said with a light chuckle, "she's just jealous." Solution placed a few fingers over her lips and suppressed a laugh as she went to walk away. "I am not," Eve. She let go of his hand and started to push at him, though he wasn't budging from where he was standing. "I thought we had guests in the house," Jack said as he looked down at her, which caused Eve to freeze for a moment. Her eyes wandering over towards the stairs where some of the swords of darkness were coming down with ruined furniture. Clearing her throat, she would cross her arms over her chest and turn away from Jack before roaming off towards the wine cellar. After moseying around a corner and disappearing from sight, she didn't make any further sounds. "Ichem." Jack just stared at the empty doorway before turning to look at Sebas. "Watch after her for me, would you?" Sebas bowed his head. "Yes, Jack, Sama." He would then too follow after the girl, disappearing from sight of those around them. Jack would then look over towards Ninya, Luckrut, Peter and Dine as they were strolling towards him rather casually. He smiled seeing Ninya, as it reminded him of how his sister could have grown up. "Everything complete?" he'd ask curiously as he raised a brow. "Yes, Jack-san," Peter said with a wide grin across his lips, his hands at his hips. "It is done." Jack nodded seeing him cheerful, his eyes moving to the young man's teammates who were smiling and nodding in agreement. He would take out 4 small pouches and hold them out to them to take. 10 gold and 50 silver each, Jack noted, to make sure they knew what they were all getting. "Thank you," they said as they lowered their heads slightly, feeling the coins in their hands through the bags. They had these smiles across their lips which simply made Jack smile himself. A day's hard work was rewarded. Jack would let them outside, holding the door for them as they left. As they made their way towards the gate, Ninya glanced over her shoulder towards him. Jack was waving towards them and she gave a small wave in return, before following her friends out of the noble quarter of the city and back towards where they'd been staying. Making his way back inside, Jack would look over the damaged furniture that had been damaged by time and the insect menace known as termites. He couldn't help but sigh as he rested a hand on a cracked oil lamp made with strips of metal and stained glass. The little crank switch was missing, the oil was all but gone. He picked the item up with his hand and stared into it. He remembered having one similar to it, of course with higher quality. Stuffing it into his item box. He then turned towards the valuables which were on the windowsill and began to sift through them. There was a book about birds, there were some tomes and even a grimoire. He picked up a roll of silk which oddly enough hadn't been eaten by moths. He slipped it into his item box as well and started to stuff all the finds into it slowly, after observing each individual item. Eventually he came across an embalmed elf ear inside a small locked box. He just stared at the item. He didn't even want to appraise the thing. Grabbing it by the tip, he lifted it from the box and held it in his palm. "Ichem." Jack slowly lowered the ear into the box and then closed it, latching it before tossing it into his item box and continuing to look through the things which were present. From what he could tell, the people here weren't necessarily ideal. They had some items which indicated they were a military family, at least one of the former residents being a magic user. When he plucked a ceremonial sword out of a long dark wooden box, he stared at it. It was a saber with a pearl white handle, golden inlay on the hand guard. Placing it back into the box, he stuffed that into his item box as well. Anything of remote value that held any information, he just put it in. Once he was finished with the stuff on the windowsill, he turned his attention to the trashed furniture. Gate. The moment he had said this, a gate opened up beneath all of the furniture. Similar to how he had dropped all of the soldiers from the sky. He sent all of the furniture to a location he learned of from Nigan, the commander of the Sunlit Scripture. He had dropped all the trashed furniture into the center of the cathedral's conference room which the 6 cardinals typically held meetings. However, just as the gate was closing, an item came flying through the portal just seconds before it closed completely. Raising a brow, Jack watched the square shape travel through the air and clatter to the ground. His eyes rested on it for a few seconds as he quickly identified it as a Rubik's Cube. Is that a Rubik's Cube? Jack just stared at the item for a few moments before looking to the empty floor which surrounded him now. Walking over to it, he squatted down and scooped the item from the ground. Not only was it a Rubik's Cube, but it was also a completed one. His eyes drifted over to where he had summoned the gate before raising his brow. That wasn't expected. Jack was feeling rather curious of who was on the other side playing with a toy such as this. It was a modern toy and he had yet to have seen someone in this society wearing clothes that reminded him of his origin. Jack stood there with the Rubik's Cube in his hand. He had just reverted the state of the house back a few years by using a spell he found in the grimoire. The whole building looked as if it had been restored to its former glory. Of course, before devouring the book and learning all of its contents. Something that he wanted to know if it was at all possible to do in this world as he could in Yggdrasil. He was staring at the cube which was in his hands. Where did it come from exactly? Was it from this world? Or had it been brought into this world by someone else? Poking his tongue against his cheek as he stared the dimensions in thought. As he moved towards the back of the manor, he walked by Solution who was standing in an empty room, staring out a window at the backyard. Jack would make his way over to the northern door, which brought him to the backyard. As he stepped outside, his gaze followed the ground. It looked like the grounds were rather uneven. The soil was clearly disturbed. A frown formed over his lips as he looked closely. It looked like someone had dug up the backyard. It was a mass burial site and from what he could only conclude, all the bodies here likely belonged to slaves. The idea that they had all been killed off and buried in the backyard annoyed him. Even though the vegetation and grass were growing healthily. His eyes moved to the sky above. Hours had gone by since he had dismissed the adventurers and the sky was beginning to become dark. Itchem. A feeling of dread was passing over him. This place had been out of order for some years, so these people must have been dead for a while. The year that was in the box was likely a memento. Those whom had been buried here, they were probably elves which had been sold into slavery. Closing his eyes tightly, he would open them again. However, he quickly realized there were no tears in his eyes. That feeling of dread remained, but his emotions felt stoically detached, held at bay. Slowly he would turn to look towards the house, an ambient frown across his lips. Seabass was still following his sister around the house. She seemed to be roaming, exploring. Solution had since left the room which she had been standing in. He had no idea where she had gone. As he looked at the sky again, he could see birds flying overhead. Little white doves. Or at least that is what he thought they were. He had yet to look at the book about birds in this world. Might as well tell Momonga about this. His eyes shifted to the Rubik's Cube in his hand. Message. Momonga, Jack called out for his friend in a moderate tone, walking over and leaning against the stone walls which lined the back of his property. What's going on, Jack? Momonga asked as he was actually in the middle of a slime bath with the sapphire slime. He was enjoying the silence for the most part, while planning his next moves carefully. There's been a strange occurrence, Jack entailed as he tossed the Rubik's Cube up and down in his hand. Oh. I was used a portal to drop a bunch of ruined furniture, somewhere in the slain theocracy. I'm pretty sure that's what they call illegal dumping. Yes, no. Whatever. When I dropped all the stuff, something came through it to my side before the portal could dissipate. He scratched the back of his head in thought. Something. A Rubik's Cube. This world seems primitive, like medieval Europe. Where would a Rubik's Cube come from? Perhaps another player. The likeliness could be high. We're here, who says no one else is? You're not wrong, and if they are another player, I suggest we make contact. And if they aren't? Information is information, and from what I've seen so far, our powers are considered to be at a mythological level related to their gods. Jack was aware of the existence of the gods which were worshipped by the human countries. The question was, were they really gods or were they players? Based on his perception of this world, it was likely they were players due to how highly powered he compared appears to others considered high-ranked in Re-STIs. Of course, he could always be wrong, and gods could very much be real. You really want to go see where that cube came from? Momonga scratching his bone chin was something Jack could imagine in his mind as he said this. Or at least who, Jack said as he continued to toss the item playfully, imitating a sniffle. Are you catching a cold? Momonga asked with a chuckle, holding the sapphire slime in his hand. I wish, Jack joked and shook his head as he kept his eyes to the ground. He felt rather disgusted with this backyard. He wanted to unearth the beings here and resurrect them. Yet, where would he put them? Would they live in his manor? Would they want to be resurrected? I found a mass grave behind the house. Jack suddenly spoke up again. A mass grave. It seems to be made of slaves. I found mementos, embalmed body parts in boxes. Momonga seemed to cringe at this, even though he was undead. That was a rather bothersome find indeed. To find a mass grave behind a house. I want to resurrect them, or at least excavate the bodies, Jack uttered quietly to himself, though freely relied this to Momonga at the same time. Momonga nodded slowly. Bring them to the second floor when you do. I'll do it after. I distract myself with something else. Jack's eyes moved back to the toy in his hand before he looked to the house. Inform them that I'll be living for the time being. You're going alone. I prefer it that way. Glossening his lips as he poked out the tip of his tongue, he would push himself off the fence. I'll message you once I figure something out. All right. Momonga hummed mutely slightly in thought, if that's how you want to play it. I'll be starting my plans, he informed Jack before the connection between the two was mutually ended. Jack would step into the center of the yard, the cube still tucked in his hand as he summoned a portal. Gate. The swirling reddish-purple energy appeared before him. He smirked slightly. His robes became that of his armor, his dark turquoise wings becoming visible. Without much hesitation, he took a deep breath and walked straight into the portal. The moment it closed behind him, he found himself standing in the center of a large room. Surrounded by mostly destroyed furniture. His eyes would rest on what looked like a handful of people removing the items from the room. A small grin across his lips as he spread his wings out. He was in the middle of the slain theocracy. So this is where the Sunlist scripture got their orders, Jack spoke aloud as he began to roam around the edge of the room. The people who were emptying the room of broken furniture, peered up and immediately widened their eyes. They gasped at the sight of his wings, the divine radiance which seemed to be seeping from him. Jack looked down at the item in his hand again before looking at the men who were slowly leaving the room. Someone was shouting for the cardinals, the guards. Jack huffed slightly as he tossed the item into the air a few times before narrowing his sight on a female who was entering the room. She seemed small, compact. Something he would define as fun-sized, which was a term he often used to pick fun at someone who was shorter than he. Which was pretty much about everyone mortal he knew or seen here. She had heterochromia in both her eyes and in her hair. Black and white was what was evident. Her ears were pointed like that of an elf's, but they were much shorter than the twins. A half-elf perhaps. His eyes drifted to the pole-arm weapon she was carrying with her. It was a massive cross-shaped war scythe, a weapon that belonged to someone he had fought before in Yggdrasil. When he looked at her eyes, he noticed she wasn't looking at him, but the item which was in his hand. Glancing down at the Rubik's Cube, he raised a brow and tossed it towards her. With one hand, she gave a little hop and grasped it before landing in triumph. That's when her two different colored eyes rested on him. She'd trace his wings, his hair, his facial features. He watched as she painted her lips with her tongue almost sensually. So, "You're the one who dumped this junk in here through a portal." She didn't seem amused, but she also didn't seem at all interested in what he had done. She didn't even seem upset. If anything, as she began to smile widely, she was getting excited. "Thank you for my Rubik's Cube. Are you a winged human perhaps?" When she asked this, he raised a brow. Most people usually realized he wasn't rather quickly. However, as he used silent magic to use the spell Discern Enemy, he quickly found she was above the normal level of those he had encountered before. She was not normal. "I'm a seraph," Jack retorted as he was compared to a winged mortal. A seraph, a brow raised before she glanced over her shoulder towards the door. The black scripture came marching into the room, the cardinals coming walking in behind them. The most eye-catching individual was the first to enter in front of all of them. A young androgynous man with black hair and sharp red came in. He was the captain of the scripture. His eyes trailed over each one of them who came walking into the room, only to rest his eyes on the 6 cardinals who moved to be in front of them. The half-elf simply frowned at their presence, the excitement dying down for the time being. "You're the one that gave Nigan the sealing crystal with the 7th-tier angel," Jack pointed to the cardinal which stood there, taking in his character. "Oh. You know my face." Jack's lips contorted into a wide ear-to-ear grin. "You're the one who ordered the assassination of the head warrior at the expense of those villages." The armored being stepped forward as he continued to point, his helmet forming over his head fading in through the form of black smoke. The glaring blue eyes of his armor started to illuminate the space ahead of him even further. A second pair of wings sprouted from his lower back, skirting his sides, followed by a third pair which spread out behind his head. The cardinals could only stand there, staring at the seraph which was standing before them. Even the black scripture was the same way. With his divine armor active and more of his true form beginning to show, his mesmerization factor was also increasing as his wings were turning a brilliant white. The captain of the black scripture immediately moved in front of the cardinals, his spear raised and pointed towards the winged man. "Angel, god, or not, you shalt not pass." A frown formed over Jack's lips as the beautiful-looking man stood before him. He then turned his gaze to the other members who appeared to be readying weapons or spells. However, he could see how hindered they were by his presence. They weren't at the same level as top-tier players, and that was for sure. Though it was likely someone who didn't focus on PvP would definitely have a hard time with them. "I call upon the blade of Azrael." Jack drew a spear from his item box, which the appearance of him doing so, put the cardinals in awe. In the traditional oral stories of the 6 great gods, they were capable of doing the same thing. The spear he held in one hand had a blade at either one, a smaller one at the butt and a larger one at the top. It was literally a double-edged weapon that could be used against a number of opponents or trick shots. Each blade however had the Enochian language glowing and engraved within, which gave off a bright green ocean foam color. The spear itself had a near-instant death effect, and when it was being wielded by an individual, the user's karma was unaffected when killing others directly with it or with magic. Holding the weapon at an angle away from himself, the longer bladed end pointed to the ground, while the shorter one was pointed behind him as its shaft rested along his arm. Who are you?" While the lower ranks of the black scripture were feeling faint, the extra seat and the first seat captain stared intently. The cardinals were all on their knees. Suspense is what kept them apart. The captain knew he couldn't take on this threat, just by looking at it. However, on the other hand, Zeshi Zetsumii, the half-elf extra seat, was grinning wide. Someone powerful had just arrived in the slain theocracy. Who are you?" Jack just stared through the cardinals who were taking in the sight of his wings. The holy radiance was enough to kill a low-tier undead by simply looking at him. "My name?" He stared through the beings that were on their knees. Yet his eyes moved to those whom were now standing between him and the people of the highest order within the slain theocracy's political structure. He could only chuckle to himself. This was interesting. He didn't see a single player here, but everyone here was at abnormally high levels. "Why, yes, Holy One." Jack's eyes slowly shifted to the weapon in his hand. He could devour them, but every time he used the power to devour them he would end up having to wait another 5 minutes to do another. At the same time, he could also assimilate them, but then he would have to wait 30 days in order to use that super tier spell again. A frown remained across his lips as his eyes rested on the spear which was pointed towards him. He could easily overpower this human being. He exceeded him in both magic and in physical strength thanks to his racial classes in addition to his jobs. Absorbing them would only make him stronger and allow him to expand past the limits he had already surpassed in the game. From what he could tell, they were all below half of his level. Well, except for the extra seat. Most of the magic casters in the Black Scripture could use 7th tier magic, but only if they weren't human. If they had been a member of the undead or another heteromorphic being, they might be able to use it. However, it was clear that since some of them were over the level of 36, they could indeed use 6th tier magic or have the equivalence in strength depending on their class. This meant that the physical resistance and immunities only cushioned the blows. "My name is Cipher," Jack stated with a monotone voice before flicking his wrist slightly, planting the small blade of his spear into the floor by his feet. His eyes shifted to the half-elf once more who was holding her scythe. She clearly wanted to fight him, he could see the lust in her eyes. However, that wasn't all he saw. The bloodlust, she wanted more than just to fight. However, even then, as he was looking down into her eyes, he wanted to slaughter the cardinals, he wanted to slaughter the scripture which stood before him. Cipher, the cardinal with the pointed beard, tasted the name on his tongue. The other men soon following and repeating the name. The man had shared his name and yet hadn't disappeared. Angels weren't allowed to use false names in the New World. The only way they could be here, was to etch their true name into the world itself. If they were sentient, as he appeared to be, that is. Jack to those around him seemed lax, which was strange, even for someone who may be confident with their own strength. However, he wasn't truly lax. His face couldn't be seen, his emotions hidden. Zeshi began to walk in a semi-circular path around him, glossening her teeth with anticipation. She only had the scythe on her, so she wasn't fully equipped. Jack could sense the heat coming from her. The captain seemed to sweat seeing her like this. He knew that she couldn't handle him one-on-one without her gear. And even then, this man seemed much more powerful than anything he had ever seen. The cardinal named Raymond Zargloranson slowly stood up. He was the commander of the 6 scriptures and the youngest member of the cardinals. "Cipher, Sama, we sincerely apologize for attacking your domain and inflicting pain upon the villagers." Considering the situation, Jack was surprised he didn't raise his voice due to the angst he could see on his body language as Raymond stood there with his hands in front of him. Raymond was it. Jack's eyes rested on the cardinal with a dull tone, however he kept his peripheral vision on the encroaching elf. Worshipper to the god of death. Raymond was aghast at the fact that he knew who he was, having blinked a few times as he recited a little bit of information about him, including his name and his idol of worship. Jack's eyes then whisked over each cardinal, reciting their names. Berenice the cardinal of fire, Ginadine the cardinal of water, Dominic the cardinal of wind, Yvonne the cardinal of light, and Maximilian the cardinal of darkness. He knew their positions due to the information he had received from devouring a knight and a commander from the Sunlit Scripture. He could only wonder what kind of information he would gain from devouring one of these individuals. "I want to fight him. One-on-one." Jack's head turned to look at the half-elf who was grinning with this devious look on her face. She reminded him of a cat which was looking at her prey. To her, it appeared he was an oversized giant rat which could fight back against this house cat. Turning to look over at the captain, he seemed uncomfortable. Jack chuckled a little under his helmet, his voice desynchronized and overlapping. "Don't laugh at me. For if I am stronger, I will wear your wings. And if you are stronger, I shall make you my husband with all my might." Her wild eyes were wide and that smile looked as if it was about to swallow the world in hellfire. Leaving after images as she moved towards him, he could hear the movement of her scythe. And just as she was a few meters away from him, Jack vanished, completely disappearing. Teleportation. She shouted as she instinctively swung, only for someone to grab the butt of her pole arm's shaft. She turned her head as she felt herself being thrown into the air. As she rose in altitude, her eyes locked on Jack, who was a couple feet above the ground, hovering. Using her martial arts skills, she launched herself down towards him. Her weapon drawn to the side in order to swipe the blade of the war scythe through him. However, as the blade was about to make contact with him, Jack caught the blade between two fingers. His hand was shaking as well as the weapon as she continued to push. She was at most 20 levels under his current level, but his divine armor and items that he had equipped kept him well above her level in almost every aspect. Perhaps if she was further equipped with items, she could at least stand somewhat against him. Of course though, he could definitely feel her immense strength. Sorry kiddo, he had no idea how old she was by just looking at her. However, his voice sounded rather friendly despite the overlap in his words. But you're dealing with a buffed 11th tier angel from the heavenly counselors. According to the knowledge of the slain theocracy, the Dominion authority, which was the 7th tier summon originally given to Nigan, was supposed to be the strongest angel. You have only met the second sphere. Jack's hand stopped shaking as he held the blade and started to spin the weapon over his head. He hadn't even lifted his own in the process. It was similar to watching a cat flying around a room with their tail tied onto a ceiling fan. Then when he finally let go, the half-elf would be thrown directly into the black scripture captain and the rest of her colleagues. The cardinals went to flee out of the room, a snicker escaping his lips as he watched them struggle. The force behind the throw was hardly enough to kill any of them. So he wasn't surprised as they were all scattering back to their feet. The captain and the extra seat were the first to raise, hand in hand. He's strong, Zeshi giggled to herself, running forward with her weapon. She was becoming more tactically sound as she charged him. She tried numerous times to jab at him. To hit him with the flat side of her scythe. Every time he would either dodge or parry her attacks. He didn't try to grab her blade again. She had brute strength. Jack knew if she was able to get a direct hit, she would at least shave off some of his HP. That was the last thing he needed. You're pathetic. Jack uttered as he continued to move out of the way of each strike. She left after images every time she lunged forward. Yet he reacted to her in real time without a problem, without getting scratched easily. Zeshi, the captain shouted as she went to rush after Jack once more. We'll hold him off for a little bit, go get the, as he was in the middle of speaking, a spear ripped through his back and he was slowly lifted into the air. Zeshi had stopped in her tracks as Jack had disappeared the moment she blinked. Slowly, she turned around as she heard the 11th seat let out a sudden shriek. The captain, whose eyes were focused on the ceiling now, slowly looked down towards Zeshi. His lower jaw was quivering from the pain which surged through his entire body. He could hardly move as he dropped his spear to the ground. His plate armor was nothing special compared to the world item, Azrael's blade, which had impaled him. However, within a few seconds, his eyes had already lost all the life which was inside of him. The weapon itself had a near-instant death effect. It was supposed to be a spear which was derived from the scythe that belonged to the Angel of Death. Jack then used his magic spell, Devour, to literally absorb the dead man's corpse, increasing his own physical abilities and job classes. Even if they were dead, he could still absorb them. Though he just wouldn't gain all their knowledge. Yet since he had absorbed him within the first 10 seconds of death, he still gained what was left. However, he would sigh as he derived no pleasure in killing the young dark-haired male. Just as the third seat attempted to cast a spell on him, Jack swiped his spear aside and cleaved his head straight off his shoulders with the main blade of the spear. The shorter end of the blade would then sink into the sternum of the second seat, which was about to try trapping and stabbing the angel. A few seconds later he threw the second seat directly into the seventh, who attempted to run out the door. Taking her down, knocking her unconscious as she was slammed face first into the wall beside the door. The Seraph continued to tear through the main members of the Black Scripture. Breaking their parrying their attacks, breaking their lower grade armor and weapons. That's when his spear stabbed into the oversized hat of the Thousand Leagues astrologer and tore it right off her head. Jack's eyes washed over her bustiform and scantily clad attire, before he tossed the hat to the side. As he appeared distracted, that is when she chose to strike again amongst the crowd of her colleagues. It was clear she held little attachment towards them. She stepped over the wounded and dead. Her weapon came falling down towards his head. Flash step. Vanishing from where he was, he reappeared a few inches from where the blade was going to come down. His hand would come up and grab the neck of the weapon, followed by a sworn kick to her stomach. He stole the weapon from her grasp and sent her flying directly through the tall windows of the cathedral. The stained glass raining down with her on her fall down to the grounds below. Looking over the weapon, he turned his eyes towards those who were remaining and grinned widely. He made up his mind and he was getting tired of his charade. Assimilation. This spell in particular allowed him to turn entire groups of NPC into experience potions of sorts, an area of effect version of Devour which is thousands of times more effective. However, its cooldown was insanely high, being an entire month. Of course they had to be of a certain level beneath him and not his equals, otherwise they'd be able to break free. As he cast this super tier magic, a shadow would consume the room, tendrils coming out from beneath his targets and tightly wrapping around them. His eyes rested on the old woman who had entered the room the moment he had cast this spell. She was wearing a world item, a dress known as the downfall of castle and country. A frown deepened upon his lips seeing it here. The only reason she didn't use it on him, was because she couldn't use the item as she was already ensnared within the range of his spell. These tendrils continued to wrap around their victims until they were entirely engulfed, and within a few seconds from that stage of being, the tendrils became cocoons. These cocoons would become a bright red color and begin to shrink. The sound of crushing bone, squishing of flesh and the strong scent of blood would overtake the room. Yet there were no screams as in death, there was only silence. In the end, the cocoons shrank down into glass like bottles with syrupy dark crimson liquid inside. The scent in the room, the blood and copper taste, was now gone and oddly replaced with parsley fragrance. Raising one hand, he called the bottles to his hands, only to dispense each one into his item box. When he was putting the last one away, he turned his head and looked to the broken window. Zeshi was standing there, blood trickling out from the side of her mouth. She seemed to be holding onto her stomach as she was walking towards him. Her attire seemed to have been torn by the glass. Despite the pain, he could see that big creepy smile across her face. The shadow which cast over her eyes from her bangs made Jack just take a step back. As expected of a supreme being, Cipher, Sama. The devil in a suit and tie, stepped on the shattered glass, entering through the broken window. His long spiked tail ripping through the side of Zeshi's throat and lifting the half-elf off the ground. Our worry seemed to be for naught, he pushed his bifocals to the bridge of his nose. Tossing the near, lifeless body of the once powerful being known as Zeshi to the side. Jack turned his head to look at the arch-devil for a few moments before chuckling lightly, four of his holy wings retracting as the main set regained the dark turquoise complexion it had once before. The arch-devil known as Demiurge raised a brow as he walked towards the supreme being, before kneeling before him with a bow. Rise, Demiurge. Now's not the time to be kneeling in this filthy place. Raising his brows, the floor guardian would stand the moment he was given the order. He would watch as Jack walked over towards the childish elvish form which lay there gurgling on and squirting out blood. She still seemed to smile up at him, weakly reaching out and trying to grasp at his armored pant leg. She continued to do so even as the light in her eyes were slowly fading. Jack just stood there and watched her die, and when the light finally went out and she lay there motionlessly with wide open eyes. He huffed, creepy. Kneeling down, he would cast an enchantment upon the body as he'd closer her eyes with his fingers. Her entire body lit up as he recited. Delayed magic, nuclear detonation. It's time to go. Like a pimple, the walls of the cathedral burst as a powerful composite blast of flames and a bludgeoning force tore through the capital city of the slain theocracy. A blinding white light, stealing the sight and lives of all those within its range. Buildings were swept away, human bodies left shadows behind where they once stood. The screams couldn't be heard over the rumbling and soon silence reigned over the empty walls which now seemed cracked and lifeless from the following shockwave. Everyone inside the city was dead, like in the legends of the silent city that had been felled by the undead so many years ago in the Beastman nation to the west. Jack stood there, in the sky, with Demiurge floating right beside him with several items in his arms. Zeshi's head could be seen resting cradled along Jack's arm, before he dropped it into his item box. If he wanted her at some point, if he had no choice but to accept someone like her, he'd just used true resurrection on her. Though he was pretty much doubting ever wanting someone who wanted him for his power and hated her own heritage. To hate one's heritage, would be to hate part of one's self. The flames and death which reflected in his glasses, caused the devil to grin widely at what the Supreme Being had done. He saw this as a righteous act against those who had fought against the great tomb of Nazarick and failed not only once, but twice. The magnificent destructive power behind your extensive prowess over magic will never cease to amaze us all, Cipher, Sama. I can only fathom the meaning behind your actions. They may have had more than just one world item, they had to be destroyed, Jack uttered before looking over towards the floor guardian through his visor. He then turned his head towards the direction of the Elven Kingdom. Their culture is also based on extreme prejudice towards non-humans. According to the one man he had devoured from that fight in the Six Cardinals Cathedral, it was clear that the slain theocracy was at war with the elves and the elves were on the losing side. However, now the theocracy was likely without any of its leadership, as it had been all in one place. Or at least the highest political authority was now lost, along with the chain of command. He was beginning to wonder how the elves would fare now against the remaining scriptures, which were now very few and far between. From what he could tell, the Elf King could have wiped the floor with the theocracy troops, and yet declines to do so, claiming his own people to be weaklings. It reminded him of how his daughter only wanted to mate with the strong. In which had actually gotten her killed since he had no interest in doing so. On top of that, Demiurge had practically killed her after he partially crippled her. Jack looked towards the items which Demiurge and he had taken from the sanctuary which held the 6 great gods' items prior to the destruction he had planted. If we don't take credit, I wonder who will. Jack chuckled quietly to himself as he scratched the side of his helmet. A sickening sound like that of nails on a chalkboard could be subtly heard for a few seconds before he stopped. Let's return to the great tomb, he'd suggest before looking at Demiurge, who had already put all the items in his own item box for safekeeping. It was easier than just holding on to them physically. Just for killing so many people, Jack had mentally exhausted himself. He could use magic, that was for sure, and he could use his physical prowess. The motivation was just no longer there. As you say, Cipher, Sama. It would be best. The only thing that annoyed Jack about Demiurge and most of the other NPCs was that they were all yes men. Except for his little sister, who was practically programmed not to be. His sister wasn't a yes man, she was far from one. Though she did obey him despite her somewhat rowdy, tomboyish, bratty personality. So as the two of them turned their backs on the smoldering ruins of Kami Miyako, the capital city to the slain theocracy. It was likely that even the pontifex would have perished in this attack. The government would be crippled and the exclave would be able to invade steadily should they choose to do so. So as their portal appeared and they slithered on in. They appeared in the throne hall of the 9th floor, it was empty. Momonga wasn't seated on the king's throne. You may leave the items near the throne, Jack said as he gestured forward. His helmet would disperse into black smoke, revealing his face. His emotional features seemed to have been muted. Like an angel, he was heavily stoic. Demiurge's brows furrowed seeing the change in the man's facial expressions. While he probably wasn't the most empathetic person there, he could tell that Jack wasn't pleased with his own actions. Even though he had crippled a nation which despised non-humans and even went out of their way to wipe them out. It was something that Demiurge didn't understand. The arch-devil would continue to watch as the man walked towards the double doors to the exit of the throne hall. He just remained there until Jack vanished as the door closed behind him automatically. Momonga was standing in the corridor where all the bedrooms were belonging to the members of his guild. His eyes traveled over each one of the doors. Imagining the words each one could possibly say to him. The conversations that he has already come to believe he would never have. So many of his friends had quit before the end. Even if there was just the slightest chance of there being more of his friends out there in the world, his eyes rested on Jack, who was floating down the corridor. He just watched his friend for a moment until he came close. Momonga reached out and lightly grasped at his arm, causing Jack to stop and glance over at him. Even though Momonga lacked distinguishable facial features because all he had was a skull, Jack could see his sympathy in those red eyes of his. He really was starting to miss Momonga's real face. He let out a quiet sigh, let out a plain chuckle that sounded forced, a sound a depressed person would make in order to somehow make themselves feel better. Jack. Jack smiled genuinely as he heard the man say his name. The guardians called him Cipher, Sama, because he told them to. Yet what he liked was his real name, which he had Solution, Eve and Sebastian now call him whenever he was in their house in Rantel. Not that he had been staying there for long. You didn't check in, so I sent Demiurge, are you alright? Jack looked over his face as he was asked about his personal well-being. Yes, no, he flexed his jaw in confusion slightly at the way he was feeling. Depression, that may be it. Yet it was feeling as if he was floating on nothingness. As if his emotions were unidentifiable for the time being. Could it be the anxiety from killing all those people? Or was he really not that affected? He let out a slight groan, his eyes shifting to the bony hand which grasped his armor-covered arm. Jack rather feel some warmth than a cold fleshless hand. He remembered how his friend's hand felt on his shoulder whenever they were at work. The idea of not being able to get back to the real world was already sinking into the back of his mind. Not that he really wanted to go back, he just missed bits and pieces of life as it was. Bits and pieces of life that he wouldn't be getting back. I'll be fine after a nap, that tends to work, Jack quietly spoke before looking towards the bedroom. He hadn't brought any furniture to the new place. That may be a start to keep his mind off of what he was feeling or wasn't feeling. If he couldn't drink away a problem, he'd definitely sleep it away. However, as he was making his way towards his quarters after Momonga reluctantly let go of his arm, he kept a blank smile on his lips. When he finally reached his door, he turned his head to look at the twin elves who were running around. Though in reality it was just Aura asserting her authority of being a big sister, over her little brother. Just as she noticed him, she came to a stop and blinked several times. She could see the odd feeling behind that hollow smile on his face. Her head followed him as he walked into his room without a word. Mare, she lunged forward and grabbed her brother by the cloak to stop him from running away. She then dragged him close and tucked him under her arm, whispering inaudibly into his ear. Sis, that C could just upset him. But his sister had been sleeping with him and he didn't seem to mind. Plus, he told me to take advantage, she bounded her free hand, fist, against her chest. Plus, he told me to call him Big Brother, she tilted her head at her brother curiously. Wouldn't that make you his little brother too? She had this cheeky and devious look on her face, as if this was a master plan. Sis, Eve could get jealous. Mare warned as he was at least aware of the strange dynamic that the homunculi and the Supreme Being had. It's not like I'm replacing her, she released her brother and folded her arms behind her head, making a slight duck face with her lips protruding forward. I'll just be her big sister too. Mare choked on the air for a split second before looking at his sister, gripping at the green cloak around his neck nervously. Boo, but. Stop butting. Mare. Just do it. Oniisima might leave if he's unhappy. Just like the others, and then Ainz Sama will be all alone. Mare stared forward at the idea of Momonga being all alone with the other guardians and residents of the great tomb of Nazarick. As he imagined there being one less person, it didn't feel right, but that was just probably because he was there. If he wasn't there since the beginning, then they probably would have never known the difference. So the two finally came to an agreement. Hesitantly Mare made his way over to the right side of the door, while his sister Aura crept to the left. She reached forward and pushed the door open slowly to peer inside. The armor which Jack wore practically all the time and hid using glamour magic, was sprawled through the floor. Along with a body suit which had been worn beneath it. As they rested their eyes on the angelic form laying on the bed, he was wearing flannel pajamas, silver and blue to be exact. They appeared to look extreme fluffy and soft, even from a distance, despite how thin it really was. Jack's eyes were only partially open, but he didn't really react to the opening of the door. He could see their little shapes tip-toeing into the room. Which he found partly amusing even though his eyes didn't follow their movements or look directly at them. His eyes were mostly on the ceiling and upper wall in front of himself. Directly in front of his bed, on the dresser was a world item known as the Mirror of Change. It was essentially a mirror which allowed the user to change their appearance at any given time they used it. It was something he used often in-game in order to experiment with the looks he enjoyed the most. So when he finally felt someone hugging onto his right wing as if it was some sort of plushie, his head slowly shifted to the side as he was resting it upon the pile of pillows. Jack's lips parted slightly, seeing Aura clinging to his wing. Smiling up at him sympathetically, though not really knowing what had happened. Feeling someone lay onto his left wing, he glanced away from her and rested his eyes on Mare. Jack could only blink now in confusion as to why these two were now clinging to him. What is this, exactly? Jack immediately turned to look at Aura again with a brow raised in question. He was able to quickly figure that she was the mastermind behind this due to her little brother's unassertive personality. It was likely he was being forced into this too. "We're here to cheer you up, Oniissima," Aura said with a cheery tone, squeezing his wing lightly. "So don't leave." Jack's blank smile widened slightly as his eyes softened while he faced forward once more. Oh. He didn't know whether or not to laugh or cry at this. 2 70-some-year-old children were hugging him, trying to cheer him up by snuggling up with his wings. Were they trying to emulate Eve? "I don't see myself leaving any," Jack predominantly yawned, "anytime soon." Letting out a silent shallow slow exhale, Jack's eyes would close and be greeted by the dark. Sleep was quickly approaching, something he was pretty good at doing without trying in both realities it seemed. It had been 4 days since he last opened his eyes, eaten or even moved from the bed. Jack's hues seemed to glow through the cracks of his eyelids as they slowly lifted from their long slumber. The weight from someone laying on or even clinging to his wings were gone for a while now. When had they left him? He was curious. The moment he had let his unconsciousness take over, he had lost himself in lucid dreams. Ones which explored the past, his past and the possibilities that he computed in his mind. How life could have turned out should he have not been in game or if their friends remained. It set him at ease, the imagination that traveled through endless possibilities. He closed his eyes again, but he didn't feel the need to slip into the darkness of his unconsciousness. So his eyes opened again, sticking slightly together as pulled them apart for a second time. Itchem. He glossed his lips slightly with the tip of his tongue, his mouth was dry, that was for sure. Resting with his head on the pillow, his eyes focused forward towards the ceiling above. A fake sky dotted with a simulated universe. Stars, supernovas and nebulae filled with moving interstellar gases. In a way he could lay there forever and just watch it. He had no problem in doing so. That was until he went to rub his face and felt something on his cheek. Reaching up with his finger, he would poke a 1 yen sticker which had been pasted to his cheek. The only place he had seen a 1 yen sticker was on one of the maids. CZ if he could be mistaken. Frowning slightly he would pull the sticker off the side of his face and tuck it into his item box. Sadly, he could still feel the residue on his cheek from there. Sitting up, he'd drape his legs over the side of the bed before springing to his feet. He felt empowered, but it could hardly make him forget what he had done. Even if he didn't want to forget. He knew the blade of Azrael would have negated the loss and gain of karma from killing others with it directly or just by wielding it while he killed others. So that meant his power didn't lessen considering it hadn't dropped into the negative. With a higher karma of an angel, the higher the powered racial class and related spells could possess. That was common knowledge for a Yggdrasil player, as a holy spell would likely have less effect being cast by a person with negative karma, vice versa. So in the end, having to use a special ability to readjust his karma values was unnecessary, and no one had to sacrifice their own health to do it for him either. All he had to do now was live with what he had done, even though he had initially thought he was right to decimate an entire city. The only good thing that would come out of it would be the elves no longer being on the losing side of the war. The problem that could arise though is that the slain theocracy was wide open to be conquered by the exclave, if they weren't so occupied in trying to invade the Holy Roble Kingdom. If the slain theocracy were to completely fall, that would then leave the elves at the mercy of the beast men. Jack didn't want elves to suffer for his actions, even then, he didn't want the elf king to live either. He was refusing to help his people who he is sworn to protect as the king. Looking over his armor which had been neatly placed in the corner of the room. He couldn't help but smile before standing up, his stomach growling at him for neglecting his dietary needs. I guess this is the only time I wish I was undead, Jack snickered to himself as a joke, considering Momonga didn't have to eat and probably didn't have to sleep. Probably not. As he thought about it, that was probably a bad thing to wish for. Not being able to dream, not being able to eat and not being able to have children in a normal fashion. Jack walked over to his armor and plucked the bodysuit from the ground and dragged it up over his body, concealing his lower body and then his torso before slipping the armor pieces on one by one. In a matter of an hour he was fully dressed in his armor, which as he cast a silent glamour, turned into a set of sturdy traveling clothes. He tucked the helmet into his item box however before walking to the door of his room and pausing. His hand reached up and kneaded through his hair. Greasy. He patted his hair down a bit before reaching into his item box and drawing a bottled syrupy dark crimson-colored fluid. Popping the top off of the bottle, he would then pour it down his gullet. Immediately a feeling of euphoria passed over him as his dopamine levels went skyrocketing for a moment. He had just drank the potion made from the corpse of the Black Scripture's third seat. Magical knowledge flowed right through him, the person being able to cast the highest of human capacity. Yet all he wanted was the small spells, ones which could be used for improving hygiene and the like. Bodily cleanse, he recited the spell, a light blue glow engulfed his body for a split moment before fading out. His hair was no longer greasy and his skin was clean as a whistle. Admiring his handiwork in the mirror before stepping out of the room, he paused the moment he exited the bedroom. His eyes tagged each room. Not a single door had moved, at least the ones that belonged to the other members of Ainz Ooal Gown. A light sigh left his lips, as he did have at least one dream of his friends, specifically Bukabukagama, the famous voice actress he was hoping would come on before the end of the game. Yet she never arrived. It wasn't really as if he believed she would show. So he let out a light chuckle to himself as he scratched the back of her head. Turning his head, his gaze went far down the corridor until it met with Demiurge, who was walking down the corridor with his hands folded behind his back. That arrogant smile on his lips, his glasses reflecting the light of the chandeliers overhead. Demiurge, Jack shouted as he raised his hand slightly as the arch-devil approached. The moment he was in range, the devil bowed with his hand across his chest. You have finally graced us with your presence, Cipher, Sama. He couldn't help but smile further as he spoke loud and proud, boasting of the things he believed he understood. I am sure your meditation has centered your thoughts, my supreme being. Jack just stood there staring at him with this stoic look on his face now after hearing him speak. Tempted to just turn around and go back to bed, he simply shrugged. I'll keep you guessing. A simple expressionless look remained on his face as he folded his hands behind his back tactfully. Where is our leader? Jack was obviously referring to Momonga of all people. He is currently residing in Rantel. Infiltrating their society to learn more about their inner workings to make way for their subjugation. Cipher, Sama, will you be resuming with the mission you put forward? Jack bit the back of his lower lip hearing the being speak to him. Subjugation. Were they conquering the entire continent or something through force? War was an ugly matter. Then again, it wouldn't be much different than what he had done to the slain theocracy, destroying the command structure of their centralized government. Has any new furniture been installed within the manor? Jack asked, answering his question with another question, outwardly becoming less outward with his emotions. Only the finest for the supreme ones. I have furnished your temporary home. The demon was proud of his work, and only made the best of the best thanks to his skilled artistic side. Jack tilted his head to the side slightly. I see. In that case I'll visit Rantel to view your work and converse with Momonga-san. He let out a light yawn before looking towards the ceiling. Staring at the chandeliers before he turned his head to see no one playing in the halls. How long have I been asleep? Jack asked before turning his attention right back to the devil. For days, 3 hours and 12 minutes. That's a new record. Jack scratched the side of his head and made his way down the hall. His armor clacking along the polished floors. His eyes grazing past a penguin which was being carried by a homunculi. Then he would pause, turn his head and glance over his shoulder. The devil was walking in the opposite direction. Yet there was now someone standing directly behind him, looking up at him with one green eye. Jack stared down at Shizu, also known as CZ, both of them appeared to be emotionless on the outside for the time being. At least until he tooled out a sheet of stickers from his item box and held them out to her. Almost mechanically, the automaton made glance down towards the stickers which held several bright blue illustrated wings with one printed on it. In addition to that, they were glow in the dark, so as long as they were charged by mana or light. Shizu casually took them from his hand, and if she could smile, she would've. Yet she just tucked them into her own item box. Thank you, Cipher-sama, your kindness is very much liked. As is yours Shizu, I thank you for the handkerchief again, from when we first arrived here. He placed his hand on top of her head and ruffled her hair a bit. Her hair was soft, squeaky almost. Slowly he began to comb out her hair a bit, tucking some of her hair behind her ear as he finished after a few minutes of fooling around. Shizu was just standing there the entire time, staring up at him. Does Cipher-sama like my hair? It suits you, Jack acknowledged as he lightly pinched her cheeks slightly, still not getting much of a rise out of her since she was designed that way. The moment he had said this, she had her arms around him and hugging him tightly. Jack gazed down at the top of her orange head, taking in the camouflage accessories. Perhaps I can bring you with me on an excursion. A small smirk formed over his lips. We'll need to change your clothes though. He didn't necessarily enjoy the camouflage mixed with the maid outfit. While he didn't mind the head piece of the scarf, the leggings and everything else clashed. Perhaps level you. He could only imagine how many people or monsters she would have to kill for her to level up in this world. She was only level 46. That's when he quickly thought about it. He had all the other potions from the Black Scripture on him. That's when he took out the second seat, fourth seat and fifth seat potions. While none of them would have the same jobs as her, it would definitely quickly make her more versatile against enemy foes. This would ultimately give her access to the skills, special powers, and abilities of the three. As he offered the four of them to the girl, he smiled at her. Would you indulge in my curiosity for a moment? Blinking up at him, Shizu nodded without hesitation. At your whim, Cipher-sama, I will contribute to your greatness. When she turned her sight onto the first potion he handed out to her, she examined the contents. Dark crimson syrup, a strange mint and parsley scent, with heavy amounts of liquefied data present in the bottle. So this is Cipher-sama's assimilation magic. She stared at it before looking to his face once more. 26 days left until you can use it again. Jack simply smiled as he popped the top off of the potion before she took it into her hands and downed it in one go. The first one he had handed her was the fourth seat, known as Divine Chant. Using greater identification, he was able to see her information changing live. Levels going up in the magic caster and priestess related jobs were very evident. Her level even went up several times until it was in the 50s. He gave her the second seat potion after that. He was starting to see a faint blush on her face from the dopamine rush which was charging through her mind. Though any real form of emotion was still lost on her face. Once Shizu finished off the second potion, her capacity to stand was beginning to falter. Jack had noticed that she had already jumped into the low 60s now as she was being granted every drip of experience and information the scripture members once had. Shizu, will you be able to take one more? He asked as he held onto her shoulder with his free hand, to keep her standing straight up and not trip over herself. If it contributes to your greatness and your curiosity is. Jack simply smiled sheepishly as he lightly put a finger over her lips. Go get some rest until the rush wears off. You can use my quarters. The Seraphim would wrap his arm around her shoulders and lead her back to his room. Once he opened the door, he guided her over to the bed and tucked Shizu in on the right side of the bed prior to disappearing from her side. Teleporting to the manor he briefly resided in during his leave to Rantel. Materializing in the center of the common room, the man known as Jack stood there facing the big window overlooking the front of the property. His eyes would rest on the young form which was resting in the windowsill, one leg lazily hanging off. A small smirk formed over his stoic face as he looked over the napping face of his little sister Eve. Her chest slowly rose, and fell, at a slow steady pace. Walking over, he would squat down before the window, stroking her hair from her forehead with his hand. Then that's when his eyes would rise from her sleeping face to the world outside once more. Rantel was an interesting place, many things were happening. He could sense death just about every day, and even though he had cleansed that cemetery, zombies and the like were still rising. Necromancers? It didn't seem like there were any, so he was sure it was now just a phenomenon involving the restless spirits of the dead. Hatred and regret. He let out a light sigh before standing and looking behind himself. Quickly, he took note of the hand-crafted furniture made from dark wood and red velvet patterned cushions. The couch had silver buttons and inlay trim. It looked to be made by a master of its craft. Trailing over, he locked his sights on the grandfather clock right by the open wall leading to the foyer and chuckled quietly. Watching as the golden pendulum on the inside, shielded by a sheet of frosted glass, shifted to and fro. The clicking filled his ears with nostalgia. Slowly he would walk over to the item before narrowing his eyes on various pieces of art which were hanging on the walls. They were all paintings based on what appeared to be a ruin overtaken by nature, but was fine to say that they were all originals. Jack would turn his attention to the front door as he moved into the foyer, only to pause as he heard the clacking of loafers on the floor. Before he could turn around, he felt the face of his younger sibling press against his back and wrap her arms around his waist. "Welcome home, Onissima." Rolling his eyes slightly, he turned to look down at her, placing a hand on the top of her head and lightly combing his fingers through her short brown curly hair. "Someone seems to be awake," Jack would chuckle before looking around the house from where he stood. He didn't even hear a mouse move, there seemed to be no one else here. "Where's Solution and Seabass?" he'd ask as he looked down to his little sister. "Momo, Tan sent them to the royal capital in order to gather information, Shaltir went with them," Eve reported as she giggled a bit, mischievously, after calling Ainz Ooal Gown a rather adorable nickname such as Momo, Tan. Jack just stared down at her awkwardly, as from off the top of his head, the name Momo is written as Peach. "Call him Ainz Sama, okay," he patted her head a bit more before letting his hand fall to his side. Looking up at him with a pouty face, a fake one at that, she would grasp at his sturdy robes which were in actually his armor. "Why Onissima?" Her eyes had gotten bigger as she was attempting to sway his order with the same eyes as Cat in Boots. Something that never really worked on him, or even his parents, even though she always tried it as she curled her fingers into the fabric of his clothes. Jack rolled his eyes at this and pinched her cheek. "Because he might just ground you, or worse, I'll ground you." He had this smart-ass expression on his face, smug and entitled with the power of an older sibling who's in charge while their parents were away for the rest of eternity. "So. Call him Ainz Sama, okay." Poking her tongue out at him, she swatted at his hand playfully until he let go of her face. "Fine. Fine. Fine," she let out a whining tone before scrunching up her face and glaring up at him. "Where were you, Onissima? Ainz Sama said you were asleep for a long time." Chuckling a bit as he rubbed the tip of his nose with the side of his index finger. I didn't feel too good about something I did, so I had to come to terms with it." He closed his eyes partially, he didn't necessarily seem all that much affected anymore. Yet he continued to feel this hollow sensation in his heart, created by his mind. "I'm going to be going out." Oh. Can I come with you?" Jack looked down at her with a brow raised. While he probably haven't seen her in 4 days, he wasn't sure if he should bring her along. "Where is Momonga-san?" he asked curiously as he poked her forehead, going with his habit of answering questions with another question rather than giving a straightforward response. Eve groaned slightly in annoyance before pouting up at him as she spoke. "He went to the inn to get a place to stay." It would cut expenses if he were to stay in the house, Jack chuckled quietly to himself and shook his head, and make it easier for him to transverse between here and Nazarick. Pursing his lips he shrugged. "So you said he went to an inn?" "Yeah, after he stopped by here, he said so." Nodding slowly, "Well, I'll be back at some point." "Don't wait up for me," he said as he patted her on the head, his stomach growling as he went out the front door. "Onissima. Wait. I made food." Jack turned his head and looked at her standing in the doorway, her face red from shouting so suddenly and loudly as it was. Some of the people passing the property glanced over, some of the women giggling. Rolling his eyes yet again, Jack couldn't help but return to his sister's side and follow her inside. The door would slam shut on its own as the wind brushed against it. Entering the kitchen, he watched as she pulled out what looked like a small ice box which held a small box inside. Jack stared down at the simple black painted wooden rectangular box inside of it until his sister took it out and placed it on the island at the center of the room. His eyes traveled over the fully furnished place. There was all the appliances needed for a modern kitchen, of course powered by mana rather than electricity. She would proceed to open the little box, revealing several pieces of sushi made from top-tier ingredients from Nazarick. It was quite clear she had raided the cafeteria on the 9th floor in which the maids and other residents received nourishment. A small grin formed over his lips before he traced his eyes over her hands. There wasn't a single cut even though the pieces of fish were sliced so thinly, it was hard to believe. However, because he knew how her production skills were practically maxed out, it wasn't too far-fetched that the food she made would be spectacular and prepared without so much as a cut finger. "Thank you," he said as he plucked a piece of sushi out of the box and popped it into his mouth. Casually chewing it as the sweet taste of the rice mixed with the subtle kick of the natural taste of salmon settled in. Scooping up the box, he would close the lid. He planned on eating it on the go. Smiling up at her big brother as he had enjoyed the first bite, she'd follow him to the door, even open it for him. "You better come back soon, Oniisima, or I will tan your heckin' behind." Jack halted a few steps outside before turning his head to look over at her, a brow raised. "Just kidding," she stuck her tongue out before playfully slamming the door shut. Her loafers could be heard clacking all the way up the steps to the 2nd floor of the manor. Then there was just silence. Jack could only shake his head once she was gone, before going out through the front gate of the property and meeting the stone streets of Rantel once again as he had done plenty of times before. His eyes surfed the crowd as he'd make his way towards the market square. Soon enough when he finally arrived, he could take in the smell of fresh bread which had just been baked flour brought in from the village farms within the territory around the fortress city. Nudging the lid partially off of the wooden box in his hands, he would pluck another piece of sushi out of the container and settle it into his mouth before chewing. He was far from ignorant of the stares he was getting from the people. Admiration was in their eyes. Word had clearly spread about him after his little episode in the cemetery with the iron-ranked adventurer and the child at his side. So without further ado, he made his way through to the front doors of the inn and lightly nudged it open. Almost immediately his eyes locked on a man who was airborne, and while tracing its trajectory, he narrowed his sights on Brita who was sitting there with a red potion in her hands. Stepping forward in a blur of movement, he punted a chair at the airborne male, ultimately changing his trajectory and sending him flying into a wall. The entire room was silent. The adventurers, in keep and the two familiar beings were boring holes through him, in both shock and awe. Though he could clearly see Momonga was trying not to laugh, even though he couldn't really see through the full plate armor he was wearing. Jack just tilted his head to the side slightly at those who were looking at him as if he were some sort of comedy act that recently walked in. It wasn't until the man full clad in black and gold armor came walking up to Jack. Everyone seemed to become tense, seeing the two strong men standing in front of one another, facing each other with what I could only think was serious expressions. Jack remained stoic while facing his skeleton friend who wore a helmet to hide his skull of a face. "I see you've finally come to Rantel," Jack said this after several awkward minutes of silent staring, as he held out his hand for his friend to shake. "It's good to see you again." "Likewise," Momonga said as he shook Jack's hand, firmly. He then gestured towards Narbril Gamma who came walking up beside him. "This is Nabe, I believe you met her before you left the homeland." Jack nodded as it appeared that Momonga had attached their two backgrounds. Their story seemed to be that they escaped the destruction of their island nation to the west by the hands of the beast men. "It's good to see you two in one piece." Jack would pat Nabe's shoulder for a moment before taking a step back and looking towards the others present. The adventurers which had pulled such a stupid prank earlier, seemed to be avoiding eye contact with both of them. Jack couldn't help but chuckle to himself before hearing the footsteps of Brita's boots as she approached the two. "You know each other." Brita looked at Jack and then towards Mammon, noting the copper tags around both of the adventurers' necks. "Interesting," she said with a light smirk. Momon glanced down at the red potion which she had in her hand. She seemed to have just gotten done admiring it. He then narrowed his vision on Jack. He casually returned his gaze. I gave her team a few vials of lesser healing potions as hazard pay, Jack said with a light nod, and I also gave some to the Magicians Guild and the city's famous pharmacist in order to see if they could reverse engineer them. Oh, Momon saw the efficiency in giving the task to multiple people, despite them being strangers. It was likely that now that his renown was pretty high in the area, people could be trusted just a little bit more to respect Jack. It's a little competition between them, of who can make it first. A sly grin formed over his lips as he crossed his arms now. Brita rolled her eyes slightly. My bets are on Lizzie. Theo may have more hands, but he's no pharmacist. She was well aware of the former adventurer which lusts after magical items and artifacts. Speaking of which, you wanted to go buy spells from the guild, didn't you? Jack nodded lightly. I'm going to be heading to the Baharuth Empire soon, so the more scrolls and tomes I have the better. I plan on playing in their arena some, test the waters. Huh. You finally got some good furniture, and now you're heading out, Momon asked with a somewhat teasing tone. Are you going alone? Ah, right. You did say hello to my little sister, that made the little brat happy, he said with a light snicker at the teasing tone of his before giving Nabe a glance, before looking at the cold hard plate mail Momon was wearing. I ran into Shizu on the way over here, she'll be accompanying me to Arwintar. You are aware you're able to stay at the manor, right? Jack tilted his head looking over the man in the full plate armor. We have more than enough rooms to accommodate you. Momonga stared through his visor at the young man for a few moments before nodding. So how about you stay at my place? I'm sure my sister would enjoy the company, and you won't have to pay for rent. Jack snickered at this. Since he would be gone, there was no reason for him to pay rent. Plus they were both part of the same team even though they were now currently playing different roles in order to create a live narrative in which they would carry for the time being. Brita looked at the two of them as they spoke, putting the red potion into her pouch. I don't see anything that benefits you, my friend. Oh, believe me, my sister needs the company, Jack said with a cheeky grin across his lips. He knew how much his sister would bother Momonga either to know where he was, or if she could go on adventures with him. He was rather interested to see how that would turn out on its own. Oh, Momonga was well aware of how Eve behaved thanks to him leaving her alone at Nazarick just for a short time. And then when he had visited the house, she definitely had it out for him. Jack's eyes then moved over towards Nabe, the doppelganger, and tilted his head to the side slightly. From what he can tell, she was someone who a lot of the null characters of Nazarick were jealous of, just because she was currently the closest NPC to be with Ainz. He was sure that CZ, or Shizu, would have the same issue, or not at all depending on how they saw it. She was considered the cutest and most popular of the Pleiades. Perhaps the others would think it was an adequate choice for a supreme being to bring her along. Jack just let his thoughts roam until the puff of a short red head appeared between him and the two friends. His eyes lowered to meet with the ones of the girl known as Brita. Aren't you going to check on those potions you were talking about? That's right, Jack said nonchalantly. He didn't need to be reminded, he was going to get to that later, but it seemed she wanted to come along. Not that he minded. Momonga-san, would you like to come along? Momonga waved his hand in dismissal. I'm alright, once I've gotten settled in here, we'll look at doing some quests tomorrow. We'll see you off when you leave for Baharuth though, and just call me Momon now, it's shorter and to the point. Jack stared at his friend for a moment when he had removed the Tga from the end of his name. It wasn't that he minded all that much, it was just strange. Why not just go with his actual name? Looking over towards the young woman with red hair, he would gesture for her to come with as he turned for the door. It's good seeing you again, Momon-san, he'd say as he waved over his shoulder. As the two left the building, he would kept going, not even stopping to chat as Brita walked after him. He hadn't been seen in Rantel for days. Though it could just be assumed he was staying home, doing something or studying magic. He was a powerful caster, so no one would suspect he had gone all the way over to the slain theocracy and bombed the shit out of the capital. No one would suspect, right? About halfway to the pharmacy, he stopped and turned around to face the girl. It's likely they developed something, so I'd like to hire your team if possible, to escort them to Karn village and act as their bodyguards until further notice. Blinking up at him, the girl didn't quite understand why she was suddenly being selected for this job. Her team was just an iron rank. There were surely some other groups that he could hire. Perhaps a gold-ranked adventurer group. Pursing his lips slightly, seeing her shocked expression on her face, "You're the only one I can currently trust, since you were there when I told them about the Kenku and goblins." He wasn't wrong. He had informed her and the Balar family that some farm girl named Enri was given items to summon beast men as guards for the village. Even then she didn't know what to expect. And what about the Magicians Guild? She stared up at him, assuming that they had even more progress as they were a much bigger organization than the famous pharmacist. "They will be compensated," Jack said with a shrug. "If they figured out how to imbue lesser healing spells into the Zolu solution without the use of enchanted gold, then it should be good." Enchanted gold. There was a mine in our country. The gold was naturally infused with magic energy, and we often used it as both currency and equivalent exchange in the use of making potions and other alchemy byproducts. Ooh. Brita sighed quietly. It sounded like the country he was from was very stable, economically wise, or at least very strong in resources. "Did you not bring any here?" "Oddly enough, once we left the island, the gold lost the energy it was infused with." Brita slowly nodded at this. Perhaps the entire region was infused with a magic spell of some sort. There was no other way she could think of it being like that. As he turned away from her, she went off to collect her group. Jack then resumed his course and entered the front door of the pharmacy. He was greeted by a bright beaming smile of an old woman. "Jack, San," Lizzie Balar shouted as she ran up to him. In her hand seemed to be a violet-purple potion. His eyes stared through it for a moment before looking over her. It looked like she hadn't been sleeping all that much. A frown appeared over his lips. "I see you made some progress." He held out a hand to have a look at the potion. Lizzie nodded fondly and placed it in his hand. Jack tried to look through the liquid. It was far too thick for him to do so. It had the consistency of syrup and it was slow-moving. It even stained the glass which it was settled in. Perhaps it was brewed for too long. Or was this on purpose? All appraisal magic item. Hearing the spell he had just cast, the woman smiled widely. It was a much more advanced version of the spell she had cast to appraise his. Jack was looking over all the information the spell was telling him. The creator, how it was manufactured, what was in it and so on. It appears they had added the pulps of various herbs together and it was still fermenting. Overall though, it was good progress. He could drink the potion now and it would heal some abnormalities and minor wounds. Though he didn't have either of those to test it on. "Are there any others?" Jack asked curiously as he looked over at her with his head tilted to the side slightly. He wanted to see if she used the Zolu solution with any other version of a potion. Nodding, "Right this way," she ushered him into the back room impatiently, wild-eyed. She was pretty energetic for being a grandmother with gray hair and a venerable body. As he entered the back room, he took in the view. There were several brewing stations set up and amongst the people in the room, there was someone who he hadn't met just yet. Nymphyria was standing over one of the brewing potions while someone else was mixing them. His eyes rested on a girl with unkempt work clothes which seemed to have been stained haphazardly with juices from various herbs. His eyes then rested on her head of red hair, which contrasted with the silver of Lizzie's and the blonde of Nymphyria. She had a pleasant-looking face, but her eyes were distant and black. Her eyes reminded him of Nietzsche's quote, "If you stare into the abyss stares back at you." While some may see her as a monster, or a scary beauty, she was someone he could stare into the eyes of for a long time and remain entertained. Just looking at her though, he couldn't tell how old she was as her looks made her appear more mature. "And who is that?" "Oh. That's Faye, my granddaughter. She just returned from Libera and stayed after learning about the potion you shared with us," Lizzie said as she guided him over with her hand on his lower back. Jack had to admit, it was rather awkward with having someone so much smaller than him having their hand on his back and moving him like a pawn on a chessboard. "Jack, San," Nymphyria looked up and made his way on over to his cousin, Faye, as Jack was moved behind her as she was working on a potion. "Hey kiddo," Jack said as he looked over towards Nymphyria, tilting his head to the side slightly. Faye, who had been focusing on her work, turned her head to the side to have a look at what was going on, which was making everyone come over to her. The moment she did, she flickered her lids and raised her head to look at Jack's face, which was so much higher than her own head. A slight flush covering her face when she finally took in the sight. He was handsome and he was looking straight down through her eyes. For an instant, she swore she could hear her own heartbeat trying to escape through her throat. Who is this? She furrowed her brows suddenly with an aggressive tone of voice, annoyed that everyone has ganged up around her and interrupted her work. A small grin formed over his lips as he heard this. "The name's Jack Graham, I am the one who contracted your grandmother, and..." He glanced over towards the blonde boy, then back to Faye. "Your cousin, to try and replicate or develop potions from the one I supplied them with." Faye's lips parted as she heard him. Sorry, her voice had taken a complete turn for the sweet. She even averted her gaze and turned her head to the side, to glance at the potion behind her. "So far your family has made great progress. I wouldn't mind if you joined them in Karn village as well," Jack insisted as he planted a hand on Nymphyria's shoulder, who was nodding in a rapid fashion. Faye centered her gaze on her cousin for a moment before looking up at Jack. She had little bags under her eyes from overworking. Just like her grandmother, it didn't seem as if she was sleeping enough. "And make sure you get at least 8 hours of sleep, or take naps during the day," Jack reached and waved a hand over her head. A green light engulfed her from beneath her feet and faded quickly. The black bags under her eyes vanishing in the process, even her stained clothes became clean as an end result. "Now, I've hired a group of adventurers to escort you to the village. Once you're done brewing what you're brewing. Pack," he informed them as he would take out a set of 3 silvery-looking whistles on a metal-woven string. Each of these are known as Whistle of the Lesser Cupid. They summon pint-sized angels armed with enchanted bows and arrows. If you're attacked on the way to the village, you can use them by blowing into them. Or you can use them for menial labor once you arrive and unpack. They're kindly intelligent. The 3 stared at the items before each taking and tucking them into their work clothes. "Thank you Jack-san," Nymphyria said with a calm and friendly smile across his lips. He was excited though, it could be seen in his one visible eye. Jack simply nodded before putting the prototype potion into his item box. "I'll see you in Karn village at some point. Your research will continue to be sponsored, and don't hesitate to open a clinic." He gave a light wink to Nymphyria before taking a step back and turning towards the door. "Wait." Jack turned his head to the side to look down at the redhead who was reaching out towards him. He didn't shift his body around to face her, just remained with his back to her and his head turned to the side. His eyes for some reason, were looking a bit dull, his expression had become entirely stoic like that of an angel's. Faye found herself staring for a few seconds before running her hand through her red hair. "Never mind." Jack's brows raised slightly before resting, turning forward, he would continue to walk away. The next stop he was aiming to make was the Magician's Guild to see what they have gotten accomplished in the past few days he was gone. For those who don't know who Faye is, she is Nymphyria's counterpart from the web novel. I decided to incorporate some elements from the anime, light novel, manga and web novel. Entering through the front doors of the Magician's Guild to Rantel, Jack strolled into the lobby with a casual and airy disposition. His eyes would travel along the clean ground and jump from head to head as he surfed the crowd for visual information. That was when he paused, seeing a bald man in a vest with numerous animalistic tattoos all over his body. A bad feeling was going through the back of his mind, either that or he had seen too many action flicks. Big bald men were typically the villains, weren't they? Either that or they were wannabe villains or failed at their job. Pursing his lips, he saw Theo standing in front of the man with a small display case. His eyes narrowed on the red potions in the case. It was clear what was going on here, or at least to him that is what he assumed. He watched as the big man attempted to pull it out of the guildmaster's arms. Jack walked towards them, keeping his disposition form changing. He hardly made a sound as he went to make his appearance behind the man. Only to find 2 people stepping in his way. His eyes rested on a man in a green hood and another man in a flashy-looking black jacket with gold studs that decorated the outfit like dragon scales. He looked like some sort of bullfighter. Jack's sights then locked onto Theo, who was being lifted off his feet by the box which the bigger man was trying to shake out of his grasp. The moment they locked eyes, he saw the magician nod with a silent plead for help. "What are you doing?" Jack asked as he turned his gaze down to the smaller two beings which were standing before him. He could tell there were more of them. In the far corner of the room there was a woman wearing an exotic dancer's dress. She had scimitars in her armament. Then there was a lich, hiding in the shadows and out of view. By the door he had entered through, there was even a man in armor. "We're appropriating stolen property. Move along and mind your own business." "Ha!" Jack stared through them dully before literally backhanding the head off of the hooded figure's shoulders. His head would bounce like a ball across the lobby. "I don't know who you are, but stealing my potions from Guild isn't something I will condone." In the moment that he was speaking, Momonga drew his rose-thorn rapier, a weapon which seemed to be extensively modified through the use of contemporary spells and several deadly poisons. When he went to jab Jack, the tall being just grabbed him by the wrist and swung him around, trapping him against his back. The dancer's scimitars came flying directly into the matador-looking swashbuckler in the studded black and gold jacket. It appeared her weapons were being controlled with some form of telekinesis. With the weapons lodged into her colleague, he would pull the rapier from the man's hand and throw it like an oversized dart directly into her abdomen. Thanks to its enchantments, the weapon blew a large chunk out of her central mass and she fell to the ground as her spine had been practically disintegrated, leaving her powerless as the deadly toxins took the rest of her body. Jack then looked to the lich who was running away, just because of his proximity to as he was making for the door, he was burning as if being burnt by his holy radiance alone. A small grin formed over his lips, reaching out a hand. "Turn undead." The moment he cast this spell, the lich dropped to the ground, rotten flesh and all, dropping its equipment in the process. His eyes then shifted towards the knight as what appeared to be a very familiar string-like weapon on a hilt came flicking at him. It was a urumi with a single flexible blade, a weapon from ancient India, something he ironically learned about when researching martial arts a few years ago. Dimensional slash. "Most interesting," Jack commented as the regular enhanced attack clashed with an invisible barrier, an effect from his own armor, activating despite the glamour spell still being in effect. "But your attack isn't even close to the real thing. My friend would be very disappointed." Time stop, area. Using this spell, the world as they knew it stood still. Only Jack moved amongst everyone in the guild building and reached down with the intent to pull a single scimitar from the matador's corpse. Once he had the weapon in hand, he'd flick the weapon by the hilt directly at the armored man with the whip-like rapier. The scimitar would fly through the air, spinning like a helicopter blade, before cleaving his head off his head and clambering to the ground itself. Delayed, the head would slide off of the neck as time would resume, slipping out of the helmet as it rolled on the ground. "Ichem." Jack turned his head to look towards the large monk-like man who had by now thrown Theo to the ground. There the man stood triumphantly over the magic caster before turning around to see all his comrades unmoving on the ground. Then his eyes rested on Jack, who had single-handedly taken out his underlings without a single scratch on him, which ultimately be believed to be impossible. "Who the hell are you? I'd like it if you'd remove your hands from my potions." Overgrown delinquent, Jack stepped towards him at a casual stride, drawing the blade of Azrael from his item box and holding it out to the side with the pole arm's shaft along his forearm. "Where your potions?" The monk took a step back. Even though hundreds of undead were nothing to him in normal combat, he already knew the creator of these potions had destroyed hundreds of undead with a single spell. "Do you know who you're messing with?" "No, but I feel like I'll find out eventually." Jack yawned as his turquoise wings sprouted from his back spread at their full span. "What?" The monk stared at the angel as it was coming closer and closer to him. As if giving him the illusion to the chance at running away. "What the hell are you?" That's when his eyes drifted to the once empty hand which was now extended towards him. A beating heart was in Jack's hand, and as the angel squeezed, pain began to shoot through his chest. "Why, wait." Jack however didn't crush the heart, instead as he was within arm's grasp, the heart disappeared and he placed his hand on the monk's forehead. "I will now know everything you do," a nonchalant tone escaped his lips before he recited, "Devour." Screams of agony as his body contorted, Jack would watch as the monk who had been terrorizing the guildmaster eventually shrink down to that of a simple cube of gelatinous goo. Of course, before crushing it in his hand. A sudden rush dopamine levels would make Jack smile blissfully for a few seconds before returning to his stoic exterior. His eyes rested on Theo, who was now picking the cracked display case from the ground. Considering he hadn't caught it in the time after the monk supposedly named Zero had dropped it during Jack's attack. Apparently this man was part of a criminal syndicate, one of which caters to the needs of druggies and the rich, even the slave trade which had been made illegal. Interesting, I'll write this down for Mom and later. Jack's eyes centered on the guildmaster's head as some of his hair was sticking up on end. "You should fix that," he said casually as his wings withdrew into his back. The magician was just blankly staring at him for some long seconds, almost a minute before shaking his head. "Thank you, Graham-san." Theo would hold the display case out for Jack to take. "Ichem. These are the originals you gave us. We were able to derive several hypotheses when it comes to the potion-making process. We'd be able to mass-produce health potions much easier, for cheaper prices at higher quality than the run-of-the-mill blue potions. That's good to know, adventurers will probably buy them in bulk without having to be high-tier." Theo nodded rapidly at this with a wide smile across his lips. "It's all thanks to these magically imbued potions you gave us. Could you tell us how you made these?" Jack just stared at him for a few moments before letting out a sigh. "One of the main ingredients have been lost when my country was overrun by beast men. It was a unique gold infused with natural magic energy." Theo frowned at this, hearing him say this. So he had such a background, was all he could think about. Such a pity. Theo said with a light sigh, "Did you not bring any with you?" The moment the infused gold leaves the island, it loses the energy it was imbued with. In a way, he was telling the tale of how the gold from Yggdrasil, which was used to make potions, actually became regular gold. That was one of the main reasons why he was trying to find an alternative way to craft new potions. Theo frowned as he could only assume that it was a regional effect of some kind, which would likely explain it, or some sort of special condition that needed to be met. Jack just shrugged before putting the potions away into his item box, along with the display case. "Those wings." Theo looked over Jack's back as they had been withdrawn, out from view. "What were they?" he'd asked curiously, looking up to Jack momentarily, before scanning his back again. "You showed the master of the Merchants Guild the potions." Jack uttered as he looked over Theo. While he was appreciative that they had performed the task as needed, "You are aware that the Eight Fingers have their hands in the banking business, aren't you?" Theo blinked and his question was answered with another question which was completely irrelevant to what he had asked. Yet it was completely related to the reason why these thugs had come here for the potions in the first place. These potions could be used to heal abnormal statuses, including the effects of black dust and various other drugs being sold by the syndicate to the people from the shadows. If they had fallen into their hands, our deal would have been compromised. Sweat started to form on Theo's forehead. "You're not going to devour me, are you?" Jack just glared through him when he spoke of the spell he had used to devour Zero, the leader of the Six Fingers. "I see you're curious of that spell. Sadly, it won't be of any use to you." Blinking several times when he had said this, Theo didn't know how to take it. The meaning behind it was simply, he couldn't reach the high enough tier to use such a magic due to the fact that he was a member of the human race. "Anyways, I must be going. I've been planning to depart for Baharuth Empire shortly. I'll come back to see what your progress is in a few months. Hopefully your untested hypotheses will prove useful." Taking a step back from Theo, he'd walk towards the body of the very dead corpse of a lich sprawled out on the floor. When he came up to the body, he leaned down and scooped the orb of magical boost into his item box, along with the cloak of fire protection. Jack even proceeded to slip the ring of deflection off of the lich's finger and slip it onto his own. "Ichem." Admiring his new ring, before strolling towards the door. "Don't fail me again," Jack said as he glanced back towards Theo. A panicking expression forming over his lips before he headed out the door, making his way back towards the manor. As Jack returned to the manor, his hand rested on the front gate as he stared at the property. What if he hadn't gone off to investigate the issue regarding the Rubik's Cube? While he was able to learn quite a bit from assimilating and devouring those who he had come in contact with, he was definitely sure things could have been different. His mind was going back to the moment when Demiurge arrived and practically put down an elf girl who could no longer fight. While it was probably in the arch-devil's nature to want to protect the supreme beings above anything else, he didn't see it as necessary. He closed his eyes as he also thought over the fact that he had her head in his item box. He was practically carrying her around, keeping her bound to him, even in death. In a way, it kind of crept him out, but at the same time he saw it as some sort of strange obligation. She had said that she wanted to marry the person who could defeat her, him of all people. Her mannerisms made it a bit creepy, but overall she just seemed like she was raised to be this way. After all, she was the daughter of the Elf King, a man who had raped her mother. Jack could only imagine how she would have turned out in the kingdom of elves. Perhaps she would have been a better ruler. Or would her father have used her in an indescribable manner? There was no way for him to know what would have happened if her life had turned out differently. Though he knew for sure, he probably wouldn't have fought her. His eyes rested on the front door of the manor. Everything was a little too quiet inside. So as he moved onto the property, strolling up to the door and pushing his way inside, he glanced around the common room to find nothing and no one. Weird, he was wondering where she could have gone off to. His eyes then shifted towards the stairway and he instinctively started lunging up the steps silently. Casually he would walk down the corridor of the second floor, his tracing over the spot where the wraiths had been put down. His eyes then moved over towards the doorway with a door hanging open. Lulling his head to the side, he lazily walked into the room and took in the surroundings. There was plenty of new things in this house, especially in this room. A few feet from the door was a massive bed with a semi-circular shaped mattress and wooden headboard. His eyes shifted down to the lump beneath the covers and smirked slightly. He could see whatever the form was, seemed to be sleeping. Reaching over, he would pull it back and raise a brow to see his sister laying there with a penguin plush doll held close to her chest. Ha! Slowly draping the covers over her once again, he went to turn around and walk away. In that moment a large shadow cast over him and he turned his head just in time for the covers to come fluttering down on top of him. He stood there in the dark as it overcame his entire being, temporarily locking him in the darkness. Jack just stood there for a few seconds in the dark before grasping onto the covers and tugging them off. Just as the light settled in, a shape stood from the bed and leaped toward him. Sama. It was none other than Eve as she propelled herself through the air, having kicked off the side of the bed, and wrapped her arms around his neck. With her hands now locked behind his neck, her forearms rested on his shoulders as she hung freely from his torso, staring up at him with a wide grin across her lips. Did you change your mind? Am I coming with you? Jack just stared for a good minute before reaching up and pinching both sides of her face, pulling at her cheeks as he did so. You'd be here all alone, wouldn't you? He pursed his lips slightly as it seemed Mammon may not stay at the house. Or if he did, he wouldn't be around a lot if he were going out of his way to do jobs and such. Yush I would. Eve just gave him this empty look, as if this was something that he should have known or at least sympathized with from the beginning. Now, stop pinching moi fash. I'll think about it, Jack said as he would stretch her cheeks back and forth before finally letting them go with a grin across his lips now. In any case, if I'm bringing you with, you'll have to drink this. He'd reach into his item box and draw out a glass-like bottle of a dark crimson liquid. She just centered her gaze on the item as she was rubbing her cheeks, her eyes traveling between the two for a few seconds before she reached over and grasped it in her hand. Who am I drinking? I believe he is called the strongest human. Jack nodded to himself in confirmation after answering her question. I'll also be bringing Shizu, just need to get her a change of clothes. Eve's eyes widened slightly at the idea of Shizu coming, before downing the thick liquid which had been supplied to her. As the dopamine high rushed through her, it was gone almost as quickly as it came. A homunculi had a massive metabolism, considering they need more nutrients than a regular human being to even function properly. Dropping from around her brother's neck, she landed flat on her feet, the thud echoing throughout the lifeless house. "Without people here, it'll be really quiet," Jack uttered quietly as he was looking at the door he had left open. There was nothing, not even a mouse, in the house other than he himself and his sister. "Shall we get going?" Eve threw her arms in the air, only for him to place his hand on the top of her head. She then placed both of her hands on the top of the back of his hand. "After I'm done eating your brain," Jack joked as he squeezed at and released his hold on and off upon Eve's head as if pretending to suck out her brain through his hand. "Wah! No," Eve immediately kicked him in the shin. "Ah," she'd yelp in pain, she had practically kicked his armor barefoot. "You and your heckin' glamour spell. I'ma murder it." "You can't murder a spell," Jack slyly patted her on the head before releasing his hold and summoning a gate for the two of them to walk through. Gesturing forward, he watched as Eve had gotten over the pain rather quickly, and ran towards the gateway and vanished. Jack followed slowly and once he passed through the portal dispersed from existence itself. Arriving on the other side of the portal, they found themselves standing in his quarters. His eyes resting on the bed where Shizu was standing beside. He raised a brow slightly as she was up and at it, rather than resting where he had placed her. "Welcome back, Cipher, Sama." Jack nodded lightly to the girl with a light smirk across his lips. "Let's get you something else to wear while we're out." Shizu blinked once when he had said that they were going to get something else to wear. What exactly was he planning on having her wear other than this maid outfit? She was becoming curious. So as he went to walk out the bedroom door, she followed him along with his little homunculi imitation sister. Expressionless as usual, she watched as Eve was skipping beside her brother. There was a lot of joy on the face of the artificial life form. Shizu slowly reached up and tugged at the angle of her dainty little lips, curving it into a slight smile before letting go. The smile didn't remain on her lips, but she didn't seem to mind, completely dismissing it. Eventually they found themselves standing in front of what looked like a clothing store which was within the great tomb of Nazarick. Back when the world was still a game, it all used to be just for show. Now it was all real, and there was plenty of merchandise that could be used or worn. Jack continued in without hesitation, Eve holding onto his forearm now as she continued to skip along. Shizu's one eye bounced around with the little brunette before glancing over at Jack as he stopped in front of a rack of dresses. Her eyes then traced over the items which were available. She paid attention to each sound the metal and plastic hangers made as Jack sifted through them with his fingers. As he came across one of them that he liked, she could tell, as his fingers slowed down to peer at the item. Padding on over, the expressionless girl pulled the dress off of the rack and looked in the details. It was a short-sleeved dress which cut off right above the knees. It had an outer black layer and an inner white layer which was only about 4 inches longer than the black and had a dressy turtleneck. The black layer's collar also seemed to be a bit wide, exposing the decorate inner layer above the chest. To her, it was rather cute. It reminded her of her own uniform, and it was a fashionable Lolita dress. She hugged it to her chest idly, before looking up at him. Eve grinned seeing this. It seemed that Shizu had a good taste in clothes. The group would make their way around the store, collecting articles of clothing and accessories. When the girls went towards the underwear selection, Jack lagged behind and actually avoided walking into the aisle. Both of them glanced over at him, as Eve had left his side and stood with Shizu. "Oniisima. I'm not helping you choose your undergarments." Jack took a step back slightly, and continued to walk alone as he explored the shopping center. It was his first time being in here, since it had no function during the game itself. After about an hour, they all met up at the front of the store front. Shizu was now dressed in the white and black dress. A detached sleeve on one hand and a pair of black leggings. She had her camouflage hairband and scarf on. Oddly enough, it didn't clash too much. As he looked to her feet, he stared at the armor boots. While he didn't really mind, that definitely did clash. Jack smirked. "It seems we're ready." Reaching over he would gently pinch the edge of her eye patch and lift it off her face, revealing both of her eyes as she was staring up at him. Eve tilted her head to the side slightly. It turns out she was wearing a matching dress, but with black khaki shorts underneath and long white socks accompanying her loafers. Jack rested his eyes on his sister for a few seconds, before doing a little finger pistol gesture. Looking just like sisters, it's perfect, he'd state as he watched Eve latch onto Shizu, hugging onto her as if she were some sort of plushie. Shizu hardly had a reaction, and as they started walking down the corridor, the squeaking of Eve's shoes being dragged along the floor could be heard. With the blade of Azrael in his hands, Jack descended from the steps overlooking the exterior ruins hidden by the false hills created by Mare. A small curved smile remained along his lips as he glanced over his shoulder as he reached the bottom. His eyes rested upon the two girls in matching dresses, walking down together side by side. Oniisima, how are we going to get to the capital of the Baharuth Empire? And why are walking outside? Eve was curious as to what exactly was going on. He could have just teleported them off to Arwentar with either a greater teleportation spell or a gate. It didn't seem like he was going to do that. Momon said that he'd see us off before we go, Jack said with a light nod before looking in the direction of Rantel. The question is, should we go by carriage, or go cart? Go cart, Cipher, Sama, Shizu spoke up as she had a hand up, feeling the fabric of her scarf. One could tell she was all too curious as well, despite the lack of expression on her face. It's a mechanical mechanism that is driven without a horse or other crude living being attached to it. Jack would turn from them as he continued to walk away. He was making his way to the edge of the encircled area until he climbed up onto the hill and turned to look at the exterior of the tomb. It was so much greener, though he already knew this, than in the game. He liked the look of it, as it actually looked like the ruins of an ancient Greco-Roman temple or something akin to one. The two of them followed him wordlessly, neither of them having seen a go-kart before, though apparently since she had some fabricated memories of her life in the other world, Eve knew what it looked and felt like to use. So as they met him at the top of the hill, they took in the view of the great tomb of Nazarick. If she could show her emotions, Jack could only assume Shizu was adoring the view which she was inscrutably taking in. That deadpan look of hers, it was cute, but also very confusing and hard to read. It was more so her actions and her words in which conveyed what she couldn't normally express. As they were all together, he turned away from the tomb and smirked. Holding his weapon out as if he were ready to use it as a staff. He would recite a single spell, create greater item, and in a flash of light a three-seated vehicle would materialize before them. It had no roof, but there was a roll cage. It was made of sleek black magic metal, had a hard plastic truck, grade grille guard, and had strange powerful wheels on either side made from a flexible material threaded for off-road. The seats were organized into a triangle, one seat in front with a gear shift and wheel, with pedals. Whilst there were two others which were evenly spaced in the back with a container between them, a pair of cup holders on the lid. Overall it looked like combination of a dune buggy and a go-kart. Without warning, Shizu was kneeling down in front of the vehicle, placing a single sticker on the engine cover, before standing back up. The go-kart is cute, could be cuter, but I can't complain. She looked over towards Jack. It was made by Cipher, Sama, one of the supreme ones. Jack was just imagining the largest smile on her face, even though she sounded and looked like a cute little robot. Since she was actually a robot in the first place. A very adorable and delicate-looking robot at that. Scratching the back of his head, he would step into the driver's seat and sit down, before gesturing for them to sit in the back. Onaikan. Can I drive? Eve was leaning over the front of the cart, her hands on the wheel between his hands at 10 and 2. No, Jack stared through her as if she was insane. She never got her driver's license, and the only time she had ever been in one in real life, she almost killed him and she wasn't even in the driver's seat. Eve pouted, blowing a raspberry before sulking into the seat beside Shizu, her arms crossed. Starting the vehicle, the cart would shake and roar, sputtering to life. A few seconds followed and he was hitting the gas and quickly flying over the false hills at high speeds, which made in the area to make the tomb's location inconspicuous. Wee-hee-hee, from sour to excited, Eve's arms were in the air, one hand grasping at the roll cage above her head. Shizu on the other hand was just seated there calmly, her hands folded in her lap, keeping her skirt from blooming like a flower from the wind. After about 15 minutes the cart came running up to the front of the eastern gates of Rantel, where a man in black armor with gold trim and a young woman in basic attire stood waiting. Sama, Eve stood up in her seat, one arm clinging to the roll cage, the other waving rapidly. Hi, she smiled widely with a hidden devious twinkle in her eye. Momon stared at the vehicle, as did the guards which were at the gate. They, the guards, had seen nothing like it before. It was amazing to have seen that machine come in from the distance, it wasn't even drawn by a horse. Was it a magic-powered item? Nabe on the other hand stepped forward, circled the buggy, like cart before stopping back in front of it. Her eyes would center on the sticker which Shizu placed on it, and for the first time since she had arrived in this human-infested city, she smiled, his sharp eyes resting on Jack. Sama, it is a pleasure to see you again. Likewise, Jack's eyes flickered from Nabe to Momon, a smirk forming over his lips as his friend approached the cart. That's an impressive set of wheels, Momon would say as he inspected the vehicle with his eyes. Feeling it would give him no indication of anything, he was undead, so one could say he had no nerves. So you're going off to Arwentar? You'll be passing through the Katsa Plains, Momon advised as he looked off to the distance. Perhaps you can use the undead that spawn there as target practice. Jack looked back to the girls in the back seat as he hummed thoughtfully. That would make sense, never done a drive-by. Momon shook his head slightly as he used the term and took a step back from the vehicle, before turning to hear someone shouting after them. The sound of a horse-drawn carriage could be heard along with voice which was encroaching on their position after passing through the gates. Momon-san. Nabe-san. Jack-san, Brita was heading her group along with Nfiria, Faye, and Lizzie out of the city, planning on taking the path along the Tob forest toward the village of Karn. Brita and company, Jack shouted back with a laugh, the group forming up into one big brief gathering. They were all quick to take notice of the vehicle which the trio were sitting in. What is this thing? Brita asked. The sorcerer of her party would be found to be kneeling down beside it, running his fingers along magic black metal the machine was made out of. This contraption was made with magic. It's called a go-kart, though it is more like a dune buggy. Our country had these rather than horse-drawn carriages, Jack replied with a light smile across his lips. Of course, this isn't a real one though. The sorcerer nodded as he stood, not being able to take his eyes off of the cart. It is a marvel. Jack nodded lightly to this before raising a brow towards Faye who was staring at him from the wagon. Her red hair covering half of her face, but he could clearly see a little light from excitement in those black eyes of hers even though only one was visible. He gave her a slight wave, a small smile crept across her face as she returned the gesture, wiggling her fingers at him in a wave. Nodding in acknowledgement, he returned his attention to Brita who was looking over Shizu, who in return was staring through the red-headed adventurer. I have half of your payment ready for you. Reaching into his item box, he revealed a magic bag, an infinite backpack, which he would pull out and hold out for her to take. The woman stood there, staring at the bag, it didn't feel all that heavy. Yet for some reason when she reached inside, she was surprised to find half the payment in gold coins. Her eyes locked on him, her lips parted. Brita didn't know what to say, as he had given her a magic bag which was bigger on the inside and could hold about 500 kilometers of matter at once. The sorcerer and the other members of the group also seemed impressed with their current employer. You can keep the bag, but don't sell it, it's the only one I'll give you. If someone takes it from you, just let me know, Jack instructed with a simple tone. He knew that sometimes customs officers, especially ones with the capacity to appraise magic items, could definitely get greedy. Jack in reality had tons of these bags in his item box, holding bundles of materials, items and even more gold. The reason why he used them was because he typically carried a lot on him after joining Nazarick. While he would have still been considered a top-tier PvPer, he had been doing more role-playing than anything else. Momon just stood there, watching as Brita divided the spoils with her team equally so they all had enough money to eat and buy necessities for their professions. His eyes shifted towards Jack. Isn't it a bit dangerous to be using gold? Jack just stared through him for a few seconds before shrugging, I'm a noble from a fallen kingdom. I have money to spend, he grinned now at his friend. And you're my friend. If you need anything, call upon me, Momon-san. Momon chuckled at the genuineness of how Jack was acting. They both already knew he was out to help, they were a team, whether or not they were beside one another or not. Oh, speaking of. He'd take out a small bottle of a crimson syrupy liquid, holding it out towards Nabe. It would be very helpful if you and your companion could read, wouldn't it? See, companion, Nabe completely misunderstood what he meant by the word, almost panicking with wide eyes, as she flailed her hands in front of her. Partner, Jack corrected himself with a deadpanned expression on his face. Nabe almost immediately calmed down as he said this, combined with Momon's hand resting on her shoulder. She would reach out and lightly take the bottle and drink half of it, before handing the bottle to Momon. Momon on the other hand would just pour it in through his visor while no one else was watching. A light glow emanating from the slot for a split moment before fading out. They had consumed that of a random human soldier from the room he had used assimilation within from the slain theocracy. So now they knew a little bit of the inner workers of the now nuked country which he had left vulnerable to invasion. However, the main thing they gained was the knowledge regarding the native language, so they didn't need someone else to translate for them. It would make them appear as legitimate adventurers, since normal adventurers needed to go through a literacy test, which oddly enough cost some currency to take. I'll see you the next time, Momon. Nabe, Jack would lean back in the chair, a small grin across his lips. Who knows, maybe by the time I come back, you'll be a hero that Touch Me San could be proud of. While he did look down on the current version of the Adventurers Guild, but they seemed to be a necessity in the Re-Estai's kingdom, as they didn't utilize their military to take care of some of these jobs like the Baharuth Empire. With the engine still active, he put the cart in reverse and spun it out in a figure 8 before gunning it down the main highway towards the Baharutha's border city with the goal of making it to Arwantar. This chapter is brought to you by Go-Kart Racing, performed by Garfunkel and Oates. Halfway there, with no speed limit or governor installed, he was crushing the gas as far down as it could go. The motor continued to roar and his sister continued to cheer. Her hand in the air, one leg on her seat and the other arm wrapped around the cage. He could see the massive smile across her lips from the corner of his eye. Shizu's hair was whipping around behind her head as she was looking out towards the Katsa plains which surrounded the path. Her eyes drifted from undead to undead. All of them were lower levels. Easy targets and something she was used to seeing. The loud sound of the machine he was driving was definitely getting their attention. While some of them tried their best to shamble and run after them, they couldn't match 40 miles per hour. Even if they were undead and had nearly unlimited stamina. Jack's eyes rested off in the distance. The world in front of him, it was unexplored by the eyes of Nazarick. The kingdom was one realm he had already become familiar with. Just what did the Baharuth Empire offer? His tongue traced the inner layer of his lips in thought, before his eyes darted to the side. There was uniform movement, coordination, between more than one form. His eyes centered on a massive construct moving through the fog which was forming along the plains. A construct of bones and negative energy. He could see 4 blaring red eyes and for a moment, skeletal wings cut through the light gray that clouded the vision. Just below it, running away, were 4 individuals. His eyes rested on them, the motor continuing to roar as the cart began to pick up even more speed. Interesting, his eyes watched as they were casting spells at the undead dragon. The spells didn't even dent its health, let alone do any damage. He frowned seeing this. It was clear they were outmatched and incapable of taking it on. Why was there a group of people attacking that thing anyways? He could see arrows flying at the monster, bolts of magic energy, even weak divine and holy magic. All it took was one swipe of its tail and they'd be dead. Eve, Shizu. Yes, Oniisama. Your orders, Cipher, Sama. Just call me Jack, like Momon did earlier, Jack said quietly as he looked over at Shizu, before dipping his head in the direction of the monstrous undead. I permit covering fire, shoot at the dragon, transfer that thing's aggro onto us. Understood, the two of them shouted out, drawing their weapons. Shizu with her magic gun, which took a form reminiscent to an August A3 assault rifle, with a heavy-looking piece on the front of it. On the other hand, Eve was armed with dual magic machine pistols. Within a few seconds of being given the order, the sound of pew would be filling the air. Bolts of blue energy would be soaring at the enemy as Jack turned the cart off-road and towards the dragon. generally pulling its attention away from the weaker natives of the world. Jack knew that just shooting at it wasn't going to do anything. He needed to fight it personally, or use some high-tier magic. His eyes still though moved between the monster and the people whom were pulling out. However, they were running directly towards him, or at least in his direction. They were still in harm's way. Tisking his tongue, Jack would turn his head to look over at Eve, who was excitedly unloading several bolts of magic energy at the monster before them. "You'll be taking the wheel, it seems," he'd shout over the noise being produced by the engine and the roaring of the undead skeletal dragon made from negative energy that had collected in the area. "Yay!" "Oh hush," Jack reached over, grabbing his sister by the waist and moving her between his legs in his lap prior to carefully standing up with his legs spread so she could have the seat. Once she took the wheel and placed her foot on the gas, his wings spread from his back. Like a parachute, Jack was pulled back by the wind coursing past the cart, allowing him to hover a bit behind the cart as it reared off to the side. Drawing his spear, the blade of Ainz Ooal, he stood there with the weapon pointed towards the monster. The people below who were once running, have skidded to a stop, staring at a man with wings above them. Jack was with the sun at his back. It was as if he was in the center of a massive halo. That's when Jack witnessed one of the people double over and puke at the sight of him. He just stared down at the small blonde human. She looked like a doll with all her delicate features. She was wearing some sort of pink top with some other sturdy clothes. Overall she was cute. How rude, Jack would muse before turning his attention back to the level 70 skeletal dragon coming directly towards him due to his now focused holy radiance causing ambient damage to it. He kept his weapon pointed at the dragon, watching as it continued to gain altitude to match him. It was coming for him and it looked hungry, too bad it couldn't see the level difference between the two of them. While most magics below the 6th tier wouldn't affect it, that in no way would stop Jack. Triple magic reality slash, 3 hardly visible crescent-shaped projectiles were sent forward from directly in front of his spear, cutting through space-time itself. Letting out a deafening roar, the dragon continued towards him, unaware of how damaging the wave was coming towards it. Then as the 3 slashes tore through the skeletal head and continued through its body, reality would appear to twist in half, causing those watching to stand with mouths agape and staring at the scene in awe as the massive body of negative energy began dispersing amongst the plains like fine powdered snow. Floating down to the ground in front of the group of 4, his eyes looked over the group in front of him. His facial features were stoic again, trailing over each one of them. He easily took note that there was one half-elf present, the 3 others looked entirely human. It seemed the unidentified individuals, all of them, were all caring for the small blonde who vomited down the front of herself. "Are you okay, Archie?" the elf seemed to be asking, patting her on the back and keeping her standing with her own arms. He. She seemed to be trying to say something, but the taste of puke was definitely settling in her mouth. She brought a gloved hand up to her face before looking up at Jack. Sticking the small blade of his spear into the ground, he let out a huff of air through his nose. However, after he did so, he quickly noticed the glowing blue eyes of hers. Humming in thought, his eyes moved towards the 2 males of the group. The shortest male was patting the girl on the back, while the taller one that was dressed as a Templar of some sort, was watching over her. They all seemed to be chattering with one another, trying to assure her she will be fine. How is this even possible? Archie was able to suddenly sputter out of her mouth, still overwhelmed by the magic aura which was radiating off of him. Imina, the purple-haired androgynous elf, didn't quite catch what she said as she was rubbing Archie's back. Interesting talent, Jack uttered with a suppressed chuckle as he would pluck an object out from his item box, a silver ring with what looked like a sapphire embedded onto it, to be exact. The moment he placed it onto his right ring finger, the aura would die down, allowing Archie to quickly recover so she wasn't hunched over. Yet she still stood there, holding onto her staff for support. Termite, the shortest man there with blonde hair with a red stripe through it, raised a brow at the man. His presence, his glow. He seemed to be powerful in the divine affinity. "Thank you for your support. We really thought we were going to be goners for sure. Haha." Much like the Swords of Darkness and the lower-level adventurers in Rantel, it appeared all of them except for the Templar were in leather armor. The Templar, Roberdick stepped forward. May the gods praise you for your work against the insidious undead. He had his two gauntlet-like weapons pressed together as he gave him a respectful bow of sorts. Imina, the elf, nodded in agreement as they were thanking him. Yet Jack and Archie were just staring at one another. The fact he had put on the ring and his aura disappeared, made it seem as if he was going to hide his power. Though it was mostly just a convenience for her that he had done so. Are you citizens of the Empire? Jack's eyes snapped to look at the others who were standing in front of him. He could hear the go-kart doing donuts in the distance. Dirt and grass kicking up from the plains. Jack was trying his darndest not to shake his head at his little sister's antics. However, as he was asking this question, he stepped forward as he took a handkerchief out of a pouch of his clothes and went to lightly dab Archie's chin before she could wipe remnants of vomit from her face with her own sleeve. Yes, we are, Terminite said awkwardly as he watched the man closely. Archie hardly moved when he wiped her face, her arm had been just inches away. Her eyes stared up at him, he was so tall compared to her. That's when she noticed, they all noticed, his wings were gone. Were the wings real? Or were they part of an elaborate form of flying magic? They were becoming curious of the man who had saved them from a dragon. Thank you. Archie spoke in a quiet voice as she inspected her lower lip with her hand. His eyes rested on her iron rod for a staff and smiled slightly. The one thing he could tell was despite having leather attire, they did have better gear than the adventurers. Oh. Our savior not only chuckles, but he smiles too, Termite cracked with a grin of his own, friendly placing his hand on his hips. So you've noticed, Jack casually returned his little observation with a sly tone. Now, tell me why you're out here in the plains fighting a skeletal dragon on your own. The group all looked at him oddly when he had said dragon in a strange fashion. Though he had completely done it on purpose. None of them felt the need to correct him though, he had just saved their hides from being eaten. We were hired by the Empire to clear out the undead in preparation of the annual war in 6 months from now, Termite said as he was the leader, he was talking with his hands moving in front of him, he seems to the social one. Jack's eyes trailed over towards the elf who was eyeing Termite. He almost immediately recognized the relationship between the two before returning his gaze to the man. So your workers, Adventurers Guild wouldn't have sent you, Jack said as he was aware of the rules pertaining to sending adventurers out onto the field. The guild often protected adventurers from such a condition if they weren't strong enough to handle it. Yes, Termite said as he held out his hands in front of him as if to ask for at least one of Jack's hands to shake. We are known as Foresight. This is Archie Furtz, the man gestured towards the small blonde, I'm Hecarim Termite, this is Imina and Roberdick Galtron. His eyes narrowed on Roberdick, he had an interesting last name that reminded him of Voltron. Then his eyes moved towards Archie, her last name reminded him of farts which almost made him snort. Though the most interesting of all was the man who introduced everyone. His surname, it was Termite. You're the enemy of all wood, Jack couldn't help but let out the cheesy joke. Archie, Imina and Roberdick all seemed to chuckle to themselves. Hecarim shook his head with a smile across his lips, accepting the hit without much care. It was a name with a curse of being made fun of, it didn't faze him. My name is Jack Graham, his eyes trailed on over to the go-kart which speed past them and started to circle them haphazardly. Those are my little sisters, Eve and Shizu. Archie immediately perked up hearing him say he had little sisters, she immediately looked over towards the cart as it was going around them repetitively at high speeds. Ichem. They have odd names, Termite would chuckle, placing an open fist against his chin. Eve means living, and Shizu means quiet, Jack responded with a mundane tone, he found their names rather weird too. Though Archie and Imina seemed to have the more normal names compared to the two men here. Let me guess. Imina pointed at the go-kart. Eve is the one driving the contraption and Shizu is the one quietly going along for the ride. Living definitely translates to lively, Jack snorted at this, you're correct. What brings you out here? Termite returned the question he had asked earlier about why they were out here alone fighting undead, and a skeleton dragon. We're heading to the Baharuth Empire, me and my sister come from the far west, a fallen island kingdom past the hordes of the Beastmen nations. We're currently looking for a new place to start off, Jack responded with a slight frown, a serious tone. Archie turned her attention back towards him, hearing him speak of his past. "So you already passed through Baharuth Empire to get to the Re-Estai's kingdom?" she'd inquired with a brow raised. "No, we used teleportation magic to escape a collapsing building. Turned into quite the incident. We were supposed to end up in the rumored Dragon Kingdom." His eyes rested over towards the horizon to the southeast. "Ended up in the middle of the great forest of Tob. That sounds rough." Termite sighed, scratching the side of his nose with his index finger. Squinting at his chest and robes, Archie stepped forward and went to knock on his chest. When she did, she was surprised to find that she was knocking on a chest plate and not necessarily fabric of a robe. "Wah!" Jack's eyes shifted down towards her as he grinned now, the glamour spell deactivated, and his divine class armor became fully visible. The gem on the higher area of his chest piece was glowing a bright blue. Glamour spell, useful in hiding the truth from one's enemies. Kind of like the ring on your finger. Archie observed the item he had put on his ring finger, which hid the aura which had initially overwhelmed her talent of the all-seeing eye. "Since we're new to the Empire, do you think we can join your team for a while? The more people you have, the bigger the jobs you can take in," Jack asked as he looked towards Termite. "We don't cost anything." This man's power was extreme, the members of Foresight knew this. When he had asked them if he could join their group, they weren't suspicious, but they were surprised. Someone of his caliber could go it alone, plus he had 2 little sisters with him. The 4 of them would watch the go-kart take a few more laps before dematerializing as it ran out of juice, sending the 2 young girls tumbling through the grass. Eve was laughing her head off, that was evident. Shizu however just sat right back up and observed her surroundings, before mechanically making her way over towards Jack as she got to her feet. "Are you not wanting money as payment?" Robertic asked as he stepped forward. That was the only thing that caught his attention. "People don't typically work for free. I prefer goods or services over money, so letting us join would be a service on its own." Termite raised a brow at this. Joining them would allow them to learn about the Empire as well as to how workers operate. Perhaps this was like an apprenticeship. Despite how overpowering this fellow was to begin with. On top of that, it may even make their name spread far and wide, especially in the arena. Though that's when his eyes rested on the weapon in Jack's hand. It had this strange feeling of benevolence, despite the fact that it could kill someone near instantly should it be used to stab or cut deep into someone's flesh. That weapon. Robertic seemed to have noticed the strange feeling from it as well. "Does it have a name?" His eyes shifted from Jack to the weapon and back. "The Blade of Azrael, but it is more commonly called Benevolent Death, as it has been said to have belonged to the Angel of Death, hence the benevolence," Jack said with a casual tone and expression on his face before watching as his sister hopped up to her feet and began to follow Shizu over to the group. He then turned his gaze back to Termite, waiting for his answer. I don't see a problem taking you under our wing. Your sisters can stay with the girls, and you can stay with us," the young party leader of the worker group suggested. "I was actually thinking you could help us find a place we can buy as a home. We'd be happy to share it with you as a headquarters. That way you don't have to sleep at an inn, if that's what you've been doing." Jack was aware of the lifestyle of an adventurer. He could only assume that life as a worker was very similar, aside from the pros and cons that came with either profession. Archie blinked a few times hearing this. "Buying a house? Could I bring my sisters to live there with us?" she asked instinctively. At this given moment, her team didn't know of the problems that were going on in her home, especially the financial ones. As she had only recently joined the team in order to do more cooperative missions, that is. Jack's eyes rested on Archie for a moment before he nodded. He could see the desperation hidden deep within her eyes. Her emotions were under lock and key, but he could see them, being naturally empathic towards others in some form or another. Reading people made it easier to fight them, or in this case, manipulate them into forming a bond. "I'm sure my sisters would be happy to be with them." Jack believed they would be able to easily take care of 2 children. Considering Eve was certainly with a brain of a child, with a heart of a woman, and Shizu, she followed orders. Shizu was now standing beside them, listening to the conversation, nodding in agreement. The idea of taking care of little sisters sounded cute, she secretly couldn't wait to paste stickers on their faces. Jack glanced over towards Shizu for a moment, then to Eve who was strolling over like nothing happened. Though there was definitely some grass stains on her cheek and on her dress, whilst there was oddly nothing on Shizu's outfit. When his attention was brought back over to Archie however, he noticed she was smiling, a slight tinge of pink on her face. Jack with a straight face, just stared, tracing over her facial features with his eyes. As Jack, Shizu and Eve all stood with foresight chatting, the undead in the area were all moving towards their location. The sound of the go-kart from earlier having attracted them in the first place. With the fog moving in however, it was very hard to detect them without one's eyesight being enhanced or one being able to detect the undead ambiently. Thankfully the half-elf turned her head and glanced over her shoulder towards the fog which the dragon had once emerged. There were faint silhouettes making their way out into the open. Zombies, skeletons. As an arrow came flying from within the fog and towards the group, everyone seemed to move out of the way in order to avoid it. But not Jack. The arrow would snap in half a few inches away from him before dropping into the grass at his feet. Jack's gaze narrowed on a skeleton which was pulling back the string of their rotting wooden bow. Dead should stay dead. Jack uttered quietly to himself, observing the armor which the skeleton was wearing. It was once a member of the Resurrecting Kingdom's warrior troop. Slowly his gaze moved over the others. This was definitely a battlefield of the fallen, as all of them were rising up to kill or even devour the mortals they may be lucky enough to cross paths with. Jack, Dono, Termite addressed him politely, would you be able to support us while we assault them? He didn't necessarily mean to put the stronger man in the background, but he wanted to show him how well his team coordinated with one another. Jack's eyes gazed over the team leader of Foresight, before nodding. If it looks like you're going to be overpowered, I will step in, he'd respond as he leaned his weapon forward slightly like a staff, casting a protection-type third-tier spell onto the group in front of him, letting them flash a light blue color as he did so. Galtron would grin slightly as he felt the energy surrounding him against low-tier attacks. It is the light of God, it seems. Hearing his line, Jack could only chuckle before turning his attention towards Archie as she was spreading out from the rest of them, Imina following after her. He'd watch as the two close-range fighters went running off towards the undead. Itchem. Jack would lean on his spear and simply watch. Running as fast as he could, Termite steadied his breathing as he held his sword in both hands. Once he was within close range of the first zombie, he brought the weapon down hard upon its neck in a diagonal swipe. Its neck split halfway, the weapon getting stuck. As the zombie continued to try and bite and scratch him, an arrow ripped through the brain and sent the green-skinned monster to the ground, lifelessly. With a slight grin across his lips, Termite would pull the sword from his target in time to kick back another undead which was closing in on him. Galtron kept moving, using his gauntlets to create the utmost damage upon his foes, crashing and crushing in their skulls. He rushed a skeleton, quite literally punching its head off its shoulders, only to turn around and parry a blade and kick out the lower body of another. Jack's eyes wandered on over to Archie and Imina, both of which were providing ranged support. Their arrows and spells worked wonders against the weaker undead. They picked off enemies in the distance in order to keep their other teammates from being overrun. Their teamwork was good, and while they kept shouting down to a minimum, they all kept within view of one another. That was another good thing Jack could see. Eve sat down next to her brother's right leg and rested her head against the side of his knee. "Can we help?" she asked with a bored tone, huffing some air in an upward motion. If she had longer bangs, she was sure her hair would move. "There's nothing for us to do, besides, they were hired for this job," Jack replied with a slight yawn, despite watching he was getting bored. So he understood her little plight. However, even then, if you were to join the battle, it wouldn't last very long and that wouldn't be fun either. Boring. "Oh, hush up," Jack rolled his eyes at this as he listened to his sister whining over not being able to do anything. She was more than capable of sniping plenty of these monsters without any delay, but he wasn't going to have her do so unless he got impatient for some reason. Shizu just stood on the opposite side of Jack, taking a sticker out from her item box and placing it on the white inner skirting of her dress. Jack would glance over towards her as she was doing so and reached over, poking her cheek. Immediately her head perked up and her eyes stared blankly through him. Yes, Jack Onissima, the way she said it was without emotion, but it was cute nonetheless, that was for sure. No, just wanted to feel your cheek with my finger, Jack said with a tone similar to her own before turning his sights to the people doing their job out on the grassy plains in the fog. Shizu blinked and turned her attention forward to the people they had recently met. She was rather confused by his action, but dismissed it, not doubting his words. Jack looked over at her from the corner of his eye, raising a brow slightly. She seemed to be watching intently, though for the most part, her eyes were on Archie and Imina. The temptation to put a sticker on Archie's forehead could definitely be seen in her eyes while the rest of her was without any true expression. His eyes softened slightly as he shook his head subtly and rested his sights on Galtron. There were at least 3 zombies about to attack him at once while he was preoccupied with another couple of skeletons. When he crushed one of the skulls and then used turn undead on the one beside him, he turned around just in time to swat away the arms of a rotting undead. It's really strange how the world hasn't succumbed to the undead with places like this. Jack uttered quietly as he looked to the sky above. Is it really that strange? Shizu asked as she turned her attention back towards the supreme being which had introduced her as his little sister. Personally, she didn't know how she felt about that, but she was happy just to be within his presence, even though she couldn't really show it all that much. Jack looked over at her and nodded. The national military, workers and adventurers seem to be able to keep them at bay, but negative energy is everywhere. Shizu paused slightly before slowly nodding. If what he said was true, he wasn't wrong. The undead could be everywhere or anywhere. It seemed though that they were either kept at a low number, or stayed within the area they had spawned. In a way, it was similar to the game world. Spawns typically stayed in a singular area rather than to move where there was lives to take. Unless of course, they were lead there or pointed in a direction. Jack began to wonder if Momonga could take control of all of these undead and use them as additional forces for Nazarick. Though considering the proximity of the Katsa Plains to the Great Tomb, he could only assume that Momon was already aware of its existence and had a plan for it. If not, it didn't really matter. These undead would only be cannon fodder, whilst the skeletal dragons on the other hand would be a greater threat against their probable enemies. Hearing a squeak of distress, Jack's eyes drifted over towards Imina and Archie. His eyes coming to a rest upon a zombie which was clawing its way out of the ground, one hand having grabbed onto her mantle. Jack simply frowned, teleporting with ease over to their location and planting the small bladed edge of his spear into the head of the undead. It quickly ceased moving as he removed the weapon from the limp corpse. Thank you, Archie sighed and fired several magic arrows from her hand towards a zombie which was creeping its way up the hill towards them. It was practically torn apart by the spell. No problem, Jack said, though he knew that the zombie couldn't have hurt her with the protection spell which he had cast upon the group. They'd have to be at the level of a Death Knight or another dragon to harm them too badly. He remained standing behind the 2 ranged fighters, whilst keeping his eyes on the 2 men which were fighting melee-wise. They were slowly withdrawing towards Jack and the 2 girls. Jack's sister and Shizu were making their way over to them as well, though much more casually than the members of Foresight. The men weren't in danger of getting overrun, but there were plenty less undead on their way and it seemed the fog was beginning to lift. The fighting continued on for at least several more hours until the field was practically clear of walking corpses, whilst there were a few stragglers left. Imina took her time to knock each one out with head shots from her bow. As time had flown by, it was far into the day. The sky was clear and the sun was only a couple more hours from setting. The group was making their way back to the main road in order to return to the city. Their job for today was practically done. You know, Jack broke the silence which held them as they were all tired out from a hard day's work. I could teleport us back to the capital, he boasted lightly as he looked over at them, offering them an easier way back home. We still have to go to the nearest city to get our reward, then head to Arwentar afterward. I can do that. Jack watched as the 4 were practically waddling as he casually walked beside them with the 2 residents from Nazarick. Termite made a mighty grin, not knowing how far his power went. Can you get the entire wagon there? With smiling eyes, he kept his sights on Jack as they made their way towards the wagon which they had rode here. Perhaps, his eyes shifted to the driver who was casually reading a book, waiting for them. A gate would open up in front of the wagon, immediately startling the driver and the horses, who neighed in surprise as they raised their hooves into the air. Chuckling at the sight, Jack would pull the back of the tarp on the wagon to the side. All board. As her friends moved on to the back of the wagon, Archie just stood there staring at the whirling mass of energy in front of the wagon. Her eyes then shifted to that of Jack, who was casually standing there holding the tarp open. Jack, Dono. She imitated the politeness of her friend Termite, though she wore this blank expression and a matching monotone voice. Could you teach me how to do that, while you work with us? Jack rested his eyes on the girl. He was interested in see how far someone from this world could go. He knew that there were very few people who could even reach the 6th tier. According to the slain theocracy, the only way for them to use the 7th tier was through big rituals and such. He found that relatively hard to resist, the idea of training and leveling someone. He used to do that as well prior to joining Nazarick, helping lesser players level up quickly. However, he did have something that may change that, but he wasn't going to offer it just yet. He wanted to see how far she could get. In his item box, was a heaven's feather. It allowed one to transform into an angel. He had a few of these actually, as he at some point prior to the news of the shutdown, was planning on making a squadron of Seraphim NPCs, that however never panned out. Turning her into an angel may be interesting, or another species. He even had a seed of the world tree in his item box. He wasn't sure if either of these items would work, or if they would give additional options since this was a new world and some things were different than the game. While he was tempted to use it on himself, but he didn't want to lose the progress of his racial classes as he didn't know if he could ever regain them here. He could only imagine though what she could accomplish with her talent, and the use of magic itself. The only problem if she were to become an angel, was that she couldn't fake her name. That and others may try to take control of her. So many options out there. Once we get settled in, I'll consider it, Jack said as he looked over her. May I ask why? Averting her gaze for a second, as if in though or in shame, she locked her eyes with him. Her face was still like that of a delicate doll with hidden emotions. When my family lost our status, I had no choice but to drop out of the Imperial Academy in order to support them, so I haven't been able to continue and study magic. Jack nodded slowly as she went to pull herself up into the wagon. He placed a hand on her head, causing her to freeze in place with one leg up on the wagon. You're losing of status. Does it have anything to do with taking the little sisters of yours? She turned her head as her head was in his grasp and looked up at him, blankly with her blue eyes. I see. Jack would ruffle the top of her head, before letting his hand drop down and scoop up her rear. Hey! Watch WH. Jack flipped her up into the back of the wagon with a chuckle. Aniissima, did you touch her butt? I wanna touch, Eve suddenly spouted from inside the tent of the wagon, giggle snorting. What? No, Archie shouted as she could be heard scampering about. Shaking his head at this, Jack pulled himself onto the transport and snapped his fingers twice. When the reins could be heard snapping at the horses, the wagon was off and going through the portal. TSS. Standing in front of the government building of the border city, Jack held a rocket-shaped glass bottle to his lips, a bubbly brown liquid being poured down his gullet. As he lowered the bottle from his lips, he glanced over towards his sister and the battle maid, before turning his head to look at the door. They had been in there for a short while already, getting their payment for a job well done. After about 15 or so minutes, they calm walking out. Big smiles on Termite, Galtron and Imina's faces. Archie on the other hand seemed to be cradling the sack of coins in her hand. He could see the coins which had been given to her hadn't been enough. Pursing his lips slightly, he tilted his head to the side slightly. Everyone get their rewards? Jack asked with a brow raised. Yeah, we got it good this time, Termite said with a light nod, tucking the small sack into his belt. Imina smiled as a response, before everyone looked to Galtron. I'm going to be donating most of it to the orphanages, since I'm not able to heal people without having them pay a fee. For only if this was a God-fearing nation. The high priest let out a sigh as he looked at the little brown sack in his hand. Can't they pay with goods and services rendered, rather than money alone? Jack asked curiously, as he knew bartering was still commonplace in a medieval society, even when it was run by a bureaucratic party of sorts. Galtrin raised a brow at this. The man was talking about he'd choose to be paid over money. It didn't sound all that much different. What did you mean? Jack simply traced over his attire, before looking at his face. You're a worker, you're not held to the same rules as adventurers, correct? You want to heal people for free, find a loophole around whatever it's stopping you from doing so. Galtrin blinked at this, placing a thoughtful thumb against his jaw. If they're able, have them dance for you. Sing for you if they not have legs. And if they can't do either, have them write a story or a poem. Or have them sign a waiver that you're testing various different healing techniques on them. I don't know the laws as of yet, but there are many ways that get around a law that restricts one's use of power. Jack advised before turning his eyes to Archie, who was looking at him curiously. He had touched her behind earlier to throw her into the wagon, and his sister had acted as a complete brat up until now. She just stared through him for a few moments before looking off towards the northeast, the direction of the capital city of Arwinter. Is it time to go, Jack? Oniissima, Shizu, her eyes on the bottle in his hand, eyeing the carbonated drink. His eyes shifted up and down over the girl for a few moments before holding the half-drank bottle over to her, which she quickly snatched and started drinking it avidly. He just stood there and watched her for a few seconds. The other members of the group also casting their gaze on the woman who was consuming the liquid that only the three from Nazarick would be able to identify. What is that? Bubbly sewage water. Cola, Jack responded as Shizu burped, turning his attention over towards Archie again. Cola? It's a beverage from our home nation. Jack casually leaned on the wall near the door. It's water and other ingredients infused with carbon via hanging it over a beer vat. So it's brewed. Galtrin stared at it for a few moments before looking over at Jack. Is it alcoholic? No, not at all. If anything, it has a high concentration of sugar in it, so it's super sweet. Galtrin grinned at the prospect of a sweet drink that was bubbly and wasn't alcoholic. He was susceptible to alcohol poisoning, so he didn't drink it, even on occasion. However, he had an extreme sweet tooth. Perhaps when we're settled in Arwintar, my sister can show you how to make carbonated beverages. Eve giggled wildly at Jack's proposition, something she could do with her production skills. It made her excited to teach or show someone else what she could do, even if it was someone she had just become acquainted with. Termite and Imina looked at one another before turning their attention back to Jack. Is there anything you can show us while you're at it? He'd joke, though it was really just a partial joke. He was actually curious if there was anything that their newfound member would teach them. Jack shrugged softly. I'll have to look into that. He wasn't a ranger and he didn't necessarily see their interests right off the bat. Galtrin was easy to read. He was a nice person who wore his personality. Termite was a man of charm and easygoing. He liked money, or at least saving it. He had a certain allure to him which Jack could definitely sense. Imina, though, she seemed to be a kind individual with a caring heart. He could tell from earlier that she seemed almost familial with Archie, like an older sister figure. He could also tell the two of them were close, especially when they had been in the wagon. Whilst they appeared somewhat professional, they had held hands, leaned into one another, even snuck a peck when they thought no one was looking. Jack didn't mind public displays of affection. If anything, he enjoyed it. If he had a girlfriend or a significant other, he wouldn't really hide it from others all that much. The three of them would begin to walk away from the building. Jack was between Eve and Shizu as they trailed along behind the four other workers. His eyes remained on the back of the blonde. Eve was quick to tell the look in Jack's eyes. He was her brother, so she could see the interest. The girl had talent. She was short and slender. On top of that, she knew her brother wouldn't actively pursue her, not yet at least. He took his time to build relationships, or at least waited for some incentive. In a way he could blackmail her into it. She wanted to learn magic from him. He could perhaps make a deal. Training for courtship. Yet, she was beginning to wonder, would that be a real bond, or just one of convenience? Eve stared at her brother, whilst Shizu kept close to his side. Jack was thinking to himself, he had thought the same thing earlier, but he also doubted the authenticity of a relationship built off of that due to her desperation. Unlike all the bright faces that walked by, hers was hiding her hardships. She didn't see a bright future ahead of herself. Despite that though, the determination to destiny, to change fate, was almost to the extreme, whilst her loyalties to her friends also seemed to be in high regard. His head turned to the side slightly as he looked down to his sister, noting her expression and how her eyes gestured towards Archie. It was as if she was trying to egg him on, and he was quick to find that she actually was as she mouthed, "Do it." Rolling his jaw, he couldn't help but smile a bit before looking forward. "Are we ready to go to Arwentar, or are we doing something here first?" Termite glanced over his shoulder. "You're able to open a portal again, just like that." He had a rather in awe look on his face. Yes, it would be easy. Much like Momonga, his mana was well above the normal limit of any mortal human being. "I'm a bit of a monster, after all." Archie looked over at him when he referred to himself as a monster. She had to admit, from what she saw before he put the ring on, he was right. Though him saying he was a monster felt a little funny, and it made her shiver slightly. Was it the fact that he had self-awareness to that point, or was it just a reference to his power? "Are you even human?" Archie found herself saying in a blatant manner with the expression of a lifeless doll. Her blue eyes almost reflected his face in them, but she didn't appear to judge him. "Would you like to guess?" Jack asked as the group formed a half-circle as they stood to the side of the stone-laid road. "I'll give you a hint." Archie nodded slowly. "All right." Imina, Galtrin and Termite all kept their attentions on Archie and Jack anxiously. If he wasn't human, what could he possibly be? And was he going to make a game out of this? "6 wings pure as snow, I may lay waste to the land, eye of benevolent death." What am I? Galtrin's eye twitched hearing part of the riddle which he had referred to himself as benevolent death. He had said that his weapon was a weapon that belonged to the angel of death. Was he calling himself an angel? 6 wings, a seraph? Archie stared through him for a moment, a bead of sweat forming on the side of her face which was perfectly bordered by her short hair. It wasn't that she was having a hard time coming up with the answer, it was just something she was having a hard time believing. Both Imina and Termite were also both staring at him. They didn't believe necessarily that he was an angel, but he was definitely a powerful entity if he weren't human. "You're pulling our leg right," Termite spoke up, one eye widened as he kept his sights on him. Jack's eyes surfed over the other 3 before resting back on the 17-year-old, Archie, until it comes off. Termite and the others seemed to sigh in relief accompanied by a bout of suppressed laughter. They had nothing against angels, but if he were an angel, it meant that he was a powerful being capable of mass destruction. While angels were summonable beings, a sentient one could be a threat to generally anyone, as despite their positive karma, they were capable of destroying the land just like any of the evil deities from 200 years ago. That and he may as well be as strong as the 7th-tier angel believed to have been in the hands of the slain theocracy, if not stronger. Archie however was the only one looking at him seriously still. With his spear in his hand, he would cast another gate, which would appear in front of the group. Jack smiled faintly with a hand gesturing forward. Eve, Shizu, and the other 3 went into the portal. However, as Jack hadn't gone through it, remained there without vanishing. Archie frowned immediately. "Are you really an angel?" "If I lie about my name, my existence will end," Jack stated as she tried to assure herself of the answer which had been cooking in the back of her mind. "So either I'm an angel, or I'm a fiendish demon." She slowly nodded and her soft lips lost their expression, turning her head to the side and looking to the ground. "Please, don't play games with us," her met his without moving her head. "Yes, I'm an angel." Jack was acting all nonchalant as he walked over and placed a hand on her shoulder. "And truth be told, I wasn't necessarily hiding it either." Archie's shoulders drooped as she finally tiled her head up to look at him completely. He wasn't lying. If he was truly hiding it, he wouldn't have flown earlier with his pair of wings in plain view. Even though at first glance one could assume he was a winged human. "Was touching my butt an accident?" Jack wasn't expecting her to ask this question all of a sudden. No, while his answer seemed immediate, it was clear he had thought about it before speaking. "So you touched my butt on purpose?" Despite physical self giving the impression of a lifeless doll, a pink tinge started to form on her cheeks, clearly she was embarrassed. Yes, Jack's eyes just rested on her blankly, his reply sounded like a question more than an answer. Archie just held this deadpan expression on her face, hearing his tone of voice whilst he awkwardly glanced off to the side. It didn't look as if he was socially weak, it was more like the reaction of a person that did something wrong and got caught red-handed. "Why did you accept my sisters, when I suddenly asked if they could stay with at your place?" While it felt like an inquisition, Jack believed they were reasonable questions. Ones which he'd expect later on from the other members of the group the more they opened up to him. "Tell me about your home life that made you want to take your younger sisters away from your parents." Jack was a brother, an older brother. Responsibility had once been in his hands, and he knows what it feels like to worry about the well-being of a family member younger than himself. Archie stared through him. She didn't understand what he gained, instead he asked a question to answer her. It was as if he cared, which in a sense he did, he could relate to her. "Even though we lost our status, my mother and father still spend money as if they have an unlimited supply. So they're indebted, and if they can't pay it back, they might end up selling their children in order to continue their lifestyle." Jack rolled his eyes as he figured this. It wasn't abnormal even in modern times when a delusional rich person loses everything and tries to keep appearances by buying things they cannot afford. Archie pinched the bridge of her nose. This guy, who claims to be an angel, completely understood her. However, seeing his eyes, he didn't look down on her, though he was in the literal sense due to his height. "Do your teammates know about it?" Archie shook her head. At the moment they didn't know. They were already worried for her as it was. If they knew, how would they see her then? How much would they pity her? "Then I won't say anything to them," Jack said with a light smile, "as long as you court me." Archie slowly nodded her head before pausing. "Wait. What?" She almost jumped back, her arms tense at her sides, as she became aware of what she had just non-verbally agreed to. "I wonder how this student-teacher relationship is going to be like." Jack gave a short suppressed laugh which he trapped in his throat. He'd hold out a hand for hers. That's not fair." Archie furrowed her brows, glaring up at him as she hesitantly placed her dainty hard leather glove-covered hand into his. "Wait, student-teacher," she found herself blinking in surprise, her heart was beating out of her chest. How much did she just get handed to her? "I considered it." Jack shrugged lightly with a small smirk across his lips. Jack and Archie emerged from the portal right before it dispersed, vanishing from the sight of all, as if it had never been there. Together, Archie's hand was rested in Jack's palm, anchored by his thumb. He walked with his hand out to the side of him at an upward obtuse angle. It was similar to a way someone were to walk, as if they were going to begin to formally dance. Eve squealed at the sight. Shizu didn't give much of a response other than a single blink. Watching the two of them as they approached the group in a calm manner. The group of three from Foresight all just stood there though, Roderdick with a brow raised, while it seemed Imina and Termite weren't at all that surprised. "I see he popped that question pretty fast," Termite chuckled lightly. "You owe me 10 copper. Imina rolled her eyes, dropping the coins into his hand. "He tricked me into saying yes," Archie said as he looked over at her friends, one of her hairs sticking up from the rest. "But he promised to teach me magic," she muttered as she looked to her hand, which was still being held in his hand. With all that being an angel nonsense, Termite chuckled as he waved his hand, trying not to burst into a fit of laughter. Imina smiled at her lover for a moment before noticing that Archie wasn't giving much of a response to that little crack at Jack. Was the angel nonsense true then? Jack had sent their minds in circles. Galtrin just looked over Jack as he stood there, his arms crossed now. Jack had given him advice, tried to make him believe he was an angel, and then somehow tried to sweep the young miss off her feet. No one could deny that Jack was strong. No one could deny that he had good looks. He even had gorgeous little sisters which seemed to follow him as if he was like a god. While it seemed that he was a good man, the group was beginning to feel as if things were a little bit too good to be true once they let themselves start thinking. He was going to buy a house. He offered to allow them to use it as a headquarters, a place to rest instead of using an inn or a tavern. He had only just met them and now he had Archie's hand in his own. They couldn't call it suspicion, but he was rather quick to cling to them. Termite, the confident leader of the group, was getting curious what his angle was. Yet he was sure it would be revealed in time, considering Jack seemed to be strangely honest even if he was roundabout and a jokester from his point of view. Despite the fact that he wielded that spear in his hands were quite soft beneath the gloves which he donned. Though the gloves themselves seemed to be soft, she could tell how powerful his armor was. A knife alone couldn't even harm his palm if she were to stab him right there and then. Idly holding her iron staff at her side, she would look in the distance. Between them and the royal capital was straight-on roads and wooded lands. Arwentar was somewhat of a welcome sight, despite the fact that Archie would be returning to her parents. She'd be paying their debt, whilst they only made it grow. While she knew she had no choice but to soldier on, it was quite clear that no matter what she did it would be hardly possible to save the entire family. So if she could just get her sisters away from her parents. Her eyes narrowed on the tall man which held her hand. His eyes were on her, yet now he had a stoic expression. The stare didn't bother her, she liked the feeling of his shallow and steady heartbeat she could feel through his hand. She was almost tempted to squeeze, but it'd be futile. His hand was bigger than hers as he was 7 feet tall, and she was under 6. Compared to her, he was almost a giant. If only she knew his true size as a seraph. An archangel flame was already large enough compared to a regular human being. The slain theocracy's dominion authority dwarfed those. That was how she felt, small. Way to go Aniissima, Eve was now cheering, jumping in place. Her excitement had hardly vanished, if anything it only grew. Now to liberate a vacant mansion from the bureaucratic overlords. Heh, you said overlord, Jack uttered under his breath. He could only imagine Momonga feeling the urge to sneeze, even though he lacked a nose and lungs, or any other bodily organ. Archie raised a brow at this, only shook her head and looked forward as his hand fell to his side. Grasping her hand fully. She glanced to the side slightly, her head facing forward as they began walking towards the capital. So how come you didn't just send us into the heart of the city? And have a carriage come rushing through it and run us over, Jack asked as he looked over at Termite who slowly nodded at the idea of a gruesome death by horse-drawn carriage. Those got pretty gory. He had seen enough for those when a child or a person in general got hit by a nobleman's car, just because they refused to stop. Point taken, Termite crossed his arms behind his head, at least we'll get there before they close the front doors of the real estate office for the day. There are plenty of noble homes available after the bloody emperor removed who he saw fit, Galtron spoke casual-like. Should you get one of those, we'd be able to house ourselves, and probably more people. Jack's eyes traveled over to him as he spoke. He heard of the bloody emperor's exploits. From what he had seen the city well behind them, his work had been done properly. The reforms he used definitely lead his kingdom to prosper. Though he was pretty sure there would be plenty of arrogant people. Where there was power, there was always arrogance, accompanied by the bliss of ignorance. The one reform that they didn't adopt which the kingdom did, was the abolishment of slavery. When they entered through the southern gates of Arwentar, Jack exchanged his kingdom currency for the Baharuth Empire's coins which had an exchange rate of 1:1. So once he passed through customs, gained his residential permit, the Foresight worker group including the 7 of them walked along the side of the road. Jack's eyes traced over the armor of the knights in light plate armor. The slain theocracy had identical armor when they were attacking the village of Karn. It was down to the letter too. He had plenty of those armor sets in his inventory, along with slain theocracy outfits too, thanks to nearly picking the dead clean at Karn. As the two walked hand in hand, it was hard for people not to notice. A handsome man in dark metallic light plate armor, with a glowing blue gem on the chest plate, walking with a young woman beside him. Women would talk, children who were paying attention would gawk and men were quickly eyeing the armor and his spear in admiration. Some of them even recognized the group as Foresight, from the arena. Archie suddenly felt something strange about his hand. It was shrinking. Slowly she turned her head to look at Jack and raised a brow seeing as he was now her height. Her jaw almost hit the pavement. The entire group came to a stop. How in the world did you get that small? Archie stared at him, while she didn't have much of an expression on her face, her eyes gave away the shock along with her gaping mouth. Maybe I'll teach you, Jack chuckled before looking toward Termite and the others. It was strange being this short, seeing how they were all taller than him. Even the elf with the purple hair. Termite walked over and waved a hand over his head, checking if it was an illusion openly to blink a few times in surprise. It was not an illusion, he had literally changed his own height. How? It's an ability I acquired. Jack watched the man's hand flow back to his side before growing to 6 feet to at least be on par with everyone there. That was he liked about the minimum job class which he had purchased from the cash shop at some point prior to the end of the game. It allowed him to change the shape and size of his body at will. It was something he didn't normally use, or show off, but now seemed the time to have a little fun with it. Archie was just staring at him, her hand fitting a bit more into his hand, which had changed proportionately to his new size. She would lightly squeeze his hand and tilt her head to the side. "This is something you can teach?" she asked as she looked up at him. Jack shrugged lightly. "I'm not really sure." He'd say this as it was a job class and not necessarily a skill or magic power. However, there were numerous items and equipments which had similar effects capable of replicating exactly what he was doing. Within the next few seconds, they'd arrive at the government offices. They weren't very far from where they had entered and soon enough they were standing in a lavish lobby. Dark hardwood panel floors, a blue carpet with golden threaded trim. Portraits of the past emperors, and the current one. It was clear they were either reprints or duplicates. Though there was one bust of the current emperor which was on display in front of the reception counter. Jack and the group walked together. It didn't seem as if he was going to let go of the girl's hand anytime soon. So when they arrived, the group's overwhelming presence initially startled the person manning the counter, who had their back to them at first. "Oh. Hello," it was a young man with blonde hair and a bit of peach fuzz on his face. He couldn't be any more than 16 years old. Yet he had a pair of bifocals on his face, and wore a meaningful attire. "How can I help you folks today?" "We're looking for a manor to purchase." Jack placed some papers onto the countertop which he had received at the southern gate. It was a permit to purchase a residence within the walls of the Empire's capital. It was something he purchased with some of the money that had gotten converted. Looking over the papers to make sure everything was in place, he nodded and handed them back to the man. Right away, leaning over, he would pick up a rather large-looking book. It was marked with big golden letters with a leather cover and binding. The group watched as the young man flicked through the pages until reaching the category for the larger homes within the Empire. He pushed the book over for them to look at. Each of the pages held information based on what each manor had to offer, as well as their current status and date of last inspection should they be uninhabited. Jack moved the book to the edge of the counter so that both he and Archie could see the words, along with the rest of them. Archie's finger would trail along the words, seeing how many bedrooms there were, bathrooms and the lot. There were quite a few things which she knew to look for, considering she had been looking to move out with her little sisters the moment she got the chance. Which oddly enough he had given her. Archie wasn't ignorant of what he had been giving. Was it to impress her though, or was it just genuine? Either one could make her smile even for the briefest of moments. From what they saw when he poured coins out for them to be converted, it was pretty amazing to see where they came out of. An extra-dimensional storage-like thing. She couldn't quite tell if it was magic, but he informed them all it had been a talent. It wasn't necessarily something they could deny, nor was it something they could confirm. Jack had made them think he was an angel, and then made them believe he was joking. So anything he said could be taken in more than one way. Having the item box seemed not only unique to him, but also those he claimed to be his little sisters. Their weapons they had used, they were nowhere to be seen. Even though normally Shizu wore her gun out in the open like a sword, it seemed like she wasn't doing so out in public. Shizu, while all this was going down however, was biting into a cookie. It was soft and gooey with lots of melted chocolatey in the inside. It would coat her lower lip, causing her to instinctively lick it off. "I think this one would be good for us, and for possible future devours," Jack said as he took the book off the counter, tucking his thumb between the pages as he displayed it for everyone to see. The manor he chose looked like a large property. It belonged to a noble house that the current emperor had put to death since they fought against their status being revoked. If one thought the manor in Resurrecting was large, this one was larger. Its overall shape was that of a lowercase n, and was 3 stories tall with multiple basements. It was complete with several bedrooms and other various miscellaneous rooms alongside the required for quality of life. The last inspection stated it was in pristine condition too. Imina and Termite looked over the information along with Galtrin. There was more than enough room for all of them to have their own families in that place. Whether or not they had servants, it didn't seem to matter. Wow, rich nobles really did live extravagantly, Termite would whistle. Imagine if Foresight turned into a larger organization. Jack's brows bounced before he placed the book onto the table. Several forms were placed out before him and he would fill them out with ease, using a pen from his item box. The idea never really crossed their minds. Forming an organization. They were workers, a team. What good would an organization do other than spread out the spoils? Most workers were out for themselves, they teamed up with those they formed connections with, or have control over. Imina though was interested, a larger group meant larger jobs. Though at the same time, a larger group typically garnered more attention. The word foresight which they chose for their name, had a meaning to it, the very definition of the word. So what would Jack have to add to it? That was the main thing on her mind. While the young man was curious about the design, he was pretty good at hiding it. He hardly looked at the pen and patiently waited for Jack to finish with only one hand in use. The moment he was finished, he pushed the parchment to the young man for collection. All seems to be in order. The young man picked up the papers and tapped them on the countertop. Would you like someone to show you the way? Jack shrugged lightly. Since there's a little map on the page, I think I know where it is. In that case, I wish you and your group good luck. The man gave them a light wave. If you have any question feel F. He stopped the moment all 7 of them vanished from sight. Why the use of a teleportation spell? Free to come back. Ha! Jack stood there with his sisters and the members of Foresight in the center of the courtyard, surrounded by the 2 wings of the manor. In front of them to the north was the entryway, 2 large double doors. It was apparent that the mansion was built to face directly south. Behind them was a fountain, devoid of water, filled with leaves that had been practically reduced to mulch after decaying. The 3rd and 2nd floor both overhang above the 1st floor with visually appealing rectangular stone pillars supporting them. The walls were made of polished black stone bricks, which appeared to be the primary material used for the exterior, with visible buttresses decoratively reinforcing them. There were rose bushes which have overgrown lining the property, a fine little apple orchard of 6 trees on the other side of the west wing. On the other side of the east wing there was a small climbing plant garden overtaken by weeds and nature. Overall the ash-gray tiled roofing, the floral-patterned wired tinted glass windows, and the light blue curtains came all together rather nicely. The place couldn't be called majestic though, it was darkly colored and rather monotoned on the outside. That was one of the few things which Jack didn't want to change. Eve and Shizu were the first to begin and separate themselves from the group to begin exploring. Eve going towards the front doors, and Shizu heading around the west wing. Be careful you two, Jack spoke quietly as he turned to look over the 2 girls and the 2 men of the Foresight group. Shall we go inside? He asked as he gestured with the spear towards the entryway which his sister was heading towards. As their eyes looked over the place, the 2 lover birds had their arms over each other's shoulders, smiling at the sight of what looked like a new home for Foresight and those involved. Roberdick Galtrin just stared with this pleasant smile across his lips, a blank look in his eyes. Jack had really bought this place, a place big enough to hold much more than just 7 or 9 people. The idea of opening a clinic sounded like it could actually be done here. Yet was it really that accessible to those who needed treatment? The God-loving man looked towards Jack as he finally acknowledged the question. His eyes resting on him and Archie, a girl who was smiling as the sight of the new place where she would have her sisters. Sounds like a plan, Termite finally said after a little bit longer of gazing at the place. Imina nodded in agreement, a smile across her lips. This calls for a celebration. The grin was scary looking, but not as scary as the lust Jack had seen in the face of Zeshi. Why am I getting goosebumps? Jack asked as he looked over the 2, who laughed a bit. That's because she becomes a monster once she's drunk, Termite said with a laugh. The group of Foresight saw Imina as a scary drunk, something many of them feared. Ah! Jack's eyes trailed down towards Archie, who was now gazing up at him. It was weird seeing her face so close since he had lessened his height by a foot. It was a pleasant weird, that was for sure. He then turned his head to look towards the gate which surrounded the property the moment they began to walk towards the double doors. The place was effectively walled in, only one real way of entry other than climbing in or flying. As he gazed forward, his eyes rested on the front door as Eve was standing there, waiting for them. Oniissima, she whispered as she pointed to the door with her thumb, there are people inside. Squatters, Jack asked as his eyes shifted towards the windows. I think so, Eve caressed her temple with the fingers of her right hand slightly. Jack frowned slightly as he reached forward and pulled the front door open as soon as he grasped the knob. With the door wide open and light pouring into the building's main foyer, revealing about 6 people who turned to face the door, dressed in black garb. Tracing his eyes over them, his hand left Archie's as he stepped forward. His spear was held in an aggressive stance in one arm. What are you doing? Archie asked as she watched him begin to enter the building alone. Hostiles, Termite had his hand on the hilt of his sword, whilst Imina drew her bow with an arrow quickly at the ready. Steadily they moved forward. Galtron walked beside Archie, who had her iron staff in both hands now, ready for a fight should the need arise. You can't be here, one of them shouted as they'd step forward, a gold-gilded magic staff in their hands with multiple large circular rings hanging from its crescent-shaped head. This land Bellin. I just purchased this property, Jack interjected the man who spoke. Not that it matters, his eyes were resting on the gilded staff and then towards the man who was standing there. Out of all of them, the one who had tried to ward him off with words, was not human. Oh, the group in black stepped forward, their magic staffs and wands becoming more apparent. You're worshippers of Zuranorn, are you not? The angel parted his lips in anticipation of slaughtering them, knowing very well what the death cult was. Zuranorn? That name was enough for the entire group of Foresight to form up on either side of Jack. Termite drew his sword and Imina pulled back harder on her knotted bow. Bouncing a fist off of his palm, Galtron grinned. Someone deserves the fists of God. Jack chuckled at the sound of Galtron's voice, before tilting his head to the side. His eyes resting on that non-human character whose face was hidden beneath that hood. This is going to be my second time wiping these freaks out. Second TI, an arrow cut the man off as it pierced through his chest, though it didn't seem to faze him whatsoever. It was as if he hadn't even been injured. Raising a gloved hand, he pulled the arrow from his chest and held it in front of himself, as if gazing at it for a few seconds before dropping it to the ground. We will grant death upon you. His hand then reached up and pushed back the hood, revealing a partially preserved face of an undead lich. Cute, Jack uttered before rushing forward, both hands on the spear as he targeted the undead. Termite and Galtron both charged on either side of him, whilst Imina released a small volley of arrows on the suspected members of the death cult. Archie on the other hand moved to the side and used magic arrow, taking out the legs of one of the members whom was running off. Tilting the gold staff forward, the rings jingling as they smacked against one another. The lich would being to silently summon forth lightning. Yet as he released the attack on what he assumed was a warrior, he watched as his third-tier trash spell fizzled out against an invisible barrier. Jack's spear rammed into the chest of the lich, lifting him into the air as his jaw fell open in disbelief. What the hell are you? Hey! There is a child present. Shut your heckin' mouth, Eve referred to herself, drawing her magic pistol and pulling the trigger. The man's head popped like a cherry, rotten flesh splattering all over the participants. Jack simply glanced over at her with an unamused expression, a chunk of flesh sliding down his cheek. Eve smiled weakly with an unspectacular shrug, sorry Oniissima. Rolling his eyes, he lowered the spear as multiple spells nullified against his armor. They were too low of a level to penetrate his defense, they were useless. Archie's lips were wide open, wonder filling her mind as she watched the attacks harmlessly leave his body unmarked entirely. Even when a fireball nearly engulfed him, all it did was tamely fade out of existence. Jack was a monster. Termite and Imminent didn't seem to be paying much attention, nor did Galtron. Even after Jack had almost single-handedly took down the apparent leader of the small group of death cult followers, it was a one-sided battle the moment Foresight got close enough. Termite lunged into one of the robed men, sinking his sword into his chest and sending him to the ground. His weapon effortlessly sliding from the entry wound and slashing the next necromancer who stepped forward. The necromancer stumbled back, holding what now appeared to be a stomp where his hand once was. Just when he was about to cast heal on himself, however, a gauntlet came crashing into the side of his head, sending the man to the ground with massive amounts of head trauma. Two men fell to the ground as arrows struck them in the sternum, causing the bone to shatter and practically terminate their internal organs. The only one left was the man crawling towards the back door. Archie and Jack walked after the man as the other members checked the corpses to verify they were down and dead for good. Once they caught up to the man whose legs were damaged by the magic area Archie had casted at him earlier, Jack would lift his foot and step down on the edge of his robe, holding him in place. "Where do you think you're going, little man?" Giggling could be heard from under the hooded person's robes. As they turned their head to look at Jack and Archie, they raised a brow. "Death, are you going to grant death upon me?" "Oh," Jack tilted his head to the side slightly, fashioning his upper lip partially over the center of the lower. "But death merely releases you from suffering," Jack retorted as his other foot stepped down hard on the man's heavily damaged leg, causing him to scream out in agony. Archie raised a brow and looked up at Jack. It appeared as if he had something against necromancers. That was clearly not the case with Jack though. He just disliked the fact that these cultists were turning entire cities into undead. That, and he didn't even understand their fascination with death, let alone their agenda. It was likely even Momonga wouldn't be able to comprehend the goal of spreading death across the new world. This world, it was far too fruitful for it to be sullied by this group. He knelt down, pressing more pressure onto the man's leg. "You turn entire cities into mindless ghouls for a chance at lichdom, yet today it seems Lady Luck to have placed you in my path." Jack leaned in, pressing heavily on the wound, until his head was inches from the side of the necromancers. Archie could only stare at this, watching as Jack caused the person continuous pain, but the screams of agony slowly turned into moans and then into laughter. The person was clearly deranged. Jack was unamused per usual. "Have you ever been killed and resurrected over and over again?" This caused the necromancer to go silent for a moment, turning their head round to look at him over their shoulder. Their one visible eye wide as the subtle threat introduced to him with the question. "Jack," Archie said as she stepped forward, lightly reaching forward and placing a hand onto the armored plate of his shoulder. She was aware he dubbed himself the Angel of Death, along with the weapon which was in his hand. The Blade of Azrael, the weapon which belonged to such an entity. Jack slowly broke his stare from the soon-to-be dead necromancer before turning his attention to Archie. His eyes locked with hers. "If you're able to bring people back from the dead, why would you pervert it like that?" "Pervert it?" Jack's eyes narrowed. "They worship death, wouldn't they want to experience it over and over again? It'd be a favor, wouldn't you think?" The way he said it sounded sarcastic. He was making fun of the person he was physically hurting as he still hadn't lifted his foot. Archie turned her head slightly, looking down towards the man who was beneath Jack. Despite the fact that Jack was mocking him, and that she had been answered with that tone, she saw the logic. "I see. No." The cultist gasped, squirming, pulling at the wooden floor. Their eyes bugging out as they were looking to the light which shined beneath the back door on the northern side of the building. "No." Rolling his eyes, Jack poked the man with the tip of his spear, only enough to create a small cut on his back. Yet within a few seconds of being cut, the man was dead. Jack lifted his foot and he took a step away before looking to Archie. "I don't think he's worth the effort though." A sigh escaped his lips as he turned to look at the others. "Can one of you get the city guard?" On it, lifting a hand as he volunteered, Galtron made his way out towards the front gates to see if he could flag down the offers. Flutter, a short-statured venerable elderly man with a long arctic white exalted beard which travelled well down his enrobed form arrived. He made his appearance entering through the front gates of the recently sold property. His small beady eyes staring forward as his wrinkles creased. He had two long pieces of hair sticking out to the sides, seemingly like insect antennae, floating mystically. Behind the man at the front gate was a group of golden armored soldiers, making sure no one shall pass. Following him though was a group of mages and what looked like an abnormally nervous nobleman. The nobleman whose brow was drenched in sweat, he hardly looked like he was in his late 50s and even had a neat beard which clung to his jawline. He wasn't even balding, evidenced by his thick head of hair. Nothing really seemed off except for the internal panic in his eyes, and the fact that he was trying to keep himself from talking the court wizard's ear off. Apparently, he had just happened to be in the same area as whatever was going on here. Two of the constables were also in tow, observing the two female figures walking around the exterior of the house. Both of them had strange objects in their hands, and their magic potential, Flutter could see they were much stronger than the average person. Of course that was because he also had the all-seeing eye, the same talent as his former student, Archie Fertz. So as he made his way up the path towards the courtyard, he could only watch as a man was dragging two bodies out the front door with ease, one in each hand and dropping them onto the tiled walkway. His eyes were locked on him. He looked as if he was endowed in magical energy, trapped inside of him, rather than outwardly flowing. Flutter pursed his lips at this. Jack immediately turned his head and looked to Flutter, a brow of his own raised. Interesting, Jack and Flutter seemed to utter at the exact same time. That's when Archie emerged from the inside, dragging a dead body with both of her hands wrapped around the wrist of a corpse. She nearly fell back into Jack, if it wasn't for him turning around and catching her before she did. Flutter blinked a few times. With his mouth covered by his beard and mustache, his straight-lipped expression was hidden. Yet there was definitely surprise in his eyes when he saw his former student, someone he could have taken on as a pupil. Archie. Paradigm, Dono, she looked up at him without much of an impression on her face, though she clearly admired him as her former teacher. Flutter glanced over towards the door, watching the other members of Foresight emerge pulling out the bodies of the necromancers and even the now headless lich. His eyes then shifted towards Jack, looking him over before narrowing his sights on Archie again. My former student, nothing has become of you, has it? A sheepish tone was evident in his voice. It almost sounded like an old grandfather who was looking after their children's kids. Jack just watched the interaction, not cutting in just yet. No, our group were moving into this house, but there were people already here. Her eyes moved towards the nobleman who was eyeing the corpses, visibly chewing his nails. Jack watched Archie's gaze move towards the nobleman, a brow raised. No, any of them, he'd suddenly turn his attention entirely on the person, walking towards them. The nobleman looked up and shook his head, no. Not at all. There's no way I'd know any of these freaks. This man was lying directly to Jack's face. The corners of his lips were twitching, and he was trying to suppress the need to smile. Plus, his heart rate was erratic and visible through his lavish thin set of clothes. Oh, Jack crossed his arms slightly. I'm Duke Vimberg. You must be the new resident. Anxious, the man seemed to give his name without being asked, and assumed he was the new owner of the place. Jack Graham, it is a pleasure. Holding out a hand for the noble to shake, he raised a brow slightly. The Duke would reach out and snatch his hand, shaking it rapidly. Yes. Yes, it is. And say, you have quite the armor on you. Did you make it yourself? Yes, Jack said with a casual tone, a simple answer. That is amazing. How long did it take? Jack tilted his head to the side slightly, half a year to subtly collect all the material necessary, and 1 week to complete its production. Flutter and Archie just stared at them. Jack's tone was casual, but his answers were automatic as if they were scripted. Who's the tall fella? The old man asked, his eyes resting on the magic rings the man was wearing along with the powerful set of armor. Jack Graham, Archie spoke with a clumsy tongue as if she was still tasting his name on her lips. I'm courting him. Her face turned a slight pink in a blush as she said this. It felt strange to say it. Flutter nodded slowly, before looking over the manor then towards the dead bodies. His eyes resting on the golden staff which seemed to be still held by the lich's corpse. He must be very well off if he can purchase a home such as this. Archie nodded. He's a noble from a kingdom that fell in the east, he says. though she wouldn't dare tell her teacher this man was an angel. It would sound as if she was insane, right? A kingdom in the east? Flutter scratched his beard as he continued to watch Jack respond with a simple tone to the Duke. Other than the Dragon Kingdom, I never heard of another kingdom. I'm sure he'll tell you more if you ask, Archie said with a shrug. He likes talking in a roundabout way though, pretty sure he gets off on confusing people. Her eyes shifted to the other members of her team which Jack had confused earlier on. Oh, Flutter chuckled at this, knowing some intelligent people like to play with the minds of others as a hobby. You have an intriguing taste in men, my dear. Biting her lower lip slightly, she was tempted to tell him that she had been tricked into saying yes. Yet she found herself not saying anything. In her mind, it wouldn't have been a bad decision. He wasn't a noble, he didn't seem too delusional, and an angel couldn't be a horrible person, right? Her eyes rested on the back of Jack's head. Stoically, Jack glanced to the side and gave her a once-over. Vimberg was still talking, as he turned away from him and went walking back towards the two. The constables were inspecting the bodies, asking the teen questions about what happened and verifying everything, writing everything down on pads of parchment. You must be Graham, Dono, interesting name. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Flutter Paradine, court wizard and headmaster at the Imperial Magic Academy. Archie is one of my former students. The old man had a ringed hand outstretched. Jack just stared at him for a few seconds, using greater identification through the use of silent magic. A small smile formed over his lips as he reached out and grasped his hand. Flutter's eyes looked as if they were going to pop out of his head. The ring Jack had been wearing was removed by his free hand. The moment he did this, his magic prowess flooded the headmaster's view. The elder almost seemed to shake with excitement, his eyes looking over the others present, before locking his eyes on the man in front of him, then looking to Archie. Archie had an ever so slightly visible smile on her lips hidden by her lifeless appearance. Flutter now knew, that she already knew, what he was seeing with his talent. The massive explosive intangible energy which was rocketing off of him. It was an amazing sight, rarer than a laughing epidemic. Jack was rather surprised at this reaction. He wasn't necessarily as dramatically overwhelmed as Archie was. Instead he seemed to be, attracted. He stared through the old man as he continued to grip his hand idly. It was becoming rather cumbersome. You going to let go, Flutter, San? Jack spoke to him with a casual honorific as if he were a friend. Even used his first name rather than his surname. Flutter practically squealed as he let go of Jack's hand. His fingers curling, he was almost as excited as a child who had just opened their morning presents during Christmas. He dropped down to his knees. I mean no disrespect, the old man seemed to want to sound humble, but his eyes could have been glowing as red as a demon's from the lust which filled them. Shall you allow me to kneel before you, so you can enlighten me with your knowledge? I've dreamt for so long to peer into the abyss of magic. Both Archie and Jack's sweat dropped at this, before Jack grabbed him by his shoulder and forced him to stand without saying a word. Archie mostly shocked by the reaction from the old man. From the corner of Jack's eye he could see the constables gesturing some people with hand wagons who came entering onto his land to retrieve the corpses from the scene. Only then was when Vimberg seemed to leave, seeing as Jack was no longer talking to him and he was having a feeling that he was being suspected of involvement. With his greater identification, Jack already knew that Vimberg was a member of the death cult, and was a blood relative to the Emperor. Jack then focused on the old man in front of him. Archie's smile had disappeared as her mind backtracked over the question her former headmaster had asked. You'd be an interesting specimen. Jack's lips curled into a grin, though it wasn't all that sinister. However, from my observation, beings from this region are limited in capacity, having to rely on ancient relics and sacred rituals to perform spells above 6th tier. You seem to be an exemption. Archie blinked only once when Jack responded the way he did. Did he just refer to her teacher as a specimen? Seriously? She walked over to him and poked against the soft cloth of his light plate armor, tickling his side with the tip of her dainty digit. Jack turned his head to look down at her and perked a brow curiously. Please don't experiment on Paradine, Dono, Jack, please. Her thumb and index finger slightly pinched what appeared to be the fabric under his armor. However, it was just as defensive as the rest of his suit. Jack's face almost flushed red at the sight as his eyes widened a tad. She wasn't even entirely looking up at him when she murmured this either. Swallowing his saliva at a mild volume, he glanced over to Flutter. No harm will come of him. Jack's hand would move delicately behind her head, his fingertips caressing the nape of her neck, causing goosebumps to shoot up along her skin and her shoulders to tense. I want to see how far he can go. Oh, okay. Her gasp on the fabric loosened slightly, finally looking up at him with a bright red face of her own. Parting her lips, her blue eyes took in the heat on his face, finding that she wasn't feeling the way she was alone. Or so she thought. Flutter slowly nodded, seeing the two of them. He had once felt shame for his student, as she had her status revoked and was forced to leave the academy. On top of that, it didn't seem as if her parents had accepted the fact that, and were spending money they didn't have non-stop and weren't even replenishing the reserves. Now she had someone capable by her side, at least for now. Someone capable which had interest in him as well. Jack could already see that this old man could cast 6th tier spells. There was plenty which this old geezer could learn. Come here often with jobs for foresight, Jack brokered, and for each job, I'll give you objects and information to study, but I expect any items I give you to be returned. The man nodded rapidly, before turning his eyes to look in the direction of the Royal Imperial Palace. In addition, I want you to form a strike force which is particularly designed to track down and covertly eliminate members of the death cult known as Zuranorn. They are a threat to today's human race. Jack would then stretch, cracking his back slightly. Well. In any case. I'm tired, Archie. He glanced down towards the vertically challenged blonde. Would you like to explore the house? Then we'll go and collect your sisters. Maybe stop for supper on the way back. Flutter raised a brow hearing him speak of collecting her little sisters. Oh. Archie nodded lightly to the question before looking to Flutter as he again expressed his curiosity. Jack's eyes tracked back over to the old man who was still standing there. Her parents are unfit to take care of their children. Archie is considered to be their guardian for all sakes and purposes. Flutter slowly nodded before combing his fingers through his beard. Perhaps I could be of assistance. Both Jack and Archie kept their gazes on him, patiently to hear what he had to say, but said nothing in return. We've reformed the education system of our country, so that children have access to a public itinerary to future growth and success. If you'd wish, I can push for more reforms to protect the children from familial and financial negligence. Would have made sense to already have had that, Jack uttered before shrugging. Do what you can. Archie seemed to be happy with this. If such a reform did pass by royal or bureaucratic decree, then people wouldn't have to go through what she or her sisters were going through. Flutter bowed his head in respect towards the magically superior being before him, which hadn't exposed its true form to him yet. I must make haste, I must report my findings to the Emperor. With that the old man was rushing off. With the bodies gone, the guards at the entrance would follow him once he left the property. Re-entering the house hand in hand, the duo looked at the stained floors from their little battle. The foyer could be easily remedied of the mess that was left over. Be it with hand-held tools or magic. Jack let out a light sigh. He was rather disappointed that the past 2 houses he had gone to purchase had something to do with the undead. First dread wraiths, now there were cultists who wanted to turn people into a mass of undead monsters for some crazed obsession over death itself. Archie however was looking up at Jack, her ambient signature lifeless doll impression apparent, her eyes trailed down to their hands. He seemed to like the feeling of holding someone's hand. She had just accepted courtship between them. Was this normal? When she took her hand out from his soft grasp, she would remove her hard leather glove, before slowly weaseling her hand back into his. Jack just looked down at her when she had pulled her hand from him. A matching stoic expression on his face as he looked her over. So as she went to slip her hand back into his, he'd remove his glove as well. For the first time she would feel the warmth, the strange unnatural holy radiance which permeated his skin. Her lips remained pressed together as she would take his hands into both of hers. Looking over his fingers, as if studying a magic relic of sorts. That's when her eyes then shot up to him. Jack smiled softly seeing her expression. Find something interesting under my nails, his sarcasm caused her face to flush lightly. "And, no, I just feel this strange warm calming sensation when I touched your hand." Jack nodded slowly as she noted this to him, he hadn't noticed before. Though he did know that if he had his wings away, he had less of an area effect on the undead should they be around him. Mostly when the much weaker lich didn't get ambient holy damage. Suavely moving his hand, he would caress her cheek with his bare fingers. She almost shuddered at his touch, from the strange holy energy which would surge through her, without causing harm. Galtrin, who was standing by the fountain, just happened to glance over towards the open front doors of the foyer. Resting his eyes on the pair, he raised a brow. As if being blessed by the gods, Archie's skin was giving a saintly glow as Jack was caressing her face. Her hues shivered at the feeling, her eyes trailing from his face to watching his wrist as his hand moved. Biting her lower lip, she would reach up and place her gloved hand on his forearm, lowering his hand to his side. A smile captured her face, Archie then held his hand again. Her head slowly turned, her eyes perceiving Galtrin from their peripheral sight, before she looked up to Jack once more and lightly gesturing her head to the side. "You wanted to explore the place, right?" Jack chuckled lightly, before shifting his gaze to look at Galtrin from over his shoulder as they continued farther into the home. There was awe and realization written all over that high priest's face. The two of them started down the corridor towards the west wing of the manor. His gaze danced from door to door. Each room was open, there was plenty of decent furniture here, most of it custom-made. Unlike the previous house which was trashed, this one was well maintained. Perhaps this place could work rather well for an alternate home to the Great Tomb. It had some normality to it. At least in the sense that there was no fake sky on the ceiling, even though he could probably add it. The walls were plain except for some portraits of people wearing fancy military or noble attire. He didn't quite know who they were, but they did add some fineness to the place. 10 bedrooms, 5 in each wing. 2 servants' barracks, 1 on either side of the central complex with 6 small storage cellars, then 1 large bathing area. This place was definitely meant for the rich. Even then, it was dwarfed by the royal palace. The bathing area reminded Jack of the historic Roman bathhouses during the Holy Roman Empire, which was in various books he's read in the past. There was even a ballroom for glorious social parties. That was something which somewhat interested him. He knew how to formally dance, at least by 21st and 22nd century standards. Perhaps he could invite the bloody emperor and his bureaucratic party to the house, hold a ball, introduce the foods of Nazarick. Begin his economic takeover. That should be amusing, right? Even with Flutter probably attending as court wizard, it'd be even more interesting to see the old man try to hide his interests. While Jack seemed to be in his head and occasionally looking to the rooms they passed, or even walked inside to check them out, Archie watched their surroundings. The floor was well taken care of, it didn't squeak under their feet as they moved. She didn't hear any rats in the walls nearby, or see any immediate health risks. She was pretty sure this place was bigger than her old home. The home which her parents currently ran into the ground and into disrepair. Archie led Jack into one of the bedrooms in the west wing, looking over the furniture. Whomever had lived here before, had to have been more wealthy than her family was prior to losing their status. The quilted comforters matched the curtains which blotched out the tinted windows, being a light blue. Like the flooring, the dresser and other vanity items were made from expensive dark wood. "You want this as your room?" Jack asked as he glanced around from the doorway, with her at his side. The bed was king-sized and had dimensions close to that of a perfect square, being 80 inches wide and 80 inches long. Plenty of people could sleep on that bed, be it all lined up together, or laying in random locations across its surface. Jack smirked a bit as he remembered the one time he and his sister slept at the end of their parents' bed, after a fire had taken out their home. Archie just stared up at him for a few seconds before looking to the bed as he was seemingly smirking at it. "If you'd allow it," she said quietly, her eyes drifting towards the full-length mirror by the bed. Her eyes rested on their 2 figures standing beside one another. The height difference was slightly awkward, but also at the same time he seemed pleased with it. Though she herself didn't really dislike either. In a way, it was appealing. "I can't believe I'm actually taking my sisters away from my parents." She couldn't take her eyes off of the mirror, watching as the man who was holding her hand set his gaze upon it. Jack would slip his weapon into his item box before placing his free hand on the top of her head. Perhaps my parents will see their wrongdoings. Archie seemed to be smiling faintly, hope in her eyes. Once I take my sisters away. Jack said nothing and just watched her, the hope in her eyes, as it shimmered brightly. Slowly she turned to face him, her head tilting back a bit to take in the features of his face. I'm still trying to figure out why you're helping me, and why you have interest in me. Jack's eyes lifted from her, when she spoke, and wandered over toward the nearby wardrobe. Oh. She could see he wasn't necessarily enthusiastic about the questions, definitely after hearing his voice trail off on such a small line. Politically she didn't see him clinging to them to be of real gain to him. Heck, he could have just abandoned them out there on the plains. She was sure they'd survive should they have ran away. A house to keep her sisters. A place to use as their headquarters. Everything benefited them monetarily and her goals were going to be sated almost immediately with his help. She could go back to the Magic Academy, or continue working as a worker. The fallen noble was sure she didn't want to leech off of him, so it was likely she'd continue to develop her own independent wealth. Her eyes narrowed, most of the things he was giving seemed focused on her. So, why are you helping me? Jack's eyes traced over her face as he turned to her as she asked why he was helping her in particular. She didn't ask why he was helping the group, but her, only her. I wanted to make an impression on you. Selfish, isn't it? Selfish. She repeated the word he used before slowly slipping her hand from his. You gave the air of something I would want to protect and hold on to. Even though, you kind of puked the moment you saw me. Jack almost burst into laughter as he remembered the first thing he said pertaining to her. How rude, with a amused smirk. Her face turned red as he spoke of how she had reacted to his magical energy when she saw him in the sky, flying with wings on his back. It definitely wasn't something she expected. If you wore that ring, I wouldn't have. Her voice seemed to squeak at him, her bare hand palming the side of her head. So embarrassing. You're too adorable. Jack's head shook side to side in a relaxed fashion. Archie seemed to whine in the back of her throat before letting her arms fall to her sides. We're done here. Let's go look at the next floor. Tossing the iron staff of hers onto the bed, she would walk out of the room. Brushing past him, looking up at him fondly from the corner of her eye. Jack rolled his eyes slightly and chuckled, following after her with his hand folded against his lower back. His eyes watched as the hair framing her face bounced with each oddly stringent step she took. When they finally made it to a doorway leading to the staircase, they both peered inside from the side of the frame. He was leaning over her in the process. Why are you stopping? He'd whisper in her ear. No reason. Nonchalantly she waltzed on into the room and started going up the steps. Jack continued to casually stalk behind her at the edge of her shadow. Even in armor he was hardly even making a sound as he did so. As they continued to walk along the corridors and looking at each of the rooms. It seemed that the only worth left behind since the fall of the noble house that once lived there, was just the furniture and decor. Jewelry, and personal items that were actually worth something, were nowhere to be seen. In a way it was saddening, but at the same time, not really. This was a place he was to make his home, or at least that is what he wanted to believe. As his eyes turned to the girl who was moving in front of him, the shifting and movement of the cape on her back captivating him temporarily. That was until the two of them came across a pair of double doors, both of them stepping in front of it with a brows raised. What do you think is in here? Jack inquired. Master bedroom. Guessing, Archie would reach forward and lightly jiggle the knob. It was locked. If we kicked down the door, how hard would it be to put back up? Depends on if the termite got to it. Archie just stared at him when he made this joke, using her friend's and leader's surname in a pun. One could clearly however see her dimples as she was withholding a smile and a bundle of laughter. Yet she still seemed to carry that impression of a lifeless doll, which was still oddly alluring. Jack would wave a hand over the doorknob, it would shine a light pink for a split second followed by a well-known click, as the door unlocked. He would then proceed to nudge it open. Can you teach me that? Archie gazed over his hand for a moment before curling her lower lip a bit into her mouth. What are you going to do with it? Rob the Merchant's Guild. Snickering at this, Jack would peer into the room, his eyes taking in the surroundings. It was the master's study. He could see tons of books, a desk and even a fireplace. The room was rather long, dark. It reminded him of a rich villain's lair almost. Look safe. Jack stepped inside, Archie following in closely behind. Unlike the other rooms which seemed to be the same temperature as the outside, this one in particular was cold. The curtains were tattered and there was a shape in the chair in front of the desk. Jack picked up the pace and turned the chair around with his armored hand. It was a corpse, it had been dead several months now. There was clear evidence that the person's throat had been slit open execution style. His eyes drifted over towards a glass of brown liquid on the desk, only partially drunk. Appears to be the master of the house. He turned his head and looked to Archie, who was running her fingers along the spines of the books on the long walls of shelves. The Emperor did kill the nobles who wouldn't back down, she said with a light sigh. While some of the families were spared, her family was spared, but in the end, her parents became delusional. Are you still going to be paying off their debt? Jack asked curiously, wondering if she would keep trying to save the rest of her family, even after getting her sisters. I don't know. She adjusted herself accordingly to face him, her fingers curling around the skirting of her sturdy attire. They're my family. Jack understood the sentiment which was going through her mind. Her parents hadn't always been as delusional as they were now. They were nobility, they lived a comfortable lifestyle, and that is what had doomed them from the start. Only she seemed to be the practical one in the family. Do you have faith that I will protect your sisters, and yourself? Archie hadn't removed her eyes from him, but she was trying her best not to look at the decomposing corpse in the chair. Though she was rather happy it hadn't reanimated. In a hard-to-notice, low-key manner she appeared to nod to him. He had saved her and her group without hesitation by demonstrating great power. Why wouldn't she have faith in him? Plus he was an angel, despite his not entirely holy behavior. She'd watch as he walked over to the window, open it, and then will the body over before tossing it out of the study. A sickening splat sound followed. Jack glanced down at the seat, frowning at the ruined cushion before tossing the rest of the chair out the window as well, breaking off the pieces that got stuck on the window frame. Shall we get going? He asked as reaching out a hand for her own, a casual smile across his lips. You really like holding my hand. Archie spoke loosely as she reached over and dancing her fingers into his hand almost playfully. It reminds me that you're there, that you're real. Archie flexed her eyelids. What else would I be? She'd ask, rather confounded by his response. The sun was setting. The temperature outside wasn't all that bad, but it wasn't especially warm out. Looking to the sky, one may just see the stars peeking down at the mortals below. Jack walked beside the small human girl, her hair shifting ever so slightly with every movement she made. He'd watch her from the corner of his eye, something which kept a smile across his lips. Soon enough the two were making their way to the front gates of the property. Eve and Shizu were watching quietly from the rooftop, having climbed up there to get the full scape of the place. There seemed to have been a large pool to the north of the property. Though it wasn't filled with water and seemed to be filled with dirt, broken branches and leaves. Imina, Termite and Galtrin gave them a wave as they passed them by. Archie returned the gesture and Jack simply nodded his head in acknowledgement. Without a fuss they made their way out onto the streets of Arwentar, the capital of the empire. Their destination, the Furt's manor. The fact that their daughter had to drop out of school in order to support the family, was horrible enough. Yet Jack could see the direction this was going in, especially after hearing the things Archie had said. If they couldn't pay the debt, it was likely the sisters would be collateral. It made sense, since slavery wasn't illegal here. Taking children and making them work, in any shape or form of slavery, was preposterous to Jack even though he knew it happened practically everywhere on Earth. Even if it wasn't in the plain sight of others, it was always there. As they walked the streets, his eyes gazed upon elves which were placed on auction stages in the city market. Slaves, of every shape and size, there were plenty of them. However, the first thing he noticed, was the fact that some of the elves' ears were clipped. It was a sickening sight as the tips were still red from where they had been trimmed. Jack held back however, stopping himself from reaching out to heal them. They were considered property in this nation. So as he turned his eyes forward just moments after making eye contact with a young elven girl who was covered in slashes from a whip. His upper cheek twitched slightly. This place looked prosperous, but that was mostly for the humans, right? In Yggdrasil, elves were considered part of the human race, just with the cosmetic differences and lore. The two of them continued to walk in silence for a time before reaching the front of what looked like a fenced-in property. A sizable manor was before them. Just like the city, the country, the exterior looked relatively nice. Though it was quite clear it had fallen into disrepair. It was only made to look nice and expensive like anything else owned by a noble, nothing more. Jack would definitely give them the business card for his therapist in the other world, but that wouldn't be any use here, and he didn't quite remember the information. Shaking his head mentally, he let Archie lead him through the front gates, towing him by his hand. Just when they were about to knock on the front door, it opened. Standing in the doorframe was a young man who appeared to be blushing the moment he saw Archie. Oddly enough, he was wearing an eye patch. Judging by his appearance, Jack could only assume he was the same age, 16 or 7 years old. The boy had a sickly pale skin tone, and he looked like he hadn't slept due to the bags under his eyes. It was clear he was overworked, or he used magic until complete exhaustion. "Oh, hi Jet." Archie blinked seeing the young man there. "How's your mom doing?" Jet went to speak but paused as he was looking at the hand that was holding hers, his one visible eye scrolled over and locked onto the face of Jack's. "She's still bedridden." "Oh," Jack stepped forward slightly. The young man seemed to be blocking the door unintentionally. Jet's eyes wandered back on over to Archie, someone he saw as his beloved individual, though they weren't an item. His mother had worked for her family since prior the fall of the noble house. "You have my condolences." Archie frowned with her eyes as she let out a sigh. Looking up to Jack, "His mother who works for us has an incurable disease." Jack slowly nodded at this. He could only assume though is that a higher tier healing spell needed to be used in order to cure Jet's mother. Though he of course, said nothing of the sort, just acknowledged it. "So what's with the eye patch?" Jack asked as he'd reach forward in an attempt to touch it. Archie reached out with her other hand and lowered his arm to his side. "Don't remove the patch." Jack raised a brow at this. Why didn't she want him to see beneath the patch? His eyes then traveled over to Jet, who reached up to remove it anyways. Ignorant of the fact that Jack in front of him was not human and hiding his true form from those whom were around him. The moment Jet had removed his eye patch, his jaw nearly fell off its hinge. Standing beside Archie was a man with a bright halo wearing unmarked holy robe-like extensions on his already visible armor. Though he couldn't see his wings, it was apparent he wasn't human either but something revered only as holy and divine. Even though it was shrunk in size, he could definitely visualize his true might. "Who is this?" Jack was confused by the sudden change of reaction. At first it felt as if he was jealous of him holding hands with Archie. Now there was a mix of fear and excitement, yet he didn't shake like others had. "He can see through illusions." Ah! Jack was tempted to kill him due to the probable threat he'd pose. Yet at the same time, he could very well be an asset. Someone who could see through illusions, could help Nazarick in the long run. So was it just him, or were all the talented people connected together? "My name is Jack Graham," he introduced himself with a polite forward tilt of his head. His eyes still staring down at the shorter male. Jet Testanya, the young sir used a casual tone when presenting his name. "What is your relationship with Ms. Archie?" His tone had become blatant and worrisome. "I've never seen you before." Archie coughed slightly, clearing her throat. Taking Jet's attentions back to her, "I'm courting him." Jet's eyes widened at this. "He didn't trick you into it, did he? Blackmail? Extortion?" Jack stared through the young man blankly, a near expressionless look on his own face. "You could see what I am, do you think I would stoop so low as to?" "You did trick me though," Archie said as he lightly elbowed him with a close-lipped grin. "And you didn't change your mind." Jack turned his attention over to her as he pulled her in front of him, twirling her before holding her with her back against his chest. Jet swallowed shallowly before taking a step back. "So, what brings you here?" You're not here to meet her parents, right? They're worse than the dead nobles. His eyes rested upon Archie, no offense. None taken, Archie emptily replied before exhaling in a low groan. Jack, we can't walk like this. You sure? Positive. Did you check? Jack, stop messing around. She lightly knocked the back of her head against his chest plate a few times to usher him into letting her return to his side. Taking in a sharp exhale, as if his fun had just been ruined, he let out a sigh. All right. As he released her from being held against his chest, she stood beside him, still holding his hand. We're coming in, Archie informed. She moved forward with Jack trailing behind. Jet stepped aside as the two of them entered the house before closing the door behind them. He looked over towards the family butler James and just shrugged lightly. The two of them would follow the pair towards the receiving room, which was generally the family lounge. When they reached the tall doors, Jack would push one of them open with ease using only 2 fingers. As the two walked in, the father glanced up from what looked like a bronze bust he was holding in his hands of the previous emperor. He had blonde hair, much like that of Archie. Jack took in both of the parents' appearances. The mother looked submissive, but her eyes were filled with the delusion that they were still meant to be that of nobility. His eyes then traveled on over towards the father who was eyeing his armor. What is that? Archie's eyes narrowed on the miniature bust in her father's hands. It's a bust. I got it for 23 gold pieces, a true investment for the family future. Jack purses his lips slightly seeing the item in the man's hands. That's only worth about 30 silvers. His head tilted to the side slightly. The material is flimsy. It looks like it was cast from a mold. You can see the areas which were severely sanded down. The father's mouth dropped open as he heard Jack speak, not waiting to be addressed. How prudent. How dare a mere commoner address me in such a way? James. See this man out. The man seemed to snap his fingers in some form of urgency. Father, Archie shouted, her hand squeezing Jack's. He could feel all her muscles tensing up in anger. Jack simply gave her hand a slight squeeze of his own, causing her to look over at him. We'll just take your sisters and go. When they finally have nothing left, they'll get what they deserve. The wife would stand up immediately at the mention of taking her children. What do you mean take my daughters? You can't, she cried out, stumbling forward with her hands submissively reaching out. The husband was already on his feet, making his way towards the suit of armor in the lounge, grabbing at the hilt. I will not let you take my family away. We will regain our status once that bloody emperor is dead. Jack just had this fixed frown across his lips as he watched the father struggle to get the weapon free from the statue. It was amusing to watch him as he tugged and tugged on the weapon. It seems you're unworthy of such a noble weapon. The man froze at Jack's wording before he turned to look at the man. Armored, but unarmed. James. Where are you? The butler was hiding outside the door, by the wall beside the room. Get this man out. Now. Jet was pretty much doing the same as he was listening in on the conversation. This would definitely be one of those relationships when the in-laws hate the groom, Jack muttered under his breath before watching as the man pulled the weapon free from the plinth the armor was situated on. Jack reached out with his free hand, a gate opened up beneath the fallen noble's feet. Falling inside, another gate would open up above the sofa he had once been seated upon and dropped him onto it. The wooden legs of the sofa on one side splintered and broke, sending him to the ground, smacking his face into the side of his coffee table. Everyone present was just staring awe. I didn't know you could use that spell to do that. Archie's eyes were wide, watching as her father was pulling himself back up to his feet. You bastard. You may have talent, shiny armor, but you are no noble. You don't have the tact. Huh, neither do you. Jack yawned lightly before doing it again, this time letting him drop onto the sofa the mother was once seated upon. Again, the sofa's legs would break, but this time it tipped backwards causing the man to roll on the ground. Archie just stared at her father who was groaning on the ground, the sword laying beside him. The mother just stood there with her fingers in her mouth. She didn't want to be thrown around the room like a rag doll. Fear, it seemed she responded to it rather well. Aren't you cute, laying on the ground like that? Jack uttered as he mocked the father before lightly tugging Archie towards the door. The sound of small feet could be heard making their way down the hall. So just as they emerged from the reception room, Archie's eyes were resting on her two little sisters. A bright smile forming over her lips as they ran up to her, wrapping their scrawny arms around them. They looked so much like her with their slightly longer blonde hair, blue eyes. They were surely identical too except for the colors of their dresses, which were blue and the other pink. Onissima. Onissima, the two 5-year-olds copied one another, eerily. They were jumping up and down, giggling, their fingers curled into Archie's skirting. When they finally looked up at her, they noted another man with her. Blinking a few times, they curious waddled on over to him. "Who is this?" Euryrika asked sweetly, her sister Kudurika echoing just as sweetly after her. "This is Jack, we're going to be taking you to a new place to live," Archie claimed with a soft voice as she maneuvered herself down to their height, hugging their heads in one arm. "They're like miniature clone dolls." Jack muted observed as he watched their older sister pamper them and nuzzle into their faces. He then glanced over his shoulder towards Jet who was approaching them. Jet proceeded to stand in an upright position directly in front of Jack while Archie remained attentive to her sisters. "Where exactly do you live?" He'd squint slightly at him. Jack just stared at him for a few seconds before waving his hand slightly, as if he were to do some parlor trick. "Create item," he'd recite, causing a piece of folded parchment to materialize in his hand with his personal stamped blue wax seal. Jet blinked a few times and accepted the piece of parchment in both hands. "An invitation. It has an address written on it that only you can see, or those with the ability to see through illusions." Jet nodded slowly and tucked it tightly into his sleeve. "I'll see you tomorrow then." Jack winked lightly to the lad before the four of them made for the door just as the father was regaining his composure. He could hear him shouting in the background, but they were already at the front door and the walls made it hard to hear his exact words. His eyes rested on the front doors of a massive building. Carriages lined the streets. The sound of Baroque string music rushed from the open-air windows and into their ears. Semi-transparent curtains fluttered in the wind. The angel's head seemed to sway side to side slightly before he looked down to the two young girls at either side of their elder sister, holding both of Archie's hands hostage from him. The twins were looking right back up at him. One of them having a thumb in their mouth, the other their index finger. Archie just smiled listening to the music, her eyes closed as she was imagining a ballroom dance. How the Baroque orchestra played their complex and harmonious musical notes on their instruments. Jack appeared to grin slightly as he ushered them along, leading the three up to the front of the building. It was surrounded by curious columns. There were some guards stationed outside to keep the riffraff off the property and out of the building. As they closed into the steps leading to the archway that presented an open lobby. Other than wanting to take Archie out for dinner, along with her little sisters, he wanted to figure out what their cuisine was like here in the capital. At least their most exquisite, that is. Often a nation's food would reflect on their prosperity and economic stability. If a country was going through a famine, had horrible soil or was going through a depression, the culinary world would suffer. No one would have the money to experiment or spare the expense to buy the simplest of seasons or ingredients. "Do you have a letter of introduction?" Suddenly there was a guard standing in their way, midway up the steps. He was dressed in brass-colored armor, a lightly tanned skin tone and a plumed helmet. He kind of reminded Jack of a Roman soldier. Except his weapon was still holstered. "Letter of introduction," Jack inquired as he swiftly maneuvered himself between him and the girls. The guard simply frowned at Jack as he made himself closer, and if his eyes betrayed him, the man had gotten taller all of a sudden. A massive wave of intimidation hit the guard, but he was hardly moved. "This establishment doesn't serve the likes of common adventurers or their worker cousins," the guard informed as his fingers hesitantly scratched at the hilt of his sword. "Oh," Jack looked at him dully, his eyes glancing over the guard's shoulder as he narrowed his sights on a familiar mage coming walking out from the archway. Flutter, who was talking with a member of the research faculty from the Imperial Academy about a rare magical item that could possibly allow the control of high-tier undead, would have glanced up from his conversation to notice Jack. Confused, he found that the man was standing there with his favored former student. along with two adorable children in tow who seemed confused about what was going on. So he had really gone and gotten them. The woman beside him, the researcher, raised a brow at the fact that something other than magic had taken her superior's attention. Confident, young, she had one blood-red eye to the left and one pink to the right. She even wore a monocle over her left eye, covering a scar. Her attire mainly consisted of a white jacket with a grey hood over top, with an open chest top. Around her waist was a belt rigged with various assorted scientific tools such as test tubes and miscellaneous instruments. Her name was Sophie Noya. Running a hand through her dark purple hair, she centered her gaze on the man. Though she was quickly excited by the sight of Jack, she quickly cooled down in disappointment when she noticed he was with company. Yet she still gave the impression of a perverted gaze, half crazed, she leaned towards Flutter. Who might he be? The woman tucked one arm over her bosom, her cleavage already having been boasted by her tight top. When Jack and Flutter locked eyes though, he could tell immediately what was going on. "Excuse me a moment," Flutter quickly pulled himself away from his colleague's side. Watching as the old ma rushed off over to the guard, she raised a brow. That young man must be important. She caressed her chin slightly, sensually biting into her lower lip. As the old man approached the guard and walked up beside them. "What seems to be the problem here?" Flutter had his strong objective voice in gear. His eyes searched the guard before nodding in acknowledgement to Jack. This man was trying to enter. "I know this man, he is an honorary member of the Imperial Magic Academy." Flutter had no problem lying through his teeth. He could make it official later, as he was the headmaster after all. Jack's brow immediately raised at this. If he was an honorary member, that would allow him access to people with superior magical talent and skill. Similar to that of Archie and Jet accordingly. He was definitely sure that collecting the talents of this nation would be of great necessity of bringing Nazarick to far surpass its current level of greatness. The question was however, how would he get the people find serving Nazarick appealing? It was ruled by a member of the undead. There were various quirks and questions he had to work out for himself, but he was sure he could work something out. Right? Oh, the guard looked over towards Jack, narrowing his gaze through him. Should have said so to begin with, the man idly complained before stepping aside. "Allow me to show you in," Flutter offered as he gestured with both of his arms for them to follow him through the archway towards the lobby of the culinary establishment. Jack and Archie glanced at one another before nodding to her former teacher, and the four of them would follow Flutter in. The researcher would follow on behind them, curiously. The man behind the podium glanced up from the parchment before him, and raised a brow. "The headmaster who had just been heading out has returned. Welcome back to the Larlequin. How can I help you, Paradigm Dono?" "I'd like a table of 6, on the double, if you were." Flutter glanced back towards the researcher which was following them and nodded to her. Nodding back, Sophia walked up beside the group and followed the receptionist to a freshly made tabletop. Jack's eyes just rested on Flutter as he was asking for a table, but he didn't object and just followed on over to the table. While it wasn't going to be an ideal date to begin with, having this fanboy here could make things rather problematic. Jack watched as the wait staff came over and pulled out all of the seats. The children were the first to leave their sisters' sides and choose 2 of the end seats. Each patting the cushioned chair beside them. "Sister. Sister. Sit here. Sit here," they chanted, smiling widely, excited as they were now in an open environment with plenty of beautiful people. Emperor Jerknev Rune Farlord L. Nix, who was seated in the elevated private section of the restaurant, glanced up from his meal. Running a hand through his blonde hair, he unenthusiastically stood up from the table and made his way over to the rail which kept people from falling and injuring themselves below. Resting his forearms on the partition, he gazed down towards where the sounds of childish voices were coming from. His eyes finally locating Flutter along with 5 other individuals, including a researcher, whom he had been talking to earlier about Flutter's project of using the undead for labor. That's when his eyes centered on Jack and Archie, who were moving to sit across from one another beside the children before the headmaster, court wizard. Flutter sat across from Sophia. Who is this?" His clear purple eyes that shined like enigmatic amethysts traced over Jack's face. He recognized the Furt, the fallen noble, from the family he had stripped of power, but not this unknown. Jack on the other hand was completely focused on Archie, smiling at her from across the table. Kudurika, the twin in the blue dress, was drumming on Jack's thigh plate with her itty-bitty fists. He didn't seem to mind at all, lightly patting her on the head absently. The other twin, Euryrika, was leaning against her older sister, holding onto her gloved hand. Giggling lightly at the hard feeling of the leather material it was made out of. "So, would you think about coming back to the Imperial Magic Academy?" Flutter asked as he looked over his former student curiously. "I have the utmost belief that you will be able to reach your potential faster than working as a worker." Archie looked to him and shook her head slightly, closing her eyes for the short duration of the action. "I still need to make money for myself to raise my sisters." She lightly squeezed Euryrika's hand affectionately before wrapping the arm around her dainty form. Flutter slowly nodded before looking to Jack. In this society it wasn't abnormal for couples to marry young, many people still did arranged marriages. "Would you be interested in going on a tour of the Imperial Academy?" Jack nodded without looking to Flutter directly. From the corner of his eye he could see a young charismatic fellow gazing at them from above. "Who's the figure in the fanciful robes?" Flutter paused for a moment before turning his head to look to the Emperor, who gave a polite wave and warm smile towards his court wizard. "Oh," the old man seemed surprised, "that is the Emperor. I was just dining with him." Archie immediately looked over towards where Flutter's gaze had been and blinked a few times towards the Emperor. She bowed her head with her hand across her chest, respectfully as she still had her head on her shoulders. The Emperor, interesting. Jack would brought a glass of water to his lips, taking a sip. "I've been wanting to invite him to a party." "Party?" Flutter turned to him with a brow raised. "The residence that I purchased has a ballroom. I will jump to the point. I want to utilize it." Flutter slowly nodded, then turned his attention back towards the elevated section the Emperor was watching from. The blonde was gone and he raised his brows, before turning his head to see the country's leader making his way down the steps with his armed escort of 4 Imperial Knights. Jack's and Archie's eyes flickered on over towards the 5 people proceeding closer to the table. Sophia lowered her head slightly, fiddling with some items under the table. Jack took in the armor which the 4 knights were wearing. It looked different than most, which made them stand out rather well. They looked like an elite unit. There was an old gray-haired man with a serious expression. And then there was 3 blondes. He was pretty sure he could make a joke out of that combination, but Jack refrained from doing so for now. As Jerkniv, the bloody Emperor, now stood at the end of the table closest to Flutter and the researcher, Jack and the others stood up. Bowing to the man respectfully, though it was clear Jack wasn't going to bend a knee to the man even as he raised his head. The children seemed to imitate the gesture by standing on their chairs and bowing to the man as well. "I see my court wizard has found a new friend." Jerkniv knew of Furt's potential through his one and only teacher who practically raised him, Flutter. However, he didn't seem to know anything about this Jack who was looking through him as if he were just another common being. Not that he minded, not yet at least. "Would you introduce yourself?" "Your Majesty," Jack addressed the Emperor with a polite tone, "my name is Jack Graham. It is beyond an honor to meet a man who has brought smiles upon the people of his empire. A feat which the Re-Estai's kingdom could ever realize themselves." "Oh," the bloody Emperor smiled hearing praise from this man in armor, who reeked of power in his appearance and even his eyes. "May I ask where you hail from?" "A kingdom to the far east, on the other side of the continent, an island nation and empire." It was, overrun by hordes of beast men. When he spoke of this his eyes seemed hollow as if the event was so traumatizing that it muted his emotions. "You must have been strong to get this far." Jerkniv was surprised to hear this. Though he had no knowledge of any humanoid nations on the other side of the beast nations which bordered the Dragon Kingdom. The corner of Jack's lip tugged slightly to the side, boasting a single dimple which appeared as modest contempt. "A teleportation incident dropped us in the middle of a skirmish between slain Theocracy special forces and a human village they were slaughtering." Jack's eyes then rested on one of the Emperor's bodyguards, the female Cursed Knight. Her hair was covering one side of her face, but he could see the resemblance of her job class. "Teleportation?" His eyes wandered over towards his court wizard. The Emperor was aware of the tier system, so he already knew teleportation itself was 5th tier. When everyone has sat down, Flutter would gesture for the Emperor to lean in. Jerkniv would bend forward slightly, allowing the old man to speak into his ear. Though it was inaudible to those around them, the Emperor's eyes almost lit up. His eyes finally resting on Jack. "My old man tells me you're extremely talented in the use of magic." Suddenly the Emperor had become even more friendly. Something that would definitely leave an impression towards Jack, as he referred to Flutter as his old man. "Would you like a demonstration?" Jack's eyes flickered towards Lena's rock bruise, the long blonde-haired member of the 4 Imperial Knights. "Oh," the Emperor looked towards Lena's, who was startled by the gaze and attention all of a sudden. "Your Majesty, if you would let him remove this curse, I would be eternally grateful," Lena's announced, a hand over her chest as she gave this intense one-eyed stare towards Jack. The angel would tilt his head to the side like a curious pigeon before standing up from his seat and taking a step away from the table. As she stepped over to him, the Emperor followed in order to witness closely firsthand what Jack was going to do. Jack reached forward and pushed the woman's hair blocking the side of her face aside, revealing her disfigured face. "That's definitely the mark of a cursed knight," he uttered as he was generally familiar with it. From his knowledge of Yggdrasil, an individual had to be at least level 60 in order to become a cursed knight. Though it was clear that this might not be the same in this world. He was rather curious of this female, at least how she gained such a class. Was she at that prerequisite level? For some reason he highly doubted this. She hardly looked stronger than Gazef. Even though he hadn't seen the head warrior in battle, which he somewhat regrets. Greater Cure, this particular spell was used to lift the curse of those who didn't want the cursed knight job class since it wasn't at all that popular. It was also a 8th tier, making it so that incurable curse was most definitely incurable by mortal standards. So when he recited this spell, many little orbs of white light would rise from disfigured face, the form of tiny sparkles that popped like miniature bubbles. Her skin would slowly regain its form, so within seconds, she no longer held the appearance which disgraced her family and caused them to cut ties with her, and even her fiancé to leave her. Slowly she lifted her armored hand to touch her face, smiling as tears began to breach her eyes. The Emperor, who knew of this condition, was wide-eyed seeing the power of the man who had cast this magic. While he couldn't necessarily discern the tier of the spell, it was likely above that of any normal human being could cast, including his very own court wizard. "What tier was that, Graham?" "8th, Jack spoke matter-of-factly, leaving no other interpretation of what he had said to bring doubt. In this moment, the Emperor had no choice but to believe this man had far surpassed his elder, and had stepped into the realm of mythology. "Now that you are here, Your Majesty," Jack would pull an invitation from his sleeve, and hold it out for him to accept. "I have recently purchased land in your domain. I wish to host a ball, if you'd so kindly attend." The Emperor looked at the folded parchment with the blue seal that depicted that of an angel wing. "The ball may be at a date of your choosing. This piece of parchment lists the food and beverage selection and probable themes." Themes. The young ruler would break the seal and gaze over the items here. Many of which were unfamiliar, such as a burger, taco or other modern foods which haven't found their way into this world's culinary practice as of yet. Luckily everything had a refined description. "By the way." The Emperor looked up at Jack slightly, "Have you heard about what happened with the slain theocracy's capital? Their residential ambassador says a ritual gone wrong wiped out Kami Miyako. Their government is in shambles and they're having a hard time holding off invasions from the Beastman exclave." "Oh. Is that so?" Jack gave a mild tone as he smiled blankly, not very sympathetic towards the xenophobic nation which chose to manipulate the politics of other nations to suit themselves. "Are they going to ask you for military aid? With their Supreme Council and their governmental leader gone, the power vacuum won't permit it." "Sounds like a dire situation." Jack humbly gave a fake frown, "though it's likely you'll send aid as a necessity and as an ally." Archie seemed to notice that there was a lack of sympathy in Jack's eyes. Though she probably wasn't the only one. The Emperor could see it, Flutter as well, and it seemed Jack didn't at all care at this point. "What are allies for?" the Emperor said as he clasped his hands together. "The last thing he needs is monsters at his borders." Let alone beast men multiplying and serving as a true threat to the human nations on this side of the continent. Well. His eyes turned towards the waiter who has been standing at the opposite end of the table, patiently waiting for the conversation to come to a close. I will leave your company to it, and return to mine. The Emperor gestured for his guards to follow him back to the VIP area. The next morning, Jack's eyes slowly slid open, welcoming dim light which traversed through the soft blue curtains in the windows. He lay there, on the end of the bed. The sound of quiet shallow breathing of those asleep around him could be heard. Stiffly, he turned his head to the side and rested his gaze on Archie who was laying with her sisters enveloped in her arms and beneath the comforter. A smile crept across his lips as he took in the scene. In her sleep he could see the smile on her face. The warmth that she had been so longing for was right there. She had her sisters. Jack's brain though felt like it had been fried from all of the conversations he had the night before. Especially the ones from Flutter, and that researcher friend of his, Sophia. They were all about magic this, magic that. It was hard to get any time to just talk with Archie at all. I knew I should have just turned the other way. He uttered quietly as he rested a palm on his face. As he sat up, he looked over the three girls. The twins were hugging one another and Archie had her two arms around both of them. When he decided to slip off the side of the bed, he would pull the quilt over the trio's shoulders before walking to the bedroom door. His eyes rested on the iron rod which Archie had been using up until now as a magic staff. Plucking it from the wall it was rested up against after he had taken its place on the bed. He tilted his head to the side slightly, lightly squeezing it. It was rather light for an iron piece, but it was clear to him that it was not really the case. Jack was just no longer human. Cute, he muttered as he gazed over the loose wrapping around the top of the medium. His gaze then turned back to look at the three blondes and kept that small smile that had crept across his lips. Perhaps we will be able to do something else today. Resting the staff back against the wall, he would step out of the room and close the door softly behind him. Looking both ways, he pursed his lips at the silence which ensued. Turning his head to the side though as he heard rustling in the bed in the room he had just left. He raised a brow and rested his ear against the door. Onissima. Onissima. What is it? Archie's eyes opened slightly as she looked over her little sisters which she still held in her arms. She then glanced down towards the end of the bed and blinked. Jack wasn't there. Onaikan woke up. He said your staff was cute. Archie blinked a few more times as she looked to the staff which was resting against the wall. How was an iron staff cute? Are you sure? Sitting up she would release her sisters who took turns scaling off the side of the bed and jumping to the floor. They were wearing little white underdresses and full leggings. Archie on the other hand was revealed to just be dressed in a large brown tunic which she had been wearing under her robes, along with some long socks. The rest of her attire was folded and placed on the dresser. As she slipped off the side of the bed and glanced around the room, she tilted her head. Why he had left the room? She was already curious of why he had slept at the end of the bed. It kind of reminded her of a guard dog, protecting whomever it sought to protect. Jack, she called out as she walked over to the dresser and started pulling on her other articles of clothing until she was fully dressed again. The pink turtleneck covering her robes, and a fine mantle on her back. Padding on over to the door, not bothering to put her thigh-high boots on, she grasped the knob and opened the door. Jack was standing right in front of it. He was looking right down at her with a small smile across lips. Morning, Jack placed a hand on the top of her head as she was looking up at him with her blue eyes. Archie relaxed slightly seeing him standing there. Though he was back to his normal 7-foot-tall appearance. What time did you invite Jet to come over by the way? Jack shrugged slightly, I only gave him an address. I didn't give him the time. I thought we'd have the kids play outside. His eyes shifted towards the girls who were both staring blankly at one another. No, they weren't staring at one another, but the stickers which were placed on their foreheads. Sister, sister. What's on your face? No, what's on your face, sister? Jack just stared at the two 5-year-olds as they were trying to figure out what the stickers were stuck to their faces. That was definitely Shizu, his smile vanished though it didn't seem as if his mood changed. He held out a hand for Archie's. Archie's eyes traveled him up and down before giggling, placing her index finger thoughtfully to her chin. And where exactly would you be taking me? When was the last time you had a hot bath? Bath? Jack's brain felt like it just fried itself for a moment, all of his thoughts stopped for a few seconds, like a computer rebooting. Once he regained his center, he coughed slightly. No, I didn't mean with me. Clearing her own throat, combing her hands through her head as a tingling sensation moved about her scalp from the miniature feeling of anxiety. I see, I don't need an escort to the bathing area. Rolling his eyes, Jack lowered his hand. In that case, I'll wait for you in the foyer. His eyes wandered over towards the girls who were pulling at the stickers pasted to their faces. You might as well take them with you, so they can get those stickers off. Archie looked over at her sisters, noticing the stickers on their foreheads and raised a brow. That's what you were mumbling about Shizu doing. When we first agreed to get your sisters, she had that look in her eye. She puts stickers on anything she likes or thinks is cute. Stickers. Pieces of parchment or paper, with a sticky acidic paste on it that makes it stick to things. I was actually allergic to that stuff as a child. Burnt my skin and left marks for a long time. Jack nodded slowly before scratching the back of his head. In any case, he closed one eye, still looking her over. Let's go clothes shopping later. Clothes shopping? She never had a man ask her to go shopping for clothes before. Yes, Jack raised a brow slightly, lightly reaching over to poke her on the nose. Archie almost instinctively swatted his finger away from her face, but ended up capturing his index finger with her own hand. I guess that would be alright. She raised a brow in contemplation. I'll need a dress, wouldn't I? She had sold all of her dresses in order to support her parents, to save her sisters from the hardship they were creating. Now she only had her traveling clothes and various other items. Since then, she had hardly been home, but now she had a place to live. She wasn't going to need to pay rent, or at least for now anyways. In a way, she was finally free as long as those loan sharks didn't come after her for payment that her parents couldn't put forward. She almost went blue in the face at the idea of people coming in the night to snatch them away. Archie's eyes dropped to the ground before she furrowed her brows. Jack had been laying at the end of their bed last night. Had he thought of the same thing? Looking up towards him, she could hardly see a trace of emotion anywhere on him except for that gaze which was stabbing right through her. That look he gave her, it didn't necessarily let her see his soul, let alone anticipate his thoughts. She couldn't tell if those eyes were claiming her as his, or if they were treasuring her in the moment. Thinking about this just confused her, as she wanted to know what he was thinking. Shizu and Eve can watch the kids, I'm sure they'll be fine here. Archie nodded in agreement, he wasn't wrong. And don't forget the training. How about we start training after you do your bath? Cheerfully, Archie seemed to light up like a fluorescent bulb, really. With a simple nod, she went to gather the girls before pausing. Do we have any towels? Looking back towards Jack, who raised a brow at this. He had no idea if they had any towels. Triple magic, create item. The moment this spell combination was recited, 3 white and blue towels materialized along his arm as he would then shift them to his hand. Holding them out to her, she smiled at Jack before taking them and closing the door with her toes. Thank you. Her petite form vanished as the door came to a close, clicking into place. Jack stood there silently for a good minute, listening to her clothes plop systematically to the ground. Then he turned away from the bedroom and started to walk down the hall, placing 2 fingers to the right temple of his forehead. Message. Momon, how's the front in re-estais? Oh. Hey Jack, it's good to hear from you. It seems after you killed those individuals at the Magician's Guild. A syndicate, called the 8 Fingers, had their operations slowly became exposed by workers under their employ. Adventurers are being hired to take them out. Sounds exciting. Jack was pretty sincere about that. Taking down a criminal syndicate sounded like something from one of those old secret agent games from the 21st century. I've also cleared out an entire base owned by the Death Spreading Brigade. It seems only one person got away, however. That still sounds rather impressive for this world, wouldn't you think? It is. I was rewarded for taking out 70 bandits along the way. Just you and Nabe? That would impress just about anyone. Actually, I've met up with some friends of yours, it seems. You recall the Swords of Darkness? Oh, Jack pursed his lips at the idea that he was utilizing the silver-ranked adventurers. Perhaps he was going to use them to make a name for himself. They had pretty much the best name to work with too. Out of all the others that were called something strange like Red Drop or Sky Wolf. The Swords of Darkness reflected on Momonga's entire being too. I was surprised when I saw a boy that looked just like Eve. After a short pause, hearing Momonga mistake Ninya for a boy, Jack let out a sigh. That's not a boy. Eh. So that's how it is. She's a humble one, isn't she? She sometimes says things she shouldn't, but she has knowledge that will be useful to us. I'm rather surprised though, there was a slight dip for some mediocre suspense before he spoke again, that you didn't make a move on her. Sounds like you're enjoying yourself, Jack said as he tilted his head to the side slightly, pressing the side of his head into his fingers. Fitting in the role of the dark hero. He almost ignored his friend's observation. She seemed to be having problems of her own. The whole pretending to be a man, rather than just dressing like one, and searching for her older sister who was taken by nobles. That does seem troublesome. Besides, I think I found someone of talent on my way to the Empire. Oh. Well, go on, tell me more. She has a talent to see a magic user's tier casting level, her name is Archie, and she's introduced me to another person who has a similar talent to see through illusions. See through illusions? Wait, does that mean the one you typically use to hide? Yes, he saw right through it. They sound rather dangerous. I've come to liking Archie. His eyes shifted towards an open door, peering inside to see Imina and Termite spooning on a bed, only partially dressed. Reaching into the room, he grasped the knob and closed the door, slamming it. I see. And the other? His name is Jet. Apparently his mother who has worked for Archie's has an incurable disease. I plan on using her to get his allegiance. Jack was planning on offering to cure his mother's ailment in exchange for him working directly under him whilst attending the academy. Though I do have to say, I've also met with the court wizard and the emperor of the Baharuth Empire. It seems the emperor has no problem talking casually with an unknown like me. Interesting. How is the state of the empire? Other than the not-so-subtle use of slavery and indentured servitude, it's prosperous. Commoners see a bright future for themselves, and it seems the dukes are directly related to the emperor. The dukes. Momonga took note of how the emperor was known for purging the nobility, and yet his blood relatives held noble titles. How are slaves treated? I can only assume it depends on the buyer, or their masters. Some of them however had apparent evidence of abuse. When I first entered the capital, there were plenty of elves being auctioned off in the market district, their ears were clipped. They both came from a world where slavery wasn't apparent, but it was always there right out of the sight. No matter how hard one tried to get rid of it, there was always an upstart in the shadows. I'm also going to be preparing to host a ball. I'd like to invite the Swords of Darkness, you and Nabe, to attend as adventurers. I'll let you know the exact date when it's all arranged. I don't know how to dance. You never attended a school formal before, when you were in high school. I didn't dance. So, what rank are you now, in the Adventurers Guild? Jack quickly changed the subject, not necessarily knowing what to say to his friend. He didn't know how to dance, so it would probably be hard to mingle. Especially if he were just standing idly by in a suit of armor. Mithril, it seemed that he was able to increase his rank pretty quickly. Jack could definitely foresee seeing that one team leader being jealous of Momonga's ability to raise quickly with his talents. Climbing the corporate ladder pretty quickly there, Jack smirked to himself, using magic to teleport himself outside and into the courtyard. His eyes immediately turning towards the front gates. A young man dressed in an Imperial Academy uniform could be seen entering through the front gates, pausing at the sight of Jack in the distance, before soldiering forward. And you're climbing the social ladder abnormally fast, aren't you? You could say that. Jack watched as Jet was making his way towards him with a sturdy stride in each step. I'll have to talk to you later. The boy from yesterday has arrived. It was a good talk, Jack. See you soon. Yup. Gazef was standing on the wall which surrounded the Valencia palace in his light place armor, overlooking the capital city of Re-Estais. In his hand was a fine black box with golden branches, he held it close to his abdomen. His sister arrived in the capital with the head butler, but the other sister hasn't come with and he's nowhere to be seen. Gazef chuckled lightly as he had half expected Jack to show up. He turned his head to look over towards the vice-captain, who was standing beside him with his arms crossed over his chest. Perhaps he had something else to do. He did have his family give you the tea. Gazef looked down to the box in his hand and nodded slowly. It has an interesting taste. The leaves were roasted, and while they're bitter, it tastes good with the addition of honey and ginseng which was packed along with it. Raising a brow at this, the vice-captain looked over the decor of the box. It seems we've made an interesting friend. Ever since the capital of the attack on Karn village, the theocracy hasn't made a move. Lowering his eyes to the streets below, he would turn to face the vice-captain. That's because their entire capital was wiped out overnight. What? The adjunct blinked a few times in shock. How come I didn't know about this? The king has issued a gag order on the information pertaining to the theocracy's status, though I don't know how much longer we'll be able to conceal the information. Refugees are starting to show up from villages overrun by beast men along the border. What on earth caused it? Rumor has it, one of their rituals backfired and took out the entire city's population. Another popular rumor started by the 6 great nobles is that our friend Cipher visited divine retribution upon them. Gazef laughed as he shook his head. He didn't want to believe the man who had saved the village and his men's lives was capable of wiping out hundreds of thousands of people. However, the fact that Jack had referred to himself as a monster still bothered him. And that was just a short while before the slain theocracy's capital city was demolished with only the walls partially standing on their own. We didn't even know until almost a week after the fact. Gazef placed his hand on his forehead between his thumb and forefinger. And it's said that the Platinum Dragon Lord is on the move. Seriously? The vice-captain wasn't necessarily able to keep his calm when he heard one of the 13 heroes was moving about. Gazef nodded. He's been circling about the elven territory according to scouts sent out to monitor the theocracy. He let out a light sigh before shifting about to look over the palace. The crown prince is pushing to take over the slain theocracy territory while their government is in pieces and their military forces too scattered to have an organized resistance. The head warrior scratched the back of his head with his free hand. He didn't like the idea of going against a nation or people who couldn't even defend themselves properly. Yet at the same time, it would allow them to expand and perhaps fix their economy. So, we have 6 months until the annual war and the crown prince wants to start a war before that happens which will leave us wide open. For the Baharuth Empire to attack while we're off on another front? It sounds likely. Plus we have to worry about that Dragon Lord. He might stand between us and the theocracy. Like he's been guarding that ruin for 200 years now. Climb, a young man with short blonde hair and a pale complexion came walking towards the 2 men. Unlike Gazef, he was dressed in enchanted mithril plate armor with a black jumpsuit underneath. He was the princess's personal bodyguard, armed with a single broadsword. Gazef, Dono, he placed a hand over his chest, his blue hues tracing over him before noticing the box. Is that from an admirer of yours? He asked, knowing that the headmaster had no spouse. From a friend, Gazef returned his gaze before brushing his thumb against the lid of the black box. Blinking once, Klein looked towards the vice-captain who glanced off towards the sky, not saying a word. What's in it? Curiosity seemed to have taken the young man. Tea, green tea, Gazef said as he slid the box's lid open, revealing a fine green powder preserved by magic, along with a partially shaven ginseng root and a vial of honey. There was even little tools to prepare it for a miniature tea ceremony. Klein raised a brow as he was told what was in the box. When he looked over the contents, it looked incredibly expensive just from the display. The tools themselves looked like they were fragile, but were works of art on their own, just like the exterior of the box itself. That's an amazing gift, if only I could give the princess something to repay her for her kindness. Gazef's brows raised slightly as he slid the lid closed, concealing the items as he would then put it into a pouch at his side. Perhaps should you meet Cipher, he will grant a gift to you as well. Cipher, Climb looked over Gazef for a moment, having heard the name come from the lips of the nobles whom were usually down talking him for being a commoner. The self-proclaimed angel that defended you. Gazef smiled faintly as he definitely seemed to have heard the noble speaking. He isn't a self-proclaimed angel, Climb. He is an angel, though he refers himself as a monster. Climb stared at a man who he perceived as a hero and role model, saying that this person who is extremely powerful is an angel along with some individual known as Ainz Ooal Gown, which very little is known about. Of course, that is other than being a super powerful magic caster that initially protected the village and seemed to be above Cipher in a hierarchy of some sort from his observation. An actual angel that hasn't been summoned and can speak. Climb uttered quietly to himself as he scratched the back of his head. The destructive prowess of angels was known, especially the ones even used by the slain theocracy, the ones summoned by spell or ritual. Where do you think he is now? Apparently he went off to explore the east, after dispatching all of the members belonging to the 6 Arms who were trying to steal his potions from the Magician's Guild. Potions, Climb was interested in whatever form of potion he was talking about. That was one part he didn't hear from the nobles, and the princess hadn't talked about it either. Cipher created a healing potion with the color of red. He was having the Magician's Guild reverse engineer it in order to mass produce it. I hear he ended up taking the potions back after the syndicate tried to get their hands on it. Climb made a frown. How good were these red healing potions? I thought they all turned blue. Strong enough to heal serious wounds and diseases. If you were seriously injured on the battlefield, it would get you right back on your feet, Gazef said as he vouched for the legendary potion that had been dubbed the blood of the gods. Blinking at this, it was hard to believe that a new potion such as that was possible. And he wanted them mass-produced. Gazef nodded. That is what Theo told me when I learned he used the letter of introduction to join the Magician's Guild and to buy a home through the Merchant's Guild. So he has a residence in Rantel. Yes, and the nobles are vying to watch him like vultures. He clucked his tongue as he would turn to look over the city once more. If he refers to himself as a monster, I wonder what it makes them. Climb let out a light sigh as he leaned on the wall beside his mentor. And this Ainz Ooal Gown. They want to capture him, make them work for the kingdom. They believe he's a rogue magic caster working with another nation to upset the balance. Gazef clenched his jaw at this. The corruption in the king's court was great. Doubt was in every direction he looked, and the nobles were useless. The only thing that kept him here, in the line of duty, was the king's resolve to reshape the kingdom. Climb lowered his head, his shoulders raising as his armored forearms pressed against the stone wall. The vice-captain just stood there with a frown, silently going over in his head how this would turn out for Re-Estais as a nation. He could clearly remember how this angel dropped hundreds of soldiers from the sky like it was nothing. He could only imagine thousands of conscripted soldiers falling from the sky. Monstrous magic being used to burn the landscapes that were once painted in green and brown. I think my warning may have sent him away. Warning. That it'd be dangerous for him in the kingdom as nobles would be looking to control him as well, though these hadn't been his exact words, he had warned Jack of this. And he was also using the name Cipher rather than Jack as a way to protect him in one way or another. Yua, at least you had the forethought to warn him ahead of time. Climb leaned to the side slightly, looking at the older man. About 5 days ago he had also saved Rantel from being turned into a city of the undead. It's hard to imagine how little the nobles would want to thank him for it. Climb, a sweet pleasant voice could be heard. When the men all turned their heads to see who it was, their eyes rested upon the Princess Renner. Princess, they announced in surprise, before greeting her formally. It's not safe up here on the wall with the soldiers out hunting down members of the 8 Fingers. It's all thanks to the angel you speak of, that my father, our king, was able to rally the support we need to free us from the shadows that lurk in our nation, she said proudly, her eyes focused on Gazef, the head warrior and her father's loyal bodyguard. The royal party sees your hero, as our own. Climb smiled at the words which his princess was granting upon the leader of the warrior troop. At least he is being appreciated by the royal faction. Gazef sucked air through his teeth slightly as he looked away from the princess. Your older brother though, he's pushing for war with the theocracy and this Ainz Ooal Gown the nobles are filling him with lies about. The princess giggled at this. No one even knows where Ainz Ooal Gown is. or what he looks like beneath that mask you said he was wearing. She wasn't wrong. The kingdom virtually knew nothing about Ainz Ooal Gown, all of it was pure speculation other than what Gazef had informed them of. Jet sat on the edge of the empty, leaf-filled, fountain. His one uncovered eye was on the man who had stolen his beloved Archie, sitting right beside him. "I'd like you to relinquish your claim on Archie." Jack just stared at the young man giving such a statement, a demand. Why would he relinquish the girl who he had just started to date over to him? Why would he surrender anyone to him? His stare lasted long and silently, building up the suspense. "Yeah, no, that's not going to happen. She accepted my proposal of courtship." "What do you mean no?" "I've known her longer than you." "Don't pull that card, it means nothing, and please don't shout." Jack chuckled softly as he rested his elbow on his knee and his chin upon his fist. His eyes stared at the front doors of the manor. "This isn't the reason why I invited you here." He had this blank smile on his face, a smile that meant little to nothing pleasant. I figured it wasn't. I just wanted to let you know, I'm not going to give up on her." Jack just looked over at Jet for a few moments before looking back over his shoulder towards the gates. There was another person standing there, someone in a similar uniform to his own, though of the female variety. His eyes then settled back on the young lad sitting beside him. "Personally, I think you should just stick to what you've got." Blinking a few times, Jet glanced over his shoulder towards his childhood friend Nemel. His lips parted slightly as she was leaning against the outer gate, waiting for him. "Is that not a girl you like?" "She's just my friend." Jet turned forward, folding his hands in his lap with a light sigh. "So why did you invite me here?" His one eye glared harshly on the angel who he had met the night before. "Your mother has a supposedly incurable disease." Jack imitated that of a yawn, before looking back towards the doors ahead of him. His eyes closing. "If you sign a contract with me, I will cure your mother. If you break this contract, she will rebound and die shortly afterward." Of course, the rebound was generally a lie. The mother wouldn't just get the disease again, unless it was some sort of curse. That would probably suck pretty badly. Though he had no problem going through with this contract. Jet froze almost completely when he was given this offer. It made him break out into a cold sweat, wondering what exactly he wanted out of him. He was just a student at the academy. What exactly do you want me to do for you?" Jack summoned what appeared to be a piece of parchment from thin air, similar to how he had created that invitation, and held it out for Jet to take. Jet stared at him for a few seconds before his eye dropped down to look at the decorated parchment. It had the same emblem as the wax on the invitation. He would slowly take it from the man's hand and look over the details which were written down. "What is this?" He looked up from the contract and raised a brow at Jack. "In exchange for saving your mother's life, you, Jet, will be my assistant in the Imperial Magic Academy. You will recruit talented individuals with talents like yourself into a club, which I will supervise." "How are you going to supervise a club in the academy? You're not even." That's when he stopped for a moment and leaned back slightly over the inner edge of the fountain. "Flutter Paradine, the headmaster has made me an honorary member of the academy." Jack rolled his jaw as he looked over the young man with a dull look in his eyes. "So that's how." Jet uttered quietly, seeing as this angel was somehow connected with the headmaster and court wizard of the empire itself. Just those connections made him a powerful person, aside from his probable prowess over magic itself. "Oh. And I'll be hosting a ball at some point for the Emperor. I want to see if you'd like to sample some spices." Jack was using his greater identification on Jet. He could see his skills and his talents. Having someone skilled in creating spices through magic seemed rather useful. Blinking several times when Jack asked him if he wanted to sample spices, what exactly would I be getting out of that? "I am for certain that the Empire doesn't have them. You'd be the first to sample and probably replicate them," Jack said as he reached over with his free arm and nudged him in the side with his fist. Jet stared at this guy. He had stolen the person he believed to cherish as she had gone out of her way to advise and protect him in the past. That and she in a way had a beauty on the level of elegance, at least in his eyes. Yet, this man here. He was offering him the opportunity to expand his skill with creating spices through magic, as well as saving his mother. This would allow him to focus on his studies. Just who was this guy? Why was he giving so much? What could possibly? His mind went back to what he was being asked. He wants to collect talented people. Jet just locked his eye with Jack's. Why do you want me to bring all of those with talents together? So you're interested. Jack leaned towards him slightly as he was remaining slouched over where he sat. Or are you concerned? Jet smiled slightly at Jack for a small moment before slowly standing up, looking over the contract one last time. You have my attention, he responded quietly as he let his arms fall down to his sides. I'm in. In that case, I want to learn about talents. And I'm sure you and anyone else like you would like to know how to utilize your potential and learn new spells. You're not wrong. Jet would very much like to not have to wear his eye patch in order to stop himself from seeing through illusions. Though truth be told, the only reason he hadn't fully confronted Jack the day before was because he could see through the veil. But how would we utilize our potential without reaching it? Seemingly taking an item out of a hole which appeared out of thin air, Jet's brows raised in confusion. He watched as Jack held this thick leather collar in his hand with a half-broken chain. It looked like something a slave or pet would wear. The hell is that? I know what it looks like, Jack snickered lightly, but this item will make learning and gathering experience much easier. Gathering experience? Jet furrowed his brows now as he reached out and lightly grasped the item. He felt it with his hand, it was definitely leather. Appraise item, detect enchant. His mouth was hanging open as he learned that Jack wasn't lying. Apparently this item enhanced one's ability to gain power, whilst weakening them in the process. Where exactly did you get something like this? Jet could only stare at the man without so much as a twitch of the eye. That's a top-class magic item. Jack simply made a smug expression on his face, I have 5 more of them. Jet's jaw couldn't reach far enough down, it looked as if it was going to pop right off of its hinges. Plus various other artifacts and items you've probably never laid eyes on, that smug look on Jack's face didn't go away as he was bragging. Where did you even pull that out of? Jet palmed the side of his face, feeling rather defeated in the realm of wealth related to magical items. There was no way he could compete with that. My talent is spatial storage, Jack replied with a simply tone of voice now, a blank expression on his face, one which almost matched that of stoic angels. Though I will give this to you as a gift, Jack took out the mask of envy, a rather spiteful joke, and held it out for the boy to take. Jet stared at the mask, red, green and blue mask. Thanks, taking the mask, he went to appraise it and just narrowed his eyes. It was a low-class item, it had no effect and was useless altogether. Thank you for accepting it, Jack shook his head slightly as he crossed one leg over his knee. Suddenly there was the sound of fluttering fabric. Without warning, Eve planted a heroic landing directly in front of the fountain, one knee and hand to the ground. As she lifted her head, she raised a brow with a big grin across her face. Oniissima, whatcha doin'? Jet just stared at the tween which had appeared, having jumped from the top level of the building and landed without much harm. What? Looking up towards the roof, then back down towards her, he glanced over to Jack. Good morning Eve, Jack let his head lazily loll to the side, just chatting with a friend. Ooh, Eve's eyes centered on Jet for a moment, pursing her lips. Why's he wearing an eye patch? Is it an empty socket or something? Jet sighed quietly, no. It's just really sensitive to the light. Eve's left cheek puffed up in annoyance the moment he lied to her face, her brows pointing down angrily because of this. My sister is a living lie detector. That's her talent. Jet groaned and face-palmed once more, I can see through illusions. Much better, Eve's angry face suddenly brightened up immediately. Suddenly becoming visible standing behind the 2 boys, in the fountain, Shizu spoke. Jack, Oniissima, Archie and her sisters have finished their bath, they're getting dressed now. Jet nearly fell off the side of the fountain when the monotone voice appeared out of nowhere. By the great gods, how many sisters do you have? Plenty, Jack replied without any sign of hesitation. Are any of them angels? Figuratively or literally? Jet just took the eye patch off and looked over Eve. She didn't seem to have any illusions. So as he turned to look over to Shizu, he turned right into her fingers as she pasted a sticker his forehead. I think it's about time for you to go, Jack laughed as Shizu began to pet the top of his head, as if he were some sort of pet. You don't want to keep Nemo waiting, do you? All of Jet's thoughts halted the moment he named his childhood friend. He had never named her, he had only said that she was his childhood friend. Someone who he had protected and wanted to protect. How do you know her name? Angels are no less monsters than demons, Jack made his voice low, deep and intimidating, making what he said come off as a threat. So, how do you want me to sign? Archie's former classmate and friend gestured towards the contract in his hand, before narrowing his eyes on a ballpoint pen which was handed out to him. What's that? Standing by the front doors was a figure donned in a tailored black forked dress coat with blue satin inner lining, a black jabot with a dark blue bow tie layered over it, completed with a gold pendant tying them together. Jack was dressed in noble attire, consisting of a frilled dark gray dress shirt, black vest with matching lining as the dress coat. He wore white slacks tucked into a pair of dark hard leather military boots, and a satin blue sash as a belt wrapped around his waist. In his hand was a classic silver-etched pocket watch, watching as the hand ticked as the time passed. He could hear each of the individual gears moving, as it clashed with the giggling of the two twins playing out in the yard with Eve and Shizu. Glancing up from the watch, his electric blue, violet eyes rested on Archie as she emerged from the west wing and into the central foyer. She was dressed in her normal attire as she hadn't collected her things from her parents' house. Not that there was much to collect. She had sold her valuables in order to pay her parents' debt, which only continued to grow. That and her mother gifted her items to calm her down, which didn't really help. So as she padded on over to Jack, she glanced up at him from under her blonde bangs which traced her eyebrows. Her blue eyes seemed to shine up at him, reflecting the angelic radiance of his skin. Where did you get that? Archie asked with a light laugh, reaching out to feel the satin lining of his coat. Did you make it or? My sister made it actually, a few years ago. This item was pretty high in class, similar to that of the maid outfits that the Pleiades wore in the Great Tomb of Nazarick. So it was essentially as powerful as armor made from mithril composite combined with other magically enhanced metals. Oh, Archie smiled faintly, feeling how soft it was with her bare hands. She wasn't wearing her gloves this time around, knowing that Jack would want to hold them. It was something far more expensive than her parents ever had even as nobles. It was so finely produced that one would think it was a legendary suit, which in her mind seemed a bit preposterous. Shall we? Jack offered his arm for her to hook onto, along with his hand open at the end. Archie's lips tugged to the side slightly, smiling a bit more as she hooked her arm into his, grasping his hand once she did. With that, Jack would turn and press the door open with his free hand, without a problem at all. The two made their way through the courtyard, passing by the fountain. From the corner of their eye, they watched as the twins were playing with his sisters. Though it was mostly Eve and Shizu chasing after them. Eve trying to capture them and Shizu trying to hug onto them in order to cover them in stickers. It was definitely an interesting show to watch as they made way for the gate. Within a minute or so they were leaving the property. Jack opening the front gate with his hand, much like he had done with the door, as they casually escaped onto streets of Arwentar. So, did you enjoy the bath? Jack asked as he looked down at her, continuing to take the lead. Emicham. She'd nod, layering her upper lip over the lower. Did you take a bath? Shower, he responded with a light chuckle, his free hand combing through his hair. Wasn't half bad. Jack hadn't taken a bath or shower since he had first arrived. Though he had quickly noticed, his body didn't seem to smell all that bad either prior to taking a shower. The two of them watched as a carriage bugged on by them, almost hitting Jack, not that it would have done all that much damage. His eyes simply glared at the back of it. The carriage was painted a nasty yellow-green color with gold inlay. It was expensive looking despite the horrible choice in color. A nobleman who retained his status seemed to peer out with a grin across his lips, looking over the two. Both Jack and Archie gave the noble a blank look. Yet as Jack licked his inner lips, the noble shivered as if he felt some sort of monstrous killer intent, and pulled himself back in through the carriage window. The car would then pick up pace after some subtle shouting from the passenger. Quick enough, the carriage vanished around a corner after turning down another street. "You know, I think I used to be a people person," Jack pointed out with a serious tone. Archie looked up at him when he spoke, raising a brow beneath her golden bangs. "Oh really? Then people ruined it." The seriousness was quickly swept away with sarcasm and a grin across his lips. "Arrogance is usually what brings a noble to an early grave, wouldn't you think?" Archie slowly nodded at this and looked forward. In a way, she could only think of her father and mother when it came to the delusional arrogance that they held. Refusing to recognize your status was taken away, it was childish and stupid. She was happy she was out of the house, happy she had a place to go, and happy she had her little sisters. She wouldn't know what to do should her little sisters be taken as collateral for the debt that they owed. Though she also feared that since her parents no longer had money coming in, the individuals working for the money lenders would try to abduct her or her sisters as compensation. Even as these series of thoughts passed through her mind though, the moment she'd look at Jack, those thoughts would quickly fade away. A man who could single-handedly destroy a skeletal dragon, and unknowingly to her, a city. It kept her mind at ease, even if his attention was now treading ahead of them. Aura sat there in Momonga's study, the mirror of remote viewing in front of her. Her eyes glued to the reflective glass surface as it displayed Jack and Archie, walking with arms and hands locked together. Her eyes slowly moved to her gloved hands, tilting her head to the side slightly, before looking to the girl with blonde hair. "Ichem." Demiurge entered the study and paused, not seeing the supreme being, but Aura seated behind the desk. "Lady Aura, what are you doing?" he'd inquire as he pressed his spectacles to the bridge of his nose, squinting his eyes on the young elf. "Watching Jack Oniisima. He's currently without Shizu and Lady Eve." She called him Jack, mainly because that is what he was having Shizu call him. That and it sounded a bit smoother than Cipher. "Oh. Does he know you're watching?" The devil in a suit and tie, walked over to the desk and stepped beside the large chair, peering over the elf's shoulder towards the item floating in front of her. Aura nodded as she kept her eyes on him. "He looked directly at me, a few seconds ago. Still taking advantage, I see." His eyes immediately resting on the small human female walking with him. "That human looks like a doll, I can see the artistic value." Aura glanced over at him for a second before looking to the mirror. "Artistic value. Can you zoom in?" Aura nodded as she waved her hands in front of the mirror, panning in and viewing the two as they were walking and talking in the streets of Arwentar. "He's enchanted her skin with divine protection, interesting." Demiurge was trying to think of a reason to justify protecting a human being, let alone someone who wasn't a part of Nazarick. Could she have some sort of potential they were unaware of? A talent which surpassed others? Could it be a ruse to settle into society? Jack being smitten with the human didn't necessarily cross his mind. Aura was watching the gaze that Jack gave the girl, every time he looked down at her, and every time he looked away. Her eyes shifted towards Demiurge, waiting to hear his wisdom, yet he seemed confounded as well about what was going on. Demiurge knew that Jack had used humans in Rantel, and he was aware of Momonga's plans to use the Swords of Darkness to spread his great name. Yet here, it just looked like Jack was dressing up and taking a small human out for a pleasant walk. When the two of them walked into a premium clothing shop, Aura blinked a few times. The devil would tap his chin slightly in thought. Now it was looking more and more like a modern date. Going into a store to try on and buy clothes. Soon enough there was someone else entering the room. "Ah! Ainz Sama." Shaltir cheered as she came in through the large double doors and then came to a stop seeing the two other members of the floor guardians behind the desk. What's this?" With her hands elegantly guiding her dress, the overcompensating vampire made her way over to the desk. Dipping her upper body down slightly as she wanted to see what the others were looking at. Her eyes narrowed on the storefront, before looking over towards Aura. A sly grin forming over her lips, thinking about buying a dress, Aura. Aura just looked over at the vampire with a blank frown across her lips. "I have plenty of dresses, I really don't need any more than what I already have." She crossed her arms over her chest, grasping at her own biceps in the process. Then, why are you looking at a dress store? Her fanged grin faded from her lips as she turned to look at the mirror of remote viewing once more. Cipher, Sama appears to be going dress shopping with a human female, Demiurge stated as he kept his eyes on the mirror, not peeling them off for a moment even though they couldn't see inside. Squinting her slotted eyes, Shaltir's gaze on the mirror intensified. He has all of us to choose from, and he chose a mere human. Oh, Cipher, Sama. Aura scratched at her collarbone slightly when Shaltir seemed to be disgruntled by the idea of Jack choosing someone other than a resident of the Great Tomb. He could have been charmed, Demiurge suggested as he knew that Jack wasn't an undead, and even though his physiology and armor protected him as his powers were also above most of those outside, there was a small chance. Or a breeding experiment. Of course, that wasn't quite the correct assumption. Aura looked over at the devil and then to the vampire she had originally been programmed to feud with. Wait. Why are you back from your mission? Ainz, Sama ordered me to withdraw, after Sebastian and Solution entered the city. Apparently there have been some curious reports about a dragon lord being active to the south. She blinked ambient-like as she casually watched the mirror's surface. Are we just going to be staring at this shop the entire time? Her eyes shifted over to the 6th floor guardian. Why don't we watch Ainz, Sama? Aura and Demiurge looked over at her for a moment before glancing up from the mirror. All three of them were staring at an albedo, excited by the mere mention of Ainz Ooal Gown. You know the best thing about my talent. Archie looked up to Jack as he spoke, raising a brow. I don't have to carry all the bags in my hands. Jack grinned down at her as all the clothes, the wardrobes they had picked out for her and her sisters, were all in his item box. Giggling at the man, she shook her head slightly as they exited the store. She had all her sisters' sizes in her head, along with her own. She had a good time trying on new clothes, picking out fabrics. This was the first time she had commissioned her own ball gown in person. When her parents were still nobles, they always had her gown made for her without her insight. Now, with him, she had the chance to have her own custom dress. She didn't even ask for it. She didn't even wish or want it before he had given it to her. So as the two of them made their way out back onto the streets of the city, Jack looked up towards the sky above them. They had spent hours in the shop, but he wasn't tired. They both had fun, and at least they both knew it. With their arms hooked, they continued on their way. They had gotten clothes, now what were they going to do? They could go out for an early lunch, that was only about 30 minutes to an hour away. Jack's eyes wandered about the schools of people walking down either side of the walkways on the street. Compared to Rantel, there didn't seem to be all that much urgency. There was no 8 fingers running around. That's when the two found themselves in front of the slave auction. His eyes were resting on the elves which were on the stands. They were in rags, stripped of wealth and put on display. Their ears, their individuality, they hardly had either. A frown tugged across his lips. Expressionlessly, Archie looked upon the elves and even the humans who were being placed into slavery and sold like merchandise. While the humans were noticeably better treated, it was still depressing to see her own people up there. We'll need some people to take care of the house. Jack quietly squeezed her hand slightly, drawing her attention back to him. She nodded, concurring with the thought he had shared with her. Though she could only assume it was because of pity that he was suggesting this. Jack, he had bought the large house, had already wanted to get people who would tend to the house while he was away. Whether they be hired help or slaves, it didn't matter. So as they joined the small collective of people, slaves were being pulled up onto a small stage, put on display. The strong, the weak, the beautiful and the ugly, the young and the younger. Small people with dirt and soot-covered faces, sniffle, but dare not cry for they fear to be beaten. Women who have been sold more than once after being used and abused. There was plenty of backgrounds to go around, and all of them could be read with a single glance. Slaves had no rights and were treated poorly by those whom wished to do so. If they weren't sold, they'd be placed on display until they were, or worse, be sent to fight in the arena to be senselessly slaughtered in gladiator matches or wild animals. Slaves were lined up on the stage, kept in place by chains and shackles. Potential buyers began to ascend onto the stage in a single file line. They'd check their teeth, their skin. They'd look for disease and other lesser qualities. It was as if watching as they chose the cleanest hog at a county fair. Jack and Archie stepped forward, joined them in their little parade. As they approached the first in the line, Jack reached forward with his free hand. It was a young woman, her ears were clipped. It was clear she was an elf. At first when he went to touch her, she flinched, until she saw the sympathy in his eyes, in both of their eyes. Even though Archie's face hardly had any clear expression, her lifeless eyes seemed to glisten, almost as if she was going to cry. If Jack wasn't there, she was sure she probably would have left the place. This place was in an empty lot beneath a building suspended by several dozen pillars. So the lighting was dim except where the magic lighting or torch emplacements were situated. Jack would act as if he were attempting to check the girl's dental, but in reality he was using greater identification again. Learning about each of the slaves that were here. Which ones he could assume he could trust and others which he couldn't. He dropped the categories all into one, as he took in the information, he was quickly able to do so. Putting pity, aesthetics, and usefulness together. Each of the barracks back at the house could hold at least 6 live-in servants. So that means they had room for at most 12 people, not counting the normal bedrooms. They'd only really need at least 4 people to clean the rooms and the floor. On top of that it would be nice to have someone else cook, especially when preparing all the food for the ball. Then there was the garden and the lawn which needed to be taken care of. So there were certain skills they were looking for. Cleaning was unskilled work, but it needed coordination. If he wanted, he could grant them allowance for their work, so if he were to free them at some point, they'd be free to live their lives with money to spend. There were a lot of factors to go through, but he could see them all. Using his hands, he would gesture and talk to Archie. She knew that there would be no chance of saving everyone, or buying them all. Even if he had the money to do so, it may cause unrest. Plus that would mean they'd probably have no room for themselves. After a short deliberation, Jack was able to choose 2 humans, 4 elves and 2 half-elves. 2 of the humans were skilled with cooking. 2 of the elves seemed good with gardening, while 1 of them with cooking. The last 3 however seemed to be skilled in the use of magic casting, while that was a bonus, they were needed for unskilled work. He handed the bald man with small black eyes, who was accepting the payments, a bag of coins. In return, he silently handed Jack their papers. Jack supplied each of the newly purchased slaves with mantles, healed them and used magic to tend to their hygiene much to their surprise. There was no soot on their faces, no dirt in their hair. Their teeth were whitened and there was no cheese between their toes. For the first time in a long time, they felt warm and no longer alone. Trust. Loyalty. One couldn't say they quite had it, but it was gained, not given freely. Scars of war, torture and disease were gone, just like that. Archie didn't have an expression and Jack remained deadpan alongside her. The 2 would lead them back to the mansion grounds. It took some time, but none of them complained about the small stones which pricked their feet that were wrapped in rags. They believed the man who had healed them before, would heal them again. So when they finally returned to the mansion, the slaves who had been kept in damp and horrible conditions, laid eyes on the vibrant green grass and the large house. Their eyes lit up. Jack and Archie could hear their small gasps. Yua. Shizu made her appearance beside the gate, originally out of sight of anyone who had first entered. Her emotionless eyes scanning over the people in mantles. Jack, Oniisima, who are these people? They are new members of the household, help Eve get their measurements and then draw them a bath to relax in, Jack said with a light dip of his head, looking over her green eyes as she traced his face with them. They will be tending to the mansion, while you and Eve tend to the twins. Shizu bowed subserviently towards Jack, which caused Archie to raise a brow, before leading the group of slaves away from the duo. Jack looked to Archie and smiled faintly. Archie tried to smile back, she knew in a way they had done good, but at the same time slavery wasn't necessarily something she agreed with. If anything, it was something she feared. Albedo, Demiurge, Aura and Shaltir were all looking at the mirror of remote viewing. They had been rejected by Ainz, whether or not he knew who was watching, he immediately blocked the mirror of remote viewing. On the flat reflective surface was none other than Jack and Archie, hugging onto one another. It seemed Archie had her face buried into his dress coat. Jack's hands were resting on the back of her head and against her upper back. "What do you think she's doing, Jack Onissima?" Aura was watching as Archie was rubbing her face side to side, while talking into him. "Is she eating him?" Shaltir just looked at her dark elf colleague. He could be into that kind of thing. Her eyes were widened a little, her eyebrows showing how unsure she was about what Aura said. Demiurge was in his typical thinking pose. "Pretty sure she is seeking comfort from him, and is receiving." He slowly nodded before looking towards Albedo. "And it seems like he bought a number of slaves for some purpose. Perhaps to generate agents for Nazarick. To be expected of a supreme being. Ainz Sama will be ecstatic." Jack Onissima's greatness knows no bounds, Aura spouted out suddenly in cheer, one fist made and shaking in the air. A grin over her lips as she looked back down at the mirror. Albedo's eyes simply stared through the mirror. They had already gotten down watching Ainz parading around with Nabe and a bunch of lesser lifeforms. Now she was watching as the second supreme being surrounded himself in over a dozen of them. How dare that lesser life form touch a supreme being? Albedo's eyes seemed to shine a golden yellow as if she was being enticed by what was to be shown. Was it jealousy? Shaltir leaned over towards the succubus. "What, is that body pillow of yours not giving you enough ass? You're getting jealous over the wrong being." Demiurge and Aura just watched as the two of them went at it. An entire screeching match ensued, allowing Aura to take out what looked like ear plugs and stuff them into her ears. Then she proceeded to hand Demiurge a pair. The two of them watched in silence now, they couldn't hear the two of them screaming. Demiurge grinned at this, widely. Looking down to Aura, he gestured towards the ear devices. She immediately mouthed Eve. Blinking when she told him where they came from, he began to scratch his chin slightly. The little annoying bugger who was always asking where her brother was, had given them the ultimate tool to mute her. That was quite the interesting personality indeed. Though really it was just to mute those around her, mostly Albedo and Shaltir whenever they got into a shouting fight. Or whenever Aura and Shaltir would bicker. Though now Aura could just use the items to block out Shaltir should she find the need. Little did they know, these little ear plugs which she had given them, actually belonged to Jack. Though it didn't really matter since he didn't need all of them. He had them made just so he could sleep without hearing anyone whenever the guild members were around. When the two finally looked over at Shaltir and Albedo, they were both finding themselves staring into the red and yellow eyes of their colleagues. A sweat drop began to develop on the side of Aura's head. On the other hand, Demiurge slowly began to remove the plug from one of his ears, a nervous expression forming over his face. "How rude," Shaltir shouted with her hands on her hips. Albedo was just shaking her head subtly, her arms across her pleasantly plump bosom. Ainz Sama will be very displeased. Though Demiurge was pretty sure he'd probably be the exact opposite if he could get a pair. Rome and Driscoll stood in front of the mirror of the rest room. Their eyes glued on the white chief's uniforms with deep red handkerchiefs that they were wearing, before looking to one another. They were brothers, two slaves which had been bought by a tall man and a young woman who healed them, shielded them from humiliation and dressed them. Their eyes were a silvery gray, their hair dirty blonde with patches of brown near the center of their scalps. Rome was about 5'9", whilst Driscoll was 5'7". "My brother. This is a bit strange, isn't it?" Driscoll spoke in a quiet voice, a lisp evident in his speech patterns, as he rubbed his forearm nervously. "You're not wrong, these clothes are high quality, most slaves don't wear these." Rome gestured towards their uniforms, though I have no idea how he figured we were good with food. And I would have never known that the squirt that sized us with those weird instruments was so skilled. Looking to the door, he watched as the knob turned. "Ichem." That's when a short adult figure appeared, thin yet long pointed ears twitching slightly at the sight of the two men. It was an elf, a rather short one to be exact. She had wavy black hair and sickly white skin, with mystically elegant green eyes. She was wrapped tightly in a fluffy white and blue towel, a dry change of clothes tucked under one of her arms. "Oi, this is the ladies' room." Both of the men's eyes lit up in confusion. What? Their voices overlapped at a high pitch. Keeping her arms loosely, her right hand hanging from the left elbow limply. Did you not see the sign that was pinned to the door? The elf didn't seem at all fearful of the two human males. If anything, her voice carried arrogance and a heavy sense of self-confidence. No. We didn't. Truth be told, neither of the men could read. Yet, they weren't going to say anything about it and hurried for the door and stepped out. Taking a deep breath, the oldest brother let out a heavy sigh. Rome, I don't see a sign. Driscoll's eyes were staring at the wooden door of the restroom, his index finger pointing right at it. Rome glared at the blank door before shrugging. Women. He almost immediately calmed down before he could get worked up. Let's go to the kitchen. We're supposed to meet the master. Do you think he's actually nice? Driscoll bit into the interior of his upper lip, lightly tearing at the skin, getting a small taste of copper in his mouth. Oddly enough, it seemed to calm his nerves a bit, even though he didn't just stop after he started. I'm sure he's a good man. Otherwise he wouldn't have given us these clothes to wear. Even though neither of these grown men could read, at least Rome could recognize the worth of the clothes from how the fabric felt on his skin and how it was presented. Driscoll stared at the sleeve of his right arm before nodded slowly, letting his hands fall to his sides. Why do you think he bought so many of us though? Rome just looked over at his brother with this dull looking, definitely judging him for not taking note of how big the place actually was. Driscoll tensed slightly at the judgmental look he was getting. All right. Damn it. I'll stop worrying. Good, because it was getting worrisome, the little female elf scoffed as she walked on past the two of them. She was dressed in a similar chief outfit, but her handkerchief was a pastel blue. You got changed quickly. Rome noted as he watched the little head of black hair waddle on down the hall. His head tilted to the side slightly, raising a brow. You don't usually have much time to change your clothes when you're fighting in a war, the elf chimed as she turned to face them, stopping at the door of the kitchen. Or running from slavers for that matter. What's your names anyway? Rome, he'd introduce himself as he raised a hand slightly. Driscoll, the other brother scratched the nape of his neck and the back of his head. Ah. The elf stared up at them for a few moments before shrugging, just call me Cece. It's a pleasure to meet you, Cece, Rome stated while he watched his brother walk past them both and enter the kitchen. The two of them were quick to follow after him. The moment they entered the kitchen they were able to lay their eyes on the grand island in the center of the room. There were probably about 30 different dishes freshly prepared. Standing on the other side of the island, opposite from the three who had just entered the room, was Eve and the man who had purchased them. Their eyes were rested on the squirt beside him, then over towards Jack himself. He was still in the suit he had worn when he went out to get them. When the door to the dining room opened with a soft squeak as it rubbed against the frame, the three slaves set their sights on Archie. She was still dressed in attire which made her look like the worker she was. She even had her staff situated on her back, poking out from her mantle at a diagonal angle. Their eyes then moved back to Jack. All of them at once had become nervous as he gestured for them to move in front of the island. Why was there so much food? There were baked desserts, meats and cheeses on bread, strange never seen before sauces. There also seemed to be breaded poultry, something which the three of them never laid their eyes on before. Welcome to your new home, Jack stated as he motioned his hand. Having identified your personal talents, I would like to have you trained in creating dishes from my homeland. The elf padded on up the island, standing the closest out of the three, and reached up to poke at what appeared to be a fried banana. It was flaky, soft to the touch. My name is Jack Graham. You may call me Jack. I'm Eve. The person who had made their uniforms bounced a few times with a hand in the air, waving. Call me Eve Onisa. She was immediately cut off by a bop to the head. Just call her Eve, Jack interjected with a small smirk across his lips. Stepping forward, a pace or two ahead of Jack, call me Archie. She didn't give a surname, as she didn't want to be compared to her delusional parents. Even though she wanted to save them from debt, she doubted it would do any good. The smell of the gourmet food was quickly getting to the slaves which haven't gotten much to eat. Cece, the elf would raise a hand with a light wave, only 2 fingers lifted as she did so. Rome, one of the brothers stated with his hands in his pockets, his thumbs and pinkies sticking out. With his hands folded in front of him, the other brother nodded his head. Driscoll. Though they introduced themselves in return, their eyes hadn't left all the food here. They were supposed to learn how to make these dishes. I'd like you all to sample these foods. And when you're finished, I want you to recreate at least one of the dishes. Jack's order was rather direct and to the point. He figured they wouldn't be able to screw it up. And try to pace yourselves, he'd warn as he watched them almost lunge for the island. The food you make will be fed to your colleagues, so don't fail, and please wash your hands. Jack would then gesture towards the faucet of the kitchen sink behind them at the row of counters where raw ingredients could be sea-lined upon. As the 3 washed their hands, Archie and Jack walked out of the room, leaving Eve to watch over them, to instruct if necessary. That's when the 2 of them would enter the dining room. The other slaves which they had purchased earlier were all present in the room, sitting along the waxed-lengthy table with a blue tablecloth with silver trimmings centered across it. Greetings everyone, Jack spoke with an increased volume, watching as almost all of them pretty much jumped to their feet to the sudden raising of his voice. The 2 of the elves, 1 male and 1 female, were dressed in brown baggy pants held up by a black leather belt with an iron buckle, with a warm tan-colored hemp shirt and a tulle vest with a few pouches. They looked much more comfortable than they looked. The last 3 were the 1 elf and 2 half-elves. They were the ones who were capable spellcasters. They were dressed in plain white double-breasted tunics, baggy black pants and hard leather boots. The 2 half-elves were girls and the elf was a male. The outfits were meant to be unisex, concealing their genders one way or another. The one thing that stood out though was the turquoise-colored sash belts around their waists that made their clothes look almost seamless. I see all the clothes my little sister sized up and made for you are finely fit. Jack looked over each one of them, sounding rather chipper as he made the observation. The elves here, unlike the one who is working in the kitchen, seemed to be instinctively touching their ears. Although he had healed them, it was clear that they were still fearful of their ears being snipped. Why, yes master. Call me Jack. A small chuckle escaped from his lips, his wings sprouting from his back and spreading out to their full span. The jaws of the slaves literally dropped in sync as they stared at the dark bluish-green wings which could have matched the sashes around their waists should they have been brighter. The person who had bought them and took them in, put them in nice clothes on their backs, was not human. The fear of losing their ears had quickly subsided. If anything, they could now relate to their master, who rather have them address him by name than to use a title such as master. Jack, Sama, they each addressed him, overlapping for a time. Jack almost instinctively took a step back from them, an image of the NPCs from Nazarick flashing in the back of his mind. So, what are your names? He had the papers for each of them, but that didn't mean he read them, plus he had seen their information with the use of his greater identification, but he actually wanted to hear them introduce themselves. He was individualizing them, giving them back the identities which those whom had sold them suppressed. They all looked at one another for a moment before looking to their superior. My name is Akuna, one of the half-elves said as she bowed her head in acknowledgement. Imitating the gesture of the other half-elf, my name is Imani. The 2 of them had freckled faces and muddled auburn short-fringed hair and enigmatic violet-colored eyes. They were either sisters, or twins, though they weren't entirely identical. The likeliness of having a different mother was rather high, so it seemed. My name is Odo. The male was older than both of them. He had fashioned hair like that of a butler. Whether or not he had prepared his hair like this, it is unknown, but he didn't come this way. His hair was a very, very light blue. He had thick brows and a mustache. If he had a beard, then he'd look like an extremely young Sebastian with large pointed ears and larger almond-shaped cyan-colored eyes. My favorite shapeshifter's name is Odo. Jack smirked slightly as he tilted his head, referring to a science fiction character from an old 21st century television series. You know a shapeshifter? Archie's eyes widened as she looked up at him. I know a couple, but Odo is dead, has been for over 100 years now. I've actually never met the man, Jack said with a light nod, but he was a constable of a small remote outpost despite the prejudices against his kind. Archie blinked a few times. Wow, I've never heard of a story like that before. She had her thumb and index finger holding her chin in thought. Did he read people's minds? No, his body was gelatinous, like a slime. Gross. The two regular elves stood there watching Archie and Jack before looking at one another, then back towards them. My name is Kuda, the male elf spoke up, standing on his toes slightly for attention. He had shoulder-length strawberry blonde hair, no facial hair and a triangular jawline. Jack glanced over towards them and nodded, noting the name before turning his eyes to the last remaining unnamed woman. My name is Delilia, she said as she bowed her head towards him frantically. She had pastel green-colored long hair which reached down to her waist. She fit the very description of a shy bookworm. She had the perfect face for thick-framed hipster glasses. Pleasure to meet you all, I look forward to getting to know you further as you work for me. Now please, you may sit down and relax. Food and refreshments will be out shortly. Jack's wings retracted into his back with a simple motion, his eyes smiling more than his lips. About 2 hours later, Jack could hear the chattering from the dining room as he stood out in the corridor. Excitement, fear, surprise. Those emotions could all be hinted at in their voices. Jack-sama has wings, Odo could be heard exclaiming loudly. It was almost as if Jack could hear him throwing his arms around. It wasn't necessarily something he expected. Seriously. The small elf who had been working in the kitchen squealed like a child. Is he one of those winged humans? It sounded like Rome, who sounded rather calm, but extremely curious and amazed. No, I've seen one of those. He's not a winged human at all, that man, he reeks of divine magical energy, Akuna informed the group, which struck them all into silence for a split moment. What is he, some kind of angel? What does that make the little blonde girl? Driscoll asked as he was aware of what angels looked like. Most of them wore white holy robes and armor, at least the summoned ones from the theocracy. Yet this man was in a suit, and his female companion was dressed as a mage. They couldn't both be angels, right? Seriously. The girl also had divine protection cast on her, she's probably human though. What? Are you exactly? Driscoll's voice shrank slightly. She can see magic that is in use, Imani spoke up for Akuna, it's her talent. Magic that is in use. Imani would have nodded for her sister, like enchantments, buff and protection spells. That would be rather useful. Did he have anything cast on him? Rome asked curiously as he stepped forward, he was curious about their new owner. No, just had a strange aura surrounding him, made it hard to look away and made me feel oddly calm. She tilted her head to the side slightly as she described the feeling. Imani blinked a few times as she looked over at her sister before itching her brow. Sounds like a mesmerization spell of some kind. Not a charm. No, it's an ambient effect, probably a side effect from the radiance that surrounds him. Is he a true angel then? Odo would inquire, he'd lean against the table. If he is, then that's definitely not his true form, it's too human. So the one thing we can be sure of is that Jack Graham is his name. If he is an angel, he cannot use a fake name. Jack would poke at the door, causing it to slowly creak open. He'd peer in, immediately making eye contact with the slaves as they were all talking together. Having fun trying to figure out what I am. We're sorry Jack-sama. Odo, who had instigated the discussion, seemed to fumble over himself, using the table to support him as he bowed forward. No, it's fine. If you simply accepted the fact I had wings and didn't continue to figure out who and what I am, I'd be afraid to leave you all to your own devices. Jack laughed a bit as he stepped into the room, folding his hands behind his back. Jack liked it when people like this group were trying to figure out what he was. As he closed the door behind himself, he would tilt his head to the side slightly. Leave us to our own devices, Rome asked as he stepped forward, being the closest to the door now as well as Jack. What do you mean? If I leave the house for a long period of time, I wouldn't want anyone to trick you out of a roof. That and, I plan on freeing you all at some point, with gold coins. Gee, gold coins, Delilia stuttered when he had mentioned coins as a parting gift of some kind. One for each day you've served, Jack added, which caused most of them to blink several times in shock. They didn't necessarily understand why or how, but it felt like this man was giving them a new beginning. If they serve him for a year, they'd have well over 300 coins. If he had them serve for a decade before letting them go, they'd have thousands of gold coins each. Reasons to leave, reasons to rebel. There were none. It was as if he was there to take care of them, whilst they took care of him. Greed and need haven't rhymed so well, giving them more incentive to want to work and to live under the same roof, to stay. Of course, even after I free you, you're all the more welcome to stay. Jack held his hands out towards all of them. And to answer the question of what I am, have a look for yourself. Just like last time, his turquoise wings came sprouting from his back, but as two more pairs followed, his wings began to turn into a shining, almost silvery, white. His suit was soon replaced by light plate armor and robes, a helmet appearing over his head with blaring blue eyes. The wings closest to his head acted as a collar alongside the shoulder armor plates. The lower pair skirted his sides and the main center pair were spread out in both directions. A singular magic circle was floating behind his head, taking the appearance of a halo, as it rotated at an accelerated rate. What do you think? The two human males just stared at the man, rendered speechless. A live, talking and sentient angel was standing before them. Not under the control of the slain theocracy, not a nameless puppet. When he retracted his wings though, all the light in the room seemed to dim down. He was once again in his suit and the armor was gone. Rubbing the tip of his nose with the back of his hand, Jack glanced over towards the window which overlooked the dining room. So, how was the meal? He asked curiously, looked over all the empty plates and glasses. It appeared they had sated their hunger prior to having the discussion about what he was. So their priorities were in check, their well-being over their curiosities. His eyes then traced over each one of them who were smiling at him. They had only known him for several hours now, though they had hardly interacted with him. It was delicious. Most of the slaves which hadn't worked in the kitchen, concurred as they nodded with beaming smiles on their faces. It was probably the best food they've eaten in a long time since their enslavement. The three who did though, seemed to smile as their newfound friends and colleagues enjoyed the meal. Good, Jack chuckled lightly, because you're going to be preparing a selection of these dishes for a ball that will be happening at some point, Jack said with a light nod, causing the three cooks to pale slightly at the idea of serving a large amount of people. That's when it hit pretty much everyone in the room. Jack had gathered them all for the purpose of taking care of the house, but mainly, for taking care of the house for the guests who will be coming to this place in the very near future. So if you're an angel, does that make Archie, Sama an angel as well? Rome asked curiously, though he found it unlikely. He just wanted to ask, just in case. No, she's my girlfriend, human, Jack responded with a blank stoic look. She has a similar talent to Akuna. His eyes traced over the two sisters who were looking somewhat disappointed to hear he had a girlfriend. Though it was pretty hard to assume she was anything else but something like that. Odo raised a brow at this, similar. All-seeing eye, Jack educated them with the name of Archie's ability. Oh, Cece smirked slightly. Some of them knew what the talent could do, the ones that didn't got a small whisper from the ones that did. While it was somewhat similar, it was extremely different. Archie popped her head into the room as she opened the door partially, looking like the lifeless doll she always had the impression of. Jack, you're not sleeping in your armor again, are you? Jack blinked a few times and glanced over his shoulder, before shrugging. I'll probably end up sleeping in my suit, a sly fox-like tease of a smirk forming over his lips. Archie just blinked, her eyes looking over all of the people they had brought into the house recently, then back to him. What are you doing anyways? She'd slip into the room, casually walking up beside him. The girls and even the men seemed happier than before, their eyes hardly moving away from Jack. Did you flash them with your wings again? You've seen his wings. The big turquoise ones? Yeah, he had them out when he killed a giant skeletal dragon with a single spell, her head lolled to the side slightly, somewhat clueless to the other four wings which he had. All of them just locked their eyes on Jack once again, rendered speechless by the fact that he had practically one-hit a super-powerful undead monster made of humanoid bones. I actually have 4 more wings, Jack's index finger played with her lower lip, flipping it. Archie just awkwardly looked up at him with blank face of hers. For more wings, though her lips weren't smiling, her eyes were widened more than usual, showing a mild form of excitement. Though he was pretty sure she was also wondering why he hadn't showed her these before. Yes, I'll show them to you later, if you'd like, winking to her. Jack seemed to make it sound more like a sexual innuendo than anything else. Jack, Archie spoke his name monotonously. Itchem. Not yet. Eh. What are you talking about? Jack's eyelids puckered as he narrowed his sights on her, feigning innocence, whilst trying to make her say what she thought he meant. Archie's mouth opened, as if she was about to speak, only to pause and close her mouth quickly. Her cheeks turned a slight rosy red. Without saying a word, she flipped her cape to the side before turning away and slipping out of the room. The door would slam shut behind her. A few seconds later, her dainty feet could be heard scampering down the corridor he had once been standing in. Odo, and the others there, were just shaking their head. Poor Archie, Sama, Cece seemed to utter quietly under her breath. Jack's eyes shifted over to the smallest elf in the room, imagining putting her on a shelf. He shook his own head slightly at the idea. Then he went on to turn around and head out of the room. Archie, where are you going? He'd raise his voice slightly before narrowing his eyes on Galtrin, who was walking towards him from the direction he assumed she went. Hey, how's it going? Jack would put on a friendly smile. You see where Archie went. Galtrin sized Jack up once or twice, possibly 3 times. I'm doing quite well, and I believe I saw her running down the hall towards her bedroom. Thanks, Jack nodded his head and went to walk past him, only for Galtrin to follow him with the turn of his head. Is there something I can help you with? He didn't look at the high priest. Do you like playing with the hearts of mortals? Jack frowned slightly as he looked over towards Galtrin. Their minds yes, their hearts, not so much. He would cross his arms over his chest looking at the armored priest. Why do you ask? Angel or not, if you hurt Archie, I will hand you the fist of God. And that you should, but I won't hurt her intentionally, not if it can be avoided. Galtrin smiled as Jack seemed to speak the truth. No one could really not hurt another person, as it was destined to happen one way or another, in some shape or form. Hurting someone was not always on purpose, many of times it is simply by accident. Though you just might end up breaking that God's fist of yours against my thick skull if you tried, Jack added with a nod before continuing on his way down the corridor, his hands folded behind his back as he whistled Ronnie Oates' version of God Save the Queen. The quilted surface of the bed's comforter was the only horizon Archie saw as she hugged the pillow to her heated red face in embarrassment. Her lower body hung off the edge of the bed, her legs lightly kicking slightly. The tips of her feet poked at the wooden floor below. Her blue eyes stared at the comforter, her thoughts racing through her head, but not as fast as the hammering of her heart. Jack had set her up. When she had thought he meant one thing, he made it look as if she was some sort of pervert. So embarrassing. Letting out a slight whine in annoyance, muffled into the pillow, her eyes would move towards the door as she could hear the soles of his leather boots. He was making his way towards the room. He was coming. Clenching her teeth, she would slip off of the bed, pulling the pillow off with her as she stood beside it. Her eyes narrowed on that doorknob as it clicked and turned. Just then, as the door pushed open, she raised the pillow, swinging it behind her head before throwing it forward in a somersaulting motion through the air. Her eyes widened, watching as the angel entered the room. As it was about to hit him in the face when his hand came up, and as casually as ever with all the suspense, he caught the pillow with a subtle fluff against the palm of his hand. His fingers then dug into the soft surface, grasping the item tightly. Oh, Jack lowered the item from face level, a brow raised as his eyes seemed to shine excitedly. Someone's wanting to play with pillows. Blinking twice, finally noticing what had just happened, nervous sweat drops formed on the side of her face. Heh. Wait, Jack, it's not what it. Fluff. The pillow came flying back at her, smashing into her face like a marshmallow, curving around her face and onto her shoulders on impact. Her hair seemed to act negatively to this, no longer being neat and orderly. Her arms were held out at her sides, her fingers twitching slightly before she reached up and took it from her face. Puckering her eyelids, she glared at him with a sliver of a grin across her lips. I'm going to get you for that. She spoke quietly, sweetly, with a playfully ominous intent. "Oh, I find that highly improbable," Jack beamed just as playfully as he walked into the room, closing the door carefully behind himself. Once it was clicked shut, he locked the door. I see." Fainting a look of disappointment, that's when she would lunge forward, grabbing her staff from beside the bed. "Fly." Suddenly an outline of blue energy could be seen briefly engulfing her before she became airborne. Ha! She was flying right at him, staff in one hand and pillow in the other. She was ready to strike. "Oh, come on. No magic," Jack snickered as she came at him. Hardly it seemed that he would take this seriously. So she swung the pillow at his head, only for him to duck, causing her to overswing. Then just as she was recuperating, he shot right back up, standing erect in her path. Squeaking, Archie instinctively, though not on purpose, swung the staff towards him in defense. Stopping it as he grasped the shaft in his left hand, he pulled her in along his arm and pinned her back against his torso. Holding her with his arm across her chest and arms, trapping both of her arms in the process. "Flying in confined spaces doesn't usually work," Jack whispered in her ear as she squirmed against him. Pressing the side of his face into the blonde hair of hers, he rubbed his face into her cheek. A small smirk remaining across his lips as he locked eyes with her. Archie flushed a light red, her legs dangling as he held her the way he did, their shoulders evened out with one another. "No fair," she uttered quietly. He had prowess in both physical and magical ability. "You're way too overpowered." "Well," Jack snickered in her ear, "are you going to hit me with that pillow if I let you go?" "NN." "Probably." Archie seemed to settle in his arms as the other wrapped around her waist. "Would you give me a chance?" "Only if you drop the staff. I don't feel like getting hit with an iron rod." Jack scrunched his nose as he seemed to hold her a bit closer and tighter. Though not enough to make it necessarily too uncomfortable, just really hard to get out of. Wiggling her toes in her boots, her peripheral vision remained on him in the corner of her eye as he kept his face against the side of her cheek. "Are you not letting go?" She gave a half-suppressed giggle that quickly faded out. "Itchem." Jack's throat resonated slightly as he hummed in thought. "Who knows?" Raising a brow at this, "Obviously you do," Archie huffed as she pressed the side of her head into his face. That's when she felt the warmth of his lips brushing against her cheek. A pleasurable tingling sensation shot through the back of her head, like fireworks had gone off. Slowly, curiously, she turned her head to look at him. His face was only centimeters from hers and she immediately turned red, quickly letting go of the iron rod, letting it fall to the ground with a loud thud of metal clashing against wood. Jack's eyes drifted down towards the rod which was on the hardwood floor, then flickered right back to her big blue hues. Tracing the hair which framed her face with his sight, his eyes would make their way down to her lips. Shallowly she swallowed saliva building up in her mouth, his hold wasn't letting her shrink away, and her face was only growing redder as time passed by. Relaxing her eyes, she could see his intentions. Archie curled her toes in slightly, drawing her lips inward for a moment before releasing them after glossing them. Taking in a slow, heavy inhale. She would part her lips softly, contracting her lips. He blinked a few times seeing this, watching as she let her eyes close and leaned her head closer to him. Tilting his head accordingly, he pressed his lips against hers. In that moment his 6 wings sprouted from his back, wrapping around her almost like a cradle, setting askew the sight of those which were hiding beneath the bed. Hearing the sound of his wings, her eyes opened slightly as she slowly retracted her lips from the kiss. "What is?" Her eyes looked over the silvery white wings which seemed to shine. They were no longer the dark turquoise she was used to. Raising a brow as she began to admire his wings, Jack would lean his head down a bit, tucking his lips against her neck. Running them down into the turtleneck of her top. He could feel her shoulders and body stiffen in his arms. Jack, what are you doing?" "Nothing," he'd whisper against her skin, nuzzling into her neck, feeling its warmth against one side of his face. "Just enjoying you, trapped in my arms, and my wings." Not being able to turn her head easily, she tried looking at him from the corner of her eye, watching as he closed his eyes. Gross, the sound of giggling could be heard from under the bed. Oniakin and Onisima, are gross. His eyes immediately opened at these words. Both he and Archie peered out from between his wings toward the bed. Two little blondes were peering out at them. Shoo, they said in unison, putting their forefingers to their lips. We're playing hide and seek. Jack's lungs deflated through his nose, Archie having the same reaction whilst dropping the pillow. While she shared the room with her little sisters, she didn't even know they were there. Reaching back, Jack unlocked the bedroom door with his fingers, before teleporting with Archie in his arms. When they resurfaced in the study, he'd retract his wings, only for his eyes to rest on two forms by the desk. Archie and Jack stared at Imina and Termite, who hadn't noticed they were there yet. Slowly he would release Archie, resting her silently onto her feet. The two of them then glanced towards the door, noting that it was closed, locked. They then shifted their sights back to other duo. Archie's face was already flushing red, so as she was watching the two of them going at it, her eyes were a bit wide. So when Jack placed a hand on her shoulder, she almost squeaked, and the moment she did they vanished from the room. Termite and Imina looked up from the desk, blinking a few times. Did you hear Archie by any chance? Termite asked as he raised a brow, his eyes scouring the room for anyone or anything that could have squeaked like their own friend. Imina sat up from the desk, looking around and shrugged. Nope, her legs still wrapped around his waist. Shall we get back to it? She'd pant, biting her lower lip as she looked up at him excitedly. Before they could continue, however, there was a knock at the door, which made both of them jump. Both of them looked to the door, but all there was silence. Could Jack have entered with Archie? Termite chuckled nervously, as both of them couldn't look away from the double doors of the study they currently presided within. Imina then turned her gaze to him, sucking on her teeth slightly. We should get going then, right? That would probably be best. The blond man scratched the back of his head, before combing his fingers through the red streak in his hair. The two lovers quickly fixed their clothes and spruced themselves up. Quickly, they depart from the room, leaving it unlocked as they wandered down the hall towards their room. Having reappeared on the rooftop of the manor, Jack stood there with his hand on Archie's shoulder. His face was near expressionless, almost completely blank. On the other hand, Archie was beep red. The two of them kept their eyes out onto the city that surrounded them. The sight was breathtaking, and slowly, easily, they began to calm down. Deflating their lungs, they let out a sigh in sync. Why weren't they doing that in their own room? Archie suddenly blurted as she rubbed her eyes. I'm not going to be able to unsee it. Jack shrugged slightly. I've seen better. His tone was more like a joke than any true seriousness. Archie smiled up at him questioningly with a set of straight lips. She didn't know how to react to that. Now that we're not escorting your sisters home, and running into Flutter, would you want to go out to eat someplace? He'd asked curiously with his head tilted to the side slightly. Archie nipped her upper lip slightly in thought before nodding happily. Where though? We could go to Rantel, though we might run into Theo. Scratching the side of his head, he looked to the sky thinking of places they could go. If we went to Aiz, we'd probably run into Gazef. The head warrior of the kingdom. She blinked up at him rather surprised. You know him? Yeah, I saved him and his men from being killed by the slain theocracy when they attacked a village he was aiming to protect, Jack informed with a cheeky smirk across his lips now. They were trying to assassinate him, drawing him out by attacking villages along the border of the empire. Archie's thoughts went back towards the whole unsympathetic response he had given at dinner when he was informed of information regarding the theocracy. Was that the reason why he didn't seem to care? If he were still in Japan, or even Europe, he'd be able to come up with tons of places to eat or just to go out on a date. There were no cinemas here, at least not modern ones. There was definitely a theater. Then there was the Colosseum. It wasn't necessarily the best place for a date, right? How about a picnic? Jack asked as he looked down at her with the tilt of his head. At the park. As they were in the middle of thinking of a plan, a carriage pulled up to the property within their peripheral vision, a carriage which belonged to the Emperor. Today's going to be a long one. Jack stood there on the top of the roof with Archie, watching as the door of the carriage opened. He didn't even send a courier before heading over himself. Archie raised a brow slightly at this, though it couldn't be seen beneath her bangs. Shrugging, an emperor can do as he pleases. he responded with a light sigh. Two male armored Imperial Knights, Baziwood Peshmel and Nizami Enek, came ducking out onto the sidewalk and approaching the gate. With the path clear, Court Wizard Flutter and Emperor Jerkniv emerged, their eyes looking right up towards him. Behind them following closely were Lena's and Nimble, all of the 4 Imperial Knights were here. As they made it to the gate, the first 2 knights opened it without reservation. Jack immediately, with the use of silent magic, teleport to the grounds of the courtyard with Archie beside him, keeping her balanced with his hand on her shoulder. Blinking a few times and swaying from the sudden change of position, she shook her head slightly. A little warning next time, she brought her hand to her face and rubbed her eyes with her fingers. Jack glanced over at her with a light smile before reaching over with the hand on her shoulder, to fix the turtleneck of her shirt. The last thing he needed was the Emperor to point out that her shirt was like that. It'd not only embarrass her, but it wouldn't do her any good. Thank you. Her cheeks gained a pinkish tinge once again before calming down quickly enough for their guest's untimely arrival. Her eyes locked on her former headmaster. No problem, Jack's hand trailed down her arm before grasping at her hand, his smile becoming more evident. Then he turned his gaze towards the Emperor as the group of 6 entered within a 10-meter distance. "Welcome your Majesty," the 2 of them would state, both bowing slightly, whilst Archie lightly tugged on her sturdy outfit's skirting. The young blonde Emperor stepped forward, his violet eyes looking over Jack and the girl who stood beside him. His eyes tracing down to their joined hands. It almost immediately confirmed what he had thought last night, about their relationship, between the 2 of them. "It is a pleasure to be here, Graham," a friendly, warm, smile was across his face as always. He then looked towards Flutter who bowed his head slightly. "It is good you see you, Court Wizard Paradine Dono," Jack smirked lightly as it seemed Flutter had been castrated since their last meeting. Probably due to the fact that he was pestering someone who could use 8th-tier magic the entire night he had been at the restaurant. "Headmaster," Archie bowed her head in acknowledgement. Jack's eyes rested on Lena's, who in turn had already been looking at him, the man who had healed her of her supposedly incurable condition. However, he could definitely feel a slight trace of jealousy. The 8 of them would head inside, Jack in the front, Archie beside him and the rest coming in behind him. He lead them through the foyer, a casual stride with no urgency despite His Majesty being present. The moment the Emperor entered the building, his eyes gazed over the place. It was cleaner than he had last seen it when he held the purge of nobility. His eyes also rested on a handful of slaves moving about, most of them being of elven descent. They were dressed efficiently for the individual jobs they were given. Their ears seemed to have been recently healed as well, and they were exceedingly clean to look at. Even pleasing to the eye. He quickly took note of the fact that they seemed well looked after. It seemed he cared for those beneath him. His eyes then trailed over towards Paradine who was smiling creepily. "Control yourself, Gramps," Jerkniv was tempted to slap him, but being obsessed with his own appearances, he decided not to. Instead, he rather let the wizard sink himself should it be necessary. His eyes then trailed on over towards the 2 humans and a small elf conversing near the entryway to the kitchen. He blinked a few times seeing the cooperation, the smiles. When they noticed Jack and the guests, they bowed respectfully. They didn't seem as if they had been forcefully broken, instead, it appears they had been benevolently conditioned. He was beginning to wonder how well this man treated others. Soon enough they would be heading up to the 2nd floor, heading for the master study. The moment they reached the top of the stairwell, they made their way into the corridor. 2 half-elves were using levitation magic to move couches into the study. They had already placed 2 of the couches in, and were placing the last one in. The 8 arrived just in time when they rested the last couch down before turning to face them. It was the magic-using half-elf sisters, who bowed to them as they entered. "Welcome, your Majesty," the only way they recognized him was due to his clothing and accessories. Mostly the crown. "As you are," said with a light wave his hand. He then paused and looked over towards his guests, gesturing with his free hand towards the couches. "Would you like refreshments?" The Emperor blinked a few times, his smile briefly vanishing from his lips before resuming its position. Of course, he would make his way over towards one of the couches and sat down. Quickly he almost sank into the seat, much to his surprise due to how soft it was. He leaned back and squirmed slightly as he nestled into place. This, quality, where did you have these couches made? My sister is a prodigy, she crafted them herself since she had a problem sleeping last night. Your sister, I do not believe I've had the pleasure, placing one leg over his knee, he raised a brow. She's rowdy, just a forewarning, Jack would look to the knights, using his eyes to tell them to sit down. They quickly did. Two of them sitting on either side of the Emperor, one of them being Lena's. The other two, the commoner and the older gray-haired one, sat on the other couch. Light on their feet, the two half-elf sisters had left the room in order to collect the coffee table which Eve had made last night to complete the set. These couches were made from dark wood, matching the floors and supports within the manor. Their cushions were thick, fluffy and a pastel-toned foam green, specifically made to match similar to her brother's wings he usually displayed towards others freely. Within a few minutes the coffee table was placed in the center of the three couches, and quickly the three would proceed to leave the room, keeping grace in their steps. I see your servants are well off, the Emperor made an observation, one doesn't usually clothe their slaves in luxury, his eyes then flickered to Jack after tracing over the artisan coffee table made of wide dark wood panels and single thick glass panel. Eve would frivolously walk into the room, her fingers playfully wiggling at her sides. Hi. Hi, she waved suddenly, bouncing upon one foot into the center of the room, immediately after the Emperor caught a glimpse of her. Raising a brow, his eyes moved from Jack to the girl, and then back. Sister, he continued to smile warmly, appearing not to be bothered by the childish antics. Eve would dive over the arm of the empty couch, flopping onto it, her legs kicking up behind her as she laid on the cushions. Yup, Jack spoke informally as he watched his sister humming away on the couch. So, Nimble spoke out of turn excitedly looked over at Jack as if he had said a magic word. Jack stared at Nimble for a few before nodding slowly, yes. Releasing Archie's hand as she had been patiently standing beside him, he opened his item box. Paradine would sit down beside the two knights on the couch, leaning forward as he watched Jack access some sort of dimensional storage magic that he didn't recognize. Taking out what appeared to be a couple of black boxes with shiny golden branches painted upon them, he placed them upon the table and opened each of the lids. In one box was fine powder, green and rich, it almost looked like ground chalk. Clearly this green powder was matcha. In the other seemed to be roasted platinum, Asgard Pico, a high-class tea which originated from Yggdrasil's Asgard. He then proceeded to draw 8 drinking bowls from his item box and placed them in their respective places. High-grade teas. Matcha and Platinum Pico. Platinum Pico. It's a very rare breed, it could only be harvested during a certain season from the kingdom I am from. Sadly the last of the crop was thought to have been burnt by the beastmen of the east, Jack said with a regrettable sigh as he scratched his neck slightly. Sadly again this was another fabrication from the truth, as Pico was found on Asgard in the game. From as far as he knew, these tea leaves didn't exist here in the New World. Hence, making them an ultra-rare commodity. Create greater item. The moment he used this spell, Flutter's eyes widened as he watched a contraption appear on the coffee table. It was a dark navy blue with a transparent container attached to the side of it. It was something akin to an automatic tea brewer. Jack then proceeded to take small tea bags from his item box and place them beside the Pico tea's container. My sister can prepare the matcha tea if you'd like to try some. It's a bit more complicated. He'd glance over towards Eve who glanced up at her brother with a smug smile across her lips. Nimble on the other hand was having his eyes dart back and forth between the two items. You can try both of them, one at a time, Jack said as he would sit down on the couch, causing his sister to immediately sit up correctly. Archie smiled slightly seeing the little sister somewhat behaving. So as everyone was seated, she went to make her way to the other end of the couch. However, before she could even pass Jack, she felt his arm wrap around her waist and she was planted between his legs. His arms wrapped around her, her face turning a slight red as she then felt his head on top of her own. The Emperor grinned slightly seeing this, before watching as Eve reached forward and activated the brewer. A green light turning on and the sound of water heating could be heard. So, as you had given me the parchment with the themes and foods on it, I think I've made up my mind. The Emperor would rest his chin on the back of his hands as he rested his elbows on his knees. A masked ball seems to be a rather interesting idea. Holding out one of his hands out towards the female knight sitting beside him, the Emperor would receive a piece of parchment and unfold it. Peering it once over, he set his eyes back on Jack. I've picked 10 different dishes that I'd like to have at this ball you want to host. He'd rest the paper down on the table and pushed it over towards the fellow young man. I was wondering if I could sample these. Eve reached over and plucked the parchment from the table and looked over the items which the Emperor had written down. The slaves are still being trained, she said tamely at the start before looking up towards the Emperor, so I'll be the one to prepare these for sampling. Nodding as he watched the little sister, who couldn't be an older than 12. Your sister is impressive, his eyes moved towards Jack, having complimented his family. Jack bobbed his head in agreement, it was how she was made. Eve gave a weak smile towards her brother as she slipped off the couch. Born, she said quietly as she passed him, making her way out to go to the kitchen in order to prepare the food. The 3 kitchen slaves watched as Eve strode into the kitchen with quick haste, mumbling inaudibly. Slamming the piece of parchment given by the Emperor upon the counter, with her hands spread out. She didn't speak. Her eyes quickly scanned the room before she started to move again. She grabbed a wooden steam basket for making dumplings and put it on the countertop beside the magic stove. She continued to gather equipment. When she was finished gathering all of that she needed, she would run around getting the ingredients from around the kitchen. Onions, garlic, seasonings, ground beef and pork. She even gathered soy sauce and tofu along with so much more. Slapping down at a cutting board upon the counter and a stepping stool before it, she'd grab the onions. She'd peel the layered skin of the vegetables with her fingers, like a cat clawing away at a catnip-filled ball. The juices and flesh would get stuck beneath her perfectly rounded nails. Throwing the skin to the ground, she banished a knife, sniffling slightly. Her eyes narrowed on the white onions and then began to rapidly cut at the onions, dicing them with blurry movements. The 3 others present in the room began to walk up behind her, whispering to one another as they could see she didn't seem all that happy. As she was breathing through her nose, they could see the tears and the redness in her eyes. Though they contributed it to actual crying. Despite this, they couldn't deny her skill. Eve, Sama, are you allure? Eve quickly turned to Rome, for the first time giving someone an actually stern expression. Preparatory work. She pointed the onion gut-covered knife towards the piece of paper she had put down on the counter earlier. She didn't seem at all in the mood for being comforted. At least not for the time being. Rome and Driscoll looked at one another with furrowed brows of concern. Neither of them could read. Then the 2 turned their eyes to the elf who was looking up at them. Oh, of course. The token elf has to do everything, Cece sarcastically threw her arms in the air. Eve looked over towards Cece, almost laughing, only to turn away before going back to work. A small grin formed over Cece's lips before she confidently waltzed over towards the counter and pulled the sheet of paper off of it. Looking over the items, she nodded to herself. All right boys. Let's get started on the custard-filled red bean buns. With the 4 of them at work they were quick to prepare everything. This would definitely cut the time needed to prepare the sample work. Which was nice since they only had to prepare for 8 people rather than over 100. It was good practice considering how assorted the foods were that were chosen to be sampled, and likely be the same dishes being served at the ball. It was definitely going to give them culinary practice of various fields. Since there were no miniature sesame buns in this new world, they had to be made from scratch. They couldn't wait hours for the food either. It was the Emperor they were cooking for. Thankfully they had plenty of magical instruments which would help them cook things in a much quicker manner than normal. Mostly thanks to Eve's expertise in production skills. Sweat, tears. At least there was no blood being spilled to get this all done and over with. As the 3 were already particularly skilled in the cooking, they hardly got burned. 8 miniature mixed meat burgers on sesame buns, cream cheese crepes with lemon meringue, custard-filled red bean buns, taco pizza, batches of curly fries, breaded chicken tenders, fried tofu, cabbage stuffed with rice and meat, green peppers stuffed with meat loaf and bowls red bean ice cream. Once everything was plated and ready, Eve effortlessly picked up 2 trays, each consisting of 8 foods. She then turned the head to look at the others. It had only been about 45 minutes, having cooked everything at relatively the same time and jumping from food to food. Consistency was met, and it was time to serve. The 3 could definitely tell now that she had blown off some steam, and was slowly returning to her normal self. Which was evident as she went skipping out the door, almost galloping at her side, directly into a swirling portal which had been waiting for them. "Aniissima," Eve shouted as she emerged from the portal into the room which smelled potently of black tea, the platinum pico. Blinking at her arrival, Jack looked over to Eve, seeing a wide smile across her lips. She had tear stains on her face, which caused him to smile softly, sympathetically. "Welcome back, Eve," he greeted her with a muted tone though loud enough of a volume for her to hear. She nodded, figuring that him saying she was made, was a slip of his tongue. He was a supreme being after all, but she also knew that she was different from the rest of the NPCs. She knew she was a surrogate for his real sister, the one that he was now entirely separated from even after death. Jack was trapped here, but he was trapped here with her, so he'll be alright, right? Her gaze remained on her brother as she brought the trays over to those seated on the couches. They'd put their tea drinking bowls onto the table as she would then place the items on the table one by one. Soon after she finished, the 3 others came walking in with 2 trays each, though unsteadily. They continued their way into the study and placed all the items down they could carry on to the table. The 3 slaves bowed to those present before rushing back in through the portal, excitedly jumping through it. A few delayed seconds later there sounded like there was a crash in the kitchen. Eve and the others just stared at the portal before it dissipated into the scenery of the room. "I recommend eating the ice cream first," she gestured towards the bowls with the sterling silver spoons sticking out of each one of them. "Otherwise they'll melt." "Oh," the Emperor reached forward and grasped the freezing cold bowl, which almost gave him chills the moment he grasped it. Bringing it close to his face, he sniffed it. Sweet, the ice cream had a very stumble and sweet fragrance. As he blew air over it, he could see his own breath. A playful grin formed over his lips before he gestured for the rest of his bodyguards to dig in. Chuckling silently to himself as he watched them each take a bowl and taste it. Seeing the smiles on the faces of his closest servants, along with Flutter, he would take a spoonful into his mouth. The flavor from the treat exploded in his mouth as he got a few chunks of red bean paste. Hardly did they take their time in eating the ice cream. Within at least 5 minutes half of them had completed it and were looking at the piping hot foods present. Along with the crepes. "Crepes can be served hot, warm or chilled," Jack stated as he leaned forward. "I prefer warm." Jack would gesture for them to try the delicate-looking crepes which had been powdered in a thin layer of sugar. The flavor, the crispness. It was hard to describe, or let alone compare to the non-flamboyant foods of this world. The crepes were thin, but they had a fluffiness to them, and before they knew it, they were holding an empty plate and craving for more. Hardly did the crepes hit the spot. Eve sat down beside her brother and watched as the group ate the food, her own stomach rumbling. Archie was still eating the bean paste ice cream, leaning back into Jack's chest. She was taking itty-bitty pieces of it and just putting it into her mouth. Jack glanced over at his sister and smiled lightly, gesturing towards the food. "Eat, I'm not hungry at the moment." While it was genuinely a lie, he didn't want to eat this food, not at the moment. Instead he continued to hold on to Archie as he kept her in his lap. She didn't seem at all to mind, looking up at him as she rested the spoon in her mouth. Eve giggled wildly as she was told to eat his share, and almost immediately she was chowing down. It made most of the guests laugh at how quick she was to eat to food. In the following hour, the food was either nearly all eaten, or at least nibbled on. The Emperor was wiping his face and hands with a warm damp cloth. This was a pleasant display and demonstration. Jerknev was being charismatic as ever as he held a hand out towards the table. His violet eyes gleamed brightly after the meal was through. "I look forward to having you as a host for this ball." He'd lean forward, his smile turning into a smirk. "How would 3 months sound?" His eyes trailed over towards Archie, scheming was present in his mind. Perhaps to act as a publicly declared engagement. The man had already seen his power, and wished to tie him to the empire itself, even though he had little to no knowledge of what or who exactly he was. Archie slowly put the bowl down on the table as he made the question, her face turning red as she remained silent however. Engagement, marriage. Wasn't it too soon? Arranged marriages were common, sometimes the people only meet once briefly before it happens. Now the Emperor wanted to put them on a pedestal. Jack nestled his lips onto the back of Archie's head for a moment, taking in the scent of her hair. She smelled like the soaps from the bathing room. Perhaps it would give us time to prepare. Jack didn't decline the idea, he didn't mind being tied to Archie and he knew that it was unlikely Archie herself really cared for remaining in the Empire. She was a worker, she could go or travel anywhere she pleased. They'd just have to put her sister somewhere safe. Placing her hands on his legs as she leaned back into him, she rested the side of her face against his chest. Archie didn't feel the need to say anything at the moment, just closed her eyes. The Emperor tilted his head slightly seeing her response, before looking to the others in the room. So 3 months from today, we will have a masked ball, Jerknev declared as he stood, his hands on his hips as his word was law, set in stone. Now, I must return to the palace, there are other matters which need attending. Jerknev seemed to calm down rather quickly after the declaration, as Jack didn't seem to disagree with him. He believed he could make a pawn out of Jack. Little did he know, Jack was thinking the same. Turning his head to Nimble, Jack gestured towards the box of matcha tea which they hadn't tried as of yet. There are written directions for the preparation of the tea, as well as the traditional tea ceremony. You may have the box. The Imperial Knight couldn't help but chuckle, I thank you. Reaching forward, he slowly picked the box up from the table, sliding the lid shut as he did so. Not a problem, I may not be versed in proper etiquette, but a casual gift between friends may come in order. His eyes shifted towards the Emperor, a bow of his head slightly. Jack would stand with Archie's hand in his own, guiding her to the door and leading their guests out of the study. He was making a good pace toward the stairs when Flutter came rushing up beside Jack as they were about to reach the stairwell. Ah, forgive me, but I must ask, do you have a specie? Do you have a job for Foresight? Jerknev suppressed a laugh in the back of his throat seeing the old man being shot down almost immediately before he could finish his question. Yes I do. It's an important job. He looked to be a man of culture, though he wasn't interested in women at all, but only magic knowledge. The abyss of magic itself. After a brief silence, what would it be then, Jack asked, his head lolling to the side as his thumb caressed the back of Archie's hand which he held. Subtly, Archie began rhythmically rocked side to side, giving her former headmaster a dull look of her own. Hey there, readers. Happy Gobble Day. Any suggestions for a dire quest? Or maybe a menial job? Jack's eyes stared through the court wizard for a few moments, waiting for him to answer. It felt as if he was wasting time, stalling, in order to think of something. The slain theocracy had a large cache of magic items, I'd like you to see if you can find any left in the ruined city. Flutter twirled his wrist slightly as he talked, a big smile across his lips as he did so. This seemed to be a personal job that he wanted done. Jack, who knew exactly what happened to the city, frowned lightly at this. It was definitely important, if he hadn't already taken most of the items worthy of value. Archie raised a brow as they were being used as scavengers. Not that she minded. If they were being sent to go find magic items, there was sure to be a lot of money involved. And what about the surrounding cities? Jack asked as he tilted his head to the side slightly. And the exclave, his eyes weren't rather happy with this job, it was very apparent. Though he wasn't the leader of Foresight, he was pretty much their sponsor now. That was the right term, right? Jack pursed his lips in thought before looking down towards Archie, her dull having started to disappear from her face. As if her teacher had given her a job worth doing. The Second Imperial Legion is being sent to the front in order to push back the beast men, aiding the remnants of the theocracy's military forces. Flutter responded with a bit of information which most people probably wouldn't know. From my knowledge, there might be some caches of valuable items in the other cities, but I haven't looked into it. Jack's eyes wandered on over to the Emperor who was watching them, before slowly moving back to Flutter. I have plans for tomorrow, and you still have to orient me with the academy. Archie looked up at him with a brow raised, not sure why he was so adamant on declining. Plans could be changed and he could be oriented with the academy at almost any time. Flutter blinked a few times and placed a hand on his beard. Right, the old man stressed his eyes slightly. What about helping round up undead for the undead labor project I told you about? Jack nodded slowly. The idea of using undead for labor, at least the lesser undead which had little sentient thought, would be practical. That and they probably wouldn't have to go far. Collecting undead from cemeteries and other areas such as the plains would be a somewhat easy task. One that didn't have a risk of being poisoned from the after effects of a nuclear explosion-related spell. Archie frowned slightly. She hated dealing with the undead, though she couldn't argue with the fact that it was not only easier, but closer to home. Now that she had her sisters, she didn't want to go too far away. Even if Jack could teleport them back in an instant. Or perhaps you could see if you can make them stronger. Stronger, Jack raised a brow at the idea of doing such a thing. He shook his head. There was no way to level them from what he could tell. At least in the game, one couldn't usually level zombies or undead they've summoned. Though there also wasn't really a point in doing so, as they only lasted a certain amount of time or had set stats. How about we just round them up, Archie suggested as she leaned into Jack, who's been behind her. Jack slowly nodded, still have to run this by the group's leader. I'll just be tagging along and helping if needed. His hand lightly moved up and began combing down through the back of her hair. Archie motioned her head in agreement before looking around, before noting two people coming out of one of the bedrooms. It was Termite and Imina. The Emperor and the other bodyguards started to move on. If you accept, you can find me waiting at the academy. Flutter chuckled lightly as he followed quickly after the Emperor as they were going down the stairs. 25 gold pieces per undead. He was still sharing his pearly whites with the smile across his face, up until he vanished down the stairwell and made their way outside alongside the Imperial group. Letting out a quiet sigh, Jack would look over towards Termite and Imina who were walking towards them. Their faces becoming slightly red at the thought of Jack and Archie having walked in on them, though they hadn't known for sure. You should really just do it in your own room for now, Jack uttered quietly once they were in earshot. Quickly Termite brought his fingers to his nose, pinching the bridge. Knew it. Oh boy. We still get to stay here, right? Imina raised her hand slightly, as if pleading guilty. Yes, just make love in your own room, okay. Jack looked at them plainly before wrapping his arms over Archie's shoulders, his hands resting on his elbows. Archie flushed a light red as she heard Jack's description of what they had been doing as making love. As she had said before, she definitely couldn't get that scene out of her head. Ah. Okay, good. Termite's confidence suddenly returned to him as if it had never left. His embarrassment was also seemingly completely non-existent. Though the same couldn't be said for Imina. So what did the Imperial royalty want? The court wizard has given us a job offer. Archie rested a hand on Jack's forearm, lightly gripping it with ease. He wants us to round up undead, 25 gold coins per living corpse. Imina and Termite blinked a few times. How were they going to capture an undead? They were often stronger than a living person and they typically weren't non-violent. That's when their eyes all set on Jack in that moment. Can't you open a portal to transport them? To where exactly? Jack chuckled and shook his head at this. Unless we have a CA. Oh, I could supply a cage to put them in. His eyes trailed over the blonde male for a moment, then towards the purple-haired half-elf. A cage on wheels. Termite was taking on a thinking pose with one hand on his chin and the other grasping across his torso, his gaze to the floor. Jack pursed his lips as he was quickly finding that they expected him to do the job. How about I get a cage on wheels, and you four do the rest? Do the rest? Termite and Imina looked him over. This job was offered to Foresight. I told you I'd help if needed, to support you. Not do the job for you, Jack retorted as his arms began to wrap around Archie's head. Like a chaperone. TCH, Termite scratched the side of his head at this. He knew they could probably do it. Plus, If I were to step in, it's likely I'd obliterate them, Jack uttered as he used his chin to push the hair band on Archie's head down along her bangs. Hey, Archie reached up, attempting to fix her headband only for him to grasp her hands with his own. What are you doing, Jack? Playing, his eyes were staring down at the top of her blonde hair, his chin resting on her scalp. Being preoccupied, Jack snickered lightly to himself before looking over to his sister who was now walking in circles around them. Watching the four absent-mindedly. Where's the armored dude? Rubber Dick is his name, right? Jack's eyes just flickered at the word she had just said. Roberdick in a way when written out in the English characters or even said out loud, could definitely be confused with Rubber Dick. Imina almost burst out laughing immediately. Termite wore this soft smile across his lips as if he wasn't trying to laugh at the words the 12-year-old looking girl had said. Though the name rubber wasn't necessarily something they were familiar with, they knew of the natural latex which could be used to rub off charcoal marks and soot. Archie just stood there staring at Eve. That's rather rude. Eve just shrugged, her eyes moving to her brother. What am I to you? You're my little sister. Jack's response came without any hesitation, not a single stutter or lapse in thought. Eve smiled faintly, her eyes drifting to the side. So I'm not just another creation. Her voice sounded a bit empty, though there was definitely some happiness evident. You will never be just another memory. Jack's eyes closed as he smiled at his sister, his shoulder raising slightly as he leaned into Archie. Too heavy. She muttered as she turned and shifted her body until she was facing him, placing her feet on top of his toes. As she had changed her position, Jack blinked a few times and stood straight before looking to his sister again. Eve had her hands folded behind her head, this smug look suddenly across her face. Okay, that line was rather satisfying. Keeping her arms up behind her head, she began to walk away, turning her back to her brother. As soon as she was a few feet away from the group, she started to skip down the hall, humming loudly. Archie pressing herself against him, she rested her fists up upon his chest. What did she mean by creation? This lifeless doll impression she constantly had made him want to grin down at her. She was so cute, reminded him of a fake deer of some sort. While she often appeared emotionless, she could easily share them unlike Shizu. She just seemed quite a bit more silent than most and less expressive. Ah, that was a trap. Jack closed his eyes for a moment as the three of them all stared at him. They were wanting to know why she referred to herself as just another creation. She's a homunculus. Archie's mouth dropped wide open, similar to that of a puppet's, before snapping shut again. Ha! She lowered her head to look directly into his chest. Explains her appetite in the room before. What about Shizu-san? Imina asked as she crossed her arms, already shocked about the idea of him having made an artificial life form. Is she one as well? I'd like to say that Shizu is somewhat the same in that regard, probably. Jack sucked on his front two teeth before looking to the ceiling, puckering his eyelids as he squinted. But Eve is based on an actual person who died, so it makes her my sister. He lowered his head back down to look at them. He had no reason to tell them about Nazarick. Not yet. Archie's eyes found themselves gazing at the floor in the gap between their two sets of feet. His sister had died and he created a creature that looked exactly like her, and probably acted like her too. The thing was even sentient and he saw it as his sister in a way. If she had lost her sisters, and she had the ability to do that, it's likely she wouldn't hesitate. Yet she would also resurrect them if she had the capacity to do so as well. Though it started to make her curious, why hadn't he resurrected his sister? Did he not have the power at the time? Or was there no corpse to resurrect? Her eyes moved back up to look at him sympathetically. Termite and Imina had somewhat sympathetic expressions on their face. Maybe they even felt bad about prying, but it was probably something they had to do, otherwise it would get in the way later. So. Jack scrunched up his face seeing their expressions. Shall we head to the academy to accept this offer of his? Nodding, Imina would take hold of Termite's wrist. We'll go get Roberdick. Roberdick raised a brow watching as the small big-mouthed Eve was running and jumping down the corridor, chanting his ill-given nickname. So unladylike. Thank you. Apparently being called unladylike was a compliment. Something which confused the man in the first place. The fully armored high priest watched as the girl vanished down the corridor, only to turn his head to see Imina and Termite come walking towards him. A smile dawned upon his face, he waved to them as they approached. Roberdick, Termite placed a hand on the kind and gentle cleric's shoulder. A strange smile on his own face. Blinking a few times seeing the face, he turned his eyes to look at Imina before back to his leader. Hecarim. Why the strange smile, friend? It's as if you think God hasn't not blessed us enough. Termite chuckled at his friend's words and shook his head, that's not it. We have job. And we embarrassed ourselves in front of Jack, Imina admitted rather quickly, running a hand through her purple hair. Oh, Roberdick took a step back with a brow raised once more at this, looking to Termite who apparently tried to skip the subject. Well, what's the job? From what I understand, collect naturally occurring undead for experiments done by the Imperial Magic Academy, Termite said as he let his arms dangle at his sides. Experiments, the cleric shook his head slightly, not exactly liking the idea of doing this job at all. I mean, you don't have to come. According to Jack who received the job offer, it's 25 gold per undead head, living of course, Imina said sympathetically before turning her head to look behind them. She felt as if someone was watching, yet she saw no one there. Reaching up and nervously touching behind her ear, she bit her lower lip. Undead are violent, even should one be able to control them, will Jack be participating? Roberdick asked as he let out a soft sigh. The money was definitely speaking to him as he started to show some interest at least. If he had money, he could afford to make a makeshift clinic for the needy on the property. Well, as long as he had Jack's permission. Though there was another route that Jack might take instead, which he took into consideration. It was only something that Roberdick thought of however, if Jack didn't want more artificial buildings. Turning part of the east wing into a makeshift clinic with a bunch of beds and equipment in one or two of the rooms. It was a good idea, something that could work. As Roberdick had assumed, Jack had thought of this. So where are we going? So first we need to go and accept the job with Jack. And, that will be through Flutter, the headmaster of the Imperial Magic Academy and court wizard. A job directly through the court wizard. Roberdick was rather surprised at this. He was unaware of the deal Jack had made with Flutter, so that was evident. Yeah, Imina scratched the side of her face slightly. The fact that she could still feel eyes on her was bugging her extremely. Especially since she couldn't see or sense who or where they were. Shall we get going then? Roberdick asked as he gave Imina a once-over, only to see Termite nodding his head in the corner of his eye. The three of them would make their way down to the foyer on the first floor and step outside after collecting their respective equipment from their rooms. Standing around the fountain, they looked up towards the sky wondering just what kind of job this would turn out to be. Zombies, skeletons, and the lot would be easier to kill than to capture. That is what made this job risky, but the payment was unbelievable. Would this mean they'd be heading back to the plains? Or would they be going from cemetery to cemetery in order to collect the bitter souls which refused to rest and grew hateful of the living? When they reached the front gates, Jack and Archie appeared, teleporting beside them. I'm never going to get used to this. Archie shook her head slightly at the fact that they had suddenly appeared outside. The light changes causing her to squeeze her eyes shut before adapting to the naturally lit environment, blinking several times in the process. Imina smiled slightly seeing her friend, someone who she had been treating as a little sister. Archie would step off of Jack's feet as she had been standing on them, facing him and then proceeded to peer over towards the rest of her teammates. Shaking his head, Jack would place his hand on the top of Archie's head. Feeling her blonde hair which perfectly framed her face. With a brow raised, she reached up and pushed his hand off her head, before grasping his hand in her own. The five of them would then make their way off the property. Archie essentially leading the way to the academy. Soon enough without much fuss, they were on the campus, a structure surrounded by tall grey walls with a gated entrance. With her few remaining connections, Archie was able to gain entry immediately without having to wait for Flutter to arrive. Flutter came walking out of the central complex to meet them. It is good to see you came so quickly, Graham, Dono, his eyes shifted towards the student which had once caused him much shame when she dropped out. Archie, in a way he still felt the pride as a teacher, but he was still envious of those who hadn't reached their limits, those who were young. The two of them nodded their heads to him, as if saying likewise. Flutter took out what looked like a scroll, or a rolled-up map stamped shut with the court wizard seal. Jack looked over the item as it was held out to him. He reached out and grasped it with his thumb and forefinger, looking it over for a second before raising a brow at Flutter. "This is the map and list of your probable targets," Flutter said as he wanted certain types of undead, not just random zombies or skeletons with missing limbs. "Ah." Jack lightly tugged at the paper, pulling out the list which was wrapped around by the map. Spreading it out with 2 fingers, he looked over the details. Zombies and skeletons with all their appendages, his eyes shifted to Flutter, "At least there aren't names here." Raising a brow at this, the old man couldn't help but chuckle towards the stronger magician. "Their names were relinquished the moment they became undead. Only their tombstones can tell who they once were." "Ha!" Jack's eyes shot straight through the man as he had said these words. Flutter almost froze seeing the look he was given until Jack pulled out an odd glowing white object from his item box. His eyes traveled on to the item and he narrowed his eyes. A feather, being held by its itty-bitty spine, was being held out to him. "Remember, don't use the item. Only study it, otherwise, this is the only one you'll ever get," Jack uttered quietly as he made this exchange in front of all of them. In a way, he was showing his influence over the court wizard to the members of Foresight. Showing it off as if it was nothing. Flutter was gasping in awe, looking over the feather and holding it up to the light from the sun above. "What is this?" "It's called Heaven's Feather. An item that can theoretically turn a being into an angel, a powerful being capable of laying waste to the land." Jack had plenty of these due to his repetitive adventures in the land of angels during the duration of the game. Flutter squealed almost excitedly, his disposition similar to a tickled child as he practically danced with the feather in hand. "This is the ticket to eternal life. Yes, a milestone above what you have already achieved," Jack said in a voice that sounded more like a warning than a compliment or observation. "Just remember, if you do use that feather, it is the only item you'll get from me, and if you use an alias, your existence ceases immediately." Flutter froze again for a moment before composing himself, clearing his throat as the members of Foresight were trying their best not to laugh at the odd display. Tucking the feather into his lavish tan and gold robes, he looked over those whom were present, shamelessly with a smile hardly visible beneath his facial hair. "Oh," chuckled Jack, "we'll be going now. Have fun with the feather." Turning away from the old man, the group would begin to head out of the campus grounds. Archie remained beside Jack after this, bowing her head after turning to look back towards the headmaster. Just like that, the 5 of them had left the academy grounds and began making their way towards one of the areas on the now unsealed map. Ruins are several miles from the Empire's capital, a place in which has been kept at bay from overflowing with undead by adventurers, has now become a farming location for undead. Archie, and Roberdick who had been paying the most attention to the exchange between Jack and Flutter seemed to be eyeing him. Jack playing ignorant, just walking along with them while gazing over the map. They were outside the walls of the imperial capital. There was nothing really on his mind at the moment, except on how he could spite the 2 who had soiled the master study. His master study. Glancing up from the map, his eyes gazed over towards Archie and Roberdick's whose curiosity seemed to be boring holes in the side of his head and they left the academy. "Is there something I can help you 2 with?" Jack coughed, though the cough was surely fake. Shaking her head, Archie just gazed forward off in the distance in the general direction they were heading. She had been to this ruin once before, for a promotional exam with a team of other magic students and a knights. A small smile was across her face as she remembered the trip. It was something she had enjoyed doing as a student. She was a member of a gifted group, directly underneath Flutter, even though he mainly went on to teach the history of magic. Roberdick however didn't just remain silent. "That feather you gave the headmaster. You said it was the Heaven's Feather. It could turn someone into an angel. A servant of God." Jack's eyes rested on the man, a small smile across his lips. "Oh, I see the High Priest is interested," he referred to him as his class rather than his name. This somewhat puzzled the man, but it didn't stop him from listening. The Heaven's Feather would turn its user into an angel, yes. Roberdick would slowly nod at this as he looked forward, and if he were to use it. Flutter would become an angel, likely a member of the second sphere of heavenly governors, based on his ability to access the sixth tier of magic, Jack hypothesized, though I am looking forward to see what he would become should he use it, as it'd probably give him access to the next tier. Did you ever use a Heaven's Feather? Archie suddenly asked as she turned her head to face him as they were strolling along the open road. Jack gave her a quick glance, smiling genuinely. Yes, but well before I became as powerful as I am now, he would look to the sky above them now, I started from the bottom. I was considered armored mage and a warrior priest prior. He remembered the first days of Yggdrasil, the friends and enemies that he made. The players that he killed to raise up above where he once stood. The look of nostalgia was on his face and all of them could see it. Seeing an angel smile in such a fashion appeared to be a gift to probably all of them, but mostly Roberdick due to his faith. Archie's eyes widened hearing that Jack had once been human, or at least something else other than an angel in the past. It was hard to believe that angels could be made from or by a mortal being. Could that be the reason why his sister hadn't been created with wings? It was based on her human appearance rather than matching her with him. She'd lick her lips slightly. Would she be able to turn into an angel? If she did, her eyes trailed to the sky above them, much how Jack had been looking at it mere instances ago. Jack put up his hand to silence everyone, his head turning to the side slightly. His eyes locking on a nearby tree. We're being watched. Imina turned pale for a moment before glancing around, since she had felt as if she was being watched back in the manor. Though shortly after leaving the capital, it felt as if the feeling was gone. Now Jack was feeling it. Jack's eyes were resting on a crouched set of dark elf twins who were normally invisible to the naked eye. However, because he was the highest level of angel, he could see them almost as plain as day due to them having used the complete invisible spell. It's not a threat. Imina blinked a few times. What do you mean? She suddenly seemed frantic, panicking. I felt like I've been being watched all day since the incident. Roberdick raised a brow, seeing as if Jack was looking in a specific direction. He locked his eyes on the tree. What isn't a threat? Two faithful observers who've been watching over me. Jack smiled towards the two and waved towards the absence of any beings that the others could see. Cheekily, Aura waved back, wiggling her fingers whilst her brother Mare waved back shyly. Hummed Archie before staring at the tree as well, activating all-seeing eye in order to at least have an idea of what Jack was seeing. Suddenly she was seeing two pillars of magical energy belonging to level 100 individuals. It wasn't as powerful as Jack when it came to magic, but surely they were extremely powerful nonetheless. Her lips parted and looked up towards Jack. Observers. Perhaps you'll learn more in the coming months, Jack teased as he continued to walk in the direction of the ruins within Imperial territory to the north. Archie's face immediately turned red as she remembered the words of the Emperor. As if he had arranged for the two of them to become engaged to marry all of a sudden. Jack had even gone alone with it. Reaching up she would pinch the bridge of her nose, hard, squeezing her eyes shut before shaking her head. Oi! She murmured to herself as she continued to follow after the group. Message. Jack-san, Momonga's voice reached him. Yes, Jack whispered in return, his eyes tracing over the shadows of his current company. The twins wanted to come to you, something about Demiurge wanting them to investigate Foresight. Ooh, Jack chuckled quietly to himself, what's there to investigate? Apparently you worried Aura, and then Demiurge walked in on her as she was watching you through the mirror of remote viewing in my study. Momonga seemed rather amused at this. Apparently I blocked them when they went to watch me after they lost track of you. Jack grinned smugly to himself before glancing over his shoulder towards the two elves which were creeping along the side of the road several paces behind them. It seemed Archie was also watching them with her talent, though it just looked like two pillars following after them. Based on the shape and size of them though, she could tell the people watching were shorter than herself, if not just as tall. And it seems he talked Aura into watching you in person and saw to it that she asked me personally. I have an idea. Oh. What would that be? After absorbing Nigan in that night as well as a captain of the Theocracy's Black Scripture, I learned something about the Elven Kingdom to the south. Oh. This sounds interesting, go on. Heterochromia eyes and traits are something that are known to be signs of royal blood. Jack calmly handed this information to his friend through the message spell. So from an economic takeover. You now plan on taking over an entire country using Bukabukagama's creations. The skeleton was intrigued by the idea, as he had once joked before with Demiurge about taking over the world, conquering it. The way this sounded, made it sound easy for him to turn the entire elven populace against the current reign in a massive coup. That could definitely work. The only probable problem would be that Platinum Dragon Lord which was moving around in the area. In a matter of speaking, Jack replied calmly, his eyes partially closed as he did so. I like the idea, but we'll have to wait before we can interfere with any political powers for the time being. Momonga had good reason to put that plan on pause before it began. His alter ego Momon the Dark Hero was close to jumping ranks again. At the same time, their only sphere of true influence was Nazarick and Karn village. Henry was proving loyal as the tomb was experimentally giving the village continuous aid in times of need. Now, as we're talking, I would like to ask something of you. There is a ruin ahead of us. We've been given a job to capture undead for a labor project run by Flutter Paradine, the headmaster of an Imperial Magic Academy. Who is ironically the court wizard. Jack, as his eyes trailed along the road ahead of him, continued to talk. Mind-upping the difficulty to scare the shit out certain members. The idea to use undead for labor was rather genuine, though it could also very well be seen as an insult. Mindless undead versus the intelligent, where would the line be drawn? Is this spite I'm hearing from the Angel of Death? What did they do to incur your wrath? Momonga asked fondly with a hint of whimsy. Yes. This sounds entertaining. What do you have in mind, Jack-san? Jack had been leading them in a complete circle for a bit of time, just over an hour, before they actually resumed their previous route. All remained well as he used true illusion to have them believe they were walking in a straight-on direction towards the north. No one questioned it since there was a few more hours, and it was pretty much in the middle of nowhere between the two cities. So unless they made constant trips in the area, there wasn't all that much difference between 1 or 2 miles out from the city of Arwentar. With her at his side, Jack was smiling down at Archie. Do you think Jack Oniisima will have fun with this? Aura asked as he nudged her little brother who was holding his staff with 2 hands. Flinching, Mare nodded. Jack Oniisima will definitely enjoy this. The elves seemed to be talking amongst themselves as they followed the group. They were well aware of the plan as Ainz had informed them of it. They personally couldn't wait to see the struggles up ahead. Momonga had chosen to briefly move to the northern ruins and raise numerous low-level undead within its walls and underground passages. There seemed to be plenty of bodies and skeletons that could be of use, allowing him to make it appear as if they were going to siege an entire castle filled with undead. Jack didn't seem to mind at all that there would be high risks of death amongst the group. As long as he could revive them, that all that mattered. Though he did worry about Archie, he didn't want her to get hurt, let alone watch her friends die. So it was likely he would just hang back like he had done earlier when they first met some time ago. Where he would use healing and such, even buff their strength maybe. Archie had this blank smile across her lips, trying to hold an expression on her face to wipe away the impression of a lifeless doll. Though that was hard to do, whenever she wasn't trying to smile, she wasn't smiling. It just wouldn't stick. My feet hurt. Their oh-so-confident leader, Termite, appeared to whine to no one in particular. We coo, Archie was nudged before she could even suggest they take a break. She turned her head and looked up at Jack, who shook his head slightly, a sinister and smug smirk across his lips. Blinking a few times at the look on his eyes, he seemed to be in a bit of a sadistic mood. No, that wasn't quite it. This seemed like spite. Raising her brow sharply, she placed a hand on her hip as she walked beside him still. Jack would lean over and mutedly speak quietly into her ear, wouldn't watching help you forget what you've seen. Yup, this was definitely spite for her friends fucking in his master study. Her face turned a bright red, she looked away quickly before turning her head to face him once more. A conflicted smile was across her lips, as if she didn't know whether or not to frown or smile, or not make an expression at all. The corners of her mouth would twitch. Is that really all right? Of course it is. Jack's smirk would slowly soften into a meaningless smile, plus I can always revitalize them when we arrive. All those calluses on their feet would just be another reminder. To have fun in the bedroom. Galtrin leaned in between them a few steps behind. It seems you're doing God's work. Whether or not Galtrin was actually serious or not, couldn't be made apparent by just looking at the high priest's face. Jack just stared at him for a few seconds, before turning his attention forward and straightening out his own poster. Archie just kept her gaze on Galtrin, who winked. Jack kept his eyes on Imina the half-elf and Termite the human, watching as they were now trailing in front of them a few paces ahead. He didn't mind them being in front of him, even though he had the map in his own hands. It seems they didn't really care either way, whether or not they were in the front or not. They could just follow directions given by him, should they need to change directions. Jack glanced over his shoulder towards Galtrin, who was taking up the rear, remaining quiet since his proclamation of Jack taking on the will of God. He wasn't quite sure why the priest was choosing to be back there. Itchem. Jack would tuck the map into his item box and close his eyes partially. He could picture their faces in his mind. Fright, hopelessness. It didn't turn him on, but it made him in a sense, want to smile almost manically in anticipation. Yet he refrained from doing so. Looking over to Archie, who was now gazing up at him, casually, she tilted her head to the side a bit to get a bigger view of him. Can't we take a break? Jack blinked when she had asked this and his gaze dropped to her feet. The way she was walking, it definitely looked like she was getting uncomfortable. Let me carry you. No. That would be embarrassing. Archie's jaw quivered slightly, but her objection wasn't even noted. Without hesitation, without taking no for an answer, Jack scooped her up into his arms. One arm under her knees and one behind her shoulder blades, his hand grasping at her shoulder to keep her close to himself. This smug look wasn't leaving Jack's face as she glared up at him. No fair. Tall people. Mean. Archie rested her head on his shoulder, pouting, toying with his outfit a little with her fingers. She couldn't deny the fact that she liked the closeness of this embrace, plus her feet were no longer being pressured to keep on moving. Some space back, an excited-looking aura, had her hands balled into fists with her lips formed into an adventurous grin. What are they doing? It looks like he's carrying her, sis. Mare blinked at this, watching as Jack was carrying a human being who was so much weaker than him. Someone that should be worshipping and being subservient to him. Introvertedly, Mare's grasp on his staff tightened. Aura, hardly noticing the change in Mare's demeanor, started to hurry ahead. Come on, Mare, gesturing him to follow after, a wide smile across her lips. Mare followed. He didn't even bother speaking, or try arguing or dissuading her. Soon enough, within a few hours, the group would be walking on the surrounding area, overlooking the ruins several hundred meters away in a clearing. The ruins were massive. They seemed different. Archie pointed out as she took a gander from Jack's arms. The ruins were following the architecture of over 300 years ago and looked like it had fallen just about around the same time. Since it was a local ruin, she had visited it and studied it while she was in the academy. There's a lot of undead in that place, Galtrin said as he stepped forward, looking over the ruins. Though most of the undead weren't visible on the outside, he could definitely use magic to sense them. Perhaps we should get more helping hands. He was aware that Jack had told them to do the things themselves, that he'd just be supplying the cage. This was their job, not his. He just acted as a mediator and got it for them. Though he had turned down a job which potentially was less risky. Was he still looking to punish the two who had soiled his fun time with Archie, and probably made his studies smell like pheromones? Definitely. Create greater item, Jack would have cast on his own, his hand facing away from Archie's back as he did so. Suddenly a large cage, large enough to fit a ton of zombies, skeletons, and the like within materialized. It looked to be made out of iron, or a dark gray, a little ways from the color of black. Termite, Galtrin and Imina all walked over to it. Poking, prodding and even pulling on it. It was stable, light enough to pull by hand. Apparently he created a cage which made everything weigh less once it was placed inside. So. Termite turned to Jack, "You're definitely not helping us with this." He was pretty sure they'd die if they went in there. Seeing the gaze he was getting from Jack though, sweat began to develop on his brow. That charismatic smile across his face was wrecked with his visible anxieties. "I'll support, if you get hurt I'll heal you, or if you die I'll resurrect you." Termite's mouth almost dropped open when he told him that he'd heal or resurrect them should need be. I see. He rolled his jaw a bit, scratching at his chin. "Anyway, I can change your mind." Archie, who was just lounging out in Jack's arms, just turned her gaze to him, blinking a few times. "He said he'll support us. He supported us before, and we did fine." Jack nodded in agreement with what Archie had just said to the man. Not really wanting to speak about what he could do to change his mind. There wasn't really much he could do. There were many things he could ask for, many things he could do with them, or to them. Yet he was more so looking forward to what was going to happen now. Deals were only meant for those who it would benefit, and they had nothing to offer him that he couldn't just take from them. Hell, once they got separated from one another, he could kill them and there would be no evidence left. He probably wouldn't even feel a thing, at least for killing Termite. Termite's name was exactly what Jack felt of him, as an insect. Imina was a beauty, an androgynous one, but he didn't want her. Not in that way. He wanted Archie, only Archie. Termite gave up, sulking slightly and shaking his head. However, in a moment's notice he had this optimistic look on his face, an arrogant smirk. "Well, at least we get a good payday. If we survive," Imina added as she hit him square on the back, her fingers spread out to maximize the pain. It had been his idea to do it in the study in the first place. It was all his fault. Jack watched as Galtrin and the two started making their way down the hill, pulling the cage with them. Archie, who was in his arms, would just kick her feet airily. "You going to let me down now?" she asked as she leaned her little blonde head towards him, pressing the tip of her nose under his lower jaw. Her big blue eyes staring right through him like that of a puppy. "I'll think about it. Yua. For a while. You're not letting me do the job, are you? How about I train you while they work? You want to get stronger, for your sisters, right? On the first page of our story. The future seemed so bright. Then this thing turned out so evil. I don't know why I'm still surprised. Even angels have their wicked schemes. And you take that to new extremes. But you'll always be my hero. Even though you've lost your mind." Skylar Grey, writer and performer of Love the Way You Lie. Nudging the cage on wheels with the sole of his boot, Jack continued to carry Archie in his arms. It'd be easier to PU. Archie was about to try and get him to put her down in order to push the cage with his hands, but there was no need. That cage, it went charging down the hill it was situated on top of, rushing after the friends of hers which had went off to capture the roaming native undead. Termite turned his head just in time for Imina to pull him out of its path, causing both of them to fall onto the ground. Termite directly on top of her, one hand pressed on her shoulder and the other cupping her flat androgynous bosom. Her bow was laying sprawled out beside her, her quiver full of arrows. What would have been a glare, was a fond grin as she reached up and shoved him off of her, a quick peg against his own shoulder to get him off her. Termite chuckled, "Sorry." "You're not sorry," Imina scolded playfully, collecting her bow and quiver over her shoulder and readying some rope. Galtrin just looked over them with a slight grin across his face. His eyes then traveling on over to the cage that had almost squashed Termite like a bug. That was a close one. He watched as the runaway cage on wheels popped a skeleton like a ball hitting a bowling pin. "Score," Jack snickered lightly as the three of them looked up at him. Archie, who was just staring at the cage which had almost ran over her friends, turned her head to look up at Jack. He had this plain smile on his face, a fake smile. His eyes were relaxed, soft. When he gazed down to her, her heart almost jumped out of her chest, causing her to tense for a moment. "Are you all right?" Jack asked as he could feel her sudden shift in his arms. I'm fine," her face turned red as her mind went back to what had happened since they've met. He messed with their minds, with words alone. He touched her rear, then confessed and tricked her into courting him. While he hadn't proven to be bad so far, she was beginning to tell just how dangerously spiteful he could get. Had he tried squishing her friend? Or was it just bad luck that termite was in its path? Archie nervously poked her tongue out of her lips and rested her head against his shoulder. So. Training? How are you going to do that with me in your arms? Oh. You really want to know? Jack used this weird monotonous sarcastic, and almost playful, voice with her. Archie furrowed her brows. The moment she was being teased verbally by him, her nervousness went away. Yes. I want to know how you're going to train me. Well, first. Gate is a 7th tier spell, as you are now. You'll be unable to use it. Jack pitched his head down towards her slightly. But I can teach you plenty. With his face closer to hers, her heart began to punch up and out against her ribs to the point that her vision was throbbing. This excitement felt strange, but it wasn't unnatural. The only other person she could remember feeling this with at one point was Jet, when they were little and they'd play while his mother worked in her home. Before the fall of their noble house. She curled her lower lip into her mouth with the aid of her top row of teeth, biting down slightly. Her eyes were on his lips, the ones she tasted for a short time. Jack could see the look she had on her eyes and tightened his eyelids slightly, squinting them at her. Oh. Is that so? Wah, I didn't say anything. Panic suddenly surged through her mind. Had she said something without noticing? Why was she feeling so flustered? Before she knew what was going on, Jack had his lips pressed against hers. Almost instantly she found herself melting into this kiss. It felt different than the last one, perhaps it was the lack of wings. He light pulled on her lips with his own as he was moving onto one knee. With one hand clamped down on her legs, the other moved up and grasped the back of her head. Burying itself into her blonde locks, he held onto her scalp, her headband falling in over her eyes. Archie tried to speak into the kiss, but all that came out were soft sounds that she didn't think she'd make. He was obstructing her ability to speak by continuing. Jack, though it was cute, she was struggling. The moment that he broke the kiss though, she was panting up at him with her big blue eyes staring through his. By now there were a couple undead in the cage. So it had been several minutes by far. Which made it understandable that she had a hard time breathing regularly. That, and he could see her heart pounding through her chest, her eyes were bouncing. Jack was looking at her lips with this predatory gaze. And, no, Archie raised a hand to his lips, panting still as she was trying to regain her composure. Enough, almost immediately Jack had this calm in his eyes, as if she had cast a spell over him, but of course that was just him. Adapting, appeasing, holding back. Right. Training. Archie blinked at this as she noticed his fingers were knotted into her hair. What are you doing? Prepping, your head's going to hurt a bit. Archie didn't quite understand, not right away anyways. What are you talking about? I thought you were going to train me. Why would my head hurt? And here I thought you were considered a genius, Jack goaded her teasingly, of which caused her to crease her brows in an triggered manner. That's not funny, Archie retorted before feeling his fingers make a pulse-like motion behind her head. What are you doing? Messing around with the back of your head. I swear on Galtron's fist, Archie reached up to grab his face with two of her open hands, only to freeze in place as he saw his mouth move, no sound escaping his lips. Maximize magic. Memory meld. Pain, he wasn't kidding. Pain shot through the back of her skull from whence his hand was placed. It felt like someone had bashed her head, skull and brain in with a rigid rock. She felt some of her own vitality, her experience being whisked away. Her big blue eyes stared up at him, before she placed the side of her face into his chest. The discomfort caused by the pain wasn't letting her close her eyes. It hurt too much. The whites were turning red and tears were welling up. New knowledge, however, was building up in her mind. Spells that she never knew existed, or ones better than the ones she already knew, appeared. He had magic that allowed him to instantly transfer magic into one's mind. It was useful, but now she knew why he wouldn't put her down while he used it. Though after a few minutes the pain was beginning to cease away, she was already silently letting the tears run down her face. Her head rolling back into his hand. Her eyes rested on him. Never do that again. Without warning me. First. She seemed to be having a hard time focusing, which was understandable. Just shrugged before glancing up from Archie. I promise I'll warn you next time. Why? Dawn. Nudging and nuzzling her face into his chest, she closed her eyes, dozing off. Atonement. As he cast this spell, Atonement, a 7th tier, he sacrificed 25% of his excess EXP in order to set her karma to match his own, which was exceedingly high. This particular spell was used only by angels, or high-level divine and faith classes. It was one of the few rare abilities that actually affected karma. In this case, this particular spell was usually used to cure cursed paladins should they have had negative karma affliction. Which wasn't the case with Lena's. The visual effect of this spell was a golden hue embracing her petite form for a few seconds, before dimming out and vanishing soon after. Jack finally rested his eyes on the group of 3, running from a death knight, practically in circles all over the ruined grounds. The monster had been ordered to scare the shit out of them, but not to kill them. They had already tried killing the Death Knight since they couldn't capture it, but at the same time, their attacks had been completely useless. Behind the Death Knight was multiple undead, practically following in single file. Though with all the circles they were running in, it looked more like a moving piece of abstract art. Jack just let out a somewhat satisfied sigh, watching as the Death Knight was flailing around its massive weapon, carelessly eliminating its lesser undead zombie cousins. If you are enjoying this, check out my original. It follows the same genres of trapped in a video game and transported to another world. It's called Server Lost. Our favorite lead protagonist is Jack Graham. The look on Termite's face when Jack came swooping down with Archie in his arms and bisecting the Death Knight with his spear, was priceless. Including that of Galtrin and Imina's faces. Miss me, Jack could only shake his head slightly as the trio were all trying to catch their breath. What took you so long? Termite asked as had his hands on his knees and his torso bent over forward, his eyes resting on Archie who was asleep and clinging to Jack's arm. And shaking his head as he was having a hard time breathing for the time being after running non-stop for over an hour and several minutes. What's with Archie? He would finally ask. Jack simply stared at him when he was asked why it took him so long. I was enjoying the view, he responded casually before looking to Archie in his arms as he put his spear away into his item box. The view? Imina's gaze was locked on Jack with an indifferent expression, as this seemed to be their actual punishment after the long walk. Just how spiteful could this guy be, she wondered. Galtrin would stand up straight, sweat decorating his face as he stretched. By the gods that chase, it was empowering. He said before turning to look at the others who seemed to be far more fatigued than himself. Of course, he was used to running around in heavy armor, so this had been nothing compared to the light weights. Seriously, what's with Archie? Jack's eyes flickered from one face to another, before resting his gaze back on the supposed leader of Foresight. I was training her while you guys were playing with the Death Knight. Death Knight, they hadn't known what that undead was called, and yet Jack did? How much did he know about this superior foe? Yes, a powered paladin who died and became corrupted as a member of the undeath, Jack responded with a tilt of his head slightly. Pretty strong was it not? Termite simply stared at him for a few seconds before letting out a sigh. You knew it was here, didn't you? Jack shrugged, perhaps. Or it was just here by coincidence. Shaking his head, he just looked over the man with his friend in his arms. Termite would cross his arms as he finally had his composure restored naturally. For an angel, you are one scheming devil. Jack nodded in agreement, a stoic expression taking onto his face, though a smile still easily sighted in his eyes. You wouldn't be the first one to say that, he said with a slightly sad expression. Really? Who else knows you're an angel? Laughed Termite. Though Jack had thrown his miracles and high-powered magic all over the place, he only knew of a select few who he actually showed his wings to. After his adventurer acquaintance brushed up against his wings in the graveyard, he had started to use his minimal temporary class to hide his wings from others, and thus minimize his radiance at the same time by doing so. Very few know of my heritage. Jack placed his free hand on his chin, tucking Archie further against his chest as she remained unconscious since he had used the maximized knowledge-granting spell on her. Termite raised a brow at the tone which Jack was using, along with the body language. How often do you share the use of your powers with people? Jack shrugged slightly, enough to cause chaos, misunderstandings and create opportunities. Termite pitched his head back slightly at this, with a menial turn of his head. You're strange, Jack, Dono. A chuckle escaped his lips as he turned towards Imina, who was standing there with one hand caressing the elbow of her other arm. Think you could heal my arm? It's rather sore from firing useless arrows against the overpowered undead that you so happily watched chase us for an hour. Imina spoke with a smile across her lips, trying not to laugh at her skills that hardly even put a dent in that undead's armor, let alone her inability to kill it. Giving this smug smile across his lips now, Jack would wave a hand over them as he recited a spell called Revitalize, restoring their stamina and eliminating fatigue. Almost immediately they were at 100%. Ha! That felt great. Galtrin flexed his armored arms, a wide grin on his face. Imina smiled as she brushed her arm off with her hand, before turning her gaze back to Jack. Thank you, very much. Jack nodded slightly as he would look to Termite, who was smiling up at the man. Their smiles were genuine. While he had gotten back at them for messing with his study, soiling it with their sensual scents, it was still nice to see they didn't take it personally. At least not visibly. He then turned his sights to the cage, which about 8 undead skeletons and 2 zombies tucked away into it. That would be about 250 gold coins. That is a great split. Jack yawned lightly. Yup, his eyes wandered over towards the female in his arm. How is she doing after training? Imina asked as she walked over, lightly pressed the back of her hand against Archie's forehead. She didn't seem to have a high temperature, her breathing was calm. Her mind got a bit too fatigued, but she'll be fine when she wakes up, Jack said with a light smile across his lips as he tilted his head to the side slightly. He could use a spell which would instantly wake her up, but what would be the point of that? Let's begin our way back, Termite said as he walked over to the cage, lightly tugging on it, surprised to find that he could move it with very little effort. This is an impressive cage. You think so? Jack asked as he was walking up the hill. The other members of Foresight following after him, leaving Termite to pull it up the hill. When Termite caught up with them at the top, it didn't seem like they were having all that much trouble traversing their way back. If anything, as they were walking along the path, they were quick to find the way back was quicker. They even began to notice their tracks from earlier seemed to have doubled if not tripled, as if they had walked in circles for a long while. Imina, who was watching these tracks, looked up at the back of Jack's head. You've got to be kidding me. Her eyes then looked back towards her lover and Galtrin, who were walking in front of the cage. They were both pulling effortlessly along the path. He made us walk around in circles for hours. Her eyes then moved back to the back of Jack's head, a faintly disturbed smile across her lips. Is this guy some sort of sadist? With Archie asleep, no one would be able to notice the two elves were walking along either side of Jack, invisible to the naked eye. Not even Galtrin could see them due to the level of stealth they were using. However, Jack could see them almost as clear as day with his own eyes due to his level alone. Even though they were the same level as him. That was a great show. Aura skipped and jumped, folding her arms behind her head with a wide grin across her own lips. Her eyes were looking straight up at Jack, who was carrying the little human in his arm. Mare would just be calmly walking alongside Jack, on the opposite side of him from his sister. His eyes trailed the horizon, enjoying the nature which surrounded them. Even with the little lines of dialogue, he was enjoying the silence as he wasn't that much of a conversationalist. Though he was missing going down the library to talk to his friend, a mere skeleton mage, the chief librarian in the great tomb of Nazarick. So what's on the agenda, Jack Oniissima? Aura asked as she looked up at the supreme being, curious of what he was planning on doing. First we get these undead back to that headmaster of the Imperial Magic Academy, it'll be easier to get a hold of assets there, wouldn't you think? The elf blinked a few times and slowly nodded, though she didn't necessarily care for humans or elves, and if they annoyed her, she wouldn't hesitate to kill them. Of course, unless she was ordered not to. She let out a light sigh as she turned her head forward. And we're going to have to be quiet and invisible the entire time. That would be ideal, Jack snickered, but I don't expect you to do all that for free. Her eyes lit up as she turned her head to look up at Jack, an even wider smile across her lips. Oh. What is it? What is it? She excitedly whispered as she jumped in front of him, her arms out diagonally from her sides. That gladiator arena has plenty of monsters and beasts, I'm sure I can get some of them for you at some point, Jack offered as he tilted his head to the side looking over the little elf who was now dancing in a circle as she continued to move a certain pace ahead of him. Yes, she fist-pumped victoriously with both arms. Are you talking to your invisible observers? Imina asked as she was now suddenly walking on the side Aura had once been on. Jack and Aura both looked over at her, improbably. Imina just flexed her lower eyelids as he said this, so roundabout. That's me, Jack turning his gaze forward once more, he'd continue to walk unimpeded by the world around him. They were making time on the way back, and due to the pay between the four of the members of Foresight, it seemed it was worth it. He still wasn't going to open a portal for them, so walking was all they were going to get. Since he had already given the Heaven's Feather to Flutter, Jack left the gathering of the awards to the rest of Foresight while he headed back to the manor. With his beloved Archie in his arms, Jack transversed through the city streets of Arwentar. Her knees draped over his right arm and his left arm supporting her back and head. He smiled watching her sleep. He chose to walk, because teleportation wasn't as time-consuming, and the moment they were home it was unlikely they'd be alone. Not that they were alone now. Aura and Mare were both walking on either side of him, using magic to remain unseen by those around them. The familiar sounds echoed in her ears. She flexed her eyelids as she curled up a bit in his arms. Her hands grasping at his chest. Letting out a soft groan without opening her mouth, Archie didn't wake up at all. It was likely the sounds were making her head hurt, or were simply disturbing her dreams. Jack simply remained smiling as if he were watching a baby toss and turn, before coming to a stop. Over his shoulder he could sense someone watching. A shady fella in a hood and leather outfit. He was pretty sure he was some sort of goon. He had been following them for a while now, he and the twins had already noticed him for some time. He's still there. Jack muttered quietly to himself, before looking to the sky above them. Who do you think he is, Jack, Oniisima, Aura? She glared over her shoulder towards the man who seemed to be stalking the Supreme Being. He should know his place. Mare didn't say much at all, but his eyes were tracing over the stranger as he had one hand pinching onto Jack's pant leg. Being separated didn't feel like a good idea, despite the fact that both of the elves could use their powers to escape or return to Nazarick. With his passive character appraisal at work, he was quickly able to figure out that the person who had been following them was indeed somehow related to the Furt family crisis. The money lender who had been collecting money in order to pay off the ever-growing debt. Aura, hold on to your big brother, would you? Jack made a simple comment playfully, though that was just covering up for the disappointment of his walk being cut relatively short. Vanishing from sight, Jack teleported from where he was once visible. The man who was watching was stunned at this. The sudden disappearance of the girl who was paying off her parents' debt up until yesterday was gone. What the hell? Stepping out into the street, he looked around, and saw no one. Even as he looked towards the rooftops, there was no one. The bitch left her parents, she better still be paying or we'll find her and take her sisters as compensation. The man grumbled, and a piece of her heaven too, snorting at the idea of getting his hands on the young lass. He went to turn and walk back into the alley. Jack resurfaced in the foyer of the home, glancing towards the closed door of the front. A slight frown across his lips as danger still lurked in the city after eliminating the fools who had taken up residence in this house. Now there were the loan sharks he had to deal with. Not that it was really a problem, the only thing he couldn't do was wipe out everyone in the city. While it was something he had the power to do, it wasn't recommended. He already destroyed one city, just because they were targeting a single man and killed countless villagers in the Resurrecting's kingdom alone to draw him out into the open. Then proceeded to kill at least 4 more before he arrived in Karn. Jack through the night and the leader of the Sunlit Scripture, also found that the nation committed genocide against other species. He didn't like the idea of it, though he also wasn't looking too far into the big picture either, or really caring. If the nation hadn't been bringing down the higher species, humanity would have returned to extinction. Though he was also rather curious of why they didn't focus on destroying the exclave if that was the case. There was plenty of beast men living in there, burning it would be easy, wouldn't it? Especially with the Black Scripture who could have wiped the floor with them. At least that is what he assumed. Or could it be that the Platinum Dragon Lord was stopping that as well? Was there a balance he had yet to see here despite all the information he had accumulated from people? Jack would let out a quiet sigh as he would begin to leave the foyer, making his way into the halls. He could hear the giggling upstairs as the girls were all playing together. Following behind him was Aura and Mare, having dropped their invisibility for the time being since there was no real threat. No one was around or conscious they didn't want seeing them. So as Jack entered the uninhabited room which was his, he walked over to the bed and rested her on the soft sheets which had been freshly cleaned. As he looked around, it seemed that the servants were doing their jobs. Jack couldn't help but smile at this before going over to the door and closing it, locking it with a 5th-tier magic ward that kept anyone he didn't want in the room out. His eyes then shifted to the twins who were wandering around the room, looking it over. It was clear that Aura was a bit disappointed as she folded her hands behind her head and looked over him. "You have a better bedroom at home," Aura giggled a bit as she made the observation out loud. "And I can just teleport back there whenever I want to and sleep there," Jack responded with a sly tone, walking over and ruffling her head. Mare smiled seeing the attention his sister was getting before looking towards Archie who rolled over on the bed. He tilted his head to the side slightly and walked over to the edge of the bed, peering at her. The height of the bed was about at Mare's neck, making it so that everything at eye vision was laying flat on the bed. So his eyes were going straight up her legs. His face immediately turned a light red the moment he realized where he was looking and turned away on his heel. "Mare," Aura blinked and looked over at her brother curiously. "Are you okay?" she asked with that gleeful smile of hers across her lips, marching on over to her pushover of a brother. Mare glanced over and nodded. "Why, yes sis, I'm fine." He'd smile assuringly at his older twin sister before looking to Jack. His face was becoming a bit redder than before. Oh, Jack's eyes took into calculation the height of the bed, Mare's position and Archie's position on the bed. A dull look appeared across his face, before he just shrugged it off. It was hard to get mad at Mare, it was unlikely the little guy glanced on purpose. That and despite the fact the little man was 76 years old, it was hard to perceive him as anything but a child. Now thinking back, it was probably the same way with half-elf from the slain theocracy. This made him sigh slightly as he remembered he still had the head in his item box. He was going to resurrect her eventually, he knew that. He had a perfect use for her too, as the elves considered heterochromia to be a trait exclusively of royalty. The twins and the young woman, it put all the cards he needed to take care over the kingdom. The question was though, when would be a good time with that dragon flying about? He wasn't going to drop what he was doing just to fight a dragon. Not unless one thing led to another, perhaps that was the true reason behind not wanting to go to the slain theocracy in order to covertly steal whatever artifacts may be left behind. Even though he was pretty sure he and Demiurge were able to take most if not all of the useful items. "You guys can head back now, before anyone sees. I'll let you know the next time I leave the manor," Jack informed them as he placed a hand on their heads, messing with their hair, something that helped him think a bit. "Are you sure you want us to leave?" Aura looked up at him as she could see the look on his face. It was a look of contemplation, deep thought. Jack only smiled at them. "If you're here when she wakes up, it's going to be hard to explain." PFF. "No it's not," Aura quipped with a witty tone, a chuckle and wave of dismissal. Sis. Mare hesitantly rested a hand on his sister's shoulder. "Let's give Jack some alone time and come back later." A day later the man known as Jack Graham appeared at the front of the Jets family household. His eyes were narrowed and his pace was swift. Within moments he had the back of his hand, knocking on the door in a neat classical rhythm of 3. His stoic expression dominated his face, his eyes glaring at the weak wooden structure. That was until it slowly creaked open, his eyes drifted down towards a shorter man. It was the friend of Archie's. That was for sure. His silky pale skin and his bagged eyes, there was no mistaking him for anyone else. Then the door opened all the way, air brushing across his face. "Ah, it's just you." Jet spoke in a dry and dull tone. He wasn't ecstatic to see the man, though he did want his mother cured after all. The contract had been signed and he was going to be forced to work with him. "I'm here to deliver on my side of the contract, as I promised." It was a simple, straight-to-the-point statement. Jack didn't seem to find the need to sound all that colorful. "Come on in." As the young man stepped aside, Jack waltzed on into the house as if he owned the place. His hands folded behind his back. The place wasn't necessarily the best, but it was moderately comfortable for a low-class home, but it had definitely seen better days. The floor wasn't made of expensive or extravagant material. Hand-picked stone slabs it seems, from a quarry, decorated the ground. A wooden floor would definitely rot or rise, considering the home was at the bottom of the hill. He'd probably have a better time living in a village, rather than the city, much more affordable and likely less problems with the nobility as he likely viewed them negatively. Especially nobles that were like Archie's parents. Just about anyone can start hating an entire social class because of those two self-absorbed knuckleheads. "Right this way," Jet cleared his throat as he closed the front door, watching each step Jack made. Don't get him wrong, he was thankful for this opportunity. In a way he saw this man as generous. His offers were just strangely too good to be true despite how miraculous he was. The two would enter a delicate-looking room with an elevated floor. Dresser, cracked mirror, cheap makeshift mattress and plenty of patchwork blankets. There was plenty here to see, plenty of things that gave away their way of life. They weren't rich, they weren't wealthy, but they were independent and lived in the city and owned a home which was a lot to say the least. Jack's gaze rested on the woman who was bundled tightly in the bed. A damp cloth on her head and an even sicker appearance than her son. She was so pale, that the bags under her eyes were darker than that of Cole's. They were almost brown and the whites of her eyes were tainted in yellow. Was it kidney failure? Jack couldn't quite tell. Slowly he went to take a step forward, but not out of caution, just to observe. Hello. A small voice faded in from the female upon the bed. "Jet, is that you?" "Mom, I'm here. I've brought someone who can help you." Jet walked up to the bed, taking his mother's hand. A pained smile across his lips. What? A look of surprise on her face, but not a happy one, more of a concerned look in her eyes. As if she knew he had sacrificed something in order to help her, something more than just his time making and selling spices. "It's okay Mom. I just have to work for him and you'll be alright." Jack walked over towards where Jet stood beside the bed and looked over the woman for a spare few seconds before sighing. This startled Jet, who immediately turned to him, his smile disappearing, wondering if Jack had sighed as a sign of being unable to help. That was until he reached out and cast a spell of greater cure, and immediately her disease vanished. Her complexion, her eyes, everything that had been infected was quickly reverting to a much healthier state. He then used the spell known as Heal to quicken the recovery rate. As Jet watched this, for the first time he was able to see high-level magic being used on someone, and this someone was his mother. If he had asked for someone to do this for him through the bureaucratic channels, there was no telling if he'd still have his arms and legs. When the spells were finished, Jet practically fell to his knees beside the bed, weeping tears of joy. His hands were grasping at his mother's as she slowly sat up against the headboard. Her eyes were wide, looking over herself and to her son. Then as she turned her gaze to Jack, she blinked up at him. She could see the radiance that surrounded him, his angelic presence. Awestruck was one word to describe how she felt. "Who are you?" "My name is Jack." Nodding his head slightly in acknowledgement as he introduced himself, he took a step back from the bed and turned his gaze towards Jet. "I'll be going now." Keeping up his end of the bargain, Jack decided it was time to leave, only to vanish from sight a few seconds later. The mother just sat there, staring at the spot on the floor where he had once stood. Did he just? Yes, mother. He is a powerful person, he's even gotten the headmaster's attention. Jet let out a light sigh, looking to the side of the room where there was just a blank wall. Is that so? The woman seemed to be smiling only slightly. Jack suddenly resurfaced in front of the Imperial Magic Academy, causing the 2 guards at the front gate to practically jump out of their greaves. Huh. Hello, he feigned a smile in their direction, before walking towards the front doors of the central complex. His hands were folded behind his back, something he had a habit of doing. As he made it to the double doors, he used his shoulder to push it open, his eyes immediately resting on a group of students who were about to leave in a small group. Yet he didn't stop and kept moving, hardly brushing past them as his eyes wandered about the foyer. The place was large on its own, considering it had to support the educated population which was continuously growing. It was practically a public school system thanks to the reforms made. Flutter was behind his desk in his office, staring at the white feather that gave off a heavenly glow in his hand. His beady little eyes flickered from the feather to the ceiling, observing the length of its great radiance. He had studied it for a day and it was an amazing item, something he had never seen before. It could turn someone into an angel, not one of those non-sentient ones either, but a true one. The power of being able to desolate entire plans was at his fingertips, even though he could probably lay waste to a city should he truly feel the need. He scratched at his beard slightly before suddenly he glanced up to see a small ball of light enter the room. Squinting his eyes, he could quickly see it was some sort of fairy. His expression quickly turned to confusion until it faded out of existence, an illusion. No, Flutter's eyes fixated on the door of his office as Jack came walking in with one hand behind his back and the other on the knob of the door. Jack's eyes rested on the seated old man who suddenly sprouted up from the chair he was situated in as if he were some youthful brat. Good morning, Graham, Dono. Jack stared at him for a few seconds, his eyes on the feather, before shrugging. Morning, Flutter. I see you're studying the feather I gave you. Make any recent discoveries? Where did you get this? Jack narrowed his eyes on the man. Clearing his throat, Flutter quickly sat back down in his comfortable padded chair seeing the change in Jack's expression. It transforms its user into an angel, capable of its own thoughts. Yes. That's the point of the feather. Jack raised a brow slightly, and how is it used? From my preliminary findings, it's a single-use item, and is used like any other magic item. Flutter held the feather up towards the ceiling as he gazed at it. Jack already knew this, it was just like the game. What he wanted to know, was how it worked with the people of this world. Would it allow them to move beyond their bottleneck level? Kingdoms would fight wars over this alone. Especially that slain theocracy. If they hadn't been crippled, his eyes moved towards Jack who seemed to grin at the idea of the theocracy being down. And it's in the center of the empire. Jack's gaze was excited, yet cold. When you finished studying the feather, return it to the manor. Taking a step back, the angel would go to turn around only for Flutter to stand again. Pausing, Jack turned his head to look over towards the man with a brow raised. Is there something else? He was rather curious of what else Flutter could find by looking at the feather. Considering the current intelligence gathered seemed to be useless, only proving that it worked as it once did in the game. It didn't become a useless feather. Even though he pretty much already assumed it still worked. Jack stood on the very top, the climax, of the academy. His feet seated on the angle of the spire roof of one of its handful of towers. A small grin over his lips as he was overlooking the campus and the rest of the Empire's Arwentar, their capital city. Probably around next week I'll get that orientation. He'd whisper to himself. He wasn't talking gleefully, but he was definitely looking forward to it. Meeting a bunch of schoolgoers. When was the last time he actually attended an institution for learning? High school, then college, university. This place was a great place for not only beating down the entitled nobility, but also a place to brainwash children into serving a new cause. The emperor wants to use the school to turn the children loyal to the royal house, the empire itself, rather than the nobility factions which had sprouted up and fallen over and over again. Fallen nobles, extended members of the royal family. Factions could be tamed, turned into puppets here. Jack definitely hit the jackpot. With his wings still tucked within his body, his eyes turned towards the one known as Jet, who was entering the building with a group of classmates. He was sure they all stopped to look up at him for a few seconds. It even caused him to chuckle as he could hear Jet dismissing his presence as a continued commonality. Even bragging that he knew him, and how powerful he was and his plans for the club. He was sure that he could definitely help those who wished to become mages, be the top of their class. He wanted to indoctrinate everyone, especially those similar to Flutter. He knew those obsessed with gaining power for themselves and recognition, would want the contacts which he could extend their way. A small chuckle erupted from his lips. Oi! Jack couldn't help but look in the general direction of his city home. If he could have her, Archie, here with him, he'd be even happier. Yet she had already let herself be known, she didn't want to come back to the academy. She wanted to be with her sisters and earn her keep. She couldn't do that whilst attending school, studying, working and so much more all at once. Jack himself never truly studied, never in his life had he studied for an exam or a test. His mind kept a lot of information as trivia, even if it wasn't something a normal person would memorize. Though when it came to testing, it was always a 50% chance he'd forget everything, know half of it or even completely ace it. Yet if he were to study, hard or not, he'd fail, and his chances of success were higher when he didn't. Why? It could be that studying it over and over again just makes the subject stale. The mind not wanting to hear it, know about it, any longer. Just abandons it. He was a horrible test taker. Why? It wasn't because he was stupid. He had a high IQ, a high understanding of emotions, but a troublesome learning curve when it came to his memory. His eyes shifted towards the palace, his head turning with his sight. It was a massive construct, he knew, and could very well tell that the interior was even larger. Someone who had punished the inept nobles, who still lived in luxury whilst favoring the poor and common folk. It made him think of them as a hypocrite, but that was what humanity was. Jack would have done the same thing. Destroy the nobles, take their wealth and build an amazing empire where people lived with smiles on their faces. Now, the only thing keeping smiles from the faces such as the twins, Archie's little sisters, was the darkness that lay beneath it all. Slavery. Elves, he could somewhat understand. However, there were humans who had become enslaved, ones who owed money or were collateral for someone else's debt. Jack saw it as disgusting. Jack, Onissima, he could hear Aura's voice in his head, immediately causing him to shift where he stood. His eyes daringly looking to the west, the direction of the great tomb of Nazarick. It seemed she had used a message scroll. Aura, what's the problem? I've been watching the mansion after you left. There's something strange going on outside the property, she informed him, as if there was definitely something fishy going on. Raising a brow at this, he would cast the spell known as Fly with silent magic, hovering away from the academy in the general direction of his home. Tell me about it. Yes, Jack, Onissima, Aura sounded happy to be depended on, he could imagine her jumping up and down at this. Though at the same time, her voice was direly serious. Some shady figures have been watching it for a while now. Oh. Loan sharks probably looking for collateral. Jack's mind went back towards her parents and let out a sigh. If he didn't shed her identity, it was clear that she wasn't going to live a peaceful life. Even though a worker hardly had one of those. Onissima, can I kill them? Aura asked almost a little too directly. She was egging to do something, as all there was to do back in Nazarick was follow scheme after scheme to enhance the perception and standing of the dark hero Momon. Plus he had promised to get her some sort of wild animal unique to this world. So she was all too happy to give him more attention than the guild leader for the time being. Jack nodded slightly, keep watch on them for the time being. Only attack should they try to enter the premises when I'm not present. It's best to keep the inhabitants of Nazarick hidden for the time being. As expected of a supreme being. Showing these lesser life forms their place, by exercising subtle mercy, only getting ready to pounce when they least expect it, it was Demiurge. Are you guys always in the same room together or something? Jack developed a sweat drop on the side of his head as he chuckled to himself. No, actually I have been tasked with developing new scrolls from finer material. Have you tried using baby pigs? Humans used to use them for premium parchments for their holy texts from what I remember. Born in numbers and in excessive quantities. Perhaps baby calves even. Jack was drawing on knowledge from medieval times he remembered from art history class. It was an easy class to take, so he had it quite a few times. The history of war wasn't the only thing they repeated over and over again. Ah, exquisite taste, just as I assumed, Jack Sama. However, I'm not sure if the quality of a pig's hide would do for such a significant task given to me by Ainz Sama. Jack visualized the archdevil pressing the specs to the bridge of his nose, like a smart nerd, with a creepy self-confident grin across his lips. He couldn't help but shake his head at this. The people of the slain theocracy are moving in troves from their villages to their walled cities. Perhaps you could use them. They're savages anyways. Free the elves they have as slaves though. Elves, Demiurge almost scoffed. Jack Sama must have an interesting idea, I presume. Some kingdoms are bought with fear and some with love for its people, but we must first start with the relations of people and Nazarick. Have them build a colony around the amphitheater, they will learn the benevolence for mortals who willing serve Nazarick. Plus, how would you feel towards humans if they clipped your ears? There was a short pause, before a laugh sounded in his head. Perhaps we could use this opportunity for breeding experiments with willing elves. It'll be pretty hard to get an elf to agree unless you use magic to dominate their minds. Jack snickered at Demiurge's thoughts. And isn't the 6th floor? I'm still here. Aura seemed to have a shrinking voice as if she had been forgotten and was brought into the middle of a conversation that she didn't necessarily want to hear. So no breeding experiments on that floor. Jack tried not to laugh, suppressing the urge rather well. As he kept his eyes in the distance, people eyeing him from the ground. He was already off the campus and going over the normal streets of the city, showing off his ability to fly casual. Aura sighed in relief, thank you Jack Oniyisima. She was a beast tamer, she knew how animals were made, she had plenty of them. They didn't just appear out of nowhere and for sure, the vampire doesn't keep her mouth shut. Despite how innocent and naive Shaltir could be, the two of them learned a lot from one another as they lived their daily lives in the tomb. So, how is the breeding experiment going with the blonde human? Hearing Demiurge's words, Jack nearly choked on his own tongue. I haven't gotten that far yet, I'll let you know once there are results. This was met by a no-it-all chuckle from the archdevil himself. As expected, Jack Sama is looking for the perfect moment to strike. Jack stressed his eyelids as he looked to distant horizons ahead of him. So embarrassing. Almost a week later, Jack was standing in the study, staring out the window at the backyard of the home he had taken under his name. He listened to the children playing. His sister and the automaton named Shizu were with them. A small smile over his lips as he could see Shizu was chasing them around with a sticker in hand. She was getting more and more used to humans. That was for sure, or at least found a new liking towards. That's at least what he had hoped. If not, she at least had a liking towards the girls. Jack turned his head slightly to the side as he narrowed his sights on Archie as she entered the room. Good morning, he said, seeing her hair lopsided and clearly unkempt. Having a bad air day. A groan emitted from her throat. It seemed someone didn't have their coffee. Jack shook his head slightly at this and began walking towards her, pulling himself away from the window. As she made it over to him, he would mat down her hair with his hand, combing through the blonde locks and strands. Soon enough her hair was flat, framing her face like it had done before. Feeling him play with her hair, even as her head moved with his hands as they got caught in knots, Archie couldn't help but put smile on her lifeless impression of a doll-like face. She was happy she had someone who liked her, more than the friends she already had. Her father had practically probably disowned her the moment she left with him though. Not that she minded. Her mother had a kind-hearted soul, but she was just as corrupt and inept as her father. She cared for her, but should they default on their loan, she doubted they would be alive for very long. Old and extremely young people didn't make it long in the world of slavery. They were worked and died as a result, depending on the labor and strictness of their masters. She was happy she no longer had to deal with money lender anymore. It wasn't easy sharing a paycheck, or pouring her entire earnings into something that would only grow. While she still didn't understand his appeal, his attraction, towards her, she couldn't help but be thankful. She leaned into his hand as he began to comb it through her unknotted hair. She rested her chin against his abdomen, looking up at him. His hand would gently grasp at her head, caressing her scalp in the process. That was until there was a loud knocking at the front door of his him. Jack frowned at this, not expecting anyone to show up today. He doubted the Emperor was here, and Flutter wouldn't have the need to knock. Using Detect Life, he was quick to sense humans fanning out across the front of the property. They finally decided to make a move. And they seemed rather organized. They were yet to be aware of who they were up against, however. While they knew he was a mage, it was unlikely they knew the true extent of his power, as he hadn't shared it often in the capital of Arwentar. A small grin formed over his lips. "What's going on?" Archie asked as she shifted herself to his side as she looked to the open doorway, towards the direction of the entrance. "They're here, your parents' money lenders," Jack uttered quietly to himself as he walked out into the corridor with her at his side. As they continued down that passageway and over towards the courtyard-facing lounge without a doorway, he peered through the window, affirming his assumption. 3 at the door waiting. 5 waiting out of sight in the corners of the courtyard, hiding from the center building's front windows. Though they seemed to completely ignore the possibility of someone looking down at them from the side. Maybe they shouldn't have been so loud. His eyes traveled along the yard and over towards the other 6 he could see who were fanning out about the area. They seemed to have completely underestimated him as a mage. While he had put on a big display with the healing of that curse, it was likely that not many people had noticed what was going on. He was rather thankful that only the Emperor and his affiliates truly knew to some extent of what he could do. "Would you stay here, or will you join me?" Jack asked curiously as he rested his eyes on her bright blue hues. Her smile had since vanished and she had an almost stoic expression on her face. The angel wasn't all too different except for the smile on his face that didn't feel like it belonged. She was only partially dressed in her night robes, she had nothing else on her person. Rolling her toes slightly, she nodded. Jack, in return for this, as she wasn't currently holding her staff, pulled out a weapon from his item box. Blinking as he pulled out a black staff that looked to be made of adamantite with golden gilded engravings laced throughout it, Archie's eyes were almost as wide as apples. "Wah!" She held out her hands to accept the item, her dry morning mouth hanging open, yet when he let it go a few inches from her hands, it didn't fall. The item just floated there above her hands, her eyes widening even more at the sight. "Whoa!" She quickly wrapped both of her hands around it and held it vertically in front of her. The staff was cold to the touch, unnaturally so. While it would feel as if it would freeze off her hands, it didn't look or feel like she was taking on any damage. There was no pain, her fingers weren't necessarily sticking to it, but she definitely felt the urge to never let it go. Her eyes shifted from the staff and up to Jack once more, continuing to blink, not knowing what to say. "Prove that you can handle that staff," Jack spoke in a wise tone, "and you can keep it." Her body tensed at a tingling sensation that swept through her, excitement and joy. She practically hugged the item to her half-dressed self. "Thank you." Jack nodded as his smile was no longer present on his face, his eyes darting back to the courtyard once more. He was sure they could likely hear the children. He had lost sight of the ones who were moving about the yard, but he could still sense them. Placing 2 fingers on his temple, he pitched his head down slightly. "Shizu, Eva. The children, bring them inside through one of the back windows. The hostile forces that have been watching the house for a while now, are making their move." "Yes, Jack, Oniyisima." "Yes, Oniyisima." Both of them had effortlessly reported back to him, accepting his orders without delay. Directly below them, he could hear them opening a window from the outside and funneling the children in a few seconds later. Their muffled words reached his ears. The girls wanted to know what was going on, why they suddenly needed to play hide and seek. They were already having such a good time playing tag. Jack shook his head slightly as he made his way over to edge of the lounge. The other members of Foresight were off doing a job, unrelated to Flutter. The only reason Archie stayed home, was because it was her break day. That and she had been wanting to ask Jack out to go on a date like that had gone and done before. That and her ball dress was likely finished or at least capable of being seen. Believe it or not, she was rather excited to see it once it was done at the tailor's. Jack made his way down the hall with her in tow, as if she was being pulled onward by an invisible lure. The two crept down the stairwell and onto the first-floor corridor as they made their way towards the front door. Jack wanted to make an up-front confrontation. It was likely since they knew of his job they'd send someone of the same occupation. Not that it mattered, since he already surpassed Flutter, what could they possibly do? Kicking open the front door the moment he reached it, the wooden entrance smashed into the first person closest to it, crushing his nose and sending him skidding across the ground until his head hit the hard surface of the fountain. Arg, a grunt emitted from the man, but he laid there silently thereafter. Absorbed by shock, the other two who had been standing by the door, stared up at the 6-foot-tall man. They wore cloaks to obscure their faces with shadows. And they had daggers in their hands, as if they had been waiting to pull an ambush. Quickly the men who had been hiding along the walls from the windows made themselves known, drawing various blunt and sharp-tipped weapons. Jack could only grin seeing so many people in one place wanting to get a piece of them. "Triple magic, magic arrow!" shouted Archie as she came up to his side, holding the staff out in front of her in a diagonal angle towards the trespassers. "There she!" One of them was pointing at her, before several bolts of magic energy ripped through his defenses and his flesh at point-blank range. The monsters of men had shown themselves. As the first body of a dead man reached the ground, it was like the toll of a gong. The beginning of a fight that would ultimately be one-sided, thanks to the foresight and limited preparation. Jack stepped out into the courtyard, the last man at the door standing. He stared at the thug as they took steps back in an attempt to cautiously join the others. "You're all going to die here. There is no need to retreat. Your fates were sealed the moment you were watching my home like a group of vultures in waiting." "What?" one of them shouted, the one who had been watching them on the streets so many days ago. "Attack him. Don't kill the girl. Find the children. They're collateral for their parents' loan." His eyes narrowed on the man who was barking orders. He had been amongst those who had been hiding. Reaching out a hand, the man who was backing away, found himself whisked into the air and his throat trapped in Jack's hand. Those who were about to charge froze seeing the display. He had called a person to his hand. Without wards no less. This man, he knew advanced magic. He had to. "Wary not my friends. There are few people who can reach above the 3rd tier," the thugs were encouraging one another as they crept forward. "There is no way he can eliminate all of us." Jack's eyes narrowed on the mass as they were all beginning to encircle him from the front and flank him on the sides. His eyes shifted to Archie who was standing by his side, holding the staff in both hands. "Don't you pity these sad sods?" Raising a brow at the question, Archie shared a smirk. He was someone who could make her smile, as she let out a brief laugh through her nose. "You can say that again," she said quietly, which was hardly audible over the shifting of those moving around them. They were closing in and by his side, she felt no fear. Jack's eyes shifted ahead of them as he crushed the man's throat between his fingers, his head popping off as he was spasming out from the simultaneous crushing of his trachea just prior to death. As blood gushed over his hands and exploded into the air, Jack dropped the body to the ground. Like a hand cannon going off to signify the starting of a race, the men charged forward with a war cry. As it got louder, he couldn't help but chuckle. Dropping to one knee in an offensive stance, he slammed his hand on the ground. A shockwave of wind emitted from around Archie and Jack, moving around them in a swirling motion, sending the men who were about to lay their weapons upon them, flying in every which direction. There was no mercy as they were thrown into the hard walls of the mansion. Of them being thrown through a window, another being impaled upon the fountain's dull statue's limb. Multiple bodies were laid out to dry in the courtyard, only a few of them who were still breathing had the courage to pull themselves back up onto their feet. "You should have stayed down, I would have been a bit more merciful." "Mercy?" The one man spat at them as they limped close to one another, their weapons still drawn in their hands. It was clear their bodies had incurred a large amount of damage, but as they took out little blue potions and poured them down their gullets, they were healed partially enough to get at least half of their might back in exchange. "You think that's going to help you?" Jack uttered with a frown. "Fireball. Lightning bolt. Ice shard. Divine smite." As the thugs began setting off their spells with loud casting through their voices and pointing their hands at him, Jack could only shake his head. These attacks dissipated just before they could make any impact on him, their power nullified, as he already surpassed them in his own ability. He was immune to the spells under the 7th tier. "Child's play," Jack uttered as they kept going on and on. They were exhausting themselves mentally after they had already been physically abused. The people who had gone to the backyard, who ended up being about a little over a dozen people, came around the corners of the homes. "What's going on?" They eyed all the dead people before looking to their colleagues who were casting low-tier magic spells at Jack. The attacks weren't working, but that didn't seem to deter them. Jack sucked on his front teeth slightly before clicking his tongue slightly. The apparent thug leader was grinding his teeth. He was half-minded to leave his men to their fate and escape on his own. He turned his head to the side, looking at the front gates which felt so far away. Jack could see the thoughts in the body language he was sharing so blatantly. With Archie standing behind him for safety, Jack would begin to advance towards the small group of mages who were sending multiple bolts of mystical attacks at him. Yet there was nothing they could do. He didn't even have to spread his wings. Jack would bring his hand towards his shoulder, as if readying to slap someone. As they were backing away the moment he had gotten within a few steps of them, he grinned and swiped his hand to the side. Their colleagues who had yet to join them immediately, watched as the 4 magic casters lost their heads which bounced on the paved courtyard path. They could only stand there and stare as their blood stained the stones and flowers, even the fountain with dark crimson. Jack hadn't even flinched at the sight. Watching as some of the bodies tried running away before practically tripping over themselves and meeting the ground, face down. "One of us has to make it," one of the dozen which were standing there, shouted mutedly amongst the rest. "We'll hold them off," he pointed towards what appeared to be the youngest one there. "Go tell the boss." Jack wasn't going to give them the chance to leave. There was no way he was going to let these people come back to try and collect them. The man who was now giving the orders turned to look to Jack and the girl. Only to find the large frame of Jack obstructing his view. "WH. What?" He looked up at Jack as he felt his hand around his throat, picking him up from the ground by a couple feet. Everyone was in shock watching this. Archie had her staff raised, glaring at the men. "Magic arrow." She sent a volley of magic arrows at one of the men who had gathered enough of his conscience to turn and run for the gate. The bolts ripped through his legs, sending him screaming to the ground. 2 of them quickly turned their attention towards her. Aiming their own hands towards the girl before a scream emitted from the man, ultimately distracting the remaining 10 men. Devour was the spell that Jack chose to cast, and it began to crush the man, wrangling his body until there was silence. Now only he was nothing more than a cube of gelatin, sitting in Jack's hand, until Jack freely crushed and absorbed it. Closing his eyes, for a few seconds as he felt the rush of knowledge go through his mind, he then opened his eyes. The men, now even more afraid, began to all run away at once, screaming for their lives. Jack simply sighed, "How rude." He muttered as he would pulled out what appeared to be a magic gun, a pistol in this case. Raising it, a soft, pew sound began to whisper from its barrel, bolts of magic ripping through a chest of the fleeing enemies with each shot. 1 dropped, 2 dropped. He had no problem taking them out, they were weak. While it was somewhat of a disappointment, it simply meant that as long as he kept those he wanted to protect close to him, he'd be undeniably incapable of failing to protect. Archie, who was preparing to run after them, strode up beside him now as he had been walking after them. The way he moved, it was so cool and cold. He didn't hesitate to kill humans unaffiliated with the undead cult. Not that she could blame him. "Thank you." She knew he had saved her again, like he had before. "For protecting us," Archie smiled up at him, brighter than she had ever done before in the presence of others. Jack simply looked down at her. "You're mine, aren't you?" He leaned over and wrapped his arm around her, pulling at her lower back, dipping her back as he went to press his lips against hers. She pressed a hand on his chest, trying to steady herself as she now stood on her toes. Returning the kiss without hesitation, her other hand wrapped around his neck, the staff horizontally still in her hand. A man sat there on a sofa held together by makeshift paste. His eyes on his nails as he caressed the tips of his fingers with his thumb. Cold eyes, dark exterior. His face was covered by a cloak like the two men who were sitting on either side of him. He was the ringleader of the group of loan sharks who had been giving the family money, in order to appear as nobility despite having lost their status and revenue. Your daughters should be here in a small while. His eyes rested on the two adults on the other side of the room. The woman looking bothered and the father looking on with deep pride in his roots. They are your collateral, if I am not mistaken, if your daughter is unable to pay the dues you owe, the man said, causing the older blonde woman to shift in her seat. Her eyes on the coffee table in the center of the room. The family butler was standing by the door, frowning at the mistress of the house. She hadn't spoken up since the arrival of this man. Nor had she even confronted her husband over the matter, as he was just being agreeable in order to get this done and over with. He was beginning to feel even more sorry for the young miss who had taken up residence elsewhere. Do not fret, the master of the house said as he had his hands balled up into the pant legs of his fancy slacks. That snide, ungrateful, daughter of ours will come through. If not, they will have to endure until we regain our status and bring them back. He turned to his wife, nodding with the delusion that this would all blow over in the end. That they would be complete once they regained their status. Sneering at the delusional couple as the former noblewoman agreed with her husband, he shook his head. He was sure these two were going to be milked till the very end. Until there was nothing left and they'd still want more. What or who will be sacrificed next? He was sure the little ones would fetch a price on the market, and even the young lady Archie would too. The question that was gnawing at the back of his mind though, was where they were right now. The men he had sent to capture the girls haven't returned yet and they had been sent hours ago. His eyes shifted towards the window in the room, a closed-mouth growl emanating from his throat. The two other men who were standing behind the sofa, on his side, were watching the two and their butler. They didn't need any unnecessary mishaps, not that there was going to be any. Though he was also pretty confident that if he couldn't take the girls, he was going to be taking these two and selling them instead. That is where he knew there would be a problem that could arise. Damage on these older folk would definitely take some time to heal. He was thinking of ways to disable them without actually hurting them too much. The last thing he needed was a short-lived slave being sold to a client. Resting a hand on his knee, he shifted in the sofa, retaining an erect posture all the while. That was until suddenly the front door of the manor was kicked open. Everyone's eyes darted to the door of the reception room, wide eyes. James. Check out what that was. James just stared at the master of the house for a few seconds before nodding. Letting out a sigh as he had his back to his masters, he opened the door to the room and stepped out into the corridor. Locking the room from the outside as he did so. As he turned his head away from the door, he narrowed his sights on two familiar forms coming down the passageway. Ah, Archie, Sama, welcome back, the man would bow to her slightly, as a butler should normally. I wish I had. Good news, Jack finished his sentence, with a questioning tone, his eyes narrowing on the locked door. He could hear one of the people inside shuffling onto their feet. 3 people were approaching the door. That must be them. The mastermind of the group who had attacked Jack's mansion walked towards the door with his 2 men flanking him on either side. Jack shook his head hearing them make their way towards the door. It was clear they had no idea what or who they were about to walk into. He was looking forward to killing them, and since it had been well over 5 minutes since his last use of the Devour spell. He had already eaten one of his subordinates, which allowed him to find out where to find the perpetrators who hadn't been present. He wasn't going to let this ring of criminals survive. That and he was going to eliminate some loose ends. His eyes traveled down towards Archie, who rested the staff he had gifted her beside herself against her shoulder. You sure you want to be here? Archie nodded in response to his question. You know I am going to kill them both. Archie's brows creased as she looked away, her eyes focusing on an empty corner by the wall on the other side of the long corridor. They'll just keep borrowing, their debt will overflow. Unless they're put in a position where they can no longer borrow, then they'll just be a danger to me and my little sisters. Her eyes moved back to Jack with the resolve to protect her little sisters, even should this event tear her apart. As she did remember how things were before the fall of her house, how her parents weren't obsessed with a show of false luxury. She couldn't stand the idea of her little sisters suffering because of her parents. And her sisters knew this too, as her parents neglected them and were even allowing them as collateral. Jack nodded lightly as he turned his eyes to James. "You should go." The butler blinked up at the man, before looking at the young miss. He then nodded and swiftly, with haste, ran down the hall towards the front door of the building. He knew what was coming, he saw it coming before their arrival. Jack had already humiliated the master of the house once, even had the ability to kill him outright. He had given the house a chance to get back in order, and now, it didn't seem like he'd be able to do so any longer. Jack watched as the knob of the door jiggled. "Who locked this door?" The man pounded on the only reception room exit. "Open this right now." The father could be heard pushing himself off the sofa, a brow raised as he rushed over. He too tried to force the door open, smashing his shoulder into the door when he couldn't get it open the first try around. "I don't know how this could be. James. Are you out there? Open this door immediately." There was no answer. "James. Open this, do. Move out of the way," the thug barked as he shoved the former noble aside. Just as he was about to pull out an item from one of the pouches he had under his cloak, he paused and looked down at the crack beneath the door. 2 shadows. He began to walk backward slightly, gesturing for his men to back off as well. Growling as he got back up from being shoved aside, the master, Miser Furt, would stand in the way of the door. "How dare you disrespect me in my own home," he pointed to the lone shark. "You will pay for tea." Splinters of wood traveled past the man and seconds later, the sound of blade impaling flesh. Still standing, Furt's head lowered lifelessly along with his arms. A pole arm could be seen retracting back into the door, pressing the man's back against its face until the corpse fell to the ground. "Who is this?" the leader uttered under his breath, narrowing his eyes on the hole which shared a glimpse at Jack's shoulder. "Runic patterns, armor." "It's that man." Drawing a rapier from his array of weapons, his men drew their own long swords from their backs. Just like that, with a wave of his hand, the door opened for the two of them to stroll inside. "Salve." Jack said the Latin word for hail, as in hello. His eyes traveled towards the woman frozen on the sofa, staring at her daughter who wasn't even giving her dead father a glance. "You killed your father, you Ainz Ooal." The woman was about to insult Archie, scold her for allow this to happen, when Jack would point his spear diagonally toward her general direction and recite a single spell. Fireball. A ball of flames about 5 feet in diameter would be instantly launched from the tip of his spear, engulfing that one side of the room, instantly incinerating the Lady Furt's front side. Compared to the death of her father, Archie was clearly bothered by the death of her mother. She closed her eyes as the hot glow of the flames brushed the side her face. Its howling and crackling as it spread along the furniture and luxury items her father had wasted her hard-earned money on. Her head lowered, her eyes opened. Her mother was the kindest of the two, giving her gifts, trying to butter her over so that she and her father wouldn't fight. But even then, she never took her side. Her mother followed the same delusion as her father, and that led to their undoing. Archie's eyes opened as she purged her face of any standing expression as she usually did, and narrowed her eyes on the 3 men before them. "Now, use some of the magic I showed you at the ruins." Jack turned his head to look to her, his eyes glistening with the excitement that his stoic facial expression did not exhibit. Raising the staff which he had gifted her, she raised it. "Don't think we'll give you the chance." The 2 men on the either side of the thug rushed forward. Their long swords grasped in 2 hands and brought to their sides. It was likely they were going to slash their way through. Sweat formed on Archie's brow as she went to cast a spell, a 4th-tier spell, while her eyes were fogging up from the threat of tears. "Frost Lance!" she shouted, squeezing her eyes shut as she did so. A larger portion of her mana drained before she felt a gust of cold air wash over her face. Opening her eyes just in time to see a lance-shaped piece of ice launch itself through the air and into the chest of the incoming swordsman. She let her mouth fall open in shock, watching as it impaled his hidden armor under his cloak with ease, and sent him flying back through the window of the room. As the glass shattered, the flames began to spread even more towards the window itself. Soon enough the entire one side of the room was in flames and only the side they were on remained untouched. "Brother," the man shouted, watching the impaled thug drop from view. He hesitated before looking back towards the girl who was pointing her staff at him, as if silently asking him to come forward. It hadn't been her first time killing a person. Workers had to deal with zombies, undead and even bandits. Sometimes they were even hired to capture runaway slaves, so it mattered not. "You meddled too far into this affair. You think eliminating us will change anything? Our group will just prop up over and over again." The leader pointed at Jack as he was speaking. "I give you one last chance to walk away." The man was bluffing, or at least he was most likely at this moment. "Aren't you the leader of your little organization?" The man paused at the words Jack just shared, apparently being knowledgeable of his position. The only assumption was, someone spoke, told him everything. His face scrunched up in disgust. "Who was it that betrayed me?" "Doesn't matter, he isn't able to speak anymore." Jack shrugged slightly at this, as he narrowed his sights on the shady moneylender. He frowned hearing Jack. The man who had betrayed him was already dead. Curses. There was no one to get revenge on or to even punish. His eyes shifted towards the window that was now broken and revealing the world outside. "I wouldn't think of even going outside," Jack warned as he tilted his head to the side. "If you think we came here alone, you're sadly mistaken. You're not getting out of here alive." Turning back to look at the duo in front of him, he found that he was going to die either way. If he charged and used his rapier, or went out the window and be ambushed. "What is it that you want?" "Everything you know," Jack uttered as he stepped forward from where he stood beside Archie, walking towards the thug in his sights. The man seemed to laugh nervously, as if it was going to be a ridiculous deal. "Everything I know. And I'll live? Why do I have a hard time believing that? I was never going to offer your life in trade for this information, I was going to take your life for it," Jack responded in a casual tone as he fluidly dodged the swipe from the last remaining goon. Swiping the short blade at the butt end of his spear across the goon's legs, he collapsed, dead within seconds. The ringleader and mastermind behind the attack, just stared at the spear which had hardly touched the man it had swiped and killed them near instantly. What kind of weapon is that?" Jack cocked his head to the side, tilting it back slightly. "Oh. You won't have much more time to care about that, now will you?" The thug stumbled back, his rapier held out in front of him, pointed at Jack. For some reason he was beginning to feel as if this whole situation had become hopeless. He was going to die here. Yet as he went to lunge forward, to fatally jab Jack in the stomach with his weapon, he found his flimsy weapon bending against the angel's abdomen. Bending and not penetrating. "What in the world are you?" The thug shouted before a hand of curled fingers grasped at his shirt's collar and dragged him right off his feet and into the air. Dropping his weapon to clasp his hands on Jack's wrist, "Let me go, I say. Let me go." Jack just shook his head, a pair of wings sprouting from his back as no one else other than he and Archie would see them inside this very building. "You sent your goons to collect what is already mine." Archie's eyes took in Jack's back, taking in the divine sight of his wings. Her upper lip overlapped the lower though as she heard his words. What was already his? Did he lay claim to her sisters? Or was he only talking about her? She couldn't tell whether or not that was good or bad, but she was sure he was just being him. She knew he only wanted her, and that was a fact. Walking up behind him, glancing at the side towards the fires. Watching as the charred remains of her mother had begun to pop and little embers began to flutter into the air as the moisture inside her body ruptured out as steam. "You don't have to kill me," the man was struggling. Jack didn't bother listening. "Please. I can give you money. I have plenty of clients I can get gold from. Please. I can give you girls, any amount of them. Women. Big. Small. However you like. Please, just don't kill me." Jack narrowed his eyes on the man as he said he had plenty of clients, what he could offer. Surely, he was rather disgusted with this scum as he was begging for his life. You really don't get it, do you? Archie was now standing beside Jack, staring up at the man who was suspended above the ground in the grasps of her boyfriend. Her blue eyes reflected the man's face, almost brilliantly. You were going to enslave my little sisters. And me, she spoke in a small, soft and concise voice. Despite the softness in which she spoke, she was not being gentle as her gaze was cold. She wanted to see him die for what he was going to do to her family. Jack glanced over towards her for a moment, before nodding and turning to the being in his hands. He was tempted to strangle him to death, but he wanted to know more about this organization. It meant he could get his hands on the houses who were turned upside down by the Emperor and those who were in debt. Blackmail, that was something he knew he could do and get away with, simply because of his power. A small smirk across his lips, Jack would begin to lightly squeeze at the man's throat. Please, the man erupted into please once more, he didn't want to die. He saw it was inevitable, but he was still trying. If Jack had been a normal person, he would have hesitated, but he didn't. Archie had enough for the life she had already begun to lead. While she wasn't going to stop her new lifestyle, she was finally happy she was going to be rid of these money lenders. Now she was no longer going to be forced to work so hard. She wanted to laugh in this man's face. Show him that her life was going to be better without him in it. But she didn't. Archie didn't laugh, she just formed this subtle smile across her lips as she watched Jack cast the Devour spell. Her own face twisting slightly as she witnessed the man's body be crushed into a pulp until he was just that of a gelatin cube once more. Consider your contract terminated. Jack then crushed it in his hand, euphoria taking him over as if it were a drug, allowing the knowledge of the man's organization and his clients flood into his mind. It wasn't quite what he was expecting. The organization was in some way connected to the Re-STI's 8 Fingers, especially rooted in the slave trade and monetary departments. Jack lowered his now empty hand and stood there, listening to the fire as it howled, consuming more of the room as the two just stood there. Facing the open window. Thank you. Archie whispered to herself, but truly to Jack, as she looked to the ground. The tears she had fought earlier after the traumatically instant death of her mother, began to spill down her face. Her eyes shined from the glossiness, before she looked up to him as he placed a hand on her cheek, luring her head up to look to his face. His halo glowing behind his head as he leaned down and pressed his lips to her forehead, causing her to close her eyes as she felt their warmth. It was the 28th day that Nazarick, the Great Tomb, transitioned into this new world. This was the day Nazarick waged war, thanks to the discovery of lizard men settled at the lake in the great forest of Tob. Ainz Ooal Gown has now focused his sights on the expansion of his domain. On the other hand, Jack and Foresight have been on over a dozen missions so far, and many predetermined discoveries were granted to the court wizard of the Baharuth Empire. Not only were the relics from the game world giving him good relations with the wizard, but he also seemed to have nestled his way into the Emperor's fair graces. Especially as Flutter Paradigm tried to keep in the good graces of both masters, in which he was serving. So Flutter arranged missions according to the Emperor's will, while ultimately benefiting himself. Jack had even given him a red potion to study and attempt to replicate. However, rather than a minor or lesser potion, Jack had given him a supreme healing potion. Similar to like how he had given a set of lesser healing potions to the group he had moved to Karn village. Flutter was ecstatic to find such a marvel. Though considering how powerful this concentrated potion was, he saw no real application for it except for bringing someone from the brink of death back to life. Even then, it was meant for someone of a tremendously higher level. While he doesn't necessarily have a teaching role in the Imperial Academy of Magic, he was however able to start the club. With the help of Jet, who successfully replicated the spices he had tasted by the way, he was able to gather skilled students. It was mid-day, the sun was directly above the heads communing about the campus. Wind was low, the breeze was nice. The institution today was bustling with activity. Jack rubbed the back of his head as he stepped out of what appeared to be a pantry. His eyes surfed over those who were moving about. A small smirk forming over his lips. He could see Jet moving through the crowd, rushing as it were. There were at least 3 other people right behind him. They were dodging people in the halls and making their way in his general direction. "No running in the halls," the angel quipped as they went on by. "Seriously?" Jet huffed as he looked over towards the man, walking backwards briefly after passing him, only to turn back around and run off with the others. Turning to glance over his shoulder, Jack watched as Archie materialized in the pantry he had stepped out of mere moments before. There was a power suit around her neck, a leather collar with a short broken metal chain. Welcome back to the academy. With some convincing he was able to get her to come to school whenever he attended to the institution. Though he wasn't learning there, she was mainly just there to follow him around. Smiling up at him faintly, she took a step forward and stumbled out of the pantry. Grabbing onto his arm for leverage, she secured her foot and let out a sigh. "This thing makes me feel weak." "That's part of getting stronger," Jack replied as he moved to grasp her hand in his own. "When you reach a higher level, you won't need it so often." That was mostly because if she was at a higher level, she probably didn't have to level more. However, since she was having her by his side, he wanted her to be safe, and in order to be safe, you had to be strong. Leaning into his arm, she ignored the glances she was getting. Especially because of what that power suit may make others think. Slaves and prisoners often wore chains, she was wearing a chain. It was believable that she could have become his slave, especially due to her house being known for what it was. Though as news had circulated around since the death and destruction of the Furt household, it was clear that anyone who didn't know what that item was, would make the same assumption. The two would make their way down the halls, down the corridors and towards the main building of the magic institution. They were to see Paradigm today, before the club activities were to start. So by the time they made it, there was about an hour that had passed. Not that it mattered. Most of their time was spent walking, holding hands and watching the other students. It was one of the days that they were able to relax without having to do something. Earning money and continuing on with her own things, it was something that made her happy. Especially with the fact that she no longer had to pay her parents' loans off. This meant she didn't have to do more jobs. Walking up towards a tower-like facility, the two were stopped by soldiers wearing what appeared to be golden armor. "Halt there. This is a restricted area. My name is Jack Graham, this is Archie Furt," he gestured towards the girl at his side with his free hand. His eyes narrowed on the two men. "We are here upon Flutter Paradigm's request." Really, it was actually his own request, but that wouldn't sound all that convincing, now would it? And as he said these words, Flutter Paradigm himself made his appearance as he stepped out from behind the double doors of the tower. "Ah. Don't mind these two," he said to the guards, practically shooing them. "But they are my guests, and guests of the Emperor," the court mage said as he ushered both Archie and Jack into the tower and closed the doors behind them. As the doors were closed, the two looked at the long spiral staircase all the way down to an underground facility. Jack could instantly detect the mass amounts of undead present. It was likely the place where all the things they had captured were sent. "So, did you enjoy the treat?" Jack's eyes fixed on Paradigm, who jumped at the question and laughed nervously while fluffing his beard. "Yes. Yes. A death knight you called it, a legendary undead. What tier is needed to control it?" From the tone of his voice, one could almost immediately tell he had failed to take control of the monster. Death Knight. Archie's mind immediately went to the creature which Jack had been said to have killed at the ruins during their first mission. Her eyes narrowed on Jack. "Did you?" "Yes, I did," Jack chirped, causing her to roll her eyes. Pursing her lips, tall and mischievous. "Are you sure you're an angel?" While the prank wasn't bad, the idea of them having the chance of dying was. If they had actually gotten hurt because of this, she would have been angry and probably even heartbroken. Thankfully, nothing bad had happened that time. "I checked," Jack's wings sprouted from his back. "Let's jump," he grinned widely as he looked down the gap in the center of the spiral. There was just enough room for them to jump down. "Jump? Us?" Paradigm blinked, baffled by the idea. Archie would immediately move in front of Jack, wrapping her arms around him. "Ready," while her tone was somewhat hushed, she squeaked cheerfully against him. Flutter compressed his lips, seeing her easily accept Jack's suggested action. The old man then watched as the two crept on over to the edge of the platform and dropped out of view. Couldn't he have just teleported down to the bottom? He who wanted to stare at the abyss of magic, couldn't comprehend why Jack didn't use magic whenever or wherever he could. So as he walked over to the edge, he glanced down towards the bottom, seeing their progress of the fall. It didn't take long though, for them to make it to the very bottom. Only a few seconds went by until he heard the flapping of wings followed by the disturbance of the undead below. Chuckling to himself, the court wizard retained his serious expression and made his way down the stairs. It took him much longer than the two who had jumped to reach the bottom. At the same time, it was rather peaceful to walk alone down the steps. He was normally followed by his disciples and they always asked questions and sought caution with every step he took. The instant he reached the bottom of the stairs, he raised his brows looking over the magic casters who had been overlooking the undead, all looking at Jack. It was likely because all of his wings were out. For the past several days, the Emperor didn't know the true nature of Jack, other than the fact that he was a powerful magic caster. So seeing an angel land in the middle of your place of work, would definitely be understandably bewildering. If not extremely distracting. There are a lot of skeletons here. They're higher level than zombies, most of them, Jack commented as Archie was resting against him. Before their arrival at the Institute, they had been practicing magic, so she was mentally exhausted. This also explained her stumbling out of the pantry considering the mana cost of teleportation. Yes. As you may have assumed, this is the undead labor experiment that is ongoing. If the temples had anything to say about it, this entire experiment would be shut down. Hearing Paradine speak, he couldn't help but nod at this. The temples weren't too keen on the idea of undead beings or using the undead for the benefit of the living. While he could understand the viewpoint of a zealot, he still disliked religion. This experiment is revolutionary, but wouldn't it take work out of the hands of the needy? His eyes narrowed on Paradine, who blinked at the thought. The needy. Farmers, and farm hands, who already work their land to earn money. If the undead were to take their jobs, their livelihood, wouldn't the economic system end up declining? Jack asked curiously as he kept an arm draped around Archie, lightly caressing her side. The court wizard slowly nodded, but he was still thirsty for the knowledge that this experiment may present him. His eyes then moved towards the collar that was around Archie's neck. That is power suit, Jack answered as he tucked her more into his side. It helps one get stronger, faster, but at the same time greatly weakens them in the process. And you've been having her wear it on all of the jobs we've been sending Foresight on. He leaned forward scratching his long beard, looking her over as she was practically asleep standing up. Yes, I've been having her wear it during our missions. It has proved to allow her to get further than she would have much sooner. He grinned a bit looking down at her resting face. Standing straight up, the wizard nodded slowly. Interesting. Very interesting. Would I be able to get one of those? His eyes were begging, but after plenty of time, he learned not to beg too much. Jack was the type of person where you had to get to know, to hang out with and even do favors for before getting something out of him. That is, unless he wanted something out of you, then he would give you a deal as he had been since his arrival. Is there anything in particular here that you've made big progress on? I've made a 6th tier spell, Obey, in order to command members of the undead. Hearing this, Jack raised a brow slightly. A 6th tier spell called Obey. It made him want to chuckle considering the word choice. Though since it was a 6th tier spell, it could be considered a threat against Nazarick, albeit a very small one at that. I look forward to your further developments then. You may proceed in showing us around. His eyes looked over the area. Right now they were in a dirt pit with a very high ceiling which was artificially lit. Skeletons were tilling the underground with rakes and the noise was echoing throughout the place. Their movements also seemed to be heavily in sync. 3 months had gone by since their arrival and the name of Mammon and Nabe along with the Swords of Darkness could be heard all the way in the Empire itself. Ainz's exploits as Mammon were immeasurable as an adventurer. The slaying of giant beasts that took even other adamantite adventurers a long time to slay, in mere seconds. This legendary hero was responsible for entire annihilations of the bandit and mercenary camps which caused chaos within the borders of the kingdom. So within the first month of their transition, the lizard people around the lake in the great forest of Tob under the dominion of Nazarick, it was ever more clear even the beastmen communities were not safe from their domineering influence. Demiurge and a small strike force were sent to the remaining settlements in the slain theocracy, claiming to be a follower to the renewed incarnations of their gods of life and death. At first, no one caught on to it, while others believed it was Sir Shana who had visited the capital and laid it to waste. They brought death to the centralized command of their theocracy. With subtle manipulations, he used the humanoid homunculi as the priestesses and lead them to what they believed was salvation. Elves were separated from humans, not to be returned to the elf kingdom, but to be settled on the 6th floor of the Great Tomb. Under the supervision of the Dark Elf twins, they began their indoctrination under the orders of their supreme leader Ainz Ooal Gown. Thanks to information about the Elven King, Ainz planned on using the twins as the future rulers of the Elf Kingdom as to subvert possible revolt. The humans from the slain theocracy, however, were to be screened extensively. Racist, extremist and possible future anti-Nazarick sentiments were not allowed to stand. Ainz Ooal Gown took this opportunity to extensively test the use of control amnesia to learn techniques in order to manipulate the minds of others. Changing, altering or completely erasing memories, he found easily that the human mind was fragile. Some of the test subjects did not respond well, some of them losing the ability to talk and others going into complete vegetable states. Following his own personal thoughts towards what is right and wrong, children were excluded from the experiments. However, after several periods of testing on their adult counterparts, their memories of their parents were erased and their adolescent ideologies were indoctrinated to fit his agenda. After the Empire pushed out of the slain theocracy territory by an unknown force of masked beings, Ainz Ooal Gown discreetly flooded its borders with his undead armies. These armies consisted of armored skeletons made from bandits, mercenaries, and criminals alike. Not too long afterward, it became very apparent it wasn't an occupying force. It was a force centered on the extermination of slain theocracy government holdouts, with a secondary mission. Locate and obtain items that may have come from Yggdrasil, such as world items. Those who remained in the territory were forced either into the Beastman Enclave territory or towards Rantel. Monsters awaited them in the Enclave territory, and soldiers waited for them at the southern border of the kingdom. There was no escape on either front. They played cat and mouse for the first 2 months, hiding in ruins and abandoned villages. Walled towns that were still occupied kept their gates sealed. No one wanted to leave, it wasn't safe outside. However, this did not stop the undead from toppling these walled cities and towns overnight. The powerful high-end magic scrolls made from parchment composed of human flesh and precious resources, their armored doors didn't hold against invasion. With their scriptures out of order, there being no central high command, the theocracy continued to collapse. Panic, hysteria and further xenophobia was the only thing they knew. Every night was a horror. Every word was a whisper. No one knew when the skeleton armies would pass over their town. Even as those who could fight fought, they'd fall and join the other side as zombies and skeletons themselves. They were on the losing end and they knew it. No one and nothing was going to be put to waste. At the beginning of the 3rd month of transition, even the towns, cities, and villages were stripped of material and down to raw resources. These resources were constantly transported back to Nazarick through the use of the magic spell known as Gate. It was evident that within the next several months to come, there would be no trace of the theocracy left. Its teachings, knowledge, and culture were all but lost to all except for Nazarick. In the Empire, it was more peaceful than ever aside for loaning troops of the Dragon Kingdom. The Beastmen were pushing hard against the borders, obligating a strong defense. Without the slain theocracy, more soldiers were being sent off to hold the line, leaving less to remain for the annual war against the Re-Estai's kingdom. The severe lack of soldiers in the streets was evident in many of the cities nearest the Dragon Kingdom border, with the exception of the capital city of Arwinter. With the Imperial army stretched out, could this mean an aversion to conflict? It sounds unlikely, as this left them severely unprepared for one. What they feared the most was the hordes of beastmen who had already conquered the outlying cities and towns of the kingdom. It was unlikely that if the Dragon Kingdom fell, that the Empire would be able to risk direct combat on their borders. Nonetheless, their empire continued to prosper under the rule of Emperor Jerkniv. Jack's club and the Institute for the Magic students seemed to be going well. Many of which seemed to follow him instinctively after seeing the miracles that far surpassed anything they've ever seen. Fabrication and conjuring of complex equipment with high-tier spells that could only dream of casting. He trained them to utilize their talents while subtly teaching them the ideals of Nazarick. Jet didn't fall behind either despite knowing the man's agenda, though not entirely knowing of the Great Tomb and its nature. Archie attended all of the meetings with Jack, even helping with the lessons. They were quick to find that she had been learning from him as well, spells that they had never seen taught, being used by her regularly. Throughout the months of the club's existence, they had taken several excursions out to the ruins to eliminate undead. Much like what adventurers should be doing by definition, they explored the unknown. Every day was built with excitement, planning, and careful execution. Thanks to Flutter's support and willingness to look the other way, the students didn't need to bring knights with them. That was something that benefited them greatly as it intensified their training sessions. Following the death of one of the students, Jack was able to demonstrate his 9th tier resurrection spell, True Resurrection, in front of the students. Through his power over Demiurge, he was able to set up a fight with a variety of summoned demons. Thanks to this he was also able to demonstrate his power over time, much like that of Ainz himself, revealing just how powerful he was to the students compared to Flutter Paradigm. That was when their confidence in the Institute's director faltered, no longer being the strongest and most knowledgeable amongst the Empire's elite magic users. Rumors and tales of his power and exploits spread amongst the other students outside of the club, thanks to his machinations. A hidden following began to form, mostly consisting of fallen nobles and magic users. Former residents of the slain theocracy who attended the Institute began to believe he was the second incarnation of Allah Alaf, their god of life. It had been pretty much 2 months since the death of her mother and father. Archie was still progressing through her emotions, getting over their deaths. Her mother was missed the most. Most of her days were spent studying magic with her lover, zoning out the sounds of her sisters playing outside happily. Regulating her mana seemed to be her best time for meditation, it helped her relax. Presently, the only thing really on her mind was the upcoming ball which was scheduled within the coming couple weeks. She couldn't wait to wear the dress that she and Jack had tailored specifically for her to wear. Seated in a wheeled padded chair within Jack's study, she stared out the back window with a small smile across her lips. Her eyes shifted towards a leather lap cover, a small sigh leaving her lips. Every time she looked at the thing, it made her feel strange. Jack stood in the far corner of the kitchen looking over the slaves doing their duties around the steel island in the center of the room. They were diligent in their work, trained to perfection under the tutelage of Nazarick's finest. Their lives, if they had gone with someone else, would have been no doubt much different than they were today. It was almost time for the ball, even though it was weeks away, they were no longer nervous. Time skip. Archie stood there, looking over the dress which lay sprawled out on her bed in the room Jack had given her. Her studying, her sisters, it was all thanks to him that she was able to get back to it. She was able to live a life that her parents had been deprived of, and continued to stride towards regaining with very short-term thinking. A small smile crept across her lips as she thought about the world and how bleak it had been. She thought about how she and Foresight had to fight over jobs with other workers. How they had to make ends meet before being saved by Jack. Though they were sure they'd escape with their lives from the dragon, she was thankful he stepped in. With him as their sponsor, she knew how high they could reach. Because of him, she was able to reconnect with Jet of all people. Though it was clear he had feelings for her, she had very little left for anyone else but Jack. She closed her eyes, her eyelids stuck shut before she went on opening them again. Turning her head she saw her sisters hiding behind either side of the door frame. Smiling up at her with their big blue eyes and vibrant dresses. Jack had dotted on them, though at the same time taught them serious lessons, ones her parents probably wouldn't have comprehended. Wealth is earned, but it can always be taken away should someone with more power come along. They were under his roof. The clothes on their backs, the beds they sleep in every night was a privilege and not a right. These were things she knew, as she was a worker and sometimes even sleeping in the wilds when she was on the job. Though thankfully with Jack tagging along half the time, that was no longer her reality. Sleeping under the stars seemed to have turned into a pastime rather than an occupational habit. She watched as their big smiles faded, replaced by high-pitched giggles as they ran off down the hall. The maids, Jack's proclaimed sisters, were chasing them about, Shizu always trying to put stickers on them. No. No more sticky things. The twins squealed as she could hear them running up the stairs. Archie just shook her head as she smiled a bit more, taking in a deep breath and sharply exhaling. It was strange to feel this way after this long. For months she had been working since dropping out of the institute. Now she was back to going there on club days with Jack, and that was almost every other day at this point. With the stave he had given her now in her hand, she made her way over to the doorframe and peered down the hall. Other than the pattering of her little sister's feet running about upstairs, there was no one else in the hallway. Then came the fluttering of wings, and as she turned her head, she narrowed her gaze on a tall imposing figure that towered over her. "Took you long enough," she laughed quietly to herself. Jack ran a hand through his hair slightly. "Yeah. It did." HMHM, Archie made a triumphant noise within her lips closed, the sound resonating in her throat. She didn't hesitate to jump at his central mass, letting go of the stave and grasping his shoulders before she fell totty ground. "Now you're acting like your sisters," Jack wheezed sarcastically as he instinctively wrapped his arms around her waist to hold her in place. "I'm not a jungle gym, you know." "A jungle what now?" She blinked up at him curiously as she went to pull herself up a bit more, her knees clamping on either one of his hips as she climbed him like a rope. "It's a construct children climb on." Speaking, he let out a sigh as he now face to face with her. His hands moving down below to cop a feel of her bottom, supporting her from below. "Ah." Touching my butt again, she furrowed a brow and shook her head before looking to the window. "So, did Flutter give us another job?" "I actually have someone for you to meet." Jack rolled his shoulders lightly at this, before looking to the door of the room he spent most of his time with her in. Blinking at him, her face inches from his, she was rather confused. "Someone for me to meet?" She raised a brow at this. Who didn't she know? Other than the elves that were spoken of, but never seen, who else had she not met? Greeted by only silence from Jack, she became even more curious and intrigued by his claim. "Are we taking the rest of Foresight with us?" "We're not going anywhere. A friend of mine is coming here," he finally replied as he made his way towards the door with a quiet stride. His movements were quickly calculated as to avoid making a sound. In the next 5 minutes, they were standing in the foyer as a duo of shapes were making their way from the front gate. One was large, muscular probably. The setting sun made them out to be silhouetted. Who were these people? The red plume, the dark black armor with trimmings of gold. A female wearing a mantle and casual clothes. It was hard to ignore the evidence before her eyes in which her sight could describe. The names Mammon, Nabe and the Party of Darkness came to mind. After a brief moment of silence, she found the ability to speak once more, however subtly. "Are those?" Failing to finish her question, as her voice tapered off, he answered anyway. "Mammon and Nabe," Jack snickered quietly to himself as he tilted his head to the side. Jack, Sama, Nabe stepped had moved ahead of the Supreme Being, to the other. Raising a brow, Jack looked over the doppelganger which was chosen as Mammon's escort and partner. It was clear she was rather interested in seeing what exactly the relationship was between the angel and the lowly human she saw before her. "Why are you holding that mag?" Mammon had caught up to her in record time, placing a hand on her shoulder to quickly silence the fellow heteromorphic being. "Ah. Nabe, we are here to meet her." Blinking, "She is the talent holder." The doppelganger scrutinized over the girl for a few seconds. She was smaller than herself, petite that was for sure. Perhaps that was his taste. It is a pleasure to meet you." Nabe's behavior had confused and made Archie a bit anxious, causing her to stumble over her own words. Scrambling out of Jack's arms, she landed flat on her feet. She proceeded to bow her head to them. They were famous and an incredible connection for Foresight to possibly make. "The pleasure is ours," Mammon spoke through the lip bug which gave him the voice he used commonly with others, rather than using the true voice that he was used to using in his head. "Is it true that you slew a giant lizard in a single stride?" Figuring that it was typical for strong people to usually know other strong people, she didn't hold back from admiring Jack's friend's feats. "Ah. Yes." Momon seemed rather hesitant, watching the small blonde become excited. Nabe hardly gave a reaction before her eyes flickered towards the other supreme being. "Jack-sama, I apologize for my rude behavior," she then bowed before the man before lifting her head. Despite the stoic expression she wore, Jack could see the hopefulness towards being forgiven. He simply nodded his head in acknowledgement of her desire. "Just don't let it happen again." After 3 months of working alongside Momon, one would have thought that she should have become used to the presence of humans. Especially humans being around the supreme beings. "How is the home in Rantel?" Jack didn't hesitate to ask, since he hadn't been back to the town since he had come to the Empire. He had mostly been sticking to the Arwentar and other locations during their trips. He had yet to check Karn village, but he was sure Ainz took care of that. The Swords of Darkness seemed to be thriving, no longer having to pay for board. The Dark Hero seemed rather amused at the question, and the answer he gave. "I believe we're getting closer to our individual goals." Momon chuckled at this. It appears that he had been letting the humans stay there, rather than purely using the home for Nazarick's operations. It didn't necessarily matter. In 3 more months, if everything went as planned, the Empire would invade the tomb. Foresight was going to be taken hostage for a time, the other workers being slaughtered, and he was going to be publicly forced into joining Nazarick. That is, of course, if everything went as planned. If a plan didn't go the way he wanted, he would have to do away with the plan and do as the situation called for. The question was, however, what exactly was that going to be? "So you're supplying them with housing too?" She blinked up towards Jack, hearing this little conversation. Watching him nod, her lips parted slightly. "Are you trying to form a team of workers and adventurers or something?" "Perhaps." Jack smiled faintly down at her. "Creation is hard, cheer for me. CX." Nabe sat there on the sofa, her legs flatly resting on the ground as she held a teacup to her lips. Her sharp dark eyes exploring the familiar liquid which was seated deeply within the cup. It was tea, the same tea in which she often drank with her sisters back at Nazarick. Taking in the scent of the premium tea, she then took a daring sip just prior to lifting her gaze to peer at the 2 forms on the other sofa across from her. She was seated there beside the Dark Hero Momon, across from her was Jack, and directly across from Momon was none other than Archie. A girl who she had yet to judge objectively due to her human nature and her closeness to the Supreme Being. The woman was nothing more than a maggot to her,